One person, one car, and an endless road ahead, where the only mission is to scavenge for supplies while dodging danger at every turn. It's a survival game that can easily turn deadly, and I wasn't the first to find that out the hard way. But just as I was about to panic, I discovered something amazing. I was linked to this super helpful hint system. It's like having a survival guide in my pocket. Hey, Zhang, there's a supply box on your left, but don't even think about opening that one on the right. Seriously, crocodiles. Yeah, I'm not exactly in the mood for a crocodile wrestling match right now. Every twist and turn on this road has its own set of challenges. While others are tiptoeing around, trying to figure out how to survive, I'm here cruising in my RV, enjoying a hot pot meal like it's just another Tuesday night. It's wild. I mean, who knew surviving could be this delicious? My head pounded. The desert sun beat down on my face. I was surrounded by a sea of sand, sitting in a beat-up old car with a cracked windshield and a half-hanging sun visor. A survival game, huh? I muttered, rubbing my temples. One minute I was nursing a hangover, the next I was, here. The last thing the game instructions said was to survive, which wasn't exactly reassuring. My gaze fell on the fuel gauge. 200 units left. Great. I popped the glove compartment empty except for a rusty crowbar. Guess I'm starting from scratch, I sighed, mentally calling up the game menu. World channel, regional channel, trading area, manufacturing, private messages. I clicked on the world channel. Messages flew by, mostly complaints and pleas for help. Anyone else stuck in a desert? Trading crowbar for water. Dying of thirst. Need food, ASAP. It seemed everyone was in the same boat. I tried the regional channel. 5,000 players, all with real names and photos. A wave of unease washed over me. This felt way too real. The trading area was empty, and the manufacturing section was useless without blueprints, which apparently came from those supply boxes scattered along the road. I exited the menu, my stomach growling. Two choices: wait here and hope someone else figured things out, or take my chances and find supplies myself. Relying on others wasn't really my style. Besides, the game mentioned a double-day volley disaster in 7 days. I had to be ready. I turned the key in the ignition and stepped on the gas. 30 miles an hour. Not exactly a high-speed chase, but I was scanning the horizon for those supply boxes. The scenery never changed: sand, sand, and more sand. Just as I was about to die of thirst, I spotted it, a small white box in the middle of the road. I pulled over, grabbed the crowbar, and approached cautiously. Level 1 material box. May contain supplies. May contain danger. So it was a gamble. I took a deep breath, ready to pry it open. System successfully bound, a voice announced. The box contains mineral water and whole wheat bread. There is no danger. Relief washed over me. Maybe this game wouldn't be so bad after all. At least, not for the next 5 minutes. System? Zhang Tuahai was stunned at first, and then his face became happy. If there is a system, then he will be a lot more convenient in the future. System, are you there? Zhang Tuahai tried to ask. The system is silent. Zhang Tuahai asked several times in his heart, but the system was silent and there was no response. Can't communicate? Zhang Tuahai guessed in his heart. However, the most important thing now is to open the material box and verify the accuracy of the system by the way. Zhang Tuahai came to the white material box, inserted the flat end of the crowbar into the gap of the lid, and pressed down violently. With a crunch, the lid of the material box was pried open. The material box flickered and disappeared, and then the contents were revealed. A bottle of mineral water and a piece of nitrogen-packed wholemeal bread fell to the ground. Zhang Tuahai hurriedly picked up the mineral water and bread. There are only 3 words mineral water written on the mineral water bottle, and there is no production place or production time. The same is true on the bread packaging, only the words whole wheat bread are written, and there is no other information at all. Normally, Zhang Tuahai would never touch this kind of 3-0 product. However, Zhang Tuahai's stomach was empty now, and the tumbling stomach acid made him uncomfortable, and he couldn't care about it anymore. He tore open the package and stuffed the bread into his mouth. The aroma of whole wheat bread spread in the mouth instantly. The bread was sweet and soft as if it had just been taken out of the oven. After eating a whole wheat bread in 2 bites, the soreness in my stomach was relieved a lot. Zhang Tuahai unscrewed the mineral water again and drank half the bottle in one breath, which made him feel a lot more comfortable. Although he was still a little thirsty, after seeing that there was only half a bottle of mineral water left, Zhang Tuahai tightened the bottle cap and carefully put it away. I don't know when the next material box will be found, so I have to save it. After searching for the first material box, Zhang Tuahai had a bottom line and continued to drive on the road, his eyes scanning the road back and forth. This time the car drove for about 40 minutes before Zhang Tuahai found the material box again. And still two. Two white material boxes are placed in the center of the road, one left and one right. There are actually two? Could it also be bread and water? Zhang Tuahai's eyes lit up. He wasn't full at all from the one piece of bread just now. With this level of bread, he could eat at least 4. Zhang Tuahai grabbed the crowbar and jumped out of the car. Before he could do anything, the electronic synthesis sound rang again. There is a mouse with germs in the material box on the left, which has a certain chance of suffering from the Black Death when bitten. There is a level 1 equipment manufacturing drawing in the box on the right. Big mouse. Black Death. Hearing these two words, Zhang Tuahai instinctively took 2 steps back. He had already heard of the name of the Black Death. It is said that the Black Death killed 1/3 of Europeans during the Middle Ages. In this environment where medical facilities are extremely scarce and supplies are collected by themselves, illness and injury are likely to mean death. Not to mention the almost mortal Black Death. Based on the principle of caution, Zhang Tuahai chose to stay away from the box on the left. Zhang Tuahai carefully moved to the box on the right, and knocked on the cover with a crowbar. The supply box disappeared, revealing a piece of parchment. Zhang Tuahai picked up the parchment. Level 1 water collector, the lowest level water collector, which can collect 1-2 liters of water per day. Yields vary depending on the environment. Resources required for construction, 4 units of metal fragments, 2 units of metal parts, and 2 units of glass fragments. Seeing the description of the drawing, Zhang Tuahai's eyes lit up. According to scientific research, a person's normal water intake is about 2 liters per day. If you don't consider your health and you only need to maintain your life, it can be compressed to 1 liter or less. That is to say, as long as Zhang Tuahai builds this water collector, he can basically meet his water supply needs. If he compresses his needs a little, he can even sell some in exchange for the resources he needs. As a core player of simulation business games, Zhang Tuahai is very aware of the importance of first mover advantage. As long as the advantage is laid at the beginning, the resources will snowball to him, and his development speed will be faster and faster, using the advantages of resources and technology to shear other people's wool. Now, the only question is how does he get the resources and build the water collector first? Zhang Tuahai's eyes stayed on the half bottle of mineral water he drank. Zhang Tuahai returned to the car, closed his eyes to concentrate, and entered the game panel. At this time, there are still many people on the chat channel complaining why they were selected into the road survival game. A few pioneers are scolding the stinginess of the contents of the material box. I just opened a material box, and I opened 2 units of glass fragments. What's the use of this broken thing? I opened a broken metal piece and was bitten by a big rat. Does any one of you have medicine for tetanus? Whoa, I just got 10 units of gasoline, whoever of you has water, let's exchange it, I can't stand it because I'm thirsty. After squatting in the chat channel and peeping at the screen for 5 minutes, I found that no one mentioned the information about the manufacturing drawings and the prompt system. Looks like I'm quite lucky. If it wasn't for the reminder system, I'd be the one lying in the car asking for help. Zhang Tuahai rejoiced in his heart, then opened the trading channel and hung up the half bottle of mineral water. Go up. Sale, 300 milliliters mineral water. Exchange, 8 units of metal shards plus 8 units of metal parts plus 8 units of glass shards. Note, if you have other valuable materials, you can chat privately. The reason why Zhang Tuahai opened his mouth was mainly to give the other party room to bargain. Otherwise, if the other party takes out other important resources to offset the price difference, he may not be able to build the water collector in the first time. After hanging up the transaction information, Zhang Tuahai prepared to continue driving to search for supplies. However, just as he was about to start, his eyes fell on the resource box containing the mouse again. If I take this box away, can I shade other people when it's critical? Such an idea suddenly appeared in Zhang Tuahai's mind. With the idea of trying it out, Zhang Tuahai got out of the car again, walked to the side of the material box, and tried to move it. The material box was very light, and Zhang Tuahai moved it without much effort. Sure enough, Zhang Tuahai's eyes lit up. He carefully put the supplies box on the back seat of the car. It's fine if no one messes with me. If someone doesn't wink. Zhang Tuahai glanced at the white material box on the back seat of the car and showed a sneer. After driving for another half an hour, Zhang Tuahai found a white material box again. There is a roll of hemostatic bandages and a ham sausage in the material box. There is no danger, please open it with confidence. The prompt system gave a prompt again. Zhang Tuahai pried open the supply box and harvested a roll of sealed hemostatic bandages and a ham sausage about the thickness of a piece of meat. Also without any brand identity. Resisting the urge to eat, Zhang Tuahai put away the ham. He doesn't have a lot of supplies now, and the ham sausage should be used as a reserve ration and cannot be wasted arbitrarily. At the same time, Zhang Tuahai also had a preliminary understanding of the game. He drove for about 2 hours, and came across a total of 4 material boxes. Except for a mouse with a black death, the remaining 3 contained various materials. In other words, as long as you dare to drive forward, you will gain more or less. Coupled with the exchange of goods in the trading channel, it is still no problem to obtain materials that can survive. Most people can survive the initial test unless they stay in place and wait for help from others. After collecting the third supplies, Zhang Tuahai returned to the car. This time he didn't hit the road right away. Driving for 2 hours in a row, coupled with searching for supplies, consumed a lot of his energy, and now he needs to rest for a while. Taking advantage of this time, Zhang Tuahai closed his eyes and opened the game panel, ready to see how the half bottle of mineral water he hung up was selling. After summoning the game panel, Zhang Tuahai was taken aback, and hundreds of people approached him to communicate. The number of private messages is already 99 plus. God, where did you get the mineral water from? I'm dying of thirst, can you give me a bottle of water? I can use Kaluo, salt or sweet. Give me the water, go out and transfer 1 million to you. Zhang Tuahai took a look and found that most of the private messages were such worthless information, so they were deleted directly. There are also a small number of people who have obtained some resources and want Zhang Tuahai to reduce the price. But the resources they have are simply too few. It does not match Zhang Tuahai's psychological price. Fortunately, Zhang Tuahai was not worried that his water would not be sold. On this road with deserts on both sides, water is the most precious resource, and no one will dislike having too much water. The big deal is that there will always be someone who will save enough resources until the evening. Just when Zhang Tuahai was about to close the game panel and continue to search for supplies, a new private message came in. Hello, I have relevant resources, but the number is not enough, but there are other things that can be used to fill the price difference, can you talk about it in detail? How many relevant resources are there? Zhang Tuahai replied with a private message. 5 units of broken glass, 6 units of metal fragments, and only 3 units of metal parts. The other party quickly returned the message. Fortunately, enough to build the water collector. Zhang Tuahai let out a sigh of relief. Now that the basic goal has been achieved, Zhang Tuahai has made up his mind to finalize the transaction. The only thing that needs to be seen now is how much the other party is prepared to pay to make up the difference. What are you going to use to fill the gap? Zhang Tuahai rubbed his hands and asked. The other party sent a screenshot. Manufacturing drawings of lightweight tires, manufacturing drawings of Class 1 tires. Requirements, 20 units of low-grade rubber, 20 units of metal fragments, and 16 units of metal parts. Effect, reduce fuel consumption by 30%. Seeing this drawing, Zhang Tuahai's eyes suddenly lit up. Lightweight tires don't seem to be a survival resource, and they are of little use to the situation in front of everyone. But it's definitely an artifact in the long run. You know, in the beginning, each of them only had 200 units of gasoline. How long will these 200 units of gasoline last? According to the cruising speed of 30 miles, it can only be driven for nearly 7 hours. The car won't be able to move without getting fresh petrol to refill within those 7 hours. In such a place, inability to move is the equivalent of chronic death. A 30% reduction in fuel consumption is equivalent to more than 2 hours of exploration time than others. A single supply box can be the difference between life and death, let alone 2 hours. This kind of thing can be said that the sooner you use it, the greater the benefit. It's a surefire deal. Yes. Zhang Tuahai pressed the joy in his heart and replied to the message. You should know the value of this blueprint. If my sister hadn't been injured, I would never have taken out this blueprint. You must add a medical resource for treating trauma, otherwise this transaction will not be accepted. I can't agree. There was a quick response to a long list of messages. Seeing the other party's reply, Zhang Tuahai tapped lightly with his fingers on the steering wheel, calculating the pros and cons of the transaction. He has the medical resources to treat trauma. Moreover, with the reminder system, he can easily avoid those risks and basically not get hurt. Then, this roll of bandages is likely to eat ashes in his hands. It is very economical to use for trading. However, there is a message in the other party's reply that interests him. You mentioned your sister just now. How did you get in touch? Were you with her? Was it the same car or two? How did she get hurt? If you can tell me that, I can talk to you trade. In order to enhance the persuasiveness of his words, Zhang Tuahai also took a photo of the hemostatic bandage and sent it over. Hemostatic bandage, used to bandage wounds. The bandage is coated with medicine, which can reduce inflammation and sterilize, and promote wound healing. After the news was sent, the other side was silent. However, Zhang Tuahai is not worried that the transaction will be affected. Because medical resources are the third most important resource after food and water. No one can guarantee that he will not be injured except himself, who has a reminder system, who can avoid risks. A medical resource is a talisman, which can save one's life when it is critical. Zhang Tuahai believes that at least at this stage, no one will sell it. Taking advantage of this gap, Zhang Tuahai glanced at the name of the person who sent him the message. It was a girl named Su Mu, who looked very young. Sure enough, as Zhang Tuahai expected, 3 minutes later, the other party sent a reply. Actually, it's not a big deal to tell you this. My sister and I were selected into the game at the same time. Fortunately, we were not far away and successfully converged. These materials were made by the two of us. My sister is when opening a material box, he was injured by the explosives inside, and the manufacturing drawing of this lightweight tire came from that box. It was an explosion. Zhang Tuahai was also surprised when he heard Su Mu's explanation. He originally thought that the danger in the supply box was a mad dog or a big mouse, but he didn't expect that there would be an explosion. If this is not careful, will it not directly kill people? At the same time, Zhang Tuahai deeply felt his luck. If it wasn't for the reminder system, he would have been planted in front of the big mouse box. Can I ask what color the box is? Zhang Tuahai asked. Level 2 material box, blue. Su Mu replied. Is it true that the higher the level of the material box, the greater the danger it contains? Zhang Tuahai wrote down this guess, and then made a deal with Su Mu. Using half a bottle of water and a roll of hemostatic straps, I got the resources for making water collectors and the drawing of light tires. After the transaction was completed, Zhang Tuahai immediately turned to the manufacturing page. Blueprints detected, level 1 water collector, lightweight tires. The manufacturing materials for the first level water collector are complete. Is it manufactured? Manufacture. With a buzzing sound, the blueprints and resources disappeared as a pool of liquid, and a moment later, a water bottle-like thing appeared in Zhang Tuahai's hand. Level 1 water collector can collect 1-2 liters of pure water every 24 hours. It fluctuates according to the external environment. Put it in the car to take effect. Upgradable. Upgrade materials, a drawing of a level 2 water collector, 8 units of metal ingots, 4 units of metal parts, and 4 units of glass. Finally made it. Seeing the water collector in his hand, Zhang Tuahai was overjoyed. At this time, some small water droplets have begun to condense on the bottle wall of the water collector, and it seems that it can be taken and used at any time, without having to collect it every 24 hours. Carefully placing the water collector on the co-pilot's position, Zhang Tuahai continued to drive forward, searching for supplies along the road. However, he drove along the road for more than an hour, but he didn't even find a material box. This discovery made Zhang Tuahai a little anxious. According to the previous rules, about every 10 to 20 kilometers on average, there will be a material box. However, now that he has advanced 40 kilometers, he has not collected a single material box. This is a little out of the ordinary. Moreover, he has been driving for 3 hours, and he has consumed half of the gasoline. If he can't find gasoline, it will be dangerous. Could it be that 2 blueprints were obtained one after another, which made it more difficult? Zhang Tuahai guessed in his heart. After thinking about it, Zhang Tuahai decided to go to the chat channel to check the news. Closing his eyes and concentrating, Zhang Tuahai opened the game panel. At this time, most of the people in the regional channel were discussing the issue of supplies, except lying down and waiting for rescuers. Why are the material boxes gone? I haven't found the material boxes for more than an hour. If I can't find water, I will die of thirst. Yeah, I was staying in the air-conditioned room well, and I could tease the newly recruited secretary. I don't know who is so immoral, so I had to throw me in this place to suffer. I said that there was a supply box on the road. As a result, after searching for more than an hour, there is not a single hair. Yeah, I said at the beginning that there are material boxes on the road, but now I can't find them. Are you planning to kill us all of thirst and starvation here? Nearly 300 have died, maybe they will soon be it's our turn. As soon as the person finished speaking, a red system prompt popped up on the regional channel. Player Li Ming died of dehydration. Zhang Tuahai looked up and glanced at the number of group members. At this time, the number of group members became 4,702. He clearly remembered that there were 5,000 people at the beginning. How could there be so many fewer in a blink of an eye? Zhang Tuahai flipped the system information upwards. He was stunned to find that almost every minute, a message about the death of the player would pop up on the regional channel. Players' death willingness has also varied. There are dehydration deaths, high temperature syncope causes death, some people die from explosives in the material box, some people die from poisoning, some people are bitten to death by the beasts in the material box, the worst one. People who drank the sewage ended up with acute diarrhea, which resulted in death from dehydration. So many people have already died? It's too dangerous. Seeing the dense death information, Zhang Tuahai couldn't help but feel a chill in his back. At the same time, Zhang Tuahai was also fortunate in his heart, fortunate that he had obtained the reminder system. Otherwise, I am afraid that I have become a member of the deceased now. How can I spy on the screen here? However, what is the reason for the disappearance of resources on the road? Just as everyone was guessing, a system prompt suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Version update tip: in order to increase the difficulty, a limited time challenge link, the challenge of the brave, has been added. Rules: starting from today, the challenge time of the brave will be automatically entered from 12 o'clock noon to 1800 hours at night. During this period, all the material boxes will be refreshed in the wilderness on both sides of the road. If you are confident in your strength, you can go to the wilderness to get the material boxes. In order to match the difficulty, all resource boxes that are refreshed in the wilderness have a 50% chance to increase by one level. Solemn warning: there are countless risks lurking in the wilderness, please do what you can. The Brave Challenge? The material box is refreshed in the wilderness? Risks lurking in the wilderness? Does the probability of the material box increase by one level? Zhang Tuahai sorted out the information. Isn't this high risk and high return? Use better materials to allow players to face higher dangers in the wilderness. Would you like to try it in the wilderness? Zhang Tuahai lowered his head and thought. I've done it, I'm going to the wilderness. Anyway, if you stay here, you will be trapped to death sooner or later. It's better to try your luck. If you die, you will be relieved. Someone said first. I think it's better to stay here and wait for rescue. As long as we all refuse to find supplies and cooperate, maybe they will let us go. Some people obviously don't want to act. That is, 300 people died just now looking for supplies on the road. Now, if you are going to a more dangerous wilderness, the probability of death is definitely higher. Whoever of you is willing to go, I won't go anyway. Then you stay here and see what you will do when you don't have food tomorrow. There are obviously two factions in the regional channel. One group advocates going to the wilderness to try their luck, and the other group advocates staying where they are, at least until the challenge time is over tomorrow, and then go to the road in the morning to find supplies, which is less risky. The two factions hold their own opinions, and neither can persuade the other. Zhang Tuahai looked at the noisy regional channel, shook his head, and exited the game panel. He was going to try it out in the wilderness. For others, the wilderness may be full of danger, but not necessarily for him. He has a reminder system. Since the reminder system can help him avoid the danger in the material box, it may be equally useful in the wilderness. If the hint system can help him avoid dangers in the wilderness, then the challenge time of the brave is an excellent opportunity for him to obtain resources. Moreover, he also has a reason to go to the wilderness. That is, 7 days later, there will be a disaster called Double Sun Valley. Schweinri Lincoln, just by listening to the name, it is absolutely not to be underestimated. In just a few hours just now, 300 people died on the regional channel. What about the day of the Double Day Volley? If they can't make preparations in advance, even if the first 6 days are past, death will be waiting for them on the 7th day. It is also for this reason that he must look for every opportunity to collect supplies and improve his chances of surviving the disaster day. Zhang Tuahai picked up a self-defense crowbar, put the water collector in his arms, pulled out the car key, and walked towards the desert. As soon as Zhang Tuahai got out of the car, he felt a heat wave. The hot sun scorched the road, and even through the soles of the shoes, you could feel the heat of the road. Zhang Tuahai estimated that throwing an egg on the road now will bake it in a few minutes. The hot wind blows from time to time. However, these winds not only failed to bring even a trace of coolness, but made the body even hotter. Not only that, the wind was also wrapped in fine yellow sand, and after a while, Zhang Tuohai's face was stained with a fine layer of sand. The sand and dust mixed with the sweat flowing down his forehead soon turned into mud and hung on Zhang Tuohai's body, not to mention how uncomfortable it was. However, Zhang Tuohai couldn't care about these at this time. He carefully observed the surroundings, first used a crowbar to test the desert in front of him, and after confirming that there was no problem, he took a step forward and stepped into the road. Desert area. At the same time, the electronic synthesis sound that prompted the system sounded again. There is a hidden quicksand pit 100 meters ahead, and you will die if you fall into it. Walking 200 meters in the direction of 11 o'clock, there is a pile of white bones under the yellow sand. Accidentally stepping in may pierce the soles of the shoes and cause tetanus. At 3 o'clock, walk 500 meters forward and cross the dunes. There is a level 2 material box behind the dunes. There are 2 buckets of instant noodles, a tea egg, and a liter of mineral water. Sure enough, hearing the electronically synthesized sound of the prompt, Zhang Tuohai waved his fist excitedly. His guess was correct, and the prompt system was also useful in the wilderness. Zhang Tuohai walked quickly towards the dunes. Zhang Tuohai came under the dunes and tried to climb up. But the entire dune is made of fine sand, and it is a little soft and unforced to step on. It's fine when walking on flat ground, but when it comes to climbing up the dunes, it's easy to get your feet stuck in the sand. Before taking 2 steps, Zhang Tuohai's shoes were filled with all kinds of fine sand, and he almost lost his shoes. At this time, the temperature on the surface of the sand was at least 40 degrees, and it was extremely hot. Zhang Tuohai couldn't imagine the fate of stepping on such sand with his bare feet. Would it be easier to walk around on both sides of the dune? Zhang Tuohai was thinking in his heart. Please climb straight along the dune to the top of the dune. There is a quicksand whirlpool on the left side of the dune, and a black scorpion with a bad temper is hidden on the right side of the dune. As if feeling Zhang Tuohai's thoughts, the electronic synthesis sound immediately rang. Zhang Tuohai sucked in a breath of cold air. He didn't expect that there were such insidious traps hidden on both sides of the seemingly ordinary sand dunes. If it weren't for the reminder system, I'm afraid he would have been tricked. Even he was almost on the verge of speaking, and it was already conceivable how much ordeal those ordinary people without a system would have to endure. If it weren't for the overwhelming luck, I'm afraid it would be difficult to escape from the desert. After getting the prompt from the prompt system, Zhang Tuohai didn't dare to think about those shortcuts, and honestly climbed along the route to the top of the dune. Zhang Tuohai inserted the crowbar into the dune as a crutch, and climbed up to the top of the dune with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. When Zhang Tuohai climbed to the top of the dune with both hands and feet, he was covered in sand and dust. As soon as he climbed to the top of the dune, he saw the blue material box neatly placed behind the dune. Level 2 material box, a slightly more advanced material box, may contain materials and may be dangerous. This is a remark for the game system. The level 2 material box contains 2 buckets of instant noodles, a tea egg, and a liter of mineral water. There is no danger, please open it with confidence. This is the prompt given by the prompt system. After hearing the prompt from the prompt system, Zhang Tuohai's eyes lit up, and he climbed 2 steps to the blue material box. With a bang, he inserted the crowbar into the gap of the material box, and pressed down hard, and the material box was released. The lid was pried up. Swish! The blue material box disappeared instantly, revealing the contents inside. 2 buckets of instant noodles, 1 bucket is Laotan sauerkraut flavor, and 1 bucket is braised beef flavor. Tea eggs are tightly packed in vacuum packaging. Next to it is a large 1-liter bottle of mineral water. Sure enough, great danger comes with great harvest. Zhang Tuohai embraced all the supplies in his arms excitedly. With these supplies, he was able to consume it today. If you save a little, you can even eat breakfast tomorrow. Dig down 1 meter, there is a white resource box containing 80 units of gasoline and 1 coat. It's actually a double-yolked egg. Zhang Tuohai was shocked when he heard the voice next to him. He didn't expect to enter the desert this time and get 2 supply boxes at once. Although the material box buried under the sand pile is only white, the materials inside are very important. Needless to say, gasoline is the 3rd most important material after food and water. With gasoline, you can travel farther and search for more resources. This 80 units of gasoline is enough for him to cruise for 2-3 hours. Judging from the frequency of obtaining a material box once about 10-20 kilometers before, these gasolines are enough to ensure that he can get 4-8 material boxes tomorrow, and he should be able to obtain enough survival materials. Zhang Tuahai hurriedly pushed the instant noodles and other supplies to the side, digging his hands into the sand and digging downwards. Zhang Tuahai, who only ate a piece of bread, dug a few times and then gasped. However, instead of stopping to rest, he continued to dig down. Because there was sand all around, every time he dug out a handful of sand, half a handful of fine sand would flow in, which made Zhang Tuahai's excavation work very slow. Moreover, the sand that had been exposed to the sun was extremely hot, making Zhang Tuahai's hands a little red and swollen. If it is an ordinary person, I am afraid that I would have given up long ago under the condition of lack of tools. However, Zhang Tuahai knows how important the resources below are to him, and has been working hard to dig down. He dug into the 1-meter deep pit for more than an hour, his fingers were ground and some lost consciousness, and his hands kept shaking because of the loss of strength. When he saw the white material box, Zhang Tuahai was already staring at Venus. Unscrewed the mineral water bottle, took a sip, and rested against the sand for a while before Zhang Tuahai breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the sun hanging high in the sky, grabbed the crowbar, inserted it into the gap in the material box, and pressed down hard. The white material box was opened. The contents were revealed: a small tin bucket with the words 80 in gasoline written on it. Next to it was a neatly folded black coat. Found 80 units of gasoline. Found a coat. This is the prompt given by the game system. It's great. Seeing the resource, Zhang Tuahai felt that his whole body was full of energy again, and he excitedly picked up the gasoline can. With this barrel of gasoline, his schedule for tomorrow will be settled. Zhang Tuahai threw the gasoline barrel out of the bunker, then picked up the coat and observed it carefully. This is an old-fashioned coat with black camel suede on the outside and fine short hair on the inside. The length is as long as Zhang Tuahai's calf. It is estimated that it will not be a problem to resist the low temperature of -10 degrees. But, Zhang Tuahai looked up at the hot sun above his head. The temperature in this desert is as high as 30 or 40 degrees, why do you want such a coat? The bad taste of material delivery personnel? Zhang Tuahai speculated. However, they are all opened out of the box anyway, so if you don't take it, you won't take it for nothing. Zhang Tuahai also took the coat away. After leaving the bunker, Zhang Tuahai took the supplies and returned to the car according to the original road. Throwing all the supplies on the rear seat, Zhang Tuahai rested on the seat, and at the same time entered the regional channel, ready to see how everyone was doing. Seeing this, Zhang Tuahai was quite frightened. Regional channels have been swiped by the system with red letters. Line by line, full of player death information. Until now, the death information has been rolling up from time to time. The number of regional channels has dropped to 3,028. Moreover, the numbers are still shrinking. In other words, in less than 2 hours just now, more than 1,700 people died? Zhang Tuahai was fascinated by the numbers. It was not until the sun went down that the tumbling death messages gradually stopped. The group members of the regional channel were finally fixed at 2,712 people. A brave challenge, resulting in the death of more than 2,000 players in this area. The loss rate is nearly half. Looking at the dense death information on the regional channel, Zhang Tuahai couldn't help feeling the chills on his back. Behind every death message is the passing of a fresh life. Before the first day had passed, nearly half of the people in the regional channel had already died. How many people will there be left after the 7th day of calamity? Zhang Tuahai couldn't imagine it anymore. At the same time, he is also very fortunate that he has obtained the reminder system. Otherwise, he would have been trapped to death by endless traps. The sun dropped below the horizon and it got dark. The night in the other world is a bit strange. There is no moon, and the stars are very rare. The road is dark, and it is impossible to see anything more than 10 meters. Zhang Tuahai wanted to turn on the lights, but found that this broken car didn't even have lights. Zhang Tuahai didn't know what to say anymore. He didn't dare to discredit this kind of vision. Moreover, the first game prompt also said that driving at night will be dangerous. Since it is so dangerous during the day, it is conceivable how terrifying the danger that can be specially prompted by the game system will be. Zhang Tuahai decided to sleep in the car at night and search for supplies tomorrow. Opened a bucket of instant noodles. Because there was no boiling water, Zhang Tuahai could only eat the noodles dry. Crush the dough, sprinkle half a bag of seasonings, and shake well. It's like reminiscing about childhood. While eating noodles, Zhang Tuahai opened the regional channel to see what everyone was talking about. I was dying of thirst, and I spent a day looking for a supply box. It was all rubber and metal parts, and there was not even a drop of water. If anyone has water, I am willing to exchange all the resources with him. Wake up, look at the terrain around you. Desert. All fools know that the most in short supply in deserts is water resources, and no one will sell water resources. Let's wait until tomorrow to see if we can find water. Tell me a hot knowledge upstairs. You can drink urine without water. It is self-produced and sold for 2 days. Do you think I don't want to? You have to have a container to drink urine. I don't even drink from a bottle? The bottle? I have it, but I can't give it to you for nothing, you have to exchange it for resources. Seeing the information in the forum, Zhang Tuahai moved in his heart. Many people who are still active in the regional channel now have more or less materials. What they lack most is water. You can take this opportunity to exchange all the resources in their hands with water. Thinking of this, Zhang Tuahai took the 1-liter bottle of mineral water and asked with his mind, can a whole bottle of water be sold separately? Yes. The game platform answered very succinctly. It's okay to split it up. Zhang Tuahai hung the liter of mineral water on the exchange channel. Selling mineral water, 200 milliliters of mineral water can be exchanged for 6 resources, limited resources, metal parts, low-grade rubber, metal fragments, metal ingots, glass. 50 servings in total, first come first served. Note, if you have special resources or drawings, you can chat privately. After hanging up, Zhang Tuahai returned to the regional channel and shouted, the trading channel can buy water, a total of 50 copies, brothers with resources, hurry up. Zhang Tuahai's voice made the regional channel a sensation. Why is someone really selling water? Why buy it with resources? Can it be done with money? I'll pay 10,000 in cash and a Rolex. Why limit resources? I can't use plastic debris and weeds to change the line? Anyway, it was opened in the material box. Brother, do you have anything to eat? I haven't eaten for a day. I have 20 units of wood. Just give me a piece of bread. There is a lot of noise on the regional channels. However, although the noise on the regional channel was fierce, the hands of these people were not slow at all, and soon a liter of water was sold out. Zhang Tuahai sorted out the harvest. In total, he obtained 36 metal fragments, 28 low-grade rubber, 28 metal parts, 6 glass, and 2 metal ingots. Coupled with the remaining resources he has accumulated in his hand, it is enough for him to make lightweight tires. Even the resources for upgrading the secondary water collector have been saved for more than half, and only 6 metal ingots and key manufacturing drawings are needed to upgrade the water collector to level 2. Seeing that the water was sold out, people in the channel shouted, Brother, do you still have water? Let's sell some more. I'm too slow to grab it. That's right, let's sell a little more. Can I contribute 3 points of resources? I have 6 units of wood, all for you, plus a piece of original lace, just give me a glass of water, please. For this information, Zhang Tuahai directly blocked it, leaving only one sentence, it's sold out today, if you want to buy it, please come early tomorrow. Then he stopped replying. Some of those who didn't buy the water were still pleading on the channel, while others were yelling. Looking at the mixed information, Zhang Tuahai shook his head and prepared to quit to manufacture lightweight tires. At this time, a private message happened to be sent in. The letter came from an old acquaintance, Sumu. Is there still water and food? I don't have the resources, but I have a blueprint. Manufacturing blueprint for a hand crossbow, level 1 weapon, with a range of 50 meters, requiring 2 units of metal ingots, 10 units of metal fragments, 8 units of metal parts, and 8 units of low-grade rubber. Note, after making the hand crossbow, equip 10 crossbow arrows. If you need a new crossbow, please find the crossbow making blueprint to make it. Seeing the blueprint, Zhang Tuahai moved in his heart. This world is not as safe as the original world, a self-defense weapon is very necessary. More importantly, he has all the resources needed to make a hand crossbow, and he can make it as soon as he has the blueprint. He looked at the water collector. There is enough water in it. Give you 500 milliliters of water, plus 1 tea egg. Zhang Tuahai replied. That's too little, at least 1 liter of water, 6 tea eggs, and 6 breads. Sumu replied dissatisfied. Seeing Sumu's reply, Zhang Tuahai smiled, it's impossible, no one can come up with so many materials now, and only I can afford it now. According to my guess, you are holding this blueprint. I have asked a lot of people, and they are definitely not as much as what I offered, at most 400 milliliters of water, 1 tea egg, and no more. Seeing Zhang Tuahai's reply, Sumu's fingers froze. Indeed, as Zhang Tuahai said, her blueprint has been hanging on the trading channel for a long time, and there are many people asking for the price, but no one can bring out the food in exchange. However, this food is simply not enough to eat. At least 2 more breads are needed. A drawing must be replaced by a full meal. Sumu tried to fight. I don't have any bread right now. If you're willing to wait, I'll find it and exchange it with you tomorrow. Zhang Tuahai looked at the only bucket of instant noodles and a piece of ham sausage left beside him. Hand crossbows are good, but food is obviously more important. Seeing Zhang Tuahai's reply, Sumu looked at her younger sister, who was pale because of her weakness, and made a decision. I can give you the blueprint first, but you have to give me water and tea eggs first, and you will also give me 3 portions of bread tomorrow. Sumu bit her lip and sent a message. After seeing the news, Zhang Tuahai was slightly stunned. Judging from the information, he guessed that Sumu had reached the point of exhaustion, otherwise, he would not have proposed such a mortgage condition. Yes, but I'm not sure that I can find the equivalent bread, and other foods are fine, right? Zhang Tuahai asked. Of course, I hope you can keep your word. Sumu hung the hand crossbow blueprint on the trading interface. Zhang Tuahai hung water and tea eggs. The deal is done. Zhang Tuahai obtained the hand crossbow blueprint. After obtaining the hand crossbow blueprint, Zhang Tuahai went to the manufacturing interface. The hand crossbow blueprint and light tire blueprint have been detected. The resources are complete. Do you want to manufacture it? Sure. The liquid of the 2 drawings and paintings disappeared, and the resources thrown on the rear seat were reduced by more than half. After a while, 4 tires and a small hand crossbow appeared in front of Zhang Tuahai. Light tires, level 1 vehicle accessories, which can reduce fuel consumption by 30%. How to install this thing? Are you going to put it in your car? But I don't have a wrench or a jack. How can I do this? Just when Zhang Tuahai was at a loss, the game system gave a prompt. Class 1 accessory lightweight tires are detected. Do you want to replace the existing ordinary tires? Can the system assist? Sure. 4 tires disappeared, and the car shook. The tires have been replaced. It saves trouble. Zhang Tuahai had a good impression of the game system for the first time. Found ordinary tires *4, are they decomposed into resources? It can be decomposed into low-grade rubber 20, metal fragments 20, metal parts 16, don't disassemble first. Looking at the 4 tires on the back seat of the car, Zhang Tuahai hesitated and gave up disassembling. The tire may be useful in the future, so let's leave it like this. After handling the tires, Zhang Tuahai stared at the hand crossbow placed in the co-pilot position. The hand crossbow is only more than half a foot long, and there is a handle like a gun handle below, with a trigger, which can be easily used with one hand. There is a pure leather quiver next to it, which contains 10 crossbow arrows shining with cold light. Zhang Tuahai picked up the hand crossbow, played with it for a while, and became familiar with how to use it. It is a pity that there are no better targets around, so it is impossible to measure the strength of the hand crossbow. However, depending on the strength of the bowstring, it is no problem to kill a chicken within 50 meters. After playing with the hand crossbow for a while, it was completely dark. The dark sky shrouded the earth like a black pot lid, only a few sparse stars scattered on the sky, casting a little light. Zhang Tuahai, who was sitting in the car, felt colder and colder, his hands and feet were cold, and he was shivering. This ghost place is so hot during the day. Why is it so cold at night? Zhang Tuahai hurriedly found his coat from the back seat and put it on. Putting on the coat, Zhang Tuahai felt much warmer. Open the regional channel and find that there is indeed a discussion of weather issues. Damn, why is it so cold all of a sudden? This is a desert. Sand dissipates heat faster. Isn't it common sense that it is hot during the day and cold at night? But the temperature is too low, right? The temperature is at most 15 degrees now, and it feels like it is still lowering. I estimate that it will definitely drop below 10 degrees at night. Below 10 degrees, I came across in shorts. Is this going to freeze me to death? If any one of you has a lighter, lend me a hand. I've found some wood and I'll pay it back after a bonfire. Whoa, I'm so cold. Whoever of you has a cotton coat, I'm willing to exchange bread for it. After watching the noisy regional channel for a while, Zhang Tuahai turned off the channel, tightened his coat, and fell asleep. It's not that he is indifferent, but that there are too many suffering people, even if he wants to manage them. All he can do is collect some more supplies tomorrow and see if he can sell something. After a night of silence, Zhang Tuahai woke up early the next morning as soon as it was dawn. Before crossing, his family made soy products, and it was common for him to get up in the early morning to deliver goods. Open the regional channel as usual and have a look. The area channel is very quiet, most of them should still be asleep at this time, only 6 red death notices hang on the channel. 3 died from hypothermia, 1 from poisoning, and 2 from car accidents. At this time, the number of people in the regional channel has dropped to 2,706. Zhang Tuohai sighed, took out the remaining bucket of instant noodles, and sprinkled half a bag of seasonings left over from yesterday. As for the seasoning in this bucket, Zhang Tuohai plans to keep it until he finds a pot and cooks a soup later. After a night, about 800 milliliters of water accumulated in the water collector, barely enough for him to drink today. I hope to have good luck today. Zhang Tuohai took a sip of water, turned the key, and set foot on the road to search for supplies. The car drove 20 kilometers away, and Zhang Tuohai actually found 2 boxes at once. One white, one blue. The white material box contains 5 sheets of roasted naan, 5 cans of canned yellow croaker, and 5 liters of mineral water. In the blue material box, there is a healthy young black-skinned pig weighing 100 kgs. Please be careful, if you need to deal with it, please go to the back of the box to get the first chance to take the lead. Young black pig. Seeing the prompt, Zhang Tuohai was instantly refreshed. He is afraid to deal with adult pigs for the time being, but he still has the guts to try with young pigs weighing more than 100 pounds. Moreover, he now has 2 killing weapons, a hand crossbow and a crowbar, and it is not a problem to deal with a young pig that only weighs 100 pounds. Worst of all, he can also kill each other with a car. Zhang Tuohai was eager to try. For the sake of safety, Zhang Tuohai first pried open the white material box. 5 sheets of steaming roasted naan instantly appeared in front of Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai weighed it. The roasted naan was full of weight. 1 pound was enough, which was almost enough for his meal. Moreover, it was sprinkled with sesame seeds, and it was enough to salivate just by smelling it. It would be even better if there is a bowl of lamb soup. Zhang Tuohai carefully put away the roasted naan. These will be his staple food for the next 2 days. The 5 cans of canned yellow croaker made Zhang Tuohai extremely happy. These cans can provide him with a lot of fat and salt, which plays an important role in maintaining physical strength. Zhang Tuohai cherished the 5 cans of fish hidden under the seat. After finishing everything, Zhang Tuohai followed the system prompt and came to the back of the blue material box, holding a crossbow in one hand and a crowbar in the other, as if he was waiting. Inserting the crowbar into the gap of the supply box, Zhang Tuohai took a deep breath and pressed down sharply. With a bang, the supply box disappeared, and a little black pig weighing more than 100 pounds appeared on the road. The little black pig stared blankly at the empty road, as if he hadn't realized what happened. Seeing this, Zhang Tuohai did not dare to neglect, and immediately aimed his hand crossbow at the back of the little black pig's neck. Just when Zhang Tuohai was about to pull the trigger, the electronic synthesis sound that reminded the system suddenly rang again. The shooting direction of the hand crossbow moves 1 inch to the left. Zhang Tuohai was startled by the sudden sound, and subconsciously moved his crossbow to the left and pulled the trigger. The crossbow shot towards the little black pig's ear. Pity! Seeing that the crossbow arrow missed, Zhang Tuohai threw the crossbow, grabbed the crowbar with both hands, and was about to rush up to give the opponent a hard blow. However, coincidentally, the little black pig seemed to hear the voice behind him, subconsciously turned half of his body, and looked back. It doesn't matter this turn, the crossbow arrow instantly shot into the little black pig's eye socket. Puff! The crossbow arrow pierced the little black pig's eye, and it stopped the castration until it pierced into the brain. The little black pig fell to the ground and fluttered a few times before dying. Looking at the little black pig lying on the ground, Zhang Tuohai opened his mouth wide. He originally thought that there was going to be a big battle, but he didn't expect that the little black pig would be solved with 1 arrow. You know, although this is a young pig, it still weighs more than 100 kilograms. If it were not a professional, it would have taken a lot of effort to kill it. If it wasn't for the prompt system to mention a word at a critical moment, he might have really wanted to fight the little black pig with real swords. The reminder system actually has such a wonderful effect? Zhang Tuohai found that the prompt system seems to be not only used to check boxes, but also has many uses waiting for him to develop. The most important thing now, though, is to decompose the pork first. Zhang Tuohai did not have a suitable knife on his body, so he could only pull out a crossbow arrow from the quiver to make do. When Zhang Tuohai stabbed the crossbow arrow into the little black pig's body, a line of prompts suddenly popped up. It is not found that the decomposers have suitable peeling and cutting tools, which will reduce the amount of meat obtained. Is it mandatory to decompose? How can it be decomposed automatically? Zhang Tuohai had never killed a pig before, so let him use a crossbow arrow to decompose it, and God knows what it will look like. Now, the system can actually help him decompose it. Naturally he can't ask for it. Confirm. With Zhang Tuohai's voice, the little black pig disappeared instantly. Get pork 500G*60, get pig's feet *4, get pig head *1. Looking at the pile of cut pieces of meat placed in front of him, Zhang Tuohai didn't know whether to cry or laugh. After a rough estimate, there was actually a loss of 20 pounds of meat, and the pigs were also gone. Sure enough, there is no free lunch, and it seems that skinning tools are also on the agenda. After Zhang Tuohai moved all the meat to the car, he suddenly thought of a question. Now that the weather is so hot, these pork will go bad soon if they are placed here. The only way is to sell it while it's still fresh. Also, refrigerators and grills are starting to collect. Zhang Tuohai didn't want to eat raw meat. Open the trading channel. Sell 500 grams of pork *50 copies, each in exchange for 20 copies of various resources, receive various drawings, and chat with other resources privately. Another, sell 4 pig feet and 1 pig head, private chat if you need it. After hanging up the transaction, Zhang Tuohai shouted again on the regional channel. The trading channel is selling pork, and it's intentional to hurry up. Zhang Tuohai's words caused an uproar in the regional channel. Zhang Tuohai, isn't this the big guy who sold mineral water last night? He actually started selling pork today. Sure enough, he's a big guy. It's amazing. Boss, is the pork cooked? Can you bake it for me before trading? Boss, please give me a piece of meat. I haven't eaten for a day. I'll exchange it for you with a Rolex. This is the case in the regional channel, and Zhang Tuohai's private message is about to explode. Boss, my voice is sweet and beautiful, and I can do any posture, as long as I have enough every day. Boss, I got a drawing for making an iron pot. How much meat do you think I can exchange? Boss, do you provide cutting service? A piece of pork is too big, and it is hard to bite. I have to say that the people who are still alive now, except for a few idiots waiting to die at the initial position, have more or less materials. In just a few minutes, Zhang Tuohai added hundreds of various resources, and the number is still rising. Various drawings also received 6. They are a folding table, planter box, peeling knife, iron pan, mobile stove, and spit. There are also a lot of other miscellaneous things, such as toilet paper, soap, water cups, etc. Zhang Tuohai took a copy of each. The more salt and pepper, the better. Zhang Tuohai even received a package of braised pork. It's amazing, I actually hunted pigs, so there's no shortage of resources. Sumu also sent a private message. Fortunately, by the way, this is what I promised you yesterday. Zhang Tuohai said and sent a piece of baked naan to Sumu. Yesterday, Sumu agreed that he would owe him 3 loaves of bread, which made him very grateful. Now that there is no shortage of food for the time being, he was naturally a little more generous and gave him a piece of baked naan. So many, you really made a fortune? Sumu said in amazement. Good luck, if there are any drawings, I will exchange the meat with you. Zhang Tuohai said. Is there any cooked? I can't digest the raw one, and my sister is still ill and can't eat raw food. If it's someone else, it's definitely not. But you came by coincidence. I just got the stove, so I can do yours as well. While talking, Zhang Tuohai looked at the mobile stove that was just made. Mobile stove, Class 1 kitchenware. After adding enough fuel, it can cook by itself, and it has a stabilizer that will not overturn even if there is a violent vibration. With this thing, he can cook the meat while driving to find supplies. Really? Then give me 2 pieces of braised pork, and I'll exchange this for you. Sumu looked at her pale younger sister and sent a drawing to Zhang Tuohai. Drop glass, Class 1 auto parts. It can effectively reduce the strong light and reduce the temperature inside the car. It's a good thing. Takukai's eyes lit up when he saw the drawing paper. This thing can reduce the light and reduce the temperature inside the car, and it is an artifact in this desert under the scorching sun. Moreover, 6 days later is the disaster day, Double-Day Volley. 2 suns appeared in the sky, and you can imagine how hot the weather will be. Maybe, this light-dropping glass is the key to survival. However, Zhang Tuohai was a little concerned about one thing. In the past 2 days, Sumu has traded 3 blueprints with him, and the speed of obtaining these blueprints seems to be a little abnormal. This is exactly what I need. I will give you an extra pig ear, but the meat will be stewed for a while, you have to wait. Zhang Tuohai replied. Okay, then wait for your good news. Sumu said. Sister, did you just give him the blueprint? Suchi asked aside. There's no way. In the regional channel, he seems to be more trustworthy. You know our situation. If you don't supplement meat, your body won't last long, Sumu said. Sister, I'm the one who dragged you down. Suchi said guiltily. What did you say? We will leave alive. Sumu said while rubbing Suchi's head. On the other side, Zhang Tuahai had already supported the mobile stove on the back seat, and the iron pan was also on the stove. Throw the untreated pork, pig feet and pig head into the pot, add water and braised pork ingredients, and marinate it. As for the fuel, the wood is traded. Zhang Tuahai stuffed 20 units in one breath, enough wood to marinate the pork. After processing the pork, Zhang Tuahai continued on his journey to collect supplies. Although he has harvested a lot of things just now, it is still far from enough to spend 7 days with these materials, let alone a disaster day. He must stock up enough supplies to feel at ease. The yellow sand is long, the road is long, and there is no end in sight. He had been driving on the same road all the time. It was fine for a short time, but after a long time, Zhang Tuahai's spirit would inevitably be a little slack and even drowsy. As a result, when he looked up, he suddenly found a woman standing in the middle of the road. The woman stood in the middle of the road, waving her arms, looking excited. Next to her, a broken car was parked. It was as old as the car Zhang Tuahai drove. Zhang Tuahai stopped the car when he saw this. However, he kept an eye on it and parked the car 7 or 8 meters away from the woman. There is no one to maintain order in this world, and you can't be too careful. Who knows what idea this woman is fighting? The woman was very happy when she saw Zhang Tuahai stop the car, and ran towards Zhang Tuahai. A woman with no power to tie the chicken, the only weapon is a nail clipper, you can beat her with one hand. The prompt system gives prompts in due course. Stop, don't come any closer, just say something here. Zhang Tuahai aimed his crossbow at the woman. Although the prompt system had already indicated that the other party was not threatening, Zhang Tuahai remained vigilant. Oh, don't be so ruthless, everyone is living here, so get close. As the woman said, she blinked at Zhang Tuahai. To be honest, the woman is quite beautiful, with big waves, a melon-seeded face, big eyes, long eyelashes, and a very outstanding figure. The Pikachu on the chest has changed shape, this figure, this appearance, just find a website and throw it on it, take a few pictures, a small video can get hundreds of thousands of fans. If it was before, Zhang Tuahai wouldn't mind having an in-depth exchange with the other party. However, in this precarious world, it is better to save. If you have anything to say, just say it directly. If it's okay, I'll go first. Zhang Tuahai glanced around as he spoke. Make sure that no one else is secretly flanking around. There is no one else around, and no one is lying in ambush. It seemed that he was aware of Zhang Tuahai's thoughts, and the prompt system gave the answer. Handsome guy, my car is out of gas, lend me some. The woman said in a whimpering voice, and gave Zhang Tuahai a wink. It turned out to be out of gasoline, no wonder it stopped here. Zhang Tuahai nodded when he heard the words. At the same time, he lamented that this woman was really bold, and she stopped a car on the highway so carelessly. That is to say, if you meet someone with bad intentions, what will happen is self-evident. Zhang Tuahai had no idea of bullying the weak. However, it is absolutely impossible for him to give gasoline to the other party in vain. He is neither a lawless villain, nor a virgin who has the world in his heart, but a little man who wants to be born. If you want gasoline, you can, but if you want something in exchange, don't waste my time if you want a prostitute for free. Zhang Tuahai's words made the woman a little unhappy. Why are you so stingy? Isn't it just a little gasoline? Just lend it to me, I will give it back to you when I have it, and, you have so many supplies, give me something. Everyone is the earth. Shouldn't the people who come here help each other? Besides, are you so cruel, leaving me as a weak woman here? Also, don't you really know me? Don't you watch the live broadcast? As the woman spoke, she looked into Zhang Tuahai's car. Zhang Tuahai kept the rear window open to prevent carbon dioxide poisoning. From the woman's point of view, you can clearly see the mountains of supplies on the back seat. Of course, mainly various materials. A gust of wind blew over, and the aroma of braised pork diffused, making the woman swallow her saliva. Sorry, I don't know you. If you don't have anything to exchange, then leave. Zhang Tuahai shook his head. It feels a bit unreasonable for women. It seems that the other party is really famous on the internet, but how about that? Want to prostitute resources from him? Think beautifully. Why are you like this? The woman was a little angry. She is a little famous anchor. She usually sells cuteness to the camera and gives some benefits, and countless licking dogs pay her money. If you want something, there will be a licking dog to help arrange it. As a result, the unfavorable tricks hit a wall here in Zhang Tuahai. Who said I have nothing to change? Seeing that Zhang Tuahai was really leaving, the woman was also a little anxious.
How about I give you my stockings? Guaranteed to be genuine, definitely not fake.
Zhang Tuahai almost spit out a mouthful of water. It turned out that it was the woman in front of me who had been exchanging for things on the internet yesterday. Seeing Zhang Tuahai looking at her seriously, the woman involuntarily took 2 steps back.
What are you doing? I'm telling you, I'm not that kind of casual person. Don't worry, I'm not interested in those things.
I only need supplies, food, drink, drawings, and materials.
If not, then don't block the road, I'm leaving.
Zhang Tuahai said, twisting the car key. Don't go, I have the drawings. Seeing that Zhang Tuahai was really leaving, the woman couldn't help being a little anxious, and hurriedly shouted.
Oh? What blueprint?
Zhang Tuahai stopped when he heard the blueprint. The steel frame car body can double the structural strength of the car body.
The woman said quickly. To be good.
Zhang Tuahai thought about it for a while, and it was useful to receive this thing. Although he killed the woman, he could still get the blueprint. And, without spending a single bit of resources.
However, he didn't want to do that.
He is not short of supplies for the time being, and does not want to violate his bottom line.
Then why don't you sell on the trading channel?
Zhang Tuahai was a little curious.
There is definitely no shortage of people to buy this kind of blueprint. If a woman hangs on the trading channel, she can easily get rid of it.
I asked and those people didn't give enough. The woman pouted and said, those people are either short of water, food, or gasoline.
I can't bear it.
So it is.
Zhang Tuahai nodded. Well, I won't bully you.
For this drawing, I will give you 40 units of gasoline, a quarter of a sheet of naan, and 300 milliliters of water.
These things are enough for you to eat a full meal and explore twice. Can you get it? It depends on your own life.
Zhang Tuahai thought about it and gave a fair price. After all, this drawing is something to increase the strength of the car body, and it must be much more valuable.
This desert night is full of dangers, and maybe there will be wild beasts.
A stronger car body can save lives at critical moments.
Well, I smell the smell of meat. Can you give me some meat? The woman asked hesitantly. The braised pork is not fully cooked. Eating half-cooked meat may cause diarrhea. If you insist on meat, you can.
I will give you 200 grams, but the roasted naan and water will be gone, Zhang Tuahai said.
Then, forget it. How to trade? The woman asked. Hanging on the trading channel.
The trading channel can clearly see the materials traded by the two parties, and there is no need to worry about the other party's adulteration or contact. It is safe and convenient, which is a rare benefit for these players.
You are Zhang Tuahai, the one who sells water and pork?
After entering the trading channel, the woman naturally saw Zhang Tuahai's name.
I'm so stupid.
When I saw the meat being cooked, I should have guessed it was yours.
If you have something good, remember to contact me. The price is absolutely innocent. Zhang Tuahai waved his hand and left first.
After driving for about 5 kilometers, Zhang Tuahai encountered a Y-shaped intersection. The two roads each stretched into the distance with no end in sight. There are more road material boxes on the left, but they are filled with ordinary materials. There are relatively few material boxes on the road on the right, but they are all high-end materials.
The prompt system gave prompts in an instant.
Looking at the prompt, Zhang Tuahai tapped lightly on the steering wheel with his fingers. He looked at the ordinary supplies behind him. Although after making some items, it has decreased a lot, but now he no longer looks down on these ordinary materials. Instead of spending time and effort to find these low-value common materials, it is better to find precious blueprints and higher-value items. Those ordinary materials can be exchanged for him through the trading channel. The items that the pig had exchanged in the morning alone would have taken him several days to do by himself.
Sure enough, the scissors difference can quickly accumulate wealth. Zhang Tuahai turned to the right.
After driving another 20 kilometers, Zhang Tuahai finally saw a new material box.
Blue.
Level 2 material box, which contains 100 units of gasoline, 10 liters of water, and a manufacturing drawing.
Nice.
Zhang Tuahai jumped out of the car happily and opened the material box. 40 bottles of 250 milliliters mineral water, 2 50-unit gasoline cans, and a manufacturing drawing were neatly placed on the ground. Zhang Tuahai took the lead in picking up the manufacturing drawing, ready to see what was out this time. Lucky mermaid statue, decorations in the car. Placing them in the car can greatly increase the amount of blueprints obtained.
Material requirements: 2 units of intermediate wood, ordinary Sol*1. Placement requirements: level 2 vehicles. After reading the manufacturing diagram 3 times, Zhang Tuohai took a deep breath. This thing is simply divine. In this world, if there is anything that is most valuable, it must be the blueprint. Take him as an example. If he hadn't obtained the hand crossbow manufacturing blueprint, he wouldn't be able to kill the little black pig easily. When it's a luxury, eat braised pork.
So, drawings are productivity. And how low the production rate of blueprints is, Zhang Tuohai can personally testify that even if he has a system, he has never produced a drawing so far. This shows how low the explosion rate of the drawings is. And this statue can actually increase the explosion rate of the blueprint, which is simply an artifact. However, here are a few questions. What is a spirit, and what is a Tier 2 vehicle? Zhang Tuohai quickly closed his eyes and began to communicate with the game system.
Can I ask what the spirit is?
Also, how to upgrade to a level 2 vehicle. After killing the beast, there is a certain chance to obtain the soul, and the quality of the soul obtained is different according to the level of the beast. After you have a vehicle core, you can open the vehicle upgrade option, and a vehicle core can upgrade an ordinary level 1 vehicle to level 2.
How to obtain the heart of the vehicle? Zhang Tuohai asked hurriedly.
Destroy other vehicles. The icy sound of the game system made Zhang Tuohai struck by lightning. He always thought that all he had to face was natural disasters and various beasts. Unexpectedly, the players who are both survivors are also enemies of each other. Now, the news has not spread, and the regional channel can still be relatively harmonious. However, this news will be discovered sooner or later.
At that time, what will everyone think? Hard-hearted people will definitely beat other people's ideas. It seems that we need to be more careful in the future.
Zhang Tuohai strengthened his vigilance. At the same time, he probably understood why Sumu was able to come up with so many manufacturing drawings. Probably got something similar to a mermaid statue. Moreover, she and her sister came together, and driving a car would save more resources. Maybe they were the car cores they obtained at that time and upgraded their vehicles to level 2. However, another new problem was placed in front of Zhang Tuohai: how to get a car core.
Would you like to go back and kill that stupid woman?
Zhang Tuohai thought about it and rejected the decision. He has just entered the apocalyptic world, and he still can't bear this heart. Forget it, collect the other materials first, there will always be a way. Zhang Tuohai loaded all the supplies into the car and continued to drive forward. I have to say that the quality of the material boxes on the road on the right is indeed much higher. Until noon, Zhang Tuohai found 1 blue and 1 white material boxes one after another. 2 boxes of eggs and a pack of dehydrated vegetables were opened in the blue material box. 5 buckets of instant noodles were also opened in the white material box. It greatly enriched Zhang Tuohai's food varieties. Looking at so many supplies, Zhang Tuohai also decided to be extravagant. He cooked a bucket of instant noodles, added 2 poached eggs, added some dehydrated vegetable leaves, and a large piece of braised pork, filling a small bowl full of them. I didn't expect that in this ghost world, I can eat the same instant noodles as the cover. Zhang Tuohai took a bite of the tender and juicy braised pork, his face full of satisfaction. Fengwan Canyon ate a bowl of instant noodles clean. Zhang Tuohai leaned back comfortably on the back of the chair and burped. This is the first full meal he has eaten since he crossed over. A sense of happiness arises spontaneously. It turns out that being able to eat is such a happy thing. Zhang Tuohai sighed while looking at the desert outside the window. By the way, let's see how those people are. Zhang Tuohai opened the regional channel. Have any of you found something to eat? Who can give me something to eat? I haven't eaten for 2 days. I'd like to exchange it for a Rolex. Yo, big brother, are you still standing still?
Seeing this big brother, Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but smile.
He has been seeing this big brother swiping the screen since the first day, and he has to exchange his Rolex for food every day. However, no one was willing to exchange with him. However, this eldest brother is willing to drive and explore for a period of time, and he will not be reduced to such a point. However, it's good to have a watch to see the time. It's really inconvenient to have no specific time. Thinking of this, Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but move in his heart. He flipped through his supplies, and then sent a message to the other party. For a pound of braised pork, change it for your Rolex, plus all the gasoline in your car. You don't drive it anyway, and the gasoline is wasted in your place. Why don't you give it to me? It's only a pound of braised pork, is that too little? My Rolex has a certificate. Even if I throw it into the second-hand market, it can be exchanged for hundreds of thousands. A pound of braised pork is too little. Mineral water. The man said immediately.
Seeing the other party's words, Zhang Tuahai couldn't help but sneer. 100 pounds? Have you woken up? Do you think this is the world from before? Can you see if you can get a piece of bread with a Rolex? You have already shouted. It's been a day and a half, you know the specific situation. I bought a Rolex just for a ride. The real value is gasoline. You can change it if you want, forget it if you don't. After Zhang Tuahai finished speaking, he stopped talking. Well, can you add more? I'm also a Rolex, so I just changed a piece of meat. It's really too little. It's a joke. You can add a little more. Moved, the tone could not help softening. He has been shouting for a day and a half. If he could get something, he would have changed it, but the reality is that no one is willing to give out food in exchange. At most, those people are willing to give out some broken glass, metal shards, etc. They are simply more greedy than he is a capitalist. If he hadn't found anyone, he would have hung those guys from the street lamps long ago. Now, after finally encountering a person who is willing to take food in exchange, he is naturally unwilling to let go. Add up to 100 milliliters of mineral water, and the price increase transaction will be voided immediately. Zhang Tuahai said firmly. He knew that in the face of such a person, he had to be tough at the critical moment, otherwise, the other party would have to make further progress and continue to overweight. Okay, that's all. 100 units of gasoline plus Rolex, and 100 milliliters of water for a pound of braised pork. How to trade? The man asked. 100 units of gasoline? Shouldn't it be 200 units? Zhang Tuahai asked coldly. It was too cold last night. I used some gasoline as fuel for heating. The man seemed aggrieved. You prodigal son. Zhang Tuahai cursed in a low voice. This 100 units of gasoline gives him at least 4-5 explorations, and he doesn't know how many good things he can get. As a result, it was actually burned by this prodigal thing as fuel, which almost killed Zhang Tuahai. What about the ignition device? How did you light the fire? Zhang Tuahai asked while holding back his anger. I also have a windproof lighter, a Zippo one, the man said. Then use this lighter as compensation. Zhang Tuahai was a little helpless. Okay. The man reluctantly added the lighter to the transaction list. The two traded on the trading platform. Looking at the 100 units of gasoline that had been traded, Zhang Tuahai nodded with satisfaction. With this stuff, the deal is not a loss. After putting away the gasoline, Zhang Tuahai picked up the Rolex again and looked at it carefully. With a leather strap and a gold dial, it doesn't look any different from a regular quartz watch. Is this thing worth millions? Zhang Tuahai shook his head and put it on his wrist. Looking at the time, it is now around 11:30, and there is still half an hour before today's challenge of the brave. You can take this opportunity to rest first, and by the way, check the regional channel to see what you can find. However, after wandering around in the regional channel, I found that most of the poor are like ghosts. Many people searched all morning and found a few pieces of bread, some basic materials, and not even a drawing. There are also several production drawings on the trading channel waiting to be sold, but they are all ordinary items such as seats, iron pots, water glasses, etc. Zhang Tuahai has them all, so he doesn't bother to look at them. Forget it, let's take a look at it at night. After the challenge of the brave, maybe there will be something good. The time soon came to 12 o'clock. The announcement of the game system sounded again. The time is up. Welcome to the second Brave Challenge. The challenge time is still 12 o'clock 1800 hours. All players please pay attention to the time. I wish you a happy time. I hope I can have a good harvest today. Zhang Tuahai sorted out his equipment, took a crossbow and a crowbar, got out of the car, and stepped into the desert. At 12 o'clock, there is a sand scorpion hiding in a sand pit at 500 meters. Be careful of its tail needle, which is highly poisonous. At 1 o'clock, 200 meters, there is a desert fox. Don't try to hit its attention, you can't catch it. At 11 o'clock, 1,000 meters away, there is a ruined village with good things in it, but there are some quicksand pits on the road, so you need to pay attention to your feet. Village ruins? Go and see. Zhang Tuahai raised some interest. After he came to this world, he had never seen any buildings except that road. The creatures I see are also all kinds of animals, and their understanding of the world is really limited. Now, with a ruin, it was his chance to help him understand the world. With this thought in mind, Zhang Tuahai walked into the desert. There is a sinkhole 50 meters ahead, please head towards 11 o'clock. There is a desert python under the sand dune 30 meters ahead, avoid it carefully, it is highly poisonous. Under the sand dune 50 meters ahead is the desert army ant's nest. If you don't want to become a bone, stay away from that sand dune.
Along the way, Zhang Tuohai successfully avoided traps one by one according to the instructions of the prompt system. Although he passed this area without a hitch, he was still frightened by the endless traps in the desert. That is to say, he can safely pass by relying on the prompt system. If it is an ordinary person, I am afraid it is difficult to walk out of this desert alive.
What is this called, the brave man's challenge?
The challenge of being the dead is more or less the same. Passing around a dune, Zhang Tuohai saw an abandoned village. The village is built with that kind of yellow rock and poplar willows, perhaps because it has been abandoned for too long, and many houses have collapsed, leaving only the ruins, which proves that people once lived here. Zhang Tuohai took a look at the style of the house: yellow rocks, small windows, typical houses in the desert area. The doors and windows were gone, and the walls were mottled by wind and sand erosion. There were no valuable clues. In the center of the village is a well, but it has been filled with yellow sand, and no water can be seen. You found the ruins of the village hidden in the desert. It has been abandoned for a long time, but there are still some seeds of crops left. Go forward 200 meters, turn right. In the yard behind the house there are some discoveries.
The yard? Is it crops? What crops will there be in the desert? Wheat, grapes?
If there are grapes, it will not only improve life, but also shear a wave of wool. Zhang Tuohai muttered, and carefully turned to the back of the house. At the back of the house is a small yard surrounded by poplar branches. However, it has been too long, those poplar branches have collapsed, and in the yard, some weed-like things are growing randomly.
Weed? Wait, shouldn't that be?
Zhang Tuohai moved in his heart. You found wild leeks. Zhang Tuohai slapped his thigh.
He actually found leeks. Leek is a good thing, it doesn't waste any nutrients, and it's not difficult to raise. After planting, you don't need to worry too much, and you can cut it every once in a while. Moreover, there are many ways to do this, such as scrambled eggs, fried meat, and grilled, all taste good.
The large piece in front of him is at least 20 pounds, and he has made a fortune. Zhang Tuohai rushed to the leek field excitedly, took out the peeling knife he had just exchanged in the morning, and digged it. Soon, the remaining 10 kilograms of leeks were scraped out by Zhang Tuohai. After digging out the leeks, Zhang Tuohai untied his coat from his waist, put it on the ground, gathered the leeks inside, and bundled it into the shape of a bundle. Fortunately, before he left, he was more careful and brought his coat with him.
Otherwise, how to bring back so many leeks is a problem.
As for what to do with taking it back, Zhang Tuohai has already thought about it. When selling pork in the morning, he received a drawing of a planting pot, which was originally used to enrich the types of drawings, but now he is using it. If this batch of leeks can be successfully transplanted, he has a vegetable that can support itself. Just this batch of leeks, he did not lose any money in this trip.
Are there any supplies around the system? If not, I'll go back.
Zhang Tuohai asked while carrying the leeks. Turn right 200 meters ahead, behind the village, there is a wounded tiger.
Tiger?
Zhang Tuohai almost jumped up in fright. If he crossed earlier, he might not care too much about the tigers.
Anyway, I have a weapon in my hand, so what are you afraid of? Not seen in the zoo.
However, when he watched the video on the internet of the tiger biting the tire and smashing the window glass with a slap, his mind changed completely.
Tigers in the wild can be different from domesticated tigers in zoos.
Just a roar from a tiger in the wild can make your scalp tingle, and you can feel its terrifying power through the screen.
Repression from the top of the biological chain is no joke.
Are you sure that tiger is supplies?
Instead of using me as a courier?
Zhang Tuohai's legs were shaking a little. There is no way, no matter who knows that there is an uncontrolled tiger lying on his stomach less than 200 meters away from him, there is no way not to be afraid. If you shovel down with your own physique, it is estimated that the other party will be half full. The tiger was injured, both front paws were seriously injured, and it was very difficult to move.
Really? If you are injured, you can go and observe it.
Hearing the prompt from the system, Zhang Tuohai's mind came alive again.
In other words, this tiger whip is a good thing. Moreover, with so much tiger meat, if it is made into braised meat, he can make a good profit.
After making up his mind, Zhang Tuohai picked up his hand crossbow and walked cautiously towards the back of the village. In a short distance of 200 meters, he walked for 10 minutes. By the time he touched the corner, his back was soaked with sweat. Zhang Tuohai quietly stuck his head out and looked around the corner. 2 meters away, a colorful tiger was lying on the ground, grinning. 4 eyes facing each other.
Ow!
Zhang Tuohai sat on the ground in fright. This ferocious tiger had been hungry for many days,
and was already skinny. When he saw the express delivery, he was overjoyed and stood up abruptly, wanting to bite Zhang Tuahai. However, as soon as it stood up, it fell to the ground with a thud. The expression on his face became more sinister. It turned out that both of its front paws had been seriously injured, and the broken bones of Bisonson were exposed at the wounds. Apparently, both front paws were broken. It turned out to be broken, scared to death. Looking at the tiger's two broken claws, Zhang Tuahai let out a sigh of relief while sitting on the ground. No wonder the prompt system didn't prompt me, it turned out to be no threat. However, it was a bit sloppy to come here so directly. It should wait a little longer, wait until it bleeds on its own and come back to pick up cheap ones. Failed. It's painful for you to live like this, so let me help you out. Seeing that there was no way for the tiger to resist, Zhang Tuahai was determined, took up his crossbow and aimed it at the tiger. Although Menghu had never seen a hand crossbow, but when he saw Zhang Tuahai's appearance, he knew that it was not good. He shook his head and struggled to get up again. The shaking body made Zhang Tuahai unable to aim at its vital point. Raise up an inch and pull the trigger. The prompt system again gave a prompt. Hearing the voice, Zhang Tuahai subconsciously raised the crossbow and pulled the trigger. Whoosh! A crossbow arrow flashing cold light shot into the tiger's eyes. Ouch! The tiger screamed and fell to the ground, thumping a few times and losing its breath. A tiger corpse is found, and a large amount of materials will be obtained after decomposition. Finally dead. After being prompted by the system, Zhang Tuahai took out the skinning knife from his arms, came to the tiger, and cut it towards the tiger. A corpse of a level 1 beast tiger was found, and it was detected that there was a level 1 cutting tool, a skinning knife, which could decompose the corpse, but would cause a small amount of meat loss, so you could get a piece of complete fur. Do you want to decompose it? Sure. Although Zhang Tuahai felt a little distressed that he would lose some meat, it was much more reliable to have the system do it for him than to do it himself, so it was considered a processing fee. Get 500 grams of tiger meat *200, get complete tiger skin *1, get tiger whip *1 and get a pair of tiger viscera, obtain 1 tiger bone, obtain common spirit *1, get rich. Seeing the pile of materials piled up in front of him, Zhang Tuahai couldn't close his mouth. Needless to say, ordinary spirits are an important material for lucky mermaid statues. Not to mention tiger meat, heavyweight meat, but a good thing you can't eat normally. Unexpectedly, when I came to this world, I could open a meat meal once. The only pity is that Zhang Tuahai hasn't got a refrigerator yet. Otherwise, just freezing the meat and eating it slowly would be enough for him to consume hundreds of days. Tiger skin is also a good thing, and it is very warm when used as a blanket at night. The offal is a good thing to supplement vitamins, and it seems to taste good when stir-fried with leeks. Go back and see who is cooking oil. If you really can't buy oil, refining it with meat is also an option. However, that would lead to a decrease in the taste of the meat. Wait, it's for sale anyway, no matter how they taste, can't you just earn it yourself? As for the tiger skeleton, Zhang Tuahai has yet to find a use. Anyway, it's right to keep it, in case it's useful in the future. With so many supplies, Zhang Tuahai would definitely not be able to carry it all at once. The skeleton alone had to be carried once alone. These things, Zhang Tuahai went back and forth 4 times in total before moving them all back into the car. I'm exhausted. Next time, I have to see if there is a trolley for transporting goods, otherwise it will be too tiring to move things back and forth. Zhang Tuahai slumped on his chair and thought. Zhang Tuahai felt that his survival seemed a little different from others. Everyone else is struggling to get a little food and drinking water. However, he actually needs to worry about delivery, just like he is shipping. If this is known to others, he must not be envied to death? After resting for a while, Zhang Tuahai turned on the regional channel to see how everyone was doing. When he turned on the regional channel, he was overwhelmed by a series of red death messages. Zhang Tuahai counted more than 200 people, most of whom died from quicksand or poisoning. Much less than yesterday. I don't know if the survivors have become shrewd, or they were frightened by the death rate, which led to fewer people who dared to go out and explore. After a while, someone started showing off the gains on the chat channel. Ha ha, it is indeed a challenge for the brave. The reward is huge. I got a blue resource box and opened a hot dog with sausages in it. What is a hot dog? I opened 2 sandwiches with bacon and lettuce slices in them. Are you envious? I'm not as lucky as you. If I can open a staple food, I will open 4 apples. Have you exchanged it with me? A few people who got the food started showing off on the regional channel, making those who stayed behind gluttonous.
Seeing that more and more people are posting their harvests on the regional channel, Zhang Tuahai estimated that all those who went out to participate in the Braves Challenge have returned. Now is the time when everyone has the most abundant supplies, and it is a good opportunity to harvest. Which one of you has flour? I'll replace it with meat, and I also need cooking oil. Zhang Tuahai said. It's the big guy who sells pork in the morning. As soon as Zhang Tuahai spoke, he was immediately recognized. Boss, what are you buying flour for? Someone asked. It's nothing, I got some meat, leeks, and eggs. Seeing that the ingredients are pretty neat, I'm going to eat 3 fresh meat dumplings. If you want to eat, you can sign up and exchange resources for it. Zhang Tuahai said with a smile. Make dumplings? The person who was nibbling on the hot dog suddenly felt that the hot dog in his hand was not fragrant. Grass, I managed to get a hot dog. I thought it was pretty good. As a result, has the boss started thinking about eating dumplings? Is there such a big difference between people? Boss, I ordered a plate, can I exchange it with apples? I have 2 apples, what do you think? Someone in the regional channel immediately asked tentatively. Boss, I don't have any supplies, can I use gasoline? Boss, I have collected 20 pieces of glass, can I exchange them? Don't make trouble first, get the flour first, otherwise, everyone will only be able to eat fried sanxian. Zhang Tuahai comforted everyone. I have 50 caddies of flour, but you have to exchange 50 caddies of braised pork. At this moment, a message popped up on the channel. Your asking price is too outrageous, isn't it? Zhang Tuahai said with a frown. 50 caddies of flour and 50 caddies of braised pork are not the same value at all. Whether 50 pounds of flour is made into noodles or steamed, the energy and satiety it brings cannot be compared with 50 pounds of meat. What's more, most people here don't know how to steam steamed buns or roll noodles at all, and the flour can only be wasted in their hands. Wouldn't it be better to use it for meat? So what? You're in a hurry right now. I'm not in a hurry. If I want, I can exchange it with 50 caddies of braised pork. If I want to exchange it, I'll hurry up. It won't be the same price tomorrow. The man replied. And, don't forget, in this weather, the meat can't be kept for long. I have time to wait. Can you wait? The man was obviously not afraid. Seeing the man's reply, Zhang Tuahai sneered. The man dared to ask for such a price because the meat could not be preserved for a long time. However, Zhang Tuahai obviously would not let him handle it. Even if he didn't eat the dumplings today, he couldn't let the other party succeed. Otherwise, everyone will feel that he is weak and deceitful, and it will be difficult to buy cheap materials in the future. As for the fact that the meat can't be preserved, it doesn't matter. The big deal is that it is used for oil refining. The dried meat can still be preserved for a longer period of time. In a hurry, Zhang Tuahai stopped selling supplies. When the time came, let's see who was at a loss. Just when Zhang Tuahai was about to turn the meat into oil, Sumu sent him a private message. I have flour here, but it's only 20 pounds. Do you want it? Sumu asked. Of course, what are you going to change? Meat, water, canned food, grilled naan, you can eat dumplings if you want, but you have to wait for a while. Zhang Tuahai said. We don't change fixed things, we want to make an agreement. Sumu said. What agreement? From now on until the day of the disaster, there will be a total of 6 days. I can give you the 20 caddies of flour now. However, you have to be responsible for our meals for the next 6 days. Don't worry, our sisters don't eat much. Every 3 or 2 meals is enough. Sumu said a little nervously. Seeing Sumu's information, Zhang Tuahai calculated in his heart. If it is calculated according to the amount of 3 sides per meal of their sisters, then 2 people are 6 sides, and 3 meals a day are 1.8 pounds. Including the disaster day, the total is 10.8 pounds in 6 days. I made a net profit of nearly 10 pounds of noodles. Also, this is without adding water. Even if you add some vegetables, shredded pork or something, you can still make some money. Moreover, if you agree to this transaction, you can also tie down this big blueprint producer, and you can receive more blueprints, which is a double-edged sword. This sale is reasonable. Yes, 3 meals a day are guaranteed to be hot. However, meals may not be on time. After all, we have to find supplies. Zhang Tuahai said. Then it's settled. I've sent the flour, you take it. Sumu gave you 20 caddies of flour, sister, you just gave him flour like this? You trust him so much? What if he deceives us? Su Chi on the side was a little worried. There's nothing we can do about it. Sumu sighed, we don't have a pot, no stove, no fire utensils, and enough water and firewood. Most importantly, we don't know how to roll noodles or steam buns. The flour is in the we are wasting it in our hands, and if we hand it over to him, we can at least guarantee that we can eat enough for the next 6 days. But, what if he lied to you? Su-chi asked. Probably not. Sumu shook his head. Didn't he also fulfill his promise when he traded braised pork last time? He also gave you an extra pig's ear. Did you forget the taste? Hearing Sumu's words, Su-chi involuntarily licked her lips. The smell of pig ears is really fragrant. She never knew that pig ears were so delicious. Of course, this is all secondary. The important thing is that he also needs to do business on the platform. If he relies on our account, he will lose his credibility and the business on the platform will not be done. It's a big loss. Sumu continued to explain. I hope so. After hearing Sumu's explanation, Su-chi could only nod her head in agreement. Zhang Tuohai didn't know how Sister Sumu was talking about him, and he was busy with his own affairs at this time. Those leeks that were brought back have to be planted well. In the future, if you can eat fresh vegetables, you can count on them. In the morning, Zhang Tuohai received the production map of the planting pot, and now he is just using it. Zhang Tuohai made 7 or 8 planting pots in succession before planting all the leeks he brought back. After a few planting pots were placed, the back row space, which was not ample, was suddenly crowded. Many things could no longer be placed, and could only be piled on the co-pilot's seat, and even some less important materials were moved by Zhang Tuohai into the trunk. The space for second-hand family cars is really too small. I don't know if there are drawings to increase the storage space, even if it is transformed into a Wuling magic car. Looking at the back seat filled with various supplies, Zhang Tuohai scratched his head. He found that sometimes too many supplies can make people a little troubled. For example, he can only sit and sleep tonight. Because the supplies have filled all the space, and there is no room for the chair to be put down. I don't know, if Zhang Tuohai posted his current feelings to the regional channel, he would be attacked to death by a joint team. After planting the leeks, Zhang Tuohai made a small steel basin and began to knead the noodles. Zhang Tuohai also often cooks at home. Although he can't compare to a restaurant chef, it is not a problem to make a dumpling. Knead the noodles, chop the stuffing, roll the skin, wrap, cook, all in one go. At the end, there were a few more skins. Zhang Tuohai put them away, and prepared to cut them into strips to make noodle soup tomorrow morning. First sent 2 plates to Sister Sumu, Zhang Tuohai also picked up a dumpling and stuffed it into his mouth. A burning sensation spread in his mouth. Cool. Zhang Tuohai likes to eat such hot dumplings. However, something seems to be missing. What's missing? Zhang Tuohai looked at the objects around him and slapped his head. Missing dipping sauce. How can you eat dumplings without garlic and vinegar? Turn on the regional channel immediately. Which of you has vinegar and garlic? I'll charge it at a high price. The regional channel that originally exchanged experiences was quiet for a moment, and then exploded in an instant. Fuck, did the boss really eat dumplings? I suddenly felt that the spicy strips in my mouth were not fragrant. Boss, can you get me a plate of dumplings too? I'll replace it with 2 bottles of water. Boss, I still have an orange in my hand, how many dumplings can I exchange? Boss, I have a, can I change a plate? When he saw the last message, Zhang Tuohai's face turned dark. Dude, are you still here to exchange your for something? If you don't sell it, this stock won't go away, right? Ignoring the message, Zhang Tuohai directly hung a plate of dumplings on the trading channel. It has been linked to the trading channel, and it will be auctioned freely within a limited time of 5 minutes. Seeing that there was really a plate of dumplings hanging on the trading platform, the people in the regional channel were going crazy. Today is the 2nd day of their crossing. Many people can only survive by eating dry bread these 2 days, and they may not be able to eat enough. This is still better luck. Bad luck, but I was starving for 2 days. At this time, someone suddenly brought out a plate of dumplings. What a temptation. In the regional channel, the enthusiasm of everyone was instantly ignited. I will give you 20 pieces of wood. I gave 15 pieces of metal and a banana. Stud, I saved 40 metal parts in the past 2 days and replaced them all. I made a picture of Durex's production. I hope you will give me a face. How come there is also a bombing gang? I have a drawing of making a lighter. Looking at the increasing quotations, Zhang Tuohai blossomed happily. While eating dumplings, he looked at everyone's quotations, looking for items that matched his heart. After looking around for a while, Zhang Tuohai finally found something good. Drawings for the transformation of the carriage. Renovation drawings of compartments, level 1 auto parts. After use, expand the compartment space by 10 cubic meters. Requirements: 20 units of metal ingots, 40 units of metal parts, and 20 units of low-grade rubber. Good stuff. Zhang Tuahai's eyes lit up when he saw the blueprint for the renovation of the carriage. It would be a waste if you put it in someone else's place. Now, everyone doesn't have enough to eat, so how can we expand the carriage? However, this thing is indeed a key material for Zhang Tuahai. If the carriages are not expanded, new supplies will be collected tomorrow, and I am afraid there will be nowhere to put them. In his heart, Zhang Tuahai had already decided that he must get this blueprint. The 5-minute time came quickly. Zhang Tuahai did not find anything better, so he appointed the person who came up with the drawings of the car to make a successful bid. Which one of the successful bidders went to eat dumplings happily? In the past 2 days, he ate 2 slices of dry bread. If he couldn't get any more food today, he might not even have the strength to search for supplies tomorrow. Those who didn't make a successful bid were in a hurry. Boss, are there any dumplings left? I haven't eaten for a day, how about some more? Yeah, boss, I don't want a plate, even 10 dumplings will do. I'll exchange the drawings for you. Seeing those people's words, Zhang Tuahai decisively refused. Still want him to make dumplings for them? It doesn't look very good, but it's beautiful. Do you know how much work it takes to make dumplings? It's not a beauty, but you can't touch it, and you still want to eat dumplings made by yourself? Want to eat fart? If you haven't grabbed it, you can buy something else. I just braised a pot of tiger meat, 200 grams per serving, in exchange for 30 Tier 1 materials. Private chat with Tier 2 materials, blueprints and other items for a limited time of 50 copies. If you are interested, please contact us directly. Go to the trading platform to shoot. Zhang Tuahai said, and hung 50 pieces of braised tiger meat on it. 200 grams? Boss, why is there less? Isn't there still 500 grams in the morning? Besides, only 20 parts of ingredients were changed in the morning, how come it has become 30 parts now? As Zhang Tuahai expected, as soon as the deal was up, someone started chattering. Sure enough, you can't give too much expectations, otherwise, these people will become more and more demanding. At that time, even if Zhang Tuahai prepared 4 dishes and 1 soup for them, some people would be picky. For this kind of person, Zhang Tuahai really blocked it directly and prohibited him from buying it. Subsequently, Zhang Tuahai released the news directly. In the morning, raw meat is sold, this is cooked meat, can it be the same? The pork sold in the morning is tiger meat, can it be the same? Moreover, the braised pork is only sold this time. In order to prevent the meat from going bad, I decided to sell the remaining meat as oil residue until I find a new way to preserve the meat. After he finished speaking, Zhang Tuahai stopped talking, but watched from the sidelines. Many people may not know what oil residue is. In the past, meat was a very precious thing. At that time, people liked to buy fatty meat, because the fat can be boiled in oil. The oil boiled with fat meat is called meat oil, and the meat after boiled oil is called oil residue. This kind of meat that has been cooked through oil has a good taste when it is hot, but it is dry and woody when it is cold. Modern people are simply not used to it. However, in those days, it was a rare good thing. Do you feel like you're on vacation? Are you picking on meat? Then let you taste the oil residue, and then dare to chatter without even eating the oil residue. Zhang Tuahai thought to himself. Zhang Tuahai's words made everyone else in the channel panic. Originally thought that following Zhang Tuahai would be able to eat good food, as a result, not only the meat is limited, but also out of print. I can only eat the oil residue in the future. How could they, who had just eaten meat, accept such a difference in their hearts? For a while, they scolded the troublesome grandson in their hearts, and then quickly snapped up the braised pork on the platform. In a blink of an eye, 50 servings of braised pork were sold out. Damn it, the braised pork is gone. My hands are a little slower, so it's gone. I did it, I got 2 copies, and I wanted to grab a few more copies. You bastard, you actually grabbed 2 copies, or is it a human? I haven't eaten for 2 days, hurry up and sell me one. Boss, I haven't eaten for a day. I still have a drawing in my hand. I'll just change a piece of meat, even 100 grams. There are a lot of rich people, and there is still oil and water to squeeze. Zhang Tuahai rolled his eyes and said, looking at the noisy crowd on the platform. Who made me soft-hearted? Well, for everyone's sake, I will also take out my stock, 10 pieces of braised pork. This is originally the stock for the future, so take it out now, but in the future everyone can only eat oil residue together. Come and chat privately if you want. Don't look at how pitiful Zhang Tuahai said, in fact,
there are a lot of the same braised pork in his pot. He got a total of 200 caddies of tiger meat, and he only sold 20 caddies just now, which is only 1/10 of the amount. For the rest, he plans to keep 50 caddies of meat for braised pork, as his own reserve grain, and 5 caddies to cut into minced meat as a side dish for Sister Sumu. The rest that can't be sold are made into oil residue, and they are slowly released. I believe that after a period of beating, they will be able to recognize the reality, and the oil residue will also become a hot commodity. And he can also prostitute a lot of meat oil for free, which is simply beautiful. Big brother, is there really only 10 yuan left? Is there nothing else? Someone asked, still not giving up. That's right, I also want to save more, but there's no more ingredients for the braised pork. Also, in this damn weather, fresh meat will definitely go bad if left overnight. It can be kept for a while longer when it is made into oil residue, so please bear with me. 1 or 2. Zhang Tuahai gave a helpless tone. Everyone heard it, right? Whoever got the drawings of the refrigerator, don't hide it, trade it out quickly, and sacrifice it for everyone to eat meat. Someone on the channel immediately called for it. That's right, whoever has the braised meat, take it out too. Selling it to the big guy can be regarded as a benefit for everyone. As soon as Zhang Tuahai sold badly, someone on the channel immediately acted as a pawn and began to speak for Zhang Tuahai. Zhang Tuahai also knew the thoughts of these people. They just wanted Zhang Tuahai to remember them and think of them first when he had supplies. However, seeing these people waving their flags and shouting, Zhang Tuahai really felt like a star. No wonder, those people are crazy to be famous. It feels really good to have fans protecting me. The group of demons danced wildly on the regional channel, and it was also not calm under the regional channel. Those who did not have the resources waved their flags on the regional channel, and those who had the resources had long been in private contact with Zhang Tuahai. Big brother, this is the metal ingot I got. Although it's a little less, there are only 2 pieces, but it's also a second-level resource. You can give it a bit. There's no meat, and instant noodles are fine. Big brother, this is the drawing of the hunting spear I got. It's not too much to change a piece of meat, right? Boss, I have the design drawings of the stab-proof suit, can you change a piece of meat? Sure enough, people don't know that they have so much potential if they don't force it. I didn't expect these people to have so many good things. Zhang Tuahai is naturally open to anyone who comes, as long as he finds something useful, he will take everything. Anyway, they are all private transactions, and no one knows how much they have sold. What if it was finally picked up and traded more? Don't forget, it's a seller's market, and they have to buy from themselves, even reluctantly. While Zhang Tuahai was happily purchasing various blueprints and level 2 materials, Sumu and Suchi were also peeping at the screen. Sister, do you really want to eat oil residue in the future? Suchi asked anxiously. How can you make me feel at ease in the future? If you are sold, you will be helped with money. Sumu looked like she hated iron. Isn't it? Suchi rolled her eyes. From what I know about him, the materials in his hands are definitely not as small as he said, and he definitely has his own way to store more materials. Really? Suchi's eyes flickered. At least 70% sure. Sumu said with certainty. By the way, you are not allowed to contact him without my permission in the future. Sumu turned her head and warned Suchi. Don't worry, I won't. Suchi assured. After some selection, Zhang Tuahai collected 6 drawings and a large amount of secondary materials. The 6 drawings are for the manufacture of hunting spears, stab suits, sunsuits, antibiotics, blankets, and thermometers. Among them, the price of antibiotic manufacturing is the most expensive, and a full 500 grams of braised pork was drawn, and a piece of roasted naan was replaced with 500 milliliters of water. Still, great value for money. Manufacturing diagram of anti-inflammatory drugs, excellent anti-inflammatory drugs. Recipe, 2 units of tier 1 herbs/tablet. If Zhang Tuahai is right, this thing is a hen that can lay golden eggs. In this survival world, who dares to guarantee that he will not be hurt? If you are injured, you must take anti-inflammatory drugs, otherwise you will wait for the wound to become infected and fester. If it deteriorated to that extent, it would be almost no different from waiting to die here. So, this is definitely a must-have. The importance is second only to food, water, and gasoline. It is foreseeable that this thing will become Zhang Tuahai's pillar industry in the future. Long-term purchase of grade 1 herbs, the price is negotiable. Zhang Tuahai immediately posted the acquisition information on the trading channel. However, after waiting for a long time, there was not even a consultation. Until someone asked on the regional channel. What is a level 1 herbal medicine? Has anyone seen it before? I know it's not that simple. If herbs can be collected so easily, I'm afraid this blueprint won't be my turn. Zhang Tuahai looked at the drawing, shook his head and smiled. Zhang Tuahai knew that medicines were valuable, but the person who sold the drawings for no reason did not know. If anti-inflammatory drugs are really so easy to manufacture, the person who sells the blueprints can completely use the medicines in exchange for food, and will never be reduced to the point of selling blueprints. It seems that making anti-inflammatory drugs is still a long-term process. Zhang Tuahai simply put away the drawings and waited until the herbs were collected. As for the other things, it was much simpler, and they were all made by Zhang Tuahai. What else can make money? Zhang Tuahai glanced at the few things he had newly made. Zhang Tuahai doesn't plan to sell things like hunting spears and stab-proof clothing for the time being. No one will buy sunscreen clothing and thermometers. Looking around, Zhang Tuahai's eyes stayed on the blanket. Blanket, a level 1 cold protection item, can help you resist the low temperature within -10 degrees Celsius. Crafting materials, 5 units of level 1 cloth. Zhang Tuahai had already experienced how cold it was at night in the desert. Moreover, the few people who died of hypothermia last night also used their lives to prove the horror of hypothermia. Selling blankets, 10 units of level 1 fabric each. Zhang Tuahai is not prepared to be too greedy for this kind of material, doubled it, even if he makes a small profit. At this time, the night has come, and the temperature is starting to drop. I don't know if it was an illusion, Zhang Tuahai felt that the temperature today seemed to drop faster than yesterday. He glanced at the thermometer, and now the outside temperature had dropped to 10 degrees above zero. Of course, this is just the beginning. In the second half of the night, the temperature will be lower, and it is possible to approach or even fall below zero. Zhang Tuahai believed that his business at night would be good. Sure enough, when Zhang Tuahai hung the blankets, everyone was very enthusiastic about buying them. The first 10 pieces were sold out within 10 minutes. Zhang Tuahai immediately made 20 blankets with the cloth he earned and hung them up again. Boss, there is no more fabric, can you use metal fragments? Someone privately wrote. Okay. Looking at the metal fragments needed to make a spear, Zhang Tuahai reluctantly agreed to the other party's request. Traded a blanket over. Of course, Zhang Tuahai didn't forget about Sister Sumu and sent 2 blankets. No way, big blueprints, the relationship needs to be maintained. Moreover, it was only 2 blankets, and he could still give them away. If he sells 2 more, the cost will be earned. Thank you, I got a drawing, you can just give the cost price. Sumu glanced at the blanket in his hand, sighed, and sent a drawing. Bright light flashlight drawings, Class 1 lighting equipment. Crafting materials, 1 unit of low-level electronic components, 5 units of metal shards, 5 units of glass shards, 1 unit of glass, and 5 units of metal parts. Note, hand crank charging. It's actually lighting equipment? Zhang Tuahai widened his eyes. It was the first time he saw a device that needed electricity. Although it is hand-cranked power generation. In the production materials, except for glass, which is a 2-level material, the rest are common 1-level materials, which are not scarce. Zhang Tuahai made it directly. In the blink of an eye, a 1-foot-long black metal flashlight appeared in front of Zhang Tuahai. The only difference from the normal flashlight is that there is a joystick beside it. Zhang Tuahai turned dozens of times hard, and then pressed the switch. A dazzling beam of light shot out from the flashlight, shining more than 10 meters away. After a minute, the light gradually weakened and disappeared. The performance is okay, and this thing can also be used as a melee weapon, right? Zhang Tuahai weighed the flashlight in his hand. It weighed 5 or 6 pounds and was made of pure metal. If it hit the head, it would give at least a concussion. Moreover, the light beam is very dazzling, and it can even cause blinding effects when it is caught off guard on the face. It's half a control weapon. It's very useful, I'll give you a set of sunscreen clothes. Zhang Tuahai flipped through his supplies and threw a set of sunscreen clothes to Sumu. This thing is a tool suit, but the light blocking is not bad, which can effectively prevent sunburn. Zhang Tuahai had light-reducing glass, so he gave it to Sumu if he couldn't use it. I'll add a dish for you tomorrow, stir-fried tiger treasure. Zhang Tuahai said. Well, can you give me a few more sets of sunscreen clothes? Sumu hesitated and replied, I can provide the materials. Why do you need so many sunscreen clothes? It's useful to wear a set of this stuff. Zhang Tuahai was a little curious. The clothes have been worn for 2 days, and they are too dirty. Sumu said hesitantly. Zhang Tuahai scratched his head. 10 minutes later, Zhang Tuahai made 3 sets of sunscreen suits with the materials Su Mu sent and sent them back. After thinking about it, he broke off another half bar of soap. Save some water. After dealing with this, Zhang Tuahai saw that no one was trading anymore, so he boiled the remaining tiger meat into oil residue, wrapped himself in a blanket and coat with the residual heat of the fire and started to sleep. At night, in a trance, Zhang Tuahai seemed to hear a few wolf howls. He woke up suddenly. Rubbing his eyes and looking around, he found that there was a pair of green eyes constantly wandering about 10 meters away from the car. A single wild wolf is found 10 meters ahead, which is no threat to the vehicle. The prompt system gives prompts in due course. Hearing that there was no threat, Zhang Tuahai heaved a sigh of relief. His uneasiness was relieved, and he began to observe the lonely wolf. The wolf was very patient, and kept circling the car, scratching the door a few times with its claws from time to time, testing the weak position of the car's protection. However, Zhang Tuahai's car is a modified steel frame body, which is not something that ordinary wild wolves can open. However, the wolf's reckless appearance made Zhang Tuahai very annoyed. Is there a way to do it all at once? Zhang Tuahai asked the prompt system softly. You can use a strong light flashlight to blind you, and use a crossbow for long-range strikes. The prompt system gives a prompt. Looks like you can try it. Zhang Tuahai thought about it in his heart, and it seemed feasible, and there was no risk. Making sure to pay attention, Zhang Tuahai began to frantically shake the joystick of the bright flashlight, maximizing the hand speed of being single for 20 years. After shaking for 2 minutes, Zhang Tuahai let go of his tired hand and knocked on the car window. The wild wolf wandering outside heard the voice and raised his head suspiciously. It saw the sun. The snow-white beam of light shot straight into the wolf's eyes. The wolf let out a scream, turned his head and ran into the distance. Boy, do you still want to run now? Zhang Tuahai opened the car door, raised his crossbow and aimed at the wild wolf's tail. Lift up an inch. With the help of the prompt system, Zhang Tuahai pulled the trigger. Whoosh! The arrow, like a shooting star, went straight into the tail, and even the tail feathers disappeared. Ow! The wild wolf screamed and threw itself to the ground, twisting back and forth like a maggot, and the range of motion was getting smaller and smaller, and it seemed that it was no longer possible. Is this state already disabled? Is it possible to end it directly? Zhang Tuahai asked as he picked up the hunting spear. This wild wolf also has the ability to fight back. When you get close, it will bite your neck. After waiting for an hour, it will lose its ability to resist. The prompt system immediately prompted. Fuck, it's so insidious. Hearing the prompt from the prompt system, Zhang Tuahai was startled. He didn't expect that the wolf was so seriously injured that he still had the ability to fight back. Moreover, this guy can actually act, and even he almost fell into its trap. If it weren't for the reminder system, he would have let this beast be deceived today. You dare to slander me, I will kill you and eat meat later. Zhang Tuahai closed the car door and quietly waited for the wolf's death. The life force of the wild wolf is very tenacious. Zhang Tuahai waited for an hour before the wild wolf became really weak. He lay on the ground and stared at Zhang Tuahai's direction with fierce eyes. The wild wolf has lost its ability to resist, and there are no other creatures around, so it can act. The system gives a prompt. This is the time we've been waiting for. The system gave a prompt, and Zhang Tuahai became more daring. Holding a hunting spear in one hand and a strong flashlight in the other, he came to the wolf's side. No matter how cunning you are like a dog, you can't escape from the palm of the hand of the young master. What's the matter, after all, it still falls into the hands of the young master. Zhang Tuahai irradiated the wild wolf lying on the ground with a flashlight. The wild wolf stared at Zhang Tuahai with his eyes open, his green eyes full of ferocity. If it weren't for the fact that it couldn't get up, it wouldn't have pounced on Zhang Tuahai's neck long ago. Yo, how dare you stare at me? Looking at the fierce eyes of the wild wolf, Zhang Tuahai felt a surge of anger in his heart. It's all this time, and you still put on a murderous look, who are you frightening? Zhang Tuahai was even more angry when he thought that he was almost cheated by this beast before. If it was rumored that he was almost cheated by a beast, would he still be able to get along in the future? Kill, kill. Zhang Tuahai raised the hunting spear in his hand and stabbed at the wolf. The wild wolf was exhausted at this time, and it took a lot of effort to even move. Zhang Tuahai's spear pierced into the wild wolf's throat without any suspense. Puff! Blood splattered. The wolf struggled a few times and lost his voice. Seeing that the wild wolf stopped moving, Zhang Tuahai shook the wild wolf's eyes again with a strong flashlight. Seeing that the wild wolf really had no reaction, I was relieved. No animal can resist a strong flashlight shining directly into the eyes. Zhang Tuahai took out a skinning knife from his arms and stabbed it towards the wolf. It is detected that the possession of a peeling knife will cause a slight loss of meat. Do you want to continue to decompose? Yes. Get wolf meat 500G*120, obtain 1 pair of internal organs, get a wolf bone, get a wolf skin, obtain common spirit *1 great harvest. Zhang Tuahai was the first to pick up the wolf skin. The blue-gray fur is very soft, but it is a bit thorny to the touch. It is not as soft as tiger skin, and the coat color is not as good as tiger skin. Put it away first, and if anyone needs it in the future, it will be dealt with directly. He rolled up the wolf skin and threw it into the trunk. The wolf bone is also treated in the same way. Although I don't know what it is, it's always right to keep it. The internal organs are also easy to handle, just stir-fry the green vegetables as a dish. However, how to deal with the wolf meat made Zhang Tuahai a little embarrassed. As far as food is concerned, he has already kept enough pork and tiger meat, and wolf meat, it smells a little fishy, and he is not very interested. It stands to reason that directly hanging on the platform to sell is the best choice. However, he said on the platform before that everyone can only eat meat dregs to live in the future. Now, if you hang the wolf meat again, isn't that slapping yourself in the face? After that, no one believed him anymore. The meat can be hung again, but at least after the first disaster day. After thinking about it, Zhang Tuahai didn't think about what to do with the meat. In the end, Zhang Tuahai decided to throw the meat into the car first, and wait and see. If you can't find a new storage method before sunset today, make all the meat into a greasy residue and take it slowly. After packing all the harvested things into the car, Zhang Tuahai looked at his watch. It's past 5 in the morning. In less than an hour it will be dawn. Zhang Tuahai couldn't sleep either, so he simply turned on the regional channel to see what everyone was doing. At this time, the regional channel has been swiped, and all kinds of information are rapidly rolling up, and Zhang Tuahai can hardly read the text on it. Zhang Tuahai frowned, flipped through the information, and read it carefully before he knew what was going on. It turned out that this night, not only was he attacked by beasts, but many people were also attacked by beasts. Moreover, the wild wolf was not the only one attacking. Lions, tigers, leopards, rhinos, brown bears. I don't know where there are so many grassland and forest animals in the desert area. Some people even said that they were chased by an elephant for more than an hour. If they didn't run fast, they would have been trampled into patties. I don't know if it's real or just kidding. Many people died, and the system issued dozens of death notices in succession. The cause of death, without exception, was killed by beasts. A lot of people were injured, asking for help on regional channels, trying to get medicine. Many people even put their entire net worth on the trading channel, just to ask for a healing potion. In this regard, Zhang Tuahai has nothing to do. Although he has the blueprint for the production of anti-inflammatory drugs, but without a level 1 herbal medicine, it is difficult for a clever woman to cook without rice. However, in the spirit of humanity, Zhang Tuahai still posted a message on the trading channel. Processing anti-inflammatory drugs on behalf of others, 3 units of level 1 herbs are exchanged for 1 anti-inflammatory drug, direct trade, limited to 100 people. The last one was added by Zhang Tuahai after thinking deeply. If it is not added, those who are uninjured and pregnant with herbal medicine may hold the idea of wait and see and will not take action. And adding a limit will give them a sense of urgency, urging them to trade with themselves. As for how many people have traded with him, that's not what he said. After Zhang Tuahai posted the transaction information, the regional channel was instantly fried. It's the boss shot again. The boss actually has anti-inflammatory drugs. Boss, please sell me an anti-inflammatory pill, and I'll give you a bag of toast. Are you stupid upstairs? Didn't you see it clearly? The boss wrote on behalf of the processing. Obviously, the boss only has drawings and no raw materials. If you want anti-inflammatory drugs, you have to prepare the materials yourself. Grass, I only have 1 unit of herbs. If any of you have herbs, I will exchange them for biscuits. The boss is awesome. I have 3 units of herbs, help me make 1 first. Although I'm not injured, let's make 1 first. Who knows when it will be used? Those who are not injured should line up behind. The chance should be given to those of us who are injured. Boss, although I only have 2 units of herbal medicines, but I got the body of a snake, do you think it's okay to use it for the price? There was praise on the regional channel. Those who didn't have herbs wanted to buy herbs, and those who had herbs scrambled to trade with Zhang Tuahai, for fear that the store would not be available after this village. Looking at the lively regional channel, a gloomy young man's face was so ugly that water was almost dripping. His name is Fan Minkuan. He used to be a fraudster. I don't know if he was punished for too many bad things. He opened 7 or 8 boxes in 2 days. Except for this drawing, it was all broken wood and broken fabric, even half a piece. No bread was found. Otherwise, he wouldn't have traded the blueprints to Zhang Tuahai in a hurry. At this time, his regretted bowels were all green. If he persisted for another night, he would be rich now. As the former owner of the anti-inflammatory drug manufacturing map, Fan Minkuan clearly knows the raw materials needed to make anti-inflammatory drugs. Each anti-inflammatory tablet requires 2 units of level 1 herbal medicine. Zhang Tuahai is now asking for 3 units. That is to say, every time Zhang Tuahai makes 2 pieces of anti-inflammatory medicine, he can get 1 piece of anti-inflammatory medicine as a profit. If only 100 copies were processed on behalf of Zhang Tuahai as indicated by Zhang Tuahai, then Zhang Tuahai would be able to obtain 50 pieces of anti-inflammatory drugs. 50 tablets of anti-inflammatory drugs. What time is it now? After the beast attack. How many people were injured on the regional channel? How many people need medicines? Even if there are no injured people, who knows if the beast attack is the only one? Can't buy one for a rainy day? At that time, what is the price of an anti-inflammatory drug? Want to replace something that can't be replaced? Fan Minkuan felt heartache when he thought that he had exchanged a pound of braised pork, a piece of roasted naan, and 500 milliliters of water for this huge wealth. What does it mean to pick up sesame seeds after losing a watermelon? This is. Fan Minkuan threw the roasted naan he couldn't bear to eat to the ground and slapped himself hard. I'm calling you greedy. What's wrong with being hungry for 2 days? Can you die for 1 more day? Fan Minkuan was even more angry when he watched the people on the regional channel go to the trading channel to find Zhang Tuahai to trade. Originally, these should all belong to his own wealth, but now they are all cheaper for Zhang Tuahai. No, if I can't get it, don't even think about it. Fan Minkuan's eyes were red, and he opened the regional channel to start spraying. Are you stupid? A piece of anti-inflammatory medicine only needs 2 units of herbal medicine, but Zhang Tuahai, a black-hearted businessman, requires 3 units of herbal medicine. This is obviously because you are cheap. You are still rushing to give him money. Are you stupid? If I were you, I would unite and resist the behavior of a black-hearted businessman like him until he lowered the price to 2 units of herbal medicine. After entering 2 paragraphs in a row, Fan Minkuan aimed the muzzle at Zhang Tuahai again. Zhang Tuahai, now all human beings have come to the end of the world, and everyone is caught in a huge crisis. At this moment, everyone should unite to overcome the difficulties. You are still thinking about making money at this time. What is in your heart? Do you have any conscience? If I were you, I would make medicines for everyone for free. Help everyone get through this crisis together. As a professional sprayer, Fan Minkuan knows that when spraying people, he must put himself on the commanding heights of morality, and package himself as a virtuous and upright moral gentleman, so that he can point at others recklessly. Fan Minkuan's words were not only seen by the people in the regional channel, but also by Zhang Tuahai who had been following the regional channel. Looking at Fan Minkuan's words, Zhang Tuahai almost didn't laugh out loud. He felt that Fan Minkuan was mentally ill. I am still thinking about the internet violence here. If he was in a peaceful society before, his set might be useful. But, right now, it's pure bullshit. What is the current environment? Doomsday. The end of the nation's survival. Being able to provide anti-inflammatory drug processing services is already the greatest help to everyone. At least, much better than a guy like him who can only move his mouth. As for the boycott? That's even more of a joke. At present, only in the entire region provides OEM services for anti-inflammatory drugs. Unite against him? As long as he closes the OEM service, who will the rest of the people turn to get anti-inflammatory drugs? How many people will die from festering wounds after a few days? Only those who have a pit in their brains will listen to Fan Minkuan's nonsense. This kind of person, dead is dead, living can only waste materials. Zhang Tuahai smiled and watched Fan Minkuan talk nonsense there. While flipping through the transaction information, he gave priority to those who provided 3 level 1 herbs to trade. Just then, he suddenly received a private message. Handsome guy, do you want to help get rid of this fly? Just add a poached egg for breakfast. Suchi, are you Su Mu's younger sister? Zhang Tuahai felt that the name was very similar to Su Mu. Yes, my sister is Su Mu. What do you think of this deal? Although he won't pose any real threat to you, it's also very annoying to have a fly whistling in your ear, and, if there is really a fool who is fooled by him, you will also lose a profit, right? Why don't you leave this matter to me? My requirements are not high, just a poached egg. Suchi said. Then I'll leave it to you. When it's done, I'll add an anti-inflammatory drug to you. Zhang Tuahai replied with a smile. Okay, leave it to me. Suchi said cheerfully. After getting Zhang Tuahai's approval, Suchi began to fight Fan Mingquan on the regional channel. Everyone, don't listen to this kid's nonsense, he is jealous of the boss, so he maliciously slanders it. Let's not talk about whether it is 2 units of herbal medicine or 3 units of herbal medicine to make an anti-inflammatory drug, even if it is 3 units of herbal medicine, boss. At this time, it is a great blessing to help you process anti-inflammatory drugs on behalf of others. If I were to directly ask for 10 units of anti-inflammatory drugs, and then sell the finished anti-inflammatory drugs at a high price, wouldn't it be delicious? I guess Fan Mingquan just wanted to fight. With this idea, I fooled you and crippled you, and then I went to the boss to exchange anti-inflammatory drugs, and then sold them to you at a high price. If you believe him, just wait and cry. Besides, the boss is the only anti-inflammatory drug OEM now. It made the boss angry and closed the OEM processing channel. Where can you get anti-inflammatory drugs? Let's wait to die together. Also, don't forget, the boss is the only food seller in our district. If the boss gets angry and closes the sales channel, where will you go to exchange food? That's it, you can decide for yourself what to do. Anyway, I wish you all gave up the deal. I just happened to trade a few more anti-inflammatory drugs with the boss. Pre-sale of anti-inflammatory drugs is now starting. Each tablet of anti-inflammatory drugs can be exchanged for a pack of toast bread, a bottle of mineral water, and 20 copies of any level 1 materials. It can be exchanged for blueprints. Pre-order as soon as possible, limited to 10 people. Suchi felt that the wait was not enough, so she added a fire below. You're crazy, where did we get 10 anti-inflammatory pills? Sumu poked at Suchi. I'm just joking. If anyone comes to change it, tell him that it has been replaced. Anyway, no one knows whether it is true or false. Suchi said indifferently. Sumu pondered for a moment, and felt that it seemed to be such a thing, so he didn't say any more. After Suchi's remarks were thrown up, the regional channel exploded instantly. Some people who were hesitant to be fooled by Fan Mingquan reacted instantly. Now, Zhang Tuahai is the only person who can change anti-inflammatory drugs. If he offends the other party, where will he go to get anti-inflammatory drugs in the future? And those who didn't have food to spare were even more panicked. Many of them lived by exchanging food from Zhang Tuahai. If Zhang Tuahai was really angry and cut off the food supply, they would really starve to death. In order to prevent Zhang Tuahai from getting angry, these people immediately formed a team spontaneously and began to criticize Fan Mingquan. Seeing that the wind direction changed in an instant on the regional channel, and everyone turned their guns on themselves in unison, Fan Mingquan's teeth were itchy. You wait for me, sooner or later I will make you pay the price. After cursing a few words in his heart, Fan Mingquan disappeared from the regional channel. After attacking for a while, the other players saw that Fan Mingquan did not intend to fight back, and lost interest, and they turned around and continued to find Zhang Tuahai to exchange anti-inflammatory drugs. At first, Zhang Tuahai only accepted orders for 3 units of herbal medicines. Later, after dozens of transactions, Zhang Tuahai accumulated a large amount of level 1 herbs, and he also began to pick out some orders with relatively high compensation. The one with the highest unit price was that 1 tablet of anti-inflammatory drugs was exchanged for 200 units of gasoline. Zhang Tuahai once thought that the other party was the reincarnation of an oil guy and dug into an oil mine. It was only later that I learned that the other party was also a rather different kind of weirdo. After this person enters the game, no matter what box he opens, he can open gasoline. There's nothing else out there. Not even a piece of bread, not a drop of water. It's all gasoline. After hearing what happened to the other party, Zhang Tuahai observed 3 seconds of silence for the other party. In a way, this is also a bad luck. In addition to gasoline, various level 2 resources in functional drawing paper Takokai have also been replaced, but they are all manufacturing drawings such as kitchen knives, survival knives, toilet paper, hot pot, and charcoal. It is not very useful, but it is still very useful for improving the quality of life. In addition to these things, Zhang Tuahai also hoarded more than 50 anti-inflammatory pills. Zhang Tuahai calculated the results,
and was surprised to find that there were quite a few people who obtained herbal medicines. It's just that everyone has hoarded it as a scarce material before. Today came to the juncture that I had to use it, so I took it out one after another. Sure enough, these people still have some stock. It seems that the sickle needs to be sharper. Zhang Tuohai is sure that there must be some good things in the hands of the players on the same channel. It's time for another fire. Zhang Tuohai rolled his eyes and posted today's food trading list on the trading channel. 200 grams of oil residue * 50 servings. Each exchange is for 30 Tier 1 resources, and private chat for Tier 2 resources and blueprints. After the transaction was hung up, the players in the regional channel were dumbfounded. They didn't expect that Zhang Tuohai's words would actually turn his meat into oil residue. Moreover, the transaction price has not changed in any way. "Boss, why is it all oil residue, is there nothing else?" someone asked reluctantly. "I can't help it. Meat is too easy to spoil in this weather. I didn't receive it in the refrigerator, so I had to replace it with oil residue, so that it can be stored for a longer time. In fact, there is not much leftover oil residue. Also, buy more if you have the ability, maybe one day there will be no more." Zhang Tuohai looked pitiful while biting a piece of braised pork. "However, the oil residue is too unpalatable. Boss, do you have any food left? Even canned food is fine. I'll replace it with gasoline." "Boss, do you still have braised pork? Even if it's overnight, I still have some level 2 resources here. How about giving them back to you?" A few players with a little background didn't give up and tried again. "No, there really isn't any more." Zhang Tuohai replied while flipping the fried eggs in the pot. Braised pork, he has it. Canned food, he has it too. However, he does not intend to change. He plans to hang these players for a few days, and after they get used to the oil residue, release some canned food and braised meat in an appropriate amount, and they will definitely reap more resources and greater profits. After replying to those players, Zhang Tuohai cooked 2 bowls of noodles and sent them to Sister Sumu. Of course, there are also poached eggs and braised pork that were promised before. "Wow, it's very rich, there is actually braised pork, thank you," Suchi said cheerfully. "I'm lucky in the morning. I made a small sum of money, which made you feel happy, and you will return to normal treatment at noon. If you want to eat meat, it is still the old rules. In exchange for resources, I can give you a discount," Zhang Tuohai replied. "Stingy. Convex, fuck dish, doghead / After sending Suchi away, Zhang Tuohai sorted out the recent gains. In the modification of the vehicle, he has added a steel frame body, low light glass, lightweight tires, space expansion, and a thermometer to the car. Overall, the performance of the vehicle has been improved, but in the face of the disaster a few days later, I am afraid that it is not enough. Especially the most important air conditioner, he has no clue now. As for the Lucky Mermaid statue, although the materials have been collected almost, but due to the vehicle level problem, it cannot be built and installed for the time being. In terms of weapons, he has hunting spears, hand crossbows, skinning knives, and strong flashlights. A set of stab-proof clothing is also made on the armor, which can resist the damage of certain cold weapons. On the whole, Zhang Tuohai has basically achieved the ultimate in cold weapons. If he wants to upgrade, he must work hard on hot weapons and armor. In terms of food and water, Zhang Tuohai is not in short supply. Hundreds of pounds of raw wolf meat, dozens of pounds of braised tiger meat, hundreds of pounds of oil residue, all kinds of canned food, baked naan, instant noodles, dehydrated vegetables, flour, leeks, eggs also have some. Fully supply his own words, enough for a month. If there is water, there is a water collector, which can be supplied for his own use. With the gasoline and the 200 units exchanged this morning, Zhang Tuohai has stocked up 500 units, enough to consume these days. Others such as sunscreen clothing, toilet paper, kitchen knives, edible salt, iron pots, mobile stoves, etc. are very rich, at least to ensure that he needs his daily life. As for the various level 1 and level 2 common resources, Zhang Tuohai did not make detailed statistics, but there are quite a few. Zhang Tuohai calculated the resources in his hand and determined the action goals for a period of time in the future. The first goal is to prepare for disaster in 4 days. He plans to get at least 1 car air conditioner in 4 days. If it doesn't work, the electric fan is not unacceptable. If there is a sunscreen net, you can pay attention to it. Secondly, the hoarding of all kinds of food cannot be stopped. In the apocalyptic world, food will always be hard currency. At the same time, the search for food preservation technology should also be put on the agenda, preferably the refrigerator. The last point is the weapon. Although Zhang Tuohai has a lot of weapons now,
they are all cold weapons. If possible, Zhang Tuohai still wants to get a hot weapon. The woman he met yesterday reminded Zhang Tuohai that, on the road, he encountered more than just various disasters and beasts. Passing players can also be met. And those players will probably not be as easy to deal with as the stupid woman before. If you have a gun, you will have a bit of confidence when facing these people. After calculating the future development direction, Zhang Tuohai stepped on the accelerator and started a new day of exploration. After hitting the road, Zhang Tuohai felt that his luck was very good today. He encountered a blue material box just 10 kilometers away. For instant hot pots and 2 buckets of snail noodles were opened from it. When the snail noodles exploded, Zhang Tuohai bought 2 buckets, but found that he was not used to it. Now, he basically has no shortage of food, so he doesn't want to embarrass his stomach. Do you like to eat snail noodles? Zhang Tuohai turned around and sent Suchi a private message. I like it, do you know how to do it? Suchi asked in surprise. This is your lunch. Zhang Tuohai threw the 2 buckets of snail powder directly. Suchi? Where's the water? At least give us hot water. How can we eat without hot water? After so many days, you haven't even solved the problem of hot water? Zhang Tuohai was a little helpless. Do you think everyone is as rich in oil as you? We haven't even finished building a mobile stove, let alone boiling water. Suchi said helplessly. Then wait for noon, I'll drive, and I'll boil water for you during the lunch break. After Zhang Tuohai finished speaking, he closed the private message. After a few private chats with Suchi, Zhang Tuohai discovered the fact that his equipment was considered affluent among many players. Rao is Sumu, Suchi, and other blueprint professionals who have not built a stove, and even drinking water can be a problem, not to mention other players. It seems that his initial goal, the goal of establishing a technological advantage among players in the channel, has been achieved. Now, what he needs to do is to take advantage of the first mover advantage, continue to expand this advantage, use the technical scissors, constantly cut wool from other players, and continue to grow himself, in order to survive one disaster after another. Zhang Tuohai, who got the small hot pot, was very excited and continued to drive forward at a speed of 30 miles while humming a song. After driving about 20 kilometers, he suddenly realized that a car seemed to be parked in front of him. Someone. Zhang Tuohai was vigilant, slowed down the speed of the car, and at the same time wound the hand crossbow, and then leaned over. After getting closer, Zhang Tuohai discovered that the car was parked on the side of the road, blocking most of the lane that was not too wide. On the hood of the car lies a young girl in an OL uniform, with big waves, a net red face, and a pair of flesh-colored stockings, looking enchanting and charming. When the woman saw Zhang Tuohai approaching, she smiled sweetly at Zhang Tuohai and hooked her finger at Zhang Tuohai. What's this for? There's a street in this place too? Zhang Tuohai was shocked. Found that player Lu Sisi has a 3-edged army thorn on his waist behind him, please be careful. The vehicle was found to be a Class 2 car. There is a player Zhang Yongxiang hidden behind the sand pile 30 meters away, with a compound bow on his body. Fairy jump. Hearing the prompt from the prompt system, Zhang Tuohai's first reaction was this. What Zhang Tuohai hated the most was the fairy dance. When I was outside, I was almost framed by these people. At the end of the world, there are still people who want to use this trick to lure him into the trap. Zhang Tuohai's temper was unbearable. He's going to give these people some color to see. However, if you fight recklessly, it is not Zhang Tuohai's style. Although he has a hand crossbow and can kill one opponent with his advantage, there is still one hidden behind the dunes. If the other party waits for an opportunity to retaliate, it will be troublesome. You can't always guard against each other every day, right? Moreover, the other party's car is a Class 2 car. In order to upgrade a car to level 2, a car must be demolished. This desolate apocalypse, where the demolished cars came from, can be imagined. Maybe the two of them have other abilities. Thinking of this, Zhang Tuohai became more determined not to fight recklessly. Seeing Zhang Tuohai slowly park the car 20 meters away, Lu Sisi could not help frowning slightly. She fiddled with her long hair that had been ruffled by the wind and said, "Handsome guy, do me a favor, someone's car is broken, please help me repair it." "Which car is broken?" Seeing Lu Sisi's appearance, Zhang Tuohai sneered in his heart. He lowered the car window and said, "Sister, we have no grudges in the past and no grudges in the past. It's a bit too much for you to put your abacus on my head. It's better to get out of the way and let's walk on one side." "What did the little handsome guy say?" "My car broke down and I wanted to ask you to help me repair it. What else can I have a bad idea about? Why don't you help others?" Lu Sisi leaned forward as he spoke. Tilt your body. Ho! This headlight is really round. Bah, those headlights are really white. I have to say that Lu Cece is still a bit handsome, and the size and heat are just right. It looks like he has been professionally trained. If it weren't for the prompting system, Zhang Tuahai might have gone over to help repair the car. However, now. This is what I said, and you still want to dance with immortals? Then don't blame me for being unrighteous. Zhang Tuahai's face sank, and he pulled out a white material box from the rear seat. This was a material box he found on the first day, and it contained a large rat with the Black Death. It was originally brought to the car on a whim, but I didn't expect it to be used here. Zhang Tuahai threw the material box to the ground along the car window. Eldest sister, I don't think it's easy for you to be here. Why don't you do this? This material box is regarded as a hard work. You can keep it. As for me, I won't stay with you. Goodbye. After Zhang Tuahai finished speaking, as soon as he stepped on the accelerator, the car slammed forward like an arrow from the string. Lu Cece's face changed suddenly when she saw Zhang Tuahai's car speeding up. She stepped on the hood and rushed towards the side of the road. The whole person was lying on the hot road, and the stockings and dust were torn. On the other hand, Zhang Tuahai's car slammed into the car in front of him and drove away. Zhang Tuahai's car drove away. Zhang Yangxiang, who had been hiding behind the dunes, ran out and carefully helped Lu Cece. Cece, are you alright? It's alright. How did that kid realize that there was a problem? You didn't hide it well, did you? Lu Cece gave Zhang Yangxiang a dissatisfied look. No, I followed your instructions and kept hiding behind the dunes. I even buried half of my body with sand. It was impossible to find out. Zhang Yangxiang was also puzzled. That's weird, why didn't he take the bait? Could it be that the old lady has no charm? Lu Cece took out a small mirror and looked around, puzzled. Forget it, why bother with so much? Why didn't he throw down a white material box, and we didn't wait so long in vain? Zhang Yangxiang happily picked up the white material box. Humph, what is a white material box? I glanced at his car when he passed by, and most of the materials in his car were leaning against the window. As long as his ticket is cleared, he will definitely be able to eat for a while. Lu Cece rolled his eyes and said, Really? That's great. I finally meet a fat sheep, and I'll fuck him when I open the box. Zhang Yangxiang rubbed his hands, took out a crowbar and opened the material box. A big black mouse suddenly jumped out and bit his thigh. Players Zhang Yangxiang and Lu Cece died due to plague, acute Black Death. Zhang Tuahai was driving when he suddenly heard a system prompt. He quickly stepped on the brakes and turned on the regional channel. The game system also gave the death news of the two. So soon? Zhang Tuahai looked at the time, and it was less than 10 minutes before he left, and the two people actually died. What kind of Black Death is this? Is it too domineering? It's time to catch up with the poison. Zhang Tuahai felt a chill in his heart. Fortunately, he got the prompt system and didn't open the box, otherwise, it would be him who died now. However, the two died, so their car. Zhang Tuahai's heart warmed up. At present, his shortcoming is vehicle upgrades. He wants a vehicle core, but there is no way. Now, here's the opportunity. When Zhang Tuahai turned around, the car drove in the direction it was coming from. The car must not disappear, you must hold on to it. Zhang Tuahai drove away quickly and finally arrived at the scene of the incident before the vehicle disappeared. System, is there any danger around? The rat carrying the plague has fled, there is no danger around, please do not touch the corpse. The prompt system provides prompts intimately. Zhang Tuahai breathed a sigh of relief and came to the two of them's car, looking at the scene of the incident. Zhang Yangxiang and Lu Cece fell to the ground, their faces were hideous, as if they had encountered something terrible. There was a wound on each of them, black blood was flowing outwards, and a foul smell came to them. Not daring to approach the two corpses, Zhang Tuahai took a detour and came to the car parked on the side of the road. There were not many things in the car, 2 cans of luncheon meat, a bottle of water, a dozen grade 1 materials, and the most conspicuous thing was the same thing as 2 car models. Zhang Tuahai took one of them in his hand. Discover the core of the car. Can be used to upgrade vehicle levels. This is it. Zhang Tuahai waved his fist excitedly. The last short piece of upgrading the vehicle has finally come together. With this thing, he can level up the vehicle, and that mermaid statue can also be attached to the vehicle. The probability of obtaining blueprints can be greatly improved. Although, Sister Sumu has a pretty good relationship with him. However, it is more reassuring to hold a key material such as blueprints in your own hands. However, these two people actually have two car cores, which means that at least one person died in their hands. It seems that these two are not good things. After thinking about this, the last bit of guilt in Zhang Tuohai's heart disappeared. Keeping these two people will cause more players to suffer from poisonous hands. If he solves these two people, it can be regarded as a killing for the people. After transferring the supplies from the two's car to his car, Zhang Tuohai looked up and down the car left by the two. How did the core of the car come out? Just when he was wondering, the prompt of the game system sounded. An ownerless vehicle is detected. Do you want to extract the core of the car? Yes. Crunch, crunch. Accompanied by a harsh metallic sound, the dilapidated second-hand car in front of him instantly became more and more shabby, with peeling paint and broken glass, just like an abandoned scrap car. At the same time, a shiny car model appeared in Zhang Tuohai's hands. Is that how the core of the car was extracted? Zhang Tuohai had a clear understanding in his heart. After collecting all the supplies, Zhang Tuohai returned to the car and took out a car core. Upgrade the car class. The core of the car is detected, the level is being upgraded, please wait. With a humming sound, Zhang Tuohai's car underwent earth-shaking changes. The original battered cockpit and seats have become brand new in an instant, various instruments have also become clean, the body has become much taller, and the space has more than doubled. The old used car was upgraded to a brand new commercial vehicle in a blink of an eye. My dear, is this black technology? Zhang Tuohai touched the new shiny body in disbelief. This car costs at least 700,000 to 800,000 yuan to start outside, and he used to imagine when there would be such a car. But his original family couldn't afford it. Unexpectedly, this long-cherished wish has come true in this world. The Level 2 vehicle has been upgraded, and now the conditions for upgrading the Level 3 vehicle are provided. 1. Load at least 2 Level 2 vehicle modification parts. 2. Have 2 vehicle cores. Is there any modification conditions for upgrading to a third-level car? Zhang Tuohai calculated in his heart. He already has 2 car cores, and now what he needs to do is to get 2 Level 2 car modification drawings. It seems that we should pay more attention to this trend in the future. After upgrading the vehicle, Zhang Tuohai took out the dusty mermaid statue manufacturing drawing. Lucky mermaid statue, decorations in the car, placing them in the car can greatly increase the amount of blueprints obtained. Material requirements, 2 units of intermediate wood, ordinary Sol *1. Placement requirements, Level 2 vehicles. All the conditions Zhang Tuohai has already met. Manufacture. A white light flashed, the corresponding supplies disappeared, and a palm-sized mermaid statue appeared in Zhang Tuohai's hands. The mermaid statue is entirely made of wood, with a small mermaid carved. Lucky mermaid statue, Level 2 ornament, preventing it from being in the car can greatly increase the amount of blueprints obtained. Upgrade conditions, 2 units of high-grade wood, elite level Sol *1. The materials needed have increased again. Zhang Tuohai recorded the required materials in a small notebook and continued to set off. I don't know if it's an illusion, but Zhang Tuohai feels that the new car is different. Whether it is feel or flexibility, it is much stronger than the previous used car. It is a pity that the accessories in the car are still those he installed before. Not to mention the air conditioner, not even a radio. It seems that I still have to collect it myself. Zhang Tuohai shook his head and searched the road. After driving about 30 kilometers again, Zhang Tuohai finally found a blue material box on the side of the road. The Level 2 material box contains 4 cans of Lea Gamma's hot sauce, 2 cans of peanut butter, and a drawing of a Level 1 vehicle modification. The effect of the statue is different. When prompted, Zhang Tuohai grinned. Before the statue was installed, he hadn't gotten half of the vehicle modification drawings. Now, I actually got one directly, and this effect is too good. The only pity is that this transformation map is a first class. Opening the box with a crowbar, Zhang Tuohai picked up the blueprint directly. Sturdy bumper, a Level 1 vehicle modification blueprint. After installation, you can no longer fear the malicious impact of any Level 1 vehicle. Material requirements, metal ingots, 6 units. Metal parts, 8 units. Metal shards, 20 units. Awesome! Zhang Tuohai's eyes flashed with excitement after seeing this drawing. With this accessory, he won't have to worry about someone stopping in front of him in the future. Dare to get in the way, and crashed directly. Before, the two of Lu Sisi stopped to block the road. Although Zhang Tuohai also forcibly rammed away, a small pit appeared in the front of his car. Fortunately, upgrading the vehicle has repaired this small damage. Otherwise, he doesn't know how to fix it. Now, with the bumper at least you don't have to worry about the body being damaged. Zhang Tuahai happily ordered manufacturing. In the blink of an eye, 2 thick bumpers were installed on the front and rear ends of the vehicle. The solid bumper is thicker than the normal bumper, and uses a solid metal tube with sharp spikes on it, which is not easy to deal with at first sight. Not bad. Zhang Tuahai nodded with satisfaction. With this thing, he is not afraid that other people's cars will block the road maliciously. If he encounters someone like Lu Sisi again, he doesn't mind giving him an unforgettable lesson. Zhang Tuahai, who had installed a bumper, was in high spirits and continued his journey to find supplies. The effect of the mermaid statue is really powerful. During the next trip, Zhang Tuahai once again found 2 resource boxes, one blue and one white. 20 units of gasoline and 2 liters of water were opened in the white resource box. The blue resource box contains 4 buckets of turkey noodles and a recipe. Sunscreen net, a level 1 item, which reduces heat absorption by 10% after covering it. Material requirements, 10 units of cloth, low-grade plastic, 5 units. Note, multiple overlays do not have superimposed effects. Zhang Tuahai looked at this sunscreen net and didn't know what to say. Let's just say it's useful. Reducing the heat by 10% is indeed a bit low. To say it is useless, it does reduce the effect of sun exposure. Moreover, it is clear that it can deal with the Doubleday Valley disaster in a few days. Although I don't like this thing, it can be sold. Zhang Tuahai came up with a new idea. Although he doesn't like the effect of this thing, those people in the regional channel may not like it. Especially when the 2 suns shine on the earth, the temperature rises rapidly. In order to improve the survival rate, they have to buy it. Zhang Tuahai estimated that the greatest value of this thing should be on the day when the Doubleday Valley erupted. The higher the temperature, the higher the value of this thing. By then, you might be able to make a fortune. Thinking of this, Zhang Tuahai's depression was relieved a lot. Taking advantage of the abundant materials in his hand, Zhang Tuahai tried to make one. The sunscreen looks like a black net bag that can be covered on the car. However, because there is no hook problem, after hanging the sunscreen, the car cannot move. Otherwise, the sunscreen will be blown away directly. It's for them anyway. If you can't move, you can't move. Compared to being sunburned, I believe they will accept this little shortcoming. Zhang Tuahai put away the sunscreen and started to prepare lunch. It's 11 o'clock now, and at 12 o'clock today's brave challenge will begin, so he has to prepare in advance. After stirring up the charcoal fire on the mobile stove, Zhang Tuahai cooked a pot of hand-rolled noodles. The topping was naturally braised pork with layaganma, plus a little dehydrated vegetables. Zhang Tuahai held the bowl and watched the regional channel chat while eating the noodles. Without his cell phone, the regional channel became his only meal program. It's noon again, what did Brother Meng eat? Another day of bread and mineral water. I'm better than you. I have half a ham left over from yesterday. Why do you all eat so much? Why do I only have half a loaf of bread, or the leftovers from yesterday? Where's the boss? Can you sell some more oil residue? The oil residue was eaten in the morning, and now I'm very hungry. Fuck, you can actually eat something so oily? Someone was shocked. Grass, when you don't eat for 2 days, you'll say that again. Boss, I beg you, sell some more oil. Residue. Who of you can give me something to eat? I'll give you the suit on me, from Geely, don't ask for it, just give me a piece of bread. Zhang Tuahai glanced at the name of the last person, who was the one who sold him the watch yesterday. Are you still selling things in situ to survive? Zhang Tuahai sighed, and he sentenced the man to death in his heart. What are the suits for? It is estimated that no one else will wear it for white. Moreover, if the clothes are sold, this person may freeze to death tonight. As for those requests for him to sell a little more oil residue, he regarded them as not seeing them. The more it happened, the more he had to stick to the rules he had set before. Otherwise, if someone asks him to relax, how can he do business in the future? Moreover, at least 200 grams per serving of oil residue, these foods are enough to ensure that these people will not die for a day. When Leningrad was encircled, the daily supply of soldiers was only 125 grams of black bread mixed with sawdust. These people were very happy to eat the oil residue. Flicking through the regional channels, Zhang Tuahai ate 2 bowls of noodles in a row, and he was still a little unfulfilled. It's almost noon, when will you get the hot water? I'm still waiting to soak the snail noodles. Su Qi sent a private message. Almost forgot these two. Zhang Tuahai patted his head. It's coming, it's coming. Zhang Tuahai poured a pot of water and put it on the stove while he said, "Are there any new drawings today? I can exchange it for lao ganma or peanut butter." Zhang Tuahai asked casually. "Peanut butter?" Su Chi couldn't help drooling. She has enjoyed eating all kinds of nuts since she was a child. Coming into this world, eating is difficult, let alone eating nuts. It's better if I can't see it normally, but after hearing Zhang Tuahai mention it, Su Chi couldn't help it. However, she and her sister didn't have a lot of supplies, and they had to save each one. How could they exchange the only supplies for peanut butter? But, peanut butter is really delicious. Moreover, in the desert, peanut butter is a precious source of energy. A jar of peanut butter can maintain physical strength for a long time, which is a good thing for survival. The only downside is that the nutrition is not very balanced. However, when it comes to this, who pays attention to nutritional balance? Su Chi's heart is at war. Otherwise, take that thing in exchange. Seeing Su Chi's appearance, Sumu couldn't help rubbing her short hair. However, this thing is too precious. If we give it to him, we will suffer too much. Su Chi looked at the blueprint in Sumu's hand in surprise. She didn't expect her sister to come up with this drawing. It doesn't matter, anyway, we have no chance to collect the above materials for the time being, and we don't have the key first-level water collector. Moreover, the most important thing is that our fresh water is exhausted. Instead of guarding a drawing, it is better to exchange it. By the way, a little more resources. Besides, we have this statue, and similar drawings will be available soon. Sumu said and rubbed the mermaid statue placed on the front of the car. Well, okay. Su Chi lowered her head, like a child who did something wrong. I'll give you this blueprint in exchange for an equivalent resource, 2 bottles of peanut butter, and the daily drinking water for the 2 of us before the disaster. If we agree, we can trade it immediately. Sumu showed a blueprint to Zhang Tuahai. Manufacturing drawings of level 2 water collector. Sumu actually didn't want to trade this blueprint. She also knew that as long as she had this blueprint, she would have a steady stream of water. Not only would she not be troubled by water in the future, but she would even have a way to make money. But the problem is that she can't collect all the materials at all. Her luck is not good. There are only a few drawings, and the materials are extremely scarce. If you want to change it online, there is no demand. Many people don't even have a first-class water collector. Let alone level 2, even if there are a few interested ones, it is the lion who opened his mouth, ready to take the opportunity to stock up on a wave of blueprints at a low price, and wants to pick up a bargain, without any sincerity. The worst thing is that she has never found water, and the water Zhang Tuahai gave is almost consumed. If the water can't be replaced, she and her sister will both die of thirst. Su Muzi thought about it, rather than making others cheaper, it is better to try Zhang Tuahai. At least, the 2 sides have done a transaction once, and it is considered to know the bottom line. Level 2 water collector upgrade drawings. Level 2 items, after being placed, produce 10-20 liters of water every 24 hours, depending on the local environment. Manufacturing materials, 1 level 1 water collector, 8 units of metal ingots, 4 units of metal parts, and 4 units of glass. It's worth it. Looking at the data of the level 2 water collector, and looking at Sumu's conditions, Zhang Tuahai felt that the deal was full. He has no shortage of production materials. The most valuable thing in it is the 4 units of glass. However, he has exchanged a lot in the past 2 days, which is not bad. Chili sauce can also be given to the other party. He has so much food, and he does not have to have chili sauce. Although he promised to supply the other party with domestic water every day after the transaction, it is still very profitable to calculate. The normal amount of water a person drinks per day is about 1 liter. Even if the 2 sisters are given 2 liters of water per day, and the water collector produces 10 liters of water per day, it means that he earns 8 liters of water per day. Now, in regional channels, 200 milliliters of water can be exchanged for 310 units of Tier 1 resources. Level 2 resources can also be exchanged for 1 to 2 units. If Leaganma has a bottle, it can be changed to 500-1000 ml of water. That is, his output in 1 day is enough to offset these expenditures, and even be rich. It's just a lot of money. After clearing the account in his mind, Zhang Tuahai immediately agreed to the transaction and exchanged the blueprint for the upgrade of the water collector. Then the water collector was directly upgraded to level 2. If the level 1 water collector is only as big as a normal water glass, the level 2 water collector is like a beer keg.
A pure metal bucket with a faucet next to it and a water pressure mark on the sidewall to indicate how much water is still in the water collector at this moment.
It's very convenient.
After fiddling with the level 2 water collector for a while, Zhang Tuahai was very satisfied. One more way for him to make money is to sell water resources. In this ghost place, you may survive for 2 days without food, but without water, you may die from dehydration in 1 day.
At least until everyone has a stable way of getting water, the business can continue.
Putting the water collector in place, Zhang Tuahai sat on the seat to recuperate and collect taxes, quietly waiting for the challenge of the brave. After several days of cruel screening, there are not many players who dare to participate in the challenge of the brave at this time. Those who are still participating in the challenge, except for some players who are extremely confident in their own strength, the rest are desperate. As long as there is some other way, I will not participate in this challenge.
Every challenge is nearly 50-60% casualties. Who can withstand this?
However, the challenge of the brave is a reminder to others, but it is a rare opportunity for Zhang Tuahai. Point to this challenge every day to increase profits.
Hour and minute hands coincide, 12 o'clock noon. Game system reminder, today's challenge for the brave begins.
Zhang Tuahai hung up his crossbow, put on a stab-proof suit, a skinning knife and a strong light flashlight on his waist, and walked out of the car with a hunting spear in his hand. The scorching sun shone on his body, and after a while, Zhang Tuahai's clothes were soaked with sweat.
This ghost weather, I don't know when I can get out of this desert. Zhang Tuahai frowned and asked in a low voice, it's better for the system to go that way?
It is recommended to turn 60 degrees to the left and go forward 2,000 meters, where the materials are the most abundant.
There seems to be a piece of yellow sand, there is nothing?
Zhang Tuahai glanced in the direction pointed by the prompt system. There was a flat yellow sand, and there was nothing. However, out of trust in the system, Zhang Tuahai decided to follow the direction pointed by the system to investigate. Although he has entered the desert several times, Zhang Tuahai is still not used to walking in the desert. After walking a few steps, his shoes were filled with sand, which made Zhang Tuahai very uncomfortable. Using a hunting spear as a crutch, Zhang Tuahai walks slowly in the desert. There is no obvious reference in the desert, but Zhang Tuahai will not lose his way under the correction of the prompt system. Just when Zhang Tuahai felt a little tired and was about to take a rest, suddenly there was a chirping sound in the sky. Zhang Tuahai looked up, and it turned out that the giant eagle was constantly circling in the sky, as if staring at him. This giant eagle has a wingspan of at least 4 meters and looks extremely majestic. Even if he is at a high altitude, Zhang Tuahai can feel that this thing is not easy to deal with.
Flat-haired beast, what are you yelling? Sooner or later, I'll beat you down and make soup.
Zhang Tuahai said angrily. The giant eagle seemed to see Zhang Tuahai's dissatisfaction, so it dived down from the sky and rushed towards Zhang Tuahai. The speed of the giant eagle was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it rushed in front of Zhang Tuahai from a height of several hundred meters. The giant eagle stretched out his feet and grabbed towards Zhang Tuahai. The giant eagle's nails are very sharp, 7 or 8 centimeters long, thicker than Zhang Tuahai's thumb, and the nails are extremely sharp and shimmering with cold light. Zhang Tuahai estimated that if he was caught by the giant eagle, at least a large piece of meat would be torn off. The speed of the giant eagle was too fast. At this time, it was impossible for Zhang Tuahai to counterattack with a crossbow and hunting spear.
What should I do?
Zhang Tuahai was a little flustered when he faced such a life-and-death moment for the first time.
Hold the spear in front of your chest and don't do any extra moves. The prompt system gives prompts in an instant.
At this time, Zhang Tuahai couldn't think about it. His body instinctively completed the action according to the requirements of the prompt system. He held his hunting spear across his chest.
Click! The sturdy spear shaft was smashed as soon as it came into contact with the giant eagle's claws, and the giant eagle's claws continued to grab Zhang Tuahai.
Zhang Tuahai fell backwards with the huge force from the hunting spear, and the whole person fell into the desert. Looking at the claws of the giant eagle that was getting closer, Zhang Tuahai felt like he was falling into an ice cave.
Am I going to die here?
However, before Zhang Tuahai thought about it, his body softened again. His body fell down again. Puton, Zhang Tuahai's body fell on a soft place. Although it hurt a little, he didn't suffer any injuries. Zhang Tuahai looked around. It was a dark place with no light around. Just when Zhang Tuahai was about to take out the strong light flashlight around his waist to check, suddenly another voice sounded. A huge object smashed down from above and landed right in front of Zhang Tuahai.
What?
Zhang Tuahai turned on the bright flashlight curiously.
It's you!
Seeing the true face of what fell, Zhang Tuahai was delighted.
It was nothing else that fell, it was the giant eagle that was chasing Zhang Tuohai. At this time, the giant eagle was crawling on the ground, its neck was bent at a strange angle, and its feet were constantly kicking, obviously not good enough. Seeing the giant eagle like this, Zhang Tuohai was delighted. Sample, didn't you chase me fiercely just now? What's the matter now? You can't get your prestige anymore? You're in pain, so let me help you on your way. Zhang Tuohai stabbed the broken hunting spear into the giant eagle's head. The giant eagle kicked his feet twice, but there was no movement. Zhang Tuohai stabbed the skinning knife into the giant eagle and decomposed the giant eagle. Get 500 G of eagle meat *50, get eagle leg *2, get eagle wing *2, get eagle neck *1, get 10 units of feathers, obtain 1 pair of internal organs, obtain common soul *1. My good fellow, these wings are big enough. 1 wing can make a pot of cola wings rich. Zhang Tuohai picked up a processed eagle wing and checked it. It was more than 2 meters long and had at least meat. 30 caddies up, it really answers that sentence, the wings are so big that they can't be stewed in one pot. Zhang Tuohai took out a unit of fabric, made a bag, put all these things in the bag, and carried it on his back. After dealing with these things, Zhang Tuohai began to illuminate the surroundings with a strong flashlight to see where he was. Zhang Tuohai found that he was in a dark stone room, surrounded by dark brick walls. It seemed that many years had passed, and it was covered with dust. There was a rotten carved wooden door 2 meters away from him, and there was something behind the door. Above the head is the ceiling, with modeled murals on it, but the paint on the murals has been weathered for too long, and it is impossible to see what is painted on it. There was also a hole in the ceiling, from which he fell. However, this place was more than 3 meters high from the top of the ceiling, so Zhang Tuohai himself would definitely not be able to climb up. System, is there a way out here? Zhang Tuohai asked in a low voice. Go straight ahead along the wooden door, go to the end of the corridor, and do not enter the rooms on both sides. Are you sure there's no danger? There is no danger as long as you do not enter the rooms on both sides. Fine. Zhang Tuohai carried the burden and pushed the carved wooden door with the broken spear. Boom! I don't know if it's been too long, the door hinges are rotten, and the carved wooden door is directly pushed down. It stirred up a lot of dust. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Zhang Tuohai tore off a piece of fabric and used it as a face towel to cover his nose and mouth, which barely blocked the rising dust. Although face towels made of ordinary fabrics are not as good as professional masks, they can barely block dust. Zhang Tuohai held a strong light flashlight in one hand and stepped through the carved wooden door with a half-hunting spear in the other. Behind the wooden door is a long dark road. There are many wooden doors on both sides of Yong Road, and each wooden door has a small sign with distorted words written on it. Although he was curious about what was behind the door, Zhang Tuohai still kept in mind the prompts of the prompting system and resolutely did not touch those wooden doors. The Yong Road is very long, and Zhang Tuohai walked for 10 minutes before he came to the end of the Yong Road. At the end of the Yong Road, there is also a carved wooden door. What should I do? Zhang Tuohai asked in a low voice. Directly push away. Okay. There is a system to give pointers and I'm afraid of a fart. Zhang Tuohai stabbed with his hunting spear, and the carved wooden door opened in response, accompanied by a harsh screeching sound. Behind the wooden door is a room, surrounded by wooden shelves, and scroll-like things are randomly placed on the wooden shelves. There was also a lot of paper scattered on the ground. Zhang Tuohai slammed the paper with his spear. The moment the spear touched the paper turned into fly ash and disappeared. Zhang Tuohai did not believe in evil, so he swept the shelves one by one with his spear. Unfortunately, these papers did not resist the erosion of the years, and all turned into fly ash. Just when Zhang Tuohai was a little discouraged and was about to give up, he suddenly found that the scroll that the spear was touching now did not turn into ashes, but swayed a bit. It's rewarding. Zhang Tuohai was overjoyed and immediately reached out to grab it. However, the hand stretched halfway and then retracted. System, is there something wrong with this scroll? There's no poison or deadly germs on it, right? The scroll itself is safe and does not contain any deadly toxins. However, there are many viruses on it, and it is recommended to wash hands with soap after contact. After hearing the system guarantee, Zhang Tuohai felt relieved. Still, he rolled up the scroll with cloth. Manufacturing diagram of sausage maker. After putting meat and flour into it, it will automatically produce sausages. Making materials: 20 units of metal ingots, 40 units of metal parts, 10 units of metal fragments, 4 units of glass, 4 units of plastic, and 1 unit of electronic components. Note: you can make sausages from meat, but don't try to reduce sausages to meat. This remark is superfluous. Which idiot will try to restore the sausage to meat? Zhang Tuahai curled his lips, but still happily put away the production drawing. With this thing, the wolf meat and giant eagle meat in his hands no longer need to be wasted into oil residue. These meats can be stored as sausages. Zhang Tuahai continued to rummage around and found that, except for the manufacturing drawing just now, it was preserved because it was made of parchment paper, and the rest of the materials were turned into fly ash. Anyway, there is a gain, it's not a loss. Zhang Tuahai sighed and looked at the only exit of the room, a closed wooden door. This wooden door is obviously much stronger than other wooden doors, and there are iron bars nailed to it for reinforcement. Zhang Tuahai tried to push the wooden door with his spear, but the wooden door remained motionless. System, this door can't be opened. How should I leave? Kick hard. The system's answer is very concise. Got it. With the endorsement of the system, Zhang Tuahai took 2 steps back, and then kicked the wooden door with a flying kick. Boom! Click! The wooden door vibrated backwards, and there was a sound of things breaking from behind. There is a door. Zhang Tuahai's eyes lit up, and he repeated the previous action again. Boom! The wooden door was kicked open, and a rotting bolt of the door fell. Good guy, no wonder it can't be pushed away. It turned out to be tied from the outside. Zhang Tuahai stepped over the door, and he was stunned to find that he was outside, in a sunken space. A hot sun was shining on him, and a purple box was placed in front of him. Discover the level 3 material box. Fuck! Purple box! Zhang Tuahai rubbed his eyes in disbelief. He didn't expect to see a purple box here. However, he doesn't have a crowbar now and can only open the box by taking it back. Zhang Tuahai hurriedly picked up the box and brought it back to the car. Boom! The purple box was pried open by Zhang Tuahai. 2 manufacturing drawings and a card appeared in front of Zhang Tuahai. Remington M870 manufacturing diagram, an excellent self-defense weapon. With it, any enemy must shy away. The best range of shotguns is 50 meters, and the effective range of single-headed projectiles is 200 meters. Manufacturing materials: metal ingots, 2 units, metal parts, 18 units, intermediate wood, 1 unit. Manufacturing diagram of number 12 shotgun, Remington standard ammunition. Contains 12 projectiles with a maximum scattering area of 9 square meters. Manufacturing materials: 12 units of metal fragments, metal parts, 1 unit. Note, the scattering area increases with distance. Fuck! It's actually a gun. I have a hot weapon. Zhang Tuahai showed ecstasy on his face. This is a gun. With this thing, he will have room to fight back when facing those large carnivores. Before, he could only use a small hand crossbow to pick up bargains and hunt down injured animals. Now, he can almost stand up to a wolf. He can even hunt elephants or lions if he is single-headed. Moreover, this thing is a shotgun that kills. With this thing in hand, you can almost forget about aiming. Just pull the trigger in the direction you want to shoot. Moreover, the double-handed gun also greatly reduces the problem of recoil. Definitely one of the most friendly firearms for newbies. Nice! Zhang Tuahai could not wait to make the shotgun immediately. However, after looking at the material, he frowned again. He has all the other materials, the only thing lacking is the intermediate wood. It seems that I can only go to the regional channel to see it. Zhang Tuahai sighed and put away the manufacturing map, then picked up the card again. Hello, lucky player who arrived here. If you see this letter, it means that you are favored by the goddess of luck. There is a gate in front of you, there are treasures and dangers in it. You can decide to open the gate to accept the challenge, or you can choose to leave. Of course, now you may not have enough strength to deal with the dangers inside, so we have specially prepared a piece of equipment for you, the production manual of Remington M870 and matching bullets. I hope you can successfully obtain the treasure. Zhang Tuahai read the card twice. That is to say, this thing is a matching equipment for players who are going to explore that building? As a result, Lao Tzu entered by accident and cleared the dungeon through the back door? I took the resources in the dungeon first, and then took the exploration equipment? Dry. Zhang Tuahai threw the card to the ground and stepped on both feet hard. Not doing so was not enough to vent the anger in his heart. How did these idiots design the copy? What's the matter? Almost killed me. It was clearly written on the card that players at this stage were simply not enough to fight the dangers in the dungeon. In order to balance the difficulty, the shotgun's production map was specially distributed. To be sure, those dangers were hidden behind the wooden doors on either side of the corridor. That's an enemy that requires a shotgun to fight. If Zhang Tuohai didn't have a reminder system, he would have died in it long ago. Thinking of this, Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but feel scared. Fortunately, however, he finally came back alive and gained a lot. Zhang Tuohai lay in the car for a while and then made a sausage-making machine. He has all the materials for this thing. A white light flashed, and a metal-wrapped machine over 1 meter long appeared in front of Zhang Tuohai. The whole machine is wrapped in a metal box, and the structure inside cannot be seen clearly. What is exposed outside is a funnel-like inlet and a round tube-like outlet. Other than that, it's a black solar panel and a red button. Sausage making machine, can make sausages, solar charge for 1 hour, work for 10 minutes. Sausage recipe, 0.1 caddies of meat for a sausage, 0.1 caddies of flour, 0.1 unit of inferior plastic or other materials that can be used as casings. Shelf life, December. Note, users can adjust the ratio of meat and flour by themselves. Nes. Seeing the description of the sausage-making machine, Zhang Tuohai waved his fist excitedly. He finally had a way to preserve fresh meat. The 12-month shelf life is almost infinite in this world where there is no tomorrow. Make a little and see how it tastes. Zhang Tuohai first threw a pound of wolf meat, a pound of flour, and 1 unit of inferior plastic into the feeding port, and then pressed the red button. Hum with a humming sound, the red packaged ham sausages fell out of the spout. Zhang Tuohai picked up a ham sausage and weighed it in his hand. A ham sausage weighed about 2 ounces, or about 100 grams, which was similar to ordinary ham sausage. Zhang Tuohai opened one and took a sip. The taste was not bad, it was similar to the texture of meat, and it felt like eating meat. Unlike ordinary ham, a mouthful of flour flavor. However, now Zhang Tuohai has limited flour in his hands, less than 20 kilograms, so he cannot use all of it to make ham. After thinking about it, Zhang Tuohai decided to collect flour online first. Let's see how much we can get. If it really doesn't work, we can only make whole meat ham sausage. After all, the preservation of the meat is the first priority. For purchase of flour, the price is negotiable. The purchase of intermediate wood, the price is negotiable. Zhang Tuohai put these 2 pieces of information on the trading channel. At this time, the challengers who did not participate in the Brave are chatting in the regional channel. Anyway, during this period of time, there are no resources on the road, and they can't do anything except chat here. As soon as Zhang Tuohai's 2 transaction information appeared, the regional channel was turned upside down. Boss, are you back from the challenge? The boss must have acquired new things again, otherwise he would not suddenly acquire these things. Boss, can you hug your thigh? Can you tell me how you survived the challenge of the Brave? Boss, can you tell me what you got? Zhang Tuohai didn't care about these news at all, and he directly started to read those private messages. Turning, Zhang Tuohai frowned. It's not that the other people in the regional channel did not get flour, but they all believed that Zhang Tuohai was rich in materials and wanted to make a fortune from Zhang Tuohai. A lot of people are asking outrageous prices. A pound of flour even has a sky-high price of a pound of braised pork and a liter of water. Looking at these sky-high private messages, Zhang Tuohai sneered and deleted them all. I originally wanted to sell you some ham sausages, but now it seems that you haven't recognized the current situation. Well, let's let you eat oil residue for 2 more days. Zhang Tuohai decided that the rest of the meat would be made into whole meat ham sausage and kept for himself. Later, Zhang Tuohai sent a private letter to Su Qi. Help me pay attention to the intermediate wood, if there is, buy it for me, and I will pay for a bag of turkey noodles. Turkey noodles. Seeing these 3 words, Su Qi's eyes were round. She stared at these 3 words, unable to move her eyes. As I said before, Su Qi loves spicy food like her life, and things like turkey noodles are her favorite. In the past, Su Qi always kept a box for supper at home. Now, in this world, seeing the 3 words turkey noodles again reminded her of those days, and she couldn't help but drool. Don't worry, isn't it just intermediate wood, I promise to get it for you. Su Qi assured by patting the tarmac. With Su Qi's assurance, Zhang Tuohai was relieved, and he ignored the private messages sent, and instead directly withdrew the pending entrustment. As soon as the commission was withdrawn, those in the regional channel panicked. Originally, they wanted to take advantage of the opportunity of Zhang Tuohai's acquisition to make a fortune, but they did not expect that Zhang Tuohai was so decisive that he directly revoked the commission. Suddenly they were dumbfounded. It's the equivalent of smashing flour in their hands. You know, not everyone is as rich as Zhang Tuohai and has the resources to make pasta. It takes a lot of water to make flour into food.
Without water, it is impossible to mix noodles, steamed buns, noodles, and even baked naan.
Everything needs water as a support. For the vast majority of people, the water they get every day is not even enough to drink. Where can they be used to make pasta?
When this flour fell into their hands, it was almost a waste, even worse than ordinary materials.
At least the wood can still be lit for heating. The fabric covers the body to keep you warm. What can flour do?
Even if it is ignited, it is easy to cause an explosion.
Zhang Tuahai's move immediately pinched their fate. Let them wake up from their dream of getting rich.
Let them clearly realize that their life gate is in Zhang Tuahai's control from beginning to end. If Zhang Tuahai really stopped buying flour, at most Zhang Tuahai earns a little less, and they are really likely to starve. If Zhang Tuahai really refused the acquisition, then it is very likely that some of them will starve to death. Thinking of this, some smart people sent private messages to Zhang Tuahai, first apologizing sincerely, and then taking the initiative to lower the price. The lowest price even offered 300 grams of bread for 500 grams of flour.
Zhang Tuahai didn't really want to push these people to death.
Seeing that they took the initiative to lower the price, he bought a batch of flour reluctantly, and thanked these people greatly.
However, because Zhang Tuahai was so happy, he changed the bread in his hand, and even changed the baked naan.
He now has few decent staples on his hands. There are still some instant noodles, but they are reserved grains and cannot be used easily. Zhang Tuahai looked at the sky. It was too late to steam the buns now.
By the time the steamed buns are cooked, it will be dark. Moreover, the steamed buns also require yeast, which is too troublesome, and Zhang Tuahai is too lazy to do it. Might as well eat something simple tonight.
Well, let's have a barbecue. Zhang Tuahai turned over the ingredients he had stored, took one for the giant eagle's wings, one for the giant eagle's legs, a few strings of leeks, tiger hearts, tiger kidneys, tiger whips, etc. to say hello. These estimates are almost the same. Zhang Tuahai had prepared the barbecue grill, brazier, etc. as early as the first time he scanned the goods, but he never had the right opportunity.
Finally got a chance today.
However, when Zhang Tuahai put up the grill, he discovered an embarrassing problem. The giant eagle's wings were too big to fit on the grill. Zhang Tuahai's barbecue grill is the standard grill of ordinary barbecue stalls, 18 centimeters wide and 2 meters long. And the wings of the giant eagle are 2 meters long and half a meter wide, bigger than a barbecue grill.
How can this be done? Do you have a larger barbecue grill? Zhang Tuahai sent a private message to Sumu. A big grill? How big is it? Is a regular grill enough? Sumu was a little curious. The ingredients are a bit big.
Zhang Tuahai sent the size of the giant eagle's wings. The biggest one I have here is an oven with a height of 1.6 meters and a width of 1 meter.
You can fold the wings with a knife from the middle. If it doesn't work, I can't help it.
Sumu said and sent the blueprint of the oven to Zhang Tuahai.
Manufacturing blueprint of giant oven, a perfect companion for smoldering roasting. The height is 1.6 meters and the width is 1 meter.
Equipped with 10 special barbecue tongs. Production materials, 10 units of stone, 2 units of metal ingots, and 5 units of metal fragments. Zhang Tuahai took a look at the size, and it could fully meet his needs.
Okay, how much? Zhang Tuahai asked.
This drawing is not worth much.
If you want it, you must have a barbecue, right? Just give it to us. Sumu knew that no one wanted this kind of oven blueprint in the early stage when supplies were tight.
Now, everyone's supplies are very tight, and a piece of material can't wait to be split in half. No one would spend resources to build such a thing at all. That is to say, Zhang Tuahai, a rich and wealthy owner, would buy this thing. Therefore, Sumu simply sold Zhang Tuahai a favor, and almost gave the blueprint to Zhang Tuahai in vain.
That's fine, I'll finish baking it later, and I'll give you a portion.
Zhang Tuahai nodded in agreement. He could probably guess Sumu's plan. However, the cooperation between the two can be considered pleasant now, and they have accumulated a series of affection after several transactions. It's not impossible to get in touch with each other. There is a potential helper that, at some point, may play an unexpected role. After receiving the manufacturing drawing, Zhang Tuahai built the giant oven.
The giant oven is like a huge vase. It is divided into 3 parts. Below is a ceramic pot-like thing, which is used to make a fire. The ceramic pot in the middle is the main part of the barbecue. Is for sealing.
Zhang Tuahai ignited the wood, then turned the wood into charcoal. On the other side, he split the giant eagle's wings from the middle, smeared it with sauce, skewered it with special barbecue tongs, and hung it on the hook at the mouth of the oven.
The rest, Tiger Whip, Tiger Heart, etc., are also done in the same way. Finally, close the plug, even if it is alive, just wait slowly. He had seen this kind of oven in the video of a foreign uncle before, and he always wanted to buy one. It's a pity that he didn't have a yard for barbecue, so he had to give up in the end. Unexpectedly, this wish actually came true in the last days. It really makes people not know what to say. This smoldering oven method is not the same as a normal rack grill. Ordinary rack grills are open and lose a lot of moisture. If the grilling time is too long, the meat will become charred and hardened, and even longer, it will even carbonize. The skill requirements for barbecue people are relatively high. The stuffy stove is different, because it is closed, and the water is locked in it, so the meat will be soft and tender, and it will not burn. If it is analogous, it is probably the difference between roast duck on a hanging oven and roast duck in a stuffed oven. After about 20 minutes, Zhang Tuahai opened the lid, took out half of the grilled wings, cut a little with a knife and put it in his mouth. The meat is soft and tender, the sauce has fully penetrated into the meat, and the taste is excellent. I didn't expect that I was still a barbecue master. If I could go back, I might be able to make a lot of money by opening a barbecue restaurant. It was Zhang Tuahai's habit to watch regional channels and chat while eating. At this moment, while cutting the roasted wings, he watched everyone chatting in the regional channel. Today's harvest is not good, and I can only eat the dry bread left over from yesterday. It's really miserable. You're not bad, and there is bread to eat. Now I can only eat wotu, which is still cornmeal. Which of you have extra food? I haven't eaten for 2 days. I'm willing to use plastic dolls to make drawings. The plastic doll thing has a fart? It's heavy and difficult to use, and it's troublesome to clean. It's better to be convenient. Save it for the ashes, right? There is experience upstairs. Come on, the microphone is in your mouth and tell your story. The back floor quickly crooked. It seems that these people are still not hungry, so they still have the intention to engage in pornography? Would you like to have the sales of oil residues? Zhang Tuahai thought secretly. Just then, a new comment came in. A bunch of poor ghosts. I got a box of pizza today, but it's still fruit. Are you envious? There are 7 or 8 pictures in the back. The photographer is very level, every light and angle are just right, it can be seen that it is definitely professional. Zhang Tuahai glanced at the spokesperson, and it turned out to be Fan Mingkuan. An old friend. Zhang Tuahai still remembers that just yesterday, Fan Mingkuan publicly boycotted his purchase of herbal medicines in the regional channel. Beaten back by himself. Unexpectedly, this kid was lucky today and got a box of pizza. For Pisan, Zhang Tuahai didn't catch a cold, because he had better. However, other people in the channel are not calm. Wait, can you take pictures? It's true. I tried it just now, but I have to apply to the system actively. No wonder I haven't found it before. Shit, pizza. There's fruit on it. Boss, can you change something? I'm willing to exchange 500 milliliters of water for a piece of pizza with you. Boss, as long as you give me a piece of pizza, I will recognize you as the boss, and I will do whatever you want me to do in the future. Fan Mingkuan sneered, a group of poor people, 500 milliliters of water still want to exchange pizza with me? There is no door. Let me tell you, the bottom line has to be the drawings of the car transformation, and don't think about the rest. Also, what about Zhang Tuahai? Wasn't it pretty sloppy yesterday? I think you're picking up white noodles today. Are you going to steam steamed buns or cooked noodles? Is there any pizza delicious? Looking at Fan Mingkuan's provocative words, Zhang Tuahai could not help frowning. He didn't want to fight with these people. However, this person is blatantly provocative on the regional channel. If he is not filmed back, what will other people in the regional channel think of him? It will be more difficult to acquire things later. Shoot to death, you must shoot to death. With a decision, Zhang Tuahai took a photo of the half-eaten roasted wings directly on the table and posted it. There is no staple food today, so I have no choice but to make do with some barbecue. Grilled wings.jig kidney.jig leak.jig. After a few pictures were posted, the regional channel suddenly boiled over. Fog grass, the boss is the boss, and you actually eat barbecue? What kind of wings are these? So big? Almost on the table? Big waste. Big guy, give me a bunch, and I'll exchange it for you with gasoline. Hey, big brother, if you give me a bunch of leeks, they will chime. The regional channel was very lively, and Zhang Tuahai's private message was also not calm. Many people have sent private messages, some want to worship Big Brother, some want to exchange, some want to beg for alms, and so on.
After many women found out that they could take pictures, they sent some private photos to Zhang Tuohai. He also said that if Zhang Tuohai is willing to share some barbecued meat with them, he can send them a welfare photo.
Dogs see things that are inferior. Will I be seduced by mere beauty? You are insulting me.
Zhang Tuohai angrily saved a few good-looking photos, and then deleted these private messages.
A few pics like asking him to take out the barbecue? Too naive. If it wasn't for Fan Mingquan's head, he wouldn't have posted the photo. Isn't it bad to make a fortune?
At this time, Zhang Tuohai's limelight had completely overwhelmed Fan Mingquan. Seeing that there was no hope of a comeback, Fan Mingquan decided to hide. Seeing that Fan Mingquan was silent, Zhang Tuohai was too lazy to continue talking and continued to enjoy his grilled wings. After eating half of the roasted wings, Zhang Tuohai felt 70-80% full, and then he ate 2 bunches of leeks, a bunch of tiger whips, and 2 bunches of tiger kidneys, and he couldn't eat anymore.
It's a mistake, it's a little too much roasted.
Zhang Tuohai glanced at the oven, and there were still half-grilled wings, 6 bunches of leeks, and 4 bunches of tiger hearts left.
Forget it, be a good person, I'll give you all this.
Zhang Tuohai traded half-grilled wings, 6 skewers of grilled leeks, and 2 skewers of grilled tiger hearts to Sister Sumu.
So big?
Sumu was stunned when he saw the half-baked wings that were about to catch up with him.
Well, it's a bit too much to bake. Eat slowly.
These are just one meal, don't worry.
Zhang Tuohai replied. However, these are too many. I can't eat 2 meals.
Sumu looked at such a big grilled wings and really didn't know where to start.
It doesn't matter, you can send the rest back.
Tomorrow morning, it will taste good with some vegetables. Zhang Tuohai is very experienced in this.
Then I'll trouble you.
By the way, the intermediate lumber you asked Xiao Qi to inquire about is available, and I'll send it to you.
Sumu said and sent the intermediate wood. You got it so soon?
Zhang Tuohai was overjoyed. With intermediate lumber, he can build a Remington shotgun.
Barbecue is nothing, guns are the foundation of life.
How much material was spent? I will supply you with the original price.
Zhang Tuohai said.
It didn't cost much, just a few tens of milliliters of water. The person who sold the item didn't know the value of the item, so he sold it to me along with some first-class parts.
Sumu said indifferently. Thank you anyway.
Zhang Tuohai said, handing out 2 packets of turkey noodles.
Didn't you say you don't have to give it? This is the favor fee promised to your sister.
After sending the information, Zhang Tuohai immediately moved to the manufacturing area and manufactured the Remington M870. A stream of light flashed, and a dark shotgun appeared in Zhang Tuohai's hand. The muzzle is thick and the lines are smooth, showing the charm of modern industry. This is the famous M870 shotgun, a weapon favored by the military, police, and civilians. Perhaps its performance is not the best, but it is definitely the largest. The performance of this gun is very superior, especially in close combat. Even untrained civilians can use it to deal with gangsters that are several times their size.
It is definitely a self-defense weapon.
Zhang Tuohai, who had a gun in his hand, was in high spirits. Now he really wanted to find another beast and try the power of the shotgun. There's a law called Murphy's Law, which, in simple terms, is that the less you want something to happen, the more things will go in that direction.
In fact, this law can also be used in reverse.
Now, Zhang Tuohai hopes to find a beast to try out the gun.
However, those beasts disappeared at the same time.
Zhang Tuohai walked around under the car 3 times with a gun, but he didn't find a single hair.
What a disappointment.
Zhang Tuohai wandered around for a long time, but couldn't find the beast, so he had no choice but to return to the car. At this time, the regional channel began to discuss whether there will be another beast attack this evening.
What if there are beasts? A glass has been smashed in my car. If there are more beasts tonight, I'm afraid I'm really screwed.
Me too, the car doors are all recessed.
If I hadn't woken up quickly, I'm afraid they would have been pulled out now.
Who has weapons? Can you sell a little brother, even a knife? Looking at the news on the regional channel, Zhang Tuohai moved in his heart. Now that he has a gun, cold melee weapons like spears will be shelved. Instead of throwing these things here to take up space, it is better to sell them directly and make a fortune. In the past, when he only had hand crossbows and hunting spears, these things naturally couldn't be sold. Now, with firearms and equipment with generational differences, it's nothing.
As for whether other people will hit the prey and have an impact on Zhang Tuohai's market, that is purely overthinking. Let's not talk about whether the beasts are so easy to be hunted. Even if they hunted, how many would sell it? Even if it is sold, there are still more than 2,000 people in the regional channel. How much can each person get? It doesn't affect the overall situation at all. After analyzing the pros and cons, Zhang Tuohai made 10 hunting spears and hung them on the trading channel. There are 10 spears in total, and I don't have 30 units of supplies. I want to shoot directly. Weapons? Are there really weapons? I actually want 30 units of supplies? I only have 20 supplies left. Who wants to lend me 10 units of supplies? I'll pay him back tomorrow. Ha, I finally have a weapon. Today I have to hunt wild beasts, and I also want to eat meat. Yes, I won't sleep tonight. Let's see when those beasts will come. Who of you has a barbecue grill? I want to eat barbecue too. Looking at the noisy crowd in the regional channel, Zhang Tuai couldn't help shaking his head and sighing. These people are really ignorant and fearless. Do you really think you can hunt down beasts with a spear? He also relied on the system plus a series of equipment such as a hand crossbow and a strong light flashlight to kill a single wolf. These untrained people want to duel the beast with the spear? I'm afraid it's not going to deliver food. Zhang Tuohai secretly wrote down the names of these people to see how many would appear in the obituary at night. After a while, I found that there was nothing to eat, so I lay down on the seat and slept. When it comes to the only good thing in this world, it may be that he has a guaranteed sleep time every day. When it gets dark, you can only sleep and do nothing else. Not knowing about the occasional dinner, Zhang Tuohai had a very charming dream. I dreamed that I was on a luxurious yacht, surrounded by women in simple clothes, and I was immersed in the turbulent waves. The waves rocked the yacht from time to time, not to mention how comfortable it was. Shaking, Zhang Tuohai seemed to hear an electronic synthesis sound in his ears constantly recalling. Discover the danger, find the danger. Discover the danger? Zhang Tuohai woke up smartly. He raised his hand and glanced at his watch. It was 3 o'clock in the morning. What frightened him even more was that the car was indeed shaking. Fuck, what's the situation? Zhang Tuohai turned pale in shock, and quickly turned on the flashlight to shine out the car window. Zhang Tuohai was horrified to find that a big round black face was sticking to the window, looking inside curiously. 4 eyes facing each other. The big face was startled by the sudden bright light, shouted, took 2 steps back, and sat on the ground. Only then did Zhang Tuohai see the true identity of the big round face. This is a black bear. The second most difficult king in the forest. If you want to rank the beasts in the mountains and forests, I am afraid that many people will think that the tiger is the king of beasts. In fact, tigers are only the 3rd most dangerous in the forest. Number 1 is actually the wild boar. Wild boars rank so high because wild boars like to tickle trees. After rubbing a coat of pine oil, I went to roll on the beach, and my body was covered with a thick layer of gravel. The rubble protected the boar like armor. Not to mention bows and arrows, not even ordinary shotguns. Before a powerful shotgun, hunting wild boars could only rely on traps. As for the second place is the black bear. Many people say that black bears move slowly, can't climb trees, and can't eat dead bodies. It's okay to listen to this kind of words. If you really believe it, you will be the first to die when you meet a black bear. The slow speed of black bears is only relative to those fast-moving wild wolves and elk. This thing can also run at a speed of 50 miles per hour, which is twice as fast as a human being. Are you sure you want to run with it? Also, black bears can climb trees. It's just that there is no danger to force it to climb a tree. As for not eating dead bodies, that's even more of a joke. People just don't eat rotten food. Fear of getting sick. When you meet a black bear, the best thing you can do is to put your middle finger up, keep your eyes on it, and shout with all the energy of your life. This will allow you to walk with dignity. Seeing that the black bear was outside, Zhang Tuohai's brain buzzed. Although, his car has been modified, and the body is a solid steel frame, which is much stronger than the average car. However, whether it can stop the black bear is really a question. Even if the steel frame can block it, what about the windows? Windows are not bulletproof glass. A black bear can be smashed with a slap. Zhang Tuai saw that it was a black bear, and without saying a word, started the car and sped out. The black bear saw Zhang Tuai drive away, shouted, twisted and chased after Zhang Tuai. Black bears are very smart animals. All intelligent animals have one thing in common, and that is to hold grudges. Zhang Tuai lit it with a strong flashlight just now. Although it didn't cause actual damage to it, it also shook its eyes a little. This undoubtedly aroused the anger of the black bear. The black bear stretched 4 thick legs and chased in the direction of Zhang Tuai. Looking at the black bear chasing after him, Zhang Tuai frowned. If ordinary black bears see that they can't catch up, they will most likely give up. But this black bear was obviously dropped by the game system. Moreover, this guy has been chasing him for an hour and still has no intention of giving up, which is a bit thought-provoking. Who knows how strong the endurance of this bear is, and whether it will keep chasing it. Although Zhang Tuohai still has gasoline reserves, he must not waste it on this bear. Gotta kill this bear. Zhang Tuohai made up his mind. How to kill this thing? Zhang Tuohai's mind quickly turned. Suddenly, he saw a turn in front of him. Zhang Tuohai's mind flashed, and he had an idea. He stomped on the gas pedal, cranked up the speed to the limit, and swept through the corner with a drift. The black bear lost track of the target, and suddenly became a little anxious. It ran 2 steps and chased after it. As soon as it turned the corner, it saw Zhang Tuohai standing 20 meters away from him. And Zhang Tuohai was holding that dark object that could emit strong light. "Fool, look here!" Zhang Tuohai shouted. Although the black bear could not understand Zhang Tuohai's words, it instinctively felt dangerous, and blocked its eyes with thick bare paws to avoid being directly hit by strong light. Seeing the black bear blocking his sight, Zhang Tuohai's flashlight turned into a shotgun. Boom! A gunshot broke the silent night sky, and the number 12 shot hit the black bear. 20 meters away is within the killing range of a shotgun. 12 projectiles spread out in a circle, hitting all over the black bear's body. Although these injuries were not fatal, they inspired the black bear's ferocity. The black bear roared. Seeing this, Zhang Tuohai picked up the strong flashlight and shone it on the black bear's face. Unprepared, the black bear was tricked by Zhang Tuohai again, and unconsciously covered his eyes again. Seeing that he succeeded, Zhang Tuohai drilled back into the car, and without even closing the door, he stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The car hit the black bear like an arrow from the string. The distance of 20 meters is fleeting. Before the black bear could react, he was hit hard. The maximum speed of 100 kilometers, the weight of the 3-ton vehicle, and the impact force, Zhang Tuohai did not know. But it was obviously uncomfortable to see the black bear. At this moment, the black bear was lying on Zhang Tuohai's hood. The black bear opened his mouth, spit out a mouthful of black blood, and his small eyes were full of hatred. If ice could kill, Zhang Tuohai might have been killed hundreds of times by black bears at this time. It didn't kill you in one hit? Then come again. Zhang Tuohai reversed the car quickly, and backed more than 50 meters, and the black bear was thrown off the hood. After exiting, Zhang Tuohai discovered that the black bear's legs had been damaged by the bumper full of spikes. At this moment, the black bear was half sitting on the ground, roaring at Zhang Tuohai. Can't move? Zhang Tuohai was suddenly shocked. If Zhang Tuohai couldn't grasp this opportunity, he would be in vain. Zhang Tuohai immediately increased his speed and rammed into the black bear again. Boom! The car slammed into the black bear again, knocking the bear out more than 2 meters. The heavy body of the black bear fell heavily to the ground. After 2 hits, the black bear's legs were already bloody, and it was as difficult to move as the sky. System, is it dangerous to get out of the car now? Does the black bear still have the ability to fight back? Zhang Tuohai was still not at ease and asked the system. The black bear has lost its ability to move. As long as it does not enter within 2 meters, it will not be counterattacked by the black bear. You've been injured like this, but you still have the ability to fight back? Zhang Tuohai was secretly surprised, and at the same time, he also had a more intuitive understanding of the vitality of the black bear. Knowing the attack range is easy. Zhang Tuohai retreated 10 meters away and got out of the car. If it weren't for the concern that the successive collisions would cause unnecessary damage to the car, Zhang Tuohai would have wanted to kill the black bear directly. However, since it can't move, it's also good to test the power of the firearm. Zhang Tuohai aimed Remington at the black bear and pulled the trigger. Bang bang bang. With 3 shots in a row, more than 30 projectiles hit the black bear's body. The projectile broke through the black bear's fur, leaving the bear bleeding profusely. However, the black bear still looked like he had more power, and was still roaring at Zhang Tuohai. So strong? Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but feel a little surprised when he saw that the black bear was still not dead after being shot so many times. If it weren't for him being more alert and having the help of the system, I'm afraid he would have been killed by the black bear long ago. At the same time, he also had a rough judgment on the power of the shotgun. This thing is not bad for ordinary creatures, but it has to be a one-headed bullet against such large prey. Zhang Tuohai walked in a little bit and aimed the focus of the attack on the black bear's head. 3 shots were fired at the black bear in the head. Beat the black bear's head into a sieve. Then came the sound of prompting the system. The black bear is dead. After being confirmed by the system, Zhang Tuahai breathed a sigh of relief. He came to the black bear's body and stabbed the skinning knife down. Get bear meat 500G*300, get bear's paw *4, obtain bear viscera *1, obtain tattered bear skin *1, obtain common spirit *1. Looking at the tattered bear skin, Zhang Tuahai became more determined to get the one-headed bullet. Without a single-headed bomb, the loss is too great. However, the fresh meat has been supplemented a lot. Except for part of it is used for marinating, the rest can be made into sausages for preservation. No need to waste making oil residue again. After moving these supplies to the car, Zhang Tuahai breathed a sigh of relief. He lay on his seat and turned on the regional channel, ready to see how everyone was doing. As soon as the regional channel is turned on, dozens of death messages are instantly swiped. 99% were killed by animals. Zhang Tuahai looked at the list, and there were 9 guys who bought his own spears. Looking at the passing names, Zhang Tuahai couldn't help shaking his head and sighing. With their own guns, modified cars, and systems, it is so difficult to win. These people want to hunt with a spear, they think too much. There are also some unfortunate people in the regional channel who are injured and are seeking medical treatment on the full channel. Seeing this, Zhang Tuahai thought for a while, and hung up 10 tablets of anti-inflammatory drugs. At the same time, he opened an order for OEM anti-inflammatory drugs again. The price is also 3 units of herbal medicine. In order to prevent someone from maliciously hoarding medicines, Zhang Tuahai also specially added one. If you want to buy anti-inflammatory medicine directly, you must attach a photo of the wound. As for OEMs, there are no restrictions. Zhang Tuahai's condition caused many people who wanted to take the opportunity to stock up on some anti-inflammatory drugs to curse. However, it was well received by the injured. Soon, these wounded people sprayed those who were rude to autism. After all, no one wants to face the malicious competition of others when they are injured. After selling this batch of anti-inflammatory drugs, Zhang Tuahai also gained a lot. There are only 2 production drawings. One is the light manufacturing drawing, and the other is the supercharged engine manufacturing drawing. Car lights, it allows you to avoid unnecessary dangers when driving at night. Materials, glass, 2 units, metal ingots, 2 units, electronic components, 2 units, supercharged engine, instantly increases power and increases speed by depleting gasoline. The maximum speed is increased by 100%, material, metal ingot, 5 units, metal parts, 20 units, electronic components, 1 unit, headlights. Supercharged engine. Seeing the 2 drawings, Zhang Tuahai's eyes lit up. He finally found the headlights. Before, because there were no car lights, he could only rest at night. Even when encountering an attack by a wild beast, he did not dare to drive too fast. Because, without headlights, the night in this world is too dark, and once it rushes off the road, I am afraid that I will never come back. But, now with headlights, this problem is solved. If he had this headlight before, he could completely shake off the black bear with his speed. To talk about the disadvantage, using the lights will increase the fuel consumption by 10%. In this world where gasoline is extremely precious, it can be said to be a huge disadvantage. It is for this reason that the players who first obtained this blueprint did not choose to equip themselves. However, Zhang Tuahai is fine. He has installed lightweight tires, which can save 30% of gasoline consumption, and can completely cover the loss of car lights. As for the ramjet, it's even more powerful. Instant acceleration, absolute life-saving artifact. When you see an enemy that you can't beat, you can just step on the accelerator to speed up and leave, doubling the speed, which will definitely make all the enemies at this stage unmatched. In addition, if the explosive speed is increased instantly, the impact force generated will be doubled. If Zhang Tuahai got this thing before, he might be able to kill the black bear at once. The most important thing is that he has the materials for these 2 devices and can be manufactured immediately. Zhang Tuahai turned to the manufacturing page and manufactured 2 pieces of equipment. After the lights and the supercharged engine are manufactured, they are directly submerged into the interior of the car and become one with the car. There are also a few more buttons on the cockpit, which are the supercharged engine switch and the light adjuster. Zhang Tuahai took a look and found that the lighting effects were quite complete, including high beam, low beam, fog, and even the electronic display behind the car, but it was useless. Zhang Tuahai felt that his car was getting more and more complete, and it became more and more like a real car. It's just that the most important air conditioner has not been available yet, which makes Zhang Tuahai scratch his head. Without air conditioning, the day of the disaster will probably be tough. Even, it may be directly violent death. Be sure to get air conditioning and cooling methods. Zhang Tuahai made up his mind. It is a good topping to stir-fry the leftover barbecue from yesterday with dehydrated vegetables, and then cook 2 packets of instant noodles. It is extremely delicious. Because he was lazy to brush the pot, Zhang Tuahai directly took the pot and ate it. I have to say that the food is linked to the environment. Instant noodles are called junk food in ordinary cities. However, in the precarious doomsday, it is indeed a rare delicacy. Looking at the yellow sand outside, Zhang Tuahai even felt that this bowl of noodles was better than KFC. After eating the noodles, Zhang Tuahai looked at the time and found that it was 5:30 in the morning, and the sun would officially rise in half an hour. He is also ready for a new day of exploration. Zhang Tuahai checked the equipment and was ready to start a new day's journey. However, at this moment, a light curtain suddenly popped out. The number of player deaths exceeds the threshold, and the game version update begins. Below is a loaded flag. 0%, 5%, 10%, the game has actually been updated? Zhang Tuahai was a little surprised. Before he could figure out what was going on, the loading progress bar ran to the end. Update tips for Highway Survival Game 2.0. In view of the fact that most players did not get enough materials, the rally mode is now launched. Players can choose whether to participate. If they choose to participate, they will be guided to a special track. In the track, the quantity of all material boxes is reduced by 3 times, and the quality is increased by 1 times. In the track, airdrop boxes will be randomly placed, and the lowest quality of airdrop boxes is blue. In the track, 3 drawings of the on-board air conditioner are randomly provided. Note 1, in the rally area, a large number of beasts will be placed, and participants with insufficient strength should choose carefully. Note 2, the venue will be reduced regularly in the rally area, and the final reward can only be obtained by surviving to the end. Note 3, the duration of this rally is 12 hours. Car air conditioner. Zhang Tuahai couldn't take his eyes away when he saw those 4 words. This thing is related to his life and death in a few days. Don't look at his current scenery. In a few days, if there is no air conditioning, it is very likely that he will be directly heated to death. He didn't want to fall into that field. It's just that he spent countless energy and didn't see even the shadow of a car air conditioner. Now, there is actually a chance to get it, and he will not miss it. As for danger or something, he didn't care too much. With his own modified car and Remington shotgun, coupled with the assistance of the prompt system, Zhang Tuahai didn't think he would be worse than others. A car air conditioner drawing will definitely not escape. Zhang Tuahai is bound to participate. At this time, discussions in the regional channel also began. Fuck, car air conditioner. I finally saw this thing. If there is no air conditioner, I will be overheated to death. I have decided to participate in this competition. The quality of the material box has been doubled? It's great. I finally don't have to eat dry bread. How can I get fried chicken legs in the blue material box? I've had enough. No, haven't you noticed that there will be beasts in the competition area? Will it be dangerous if you encounter a beast? It's like it's not dangerous to collect resources on the road. Anyway, I'm participating this time. If you win, you'll drink spicy food. If you lose a dead ball, you don't have to suffer. Many people agreed with this man's words. However, looking at everyone's words, Zhang Tuahai sensed a business opportunity. Perhaps, I can take this opportunity to sell another batch of hunting spears. Anyway, I can't threaten me. Zhang Tuahai thought for a while, and quickly made 50 hunting spears and threw them on the trading channel. Trade 50 hunting spears to help you increase your chances of survival. Purchase price 50 units of level 1 resources. Accept valuable items such as gasoline and blueprints. Fuck, boss, this price has gone up too much. How about 30 units of resources yesterday? Some people find it expensive. You can choose not to buy it, or not to enter the rally area. Maybe you won't be able to meet the beast? Zhang Tuahai replied. However, 50 units of resources are too expensive. It's cheaper. 40 units will do. I owe you a favor. Zhang Tuahai didn't even bother to return. You don't know anyone, even if you don't have the chance to meet, what's the use of your favor? At this time, it was a great blessing for him to be able to take out a weapon and sell it. These people are still not satisfied, they just don't know what to say. It has to be said that idiots are only a very small group. While the fools were still chattering on the regional channels, the smart people were already snapping up spears. The 50 hunting spears hung up were snapped up in an instant. Many people with slow hands clapped their legs and cried out in pain,
and then sent private messages hoping that Zhang Tuahai would sell another one to himself, even at a premium. Looking at the fat sheep brought to the door, Zhang Tuahai felt that he would be sorry for not slashing hard. So Zhang Tuahai had no choice but to look embarrassed and said, "Okay, then I'll make an exception and sell you another one. Don't tell anyone casually, you don't want everyone to have weapons, right?" I understand, I will never go out and talk nonsense," the man replied immediately. So, using this method, Zhang Tuahai sold more than 30 hunting spears. Some people do not have enough resources, so they use some interesting drawings to pay off their debts. For example, special combat boots. For example, motorcycle helmets. For example, tactical gloves. It's all something that looks useful, but doesn't seem to be of much use. Zhang Tuahai made all these things on the principle that the more the better. While Zhang Tuahai was arranging the harvest happily, another private letter was sent. Zhang Tuahai glanced at it, and the sender was Su Mu. "Get me a weapon too, I don't want those things that fool people, at least one that can crush them for." "Okay, but what do you want in exchange?" "You get what you pay for." Zhang Tuahai wanted to see what good things Su Mu got. Su Mu was not vague, and directly took a picture of the information. Car repair kit, a one-time tool, which can repair all the damage of the car with one click after use. Manufacturing price, 10 units of metal parts, 10 units of metal ingots, 10 units of low-grade rubber, 10 units of glass fragments, 10 units of wood, and 10 units of low-grade plastics. Good guy. Zhang Tuahai's eyes were straight. This thing is simply an artifact. With this thing, no matter how much damage the car has suffered, it can be restored with one click, which is a bit against the sky. In the apocalypse where the car is the second life, this thing is like a resurrection coin. Gotta get this one. Zhang Tuahai looked at the blueprint and pondered for a long time, and finally took out the hand crossbow. How about this? The effective range of 50 meters is comparable to that of a pistol, and the sound is smaller than that of a pistol. It is easy to deal with those who carry spears. It is easy to deal with medium-sized animals. If you hit the key points, you can kill them with one hit. If you are a large carnivore, wash them. Go to sleep, only a large shotgun can hold things, and ordinary pistols may not work. Zhang Tuo took out his crossbow and traded it after careful consideration. This blueprint was traded to him by Su Mu, and the hand crossbow was no secret to Su Mu. Trade it out and hide the secret that you own a shotgun. In addition, he already has a stab-proof suit, which can withstand the damage of the hand crossbow to a certain extent. Coupled with the motorcycle helmet and special combat boots, this set of equipment can basically block the long-distance attack of the hand crossbow. Therefore, even if the hand crossbow is traded, Zhang Tuahai does not have to worry. Su Mu will threaten him with the hand crossbow. Add 2 pairs of shoes. Su Mu felt very satisfied when he saw the hand crossbow. Although, she guessed that Zhang Tuahai might have something better in his hands. However, she knows what it means to take it as soon as you see it. Moreover, Zhang Tuahai will also be responsible for her meals for the next few days. If Zhang Tuahai is forced into a hurry, she will have no place to cry if the supply is cut off. Okay, what's the size? Send it over. You can choose a size when making items like clothes, shoes, etc. Number 36. The feet are really small. If it weren't for customization, you wouldn't be able to wear them. Zhang Tuahai muttered, making 2 pairs of special combat boots of size 36 and sending them along with the hand crossbow. Sister, are we really going to participate in that rally? Suchi kicked off the sandals on her feet and put on special combat boots. At this time, she was no longer the dress she had when she came in. He was wearing a motorcyclist's protective suit, a helmet on his head, and a baseball bat in his hand, looking heroic. No way. Although I have obtained a lot of blueprints, I still haven't gotten the air conditioning blueprints. It seems that I can only try my luck in that rally. Everyone is gearing up to get into the rally. At this time, Zhang Tuahai was busy making all the bear meat into sausages. He was sure that with a 12-hour game, there would be no time for cooking, and these ready-to-eat meals were important. As for the others, he can't control it. Or starve them first, and at night, maybe they can get more good things. With everything ready, the time has come to 6 o'clock. The sun rises above the horizon and the scorching sun shines on the ground, proving that a new day has begun. In front of Zhang Tuahai, the road suddenly split into 2 forks. The one on the left reads the ordinary road, and the sign on the right reads the entrance to the rally. Zhang Tuahai turned the steering wheel and drove towards the entrance of the rally. After driving through the entrance, the surrounding environment suddenly changed. A dark cloud wall instantly appeared behind him. System, what is this?
Zhang Tuahai instinctively felt bad. The poisonous mist will continue to shrink over time. After entering, the car loses power after 30 seconds, and the vehicle will be completely corroded and cleaned within 1 minute. Personnel continued to inhale the mist for 10 seconds and then became poisoned, coma 30 seconds later, and died within 1 minute. Isn't this a poison circle? Zhang Tuahai was shocked when he heard the introduction of the prompt system. He originally thought that car rallying was about off-roading and avoiding animals, but now it seems that it also contains elements of battle royale. Then can you judge the direction of the contraction of the poison circle? It is impossible to judge for the time being, and we need to wait for the poison circle to start moving before we can carry out the deduction. So it is, Zhang Tuahai nodded. He's sure the game will be more intense than many imagine. Poison circles, beasts, and the competition for various air investment sources will definitely intensify the conflicts among players. It will even make players hurt each other to kill each other. It seems that I have to be vigilant. Zhang Tuahai kicked the accelerator and drove forward. The map of the rally is also similar to the desert area, but there are some cacti and dead bones of various animals on the roadside. About 10 kilometers away, Zhang Tuahai suddenly found an area that looked like a small town in the distance. This area is less than 100 meters away from the road, with white walls and red roofs. However, it seems that it is too dilapidated, and there are ruins everywhere. Could it be the ruins of a small town? Zhang Tuahai thought of the ruins of the village and the laboratory he had explored. Would you like to go over and take a look? Just when Zhang Tuahai hesitated, a large transport plane flew by in the sky, and several resource boxes with parachutes fell from the sky. Those resource boxes are all purple. And by coincidence, a resource box just fell into the ruins. Looking at the location where the material box landed, Zhang Tuahai could not help whistling. Fortunately, I found an airdropped material box not long after I came in. Zhang Tuahai drove towards the town in his car. In less than 3 minutes, Zhang Tuahai arrived near the town. Zhang Tuahai parked the car on the side of the road and asked the system, is there an ambush in the town? No creatures were found within a radius of 500 meters. There was a sleeping wild boar 800 meters away. As long as it did not make too much noise, it would not be provoked. Wild boar? Forget it. Zhang Tuahai decisively gave up this goal. If there is a single-headed bullet, he still intends to use this pig to open the meat, and now he only has a 12-gauge shot, so forget it. It is important to find the airdropped material box first. Zhang Tuahai put on a helmet, a stab-proof suit, special combat boots, and tactical gloves. He pulled out the car key, with a tactical flashlight on his waist, and Remington in his hand. Got out of the car and walked towards the interior of the ruined village. As soon as he got out of the car, Zhang Tuahai thought for a moment and put on the worn black coat again. Remington hid under the placket of his coat. This dress, if you encounter a player, can reduce the opponent's defense. If the other party has other thoughts, maybe they can smack the other party. This village has the style of a small town in the movie Midwest, with white walls and red roofs, and pure wooden buildings. However, because of the time, the paint on the wall has long been modeled, revealing the original wood color below. The original wooden wall was also crumbling under the erosion of wind and sand. System, broadcast the location of the airdrop box. Go forward 300 meters, turn left, and go forward 50 meters. Zhang Tuahai came to the designated location according to the system prompt. He looked up, and sure enough, there was a purple material box placed there not far ahead, with the parachute rope hanging on the box. That's right, this is it. Zhang Tuahai took 2 steps and came to the front of the material box. Just as he was about to open it, the system's electronic synthesis sounded. The level 3 material box contains a hungry cheetah and a drawing of a car electric fan. Car fan. Zhang Tuahai's eyes glowed. Although this thing is not comparable to the car air conditioner, it is still a cooling prop. That hungry cheetah was a problem, though. As we all know, cheetahs are extremely explosive and fast animals. Opening the box at close range is likely to be injured by it. How can I open the box without getting hurt? Dig a hole, open the box beside the hole, and kick the cheetah into the hole the moment the box is opened without paying attention? While Zhang Tuahai was pondering how to open the box without injury, the sound of the system sounded again. Found 2 players, holding melee cold weapons, judged to be no threat. Zhang Tuahai raised his head when he heard the words, and found that there was another road not far in front of him. At this time, a car on the highway stopped, and 2 people got off the car. A fat man, wearing a floral shirt, sunglasses, a big gold chain with a thick thumb around his neck, and a steel hatchet in his hand, looks like a big brother in society. The elder brother of the society has an open chest and a belly, and there is a downhill tiger tattooed on his chest. However, because the man's figure was out of shape, the fierce downhill tiger became an orange cat, which seemed to have an inexplicable joy. Behind the eldest brother in this society, followed by a young man with yellow hair, a lean body and dark circles under his eyes, at first glance, he was a younger brother following the eldest brother. The younger brother carried a spear on his shoulder. Zhang Tuahai glanced at it and found that this spear was exactly the kind of hunting spear he had used. I don't know if they made it themselves or bought it from him. The man who looked like a younger brother pointed at the purple box in front of Zhang Tuahai and said, "Brother, look, it's a purple material box, I'll say I read it right. You have sharp eyes, I will reward you with half a piece of bread in the evening." The elder brother patted the younger brother on the shoulder, revealing a mouth full of big yellow teeth. "Big brother, there's another person over there. Look, he's still wearing a coat." The yellow-haired brother found Zhang Tuahai standing in front of the box. However, because Zhang Tuahai was wearing a motorcycle helmet, he couldn't see his face at all. "Ha!" Big brother also saw Zhang Tuahai. Seeing that Zhang Tuahai didn't seem to be holding a weapon, a look of contempt appeared on his face. "Grandma, this guy is well equipped. He has a helmet and a coat. Go and get it for me. Also, ask where his car is and get all the supplies on the car," the elder brother said impatiently, while he himself was caught off guard and walked towards the box. The yellow-haired younger brother pointed his spear at Zhang Tuahai. "Boy, hand over the equipment on your body if you are sensible, otherwise, don't blame the guy in my hand for not having eyes." "Are you sure you want this airdrop box?" Zhang Tuahai asked rhetorically. "What's the matter? Do you still want to resist?" A sneer appeared on the corner of the yellow-haired younger brother's mouth. "You don't want to ask, what was our eldest brother's identity before he came in? I don't know how much you have been hacked like this. If you were sensible, I'll save your life. If you don't know how, I will kill you today. In this case, I have no psychological burden." Zhang Tuahai nodded when he heard the words. "What do you mean?" Huang Mao was a little unresponsive. However, at this time, the social elder brother behind him had already chopped the steel hatchet in his hand on the purple material box. The material box disappeared instantly, and a cheetah appeared in front of the social elder brother. The cheetah just appeared on the ground, glanced at the environment, kicked his legs, threw the social eldest brother to the ground, and bit the social eldest brother on the neck. The cheetah's teeth are very sharp, and the social elder brother's neck was torn a hole in an instant, bleeding profusely. "Big brother." Seeing that the elder brother was attacked, the yellow-haired younger brother wanted to come forward to help. However, seeing the huge size of the cheetah, I was scared again. He turned his head sharply and said sharply to Zhang Tuahai, "You, go and block that beast." "Are you sure?" Zhang Tuahai raised his hand hidden under his coat with a smile. Remington's dark muzzle was aimed at him. "Gun?" The yellow-haired brother felt a buzzing sound in his head, and cold sweat broke out in an instant. Although he has been with his eldest brother for several years, it is not that he has never done anything about killing people with a knife, but it is the first time he has seen a gun. For a time, his little courage was instantly withered. Big brother, this is all a mistake, a misunderstanding." Little brother Huang Mao wanted to explain a few more words. However, why would Zhang Tuahai talk nonsense with him? Zhang Tuahai pulled the trigger and made a bang. Number 12 shot blasted out, and 12 projectiles spread out in a circle. Puff puff. Because Zhang Tuahai mainly aimed at the cheetah, 5 projectiles hit the cheetah's body. Cheetah let out a scream, let go of his big mouth, and lay on top of the big brother in society. 2 projectiles were hit in the body of the social elder brother. Of the remaining 5 projectiles, 3 fell to the empty space, and 2 hit the yellow-haired little brother by accident due to scattering. Zhang Tuahai's shot was extremely lucky, and he hit 3 targets. Ah! The yellow-haired boy fell to the ground, clutching his neck in pain, kicking his feet. Zhang Tuahai walked over to take a look and found that this little brother's luck was really bad. 2 projectiles, 1 hit the neck, punched a blood hole the size of the mouth of a bottle, and the blood gurgled out. Another hit the opponent's lung, creating a coin-sized hole in blood. However, Zhang Tuahai was sure that because of the cavity effect, this kid's lungs must have been smashed by the flipped bullet. This kind of injury can be said to be hopeless. System, is Cheetah and that big brother in society still a threat? Zhang Tuahai did not rush to check Cheetah's situation, but asked the system for verification. The cheetah has the ability to counterattack, and the golden tooth has died. Good guy, as expected of a large carnivore, its vitality is so tenacious. Zhang Tuahai aimed the shotgun at the cheetah again and pulled the trigger. 7 or 8 projectiles hit the cheetah. The cheetah is dead. Humph, let you be as cunning as a ghost, it's not about drinking Lao Tzu's foot wash. Zhang Tuahai carried the shotgun and came to the corpse of the cheetah. Stab this skinning knife down. Get 500 g of leopard meat *150, get tattered leopard skin *1, obtain 1 pair of internal organs, obtain common spirit *1 normal harvest. However, the tattered leopard skin still made Zhang Tuahai a little regretful. If he could get a single-headed bullet, he might be able to get a full leopard skin. Putting these common materials aside, Zhang Tuahai solemnly picked up the drawing of the car fan. Manufacturing drawings of car electric fan, Class 1 auto parts, can be used for cooling. It is your good assistant when encountering high temperature. Production materials, 10 units of metal fragments, 1 unit of metal ingots, 10 units of metal parts, and 1 unit of electronic components. Note, each vehicle is limited to 2 units. Other materials are not a problem, but the electronic components are a bit scarce. It seems that it is time to stock up on a wave of electronic components. Zhang Tuahai has made so many items, and he has found a rule, that is, any items that require electricity must use electronic components. It seems that this electronic component is of a very important kind in the material. Zhang Tuahai put away the drawings of the electric fan, and then came to the car of the elder brother and Huang Mao, and began to search. The two people's car has not been modified, and it is still ordinary and tattered. There are some first-class materials piled on the back seat of the car, and 2 buckets of instant noodles are piled in the corner. The most valuable is probably the 100-unit barrel of gasoline. Other than that, there is nothing. Really poor. Zhang Tuahai spat, but he also knew that this was probably the state of most ordinary players. In the spirit that mosquito legs are also meat, Zhang Tuahai transported all these things back to his car. In the end, the core of the car was also easily obtained. At this time, the core of the car in his hand has reached 3. With the last supplies, Zhang Tuahai was ready to go back to his car. As soon as he arrived at the side of the road, he found a man crouching beside his car, as if he was tinkering with something. Seeing this, Zhang Tuahai was startled and quickly turned to the side to watch. He found that a middle-aged man who looked a little wretched was squatting in front of his car, stabbing the keyhole with a piece of iron wire. Car thief! Zhang Tuahai was furious. He went through all kinds of hardships and struggles to get so many things and saved so many resources. If he was swept away in one bag, it would be a big joke. How dare this person steal a car in front of him? What are you doing? Stand up for me. Zhang Tuahai aimed his gun at the car thief. Big brother, a misunderstanding is a misunderstanding. The car thief saw that Zhang Tuahai was holding a gun, his hands were numb, and he raised his hands tremblingly. How did you stare at my car? Zhang Tuahai asked coldly. Brother, I just passed by here, and then I saw that this car was very good. I was itchy for a while, thinking about practicing my craftsmanship. I really have no other intentions. Brother, just let me go. The middle-aged man's legs were shaking. It turned out to be not specifically targeting me. Zhang Tuahai breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the other party didn't look like he was lying. If it is a coincidence, it can only mean bad luck. If it is intentional, then you should pay more attention. Brother, I'm really just passing by. I still have some water in my car. Can I pay you all? The middle-aged man said and turned and walked towards the car, as if to get water. Be careful, there is a hunting crossbow in his car. The electronic synthesis sound that prompted the system suddenly sounded. Zhang Tuahai didn't even think about it, he pulled the trigger directly. Boom! The 12 projectiles hit the middle-aged man at close range, directly hitting the opponent into a sieve. The danger is lifted. Zhang Tuahai walked over and found that the middle-aged man's hand had already touched the handle of the hunting crossbow. This hunting crossbow is much more powerful than Zhang Tuahai's previous hand crossbow. The bow arm is longer and the string force is stronger, and the crossbow arrow is a foot long. Although Zhang Tuahai was wearing a stab-proof suit, if he was hit by this hunting crossbow at close range, he would be injured. Sure enough, everyone you meet in the wild should be treated with care. Throwing the opponent's body under the roadbed, Zhang Tuahai searched the opponent's car. In addition to this hunting crossbow, a mention of mineral water and a bag of bread slices were also found. Really poor. Zhang Tuahai pouted and disassembled the car. The middle-aged man reminded Zhang Tuahai that he needed to strengthen the security of the vehicle. It's better to have something like an automatic defense system.
At worst, replace it with a more secure anti-theft lock. Otherwise, if he goes down to look for supplies and the car is stolen, the fun will be great. However, now is not the time to think about it, and wait until the rally is over.
After Zhang Tuo sailed the car, he first made the electric fan.
After the 2 electric fans were turned on, the temperature inside the car really dropped a lot. Feeling the strong wind of the 2 electric fans, Zhang Tuo felt refreshed. He had never felt that it was so refreshing to be able to blow on an electric fan. This thing must be sold at a high price, and it will never be replaced without drawings. Zhang Tuo continued to drive forward happily. Attention, attention, the poison circle has begun to shrink. Please turn right at the next intersection, cross the iron bridge, and enter the city of ruins.
Bridge? There is a bridge here?
Zhang Tuo glanced at the endless desert outside the window, and was very curious about how there was a bridge here. However, these doubts, after he turned the next intersection, everything was solved. Turning the intersection, the original desert turned into a hard Gobi Desert. At the end of the Gobi Desert, a deep canyon cut off the road, and only a rusted iron bridge spanned the canyon.
Zhang Tuo glanced behind him, and the billowing black cloud wall rushed towards him like a tide.
Why so fast? Seeing the speed of the cloud wall, Zhang Tuo was taken aback. The speed of this cloud wall has reached at least 40 miles, and it is estimated that it will reach him in less than 10 minutes. Zhang Tuo, who was well aware of the dangers of the drug circle, did not dare to neglect, and rushed towards the iron bridge. As soon as he rushed to the iron bridge, he saw 2 cars parked obliquely at the head of the bridge, blocking the way, surrounded by 4 people. These people were all wearing the same standard clothes with the same pattern on them, and wrote a few flying letters, and they didn't know what they meant. Each of these people held weapons such as spears and baseball bats in their hands, and they looked very fierce. When these people saw Zhang Tuo coming, they immediately regained their
spirits and surrounded them one after another.
The leader knocked on Zhang Tuo's car window with a baseball bat. "Boy, come down, the car is not bad, come down quickly, and pay the toll."
"What are you talking about?"
Zhang Tuo lowered the car window, and put Remington's muzzle on the opponent's chest.
"There is no toll, but there is one 12-gauge shotgun, do you want it?"
Looking at the muzzle of the gun on his nose, the person who knocked on the window was dumbfounded. He wanted to cut away and make a little money, but unexpectedly, he kicked the tiger's ass.
"Brother, it's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding, you can pass as you please, and we will make way for you." The man backed away while talking, wanting to calm down.
The 3 people standing next to them turned green when they saw the gun in Zhang Tuo's hand, and moved back one after another, preparing to take the opportunity to escape.
Boom! Zhang Tuo fired a shot at the sky. "Stop all of them and squat over there."
Zhang Tuo pointed a gun at the crowd and escorted them to a place 10 meters away from the iron bridge.
"All of you, untie your belt for me," Zhang Tuo ordered.
"Brother, you can ask for money and supplies, but I really don't come out. If you are interested, find the 4th brother.
He is good at it, and he can be 0 or 1.
The leader pointed to a young man in the team.
Said the tall man.
The little man looked less than 1.4 meters tall, his hair was messed up like a chicken coop, and he looked weak. The little man looked a little flustered, but there seemed to be some eagerness in his eyes.
This disgusted Zhang Tuo. "Get out, I'm not interested in that either."
"Don't talk nonsense, take off your belt and throw it over."
"If anyone doesn't move, I'll shoot him."
Zhang Tuo set a gun on several people. Several people looked at each other, feeling that there was nothing to do. They took off their belts one after another and threw them at Zhang Tuo's feet. They themselves were aggrieved and stood there holding up their pants.
"Why are you holding on to your pants? Let go. Hurry up, or I'll shoot you,"
Zhang Tuo continued to order. This, Zhang Tuo's order made them hesitate a bit.
"What, you want to resist?"
Zhang Tuo raised his eyebrows, and put his finger on the trigger.
"Don't dare, dare not."
Several people loosened their hands involuntarily, and their pants fell to the ground.
"Looking at the 5 of you on the outside, you are full of flowers on the inside. You are here in a group? SpongeBob SquarePants, Patrick, Brother Squid, wait, why are you wearing a sable?"
Zhang Tuo was shocked.
"Mink thongs." He opened his eyes this time.
Looking at it, he felt extremely itchy.
Personal hobbies, personal hobbies."
The short man explained embarrassingly.
"Squat down for me."
Zhang Tuo kicked everyone's belts away and made them squat down with their heads in their arms. The reason why they were allowed to do this was mainly to cause trouble for them to escape. With their appearance, they would definitely be slower than a tortoise to escape, which gave Zhang Tuohai time to deal with them. The reason why he dealt with them like this was mainly because Zhang Tuohai wanted to ask a question clearly. That is, why are they charging tolls here? Tolls are not something that can be collected just by blocking the road. You have to find a busy thoroughfare in order to make money. Otherwise, you won't be able to get a car after waiting for half a day, so why not starve yourself to death? However, these people, like myself, are entering this rally for the first time. How do they know that they can receive money here? Zhang Tuohai was very curious. Why are you sure that you can receive money here? Remember, think it over before you talk, don't try to play tricks on me. Zhang Tuohai put the gun on the back of the leading brother. The leading brother felt the muzzle of the gun on his back and almost peed in fright. Brother, after we came in, we opened a resource box and got a map. Based on the map, we determined that this is the only way to pass, so we set up card fees here. Where's the map? Hand it over. Zhang Tuohai said coldly. The leading brother didn't dare to neglect, and hastily handed over the map. Zhang Tuohai stepped back a few steps and carefully unfolded the map. Sure enough, there was a detailed map on the parchment. The place where they are located is in a lower corner of the map, where dozens of roads will converge and enter the ruins of the city through the iron bridge. What surprised Zhang Tuohai the most was that the ruins of the city were simply too large, covering almost 2/3 of the entire map. In addition to the stretches of buildings, the map also marked several large areas such as residential areas, factory areas, commercial areas, park areas, and mining areas. Moreover, the most striking thing is that there is an orange treasure chest symbol in each large area. Holy shit, an orange treasure chest? What level does this have to be? Zhang Tuohai was stunned. After he entered the game, he only saw 3 levels of white, blue and purple. I just saw the purple treasure chest. A manufacturing drawing of a car electric fan was issued. What can be found in the orange treasure chest? Zhang Tuohai didn't dare to think about it anymore. At least it has to be a car air conditioner, right? It would be too much if the car air conditioner cannot be turned on. Zhang Tuohai has already made a decision. He must get all the 5 treasure chests in his hands. Even if you can't sell it at a high price. However, these people in front of them. A cold light flashed in Zhang Tuohai's eyes. Only the dead can keep secrets. Does anyone else know this picture? Zhang Tuohai asked coldly. No, we are the only ones who know. How can we talk nonsense about such an important matter? Big brother, I've told you everything I know, let me go. The leading big brother begged. Bang bang bang. Remington's gunshot answered him. Several people fell to the ground. Zhang Tuohai glanced at the rapidly approaching black cloud, and immediately returned to the iron bridge, and searched the 2 cars. There is nothing valuable in the 2 cars, except for some bread and mineral water. The most are various first-level materials. What's a little too much is that Zhang Tuohai also found 2 stockings and a fan book of model workers. Who are these robbers? Zhang Tuohai has black lines all over his head. However, he still put away the fanfic, for no other purpose than to criticize how dirty these painters really are. After looting all the supplies, Zhang Tuohai drove across the big iron bridge and entered the ruins of the city. Zhang Tuohai looked at the map, and the closest to him was the factory area in the suburbs. The orange treasure chest in the factory district is in a factory 3 blocks away. While driving the car, Zhang Tuohai looked at the factories of the 2 gangs in the street. This factory is very old, but also a neat and uniform look. The same red brick wall, the same gray ceiling, the same big chimney, the same black iron gate. Without a map, it's really not clear which factory has a treasure chest. Zhang Tuohai was driving cautiously on the street. The sound of the prompt system suddenly rang. There is a vehicle chasing at the intersection ahead, the speed exceeds 100 miles, please pay attention to slow down and avoid. A chase? Zhang Tuohai stepped on the accelerator abruptly, touched the shotgun in his hand, and was ready for battle. Within 10 seconds, a red used car sped past the intersection ahead. If Zhang Tuohai hadn't stepped on the brakes, I'm afraid he would have hit it now. Come on, you have to obey the traffic rules in the end of the world. If there's a car accident, who's to blame? Driving so fast to get pregnant? Zhang Tuohai cursed in a low voice. Before Zhang Tuohai's voice had landed, 2 white used cars quickly passed through the intersection. The speed of the car is only faster than the previous red car. Coincidentally, the window of the second car was half open, and Zhang Tuohai saw a somewhat punk woman sitting in the cab. There is a layer of heavy makeup on his face, huge earrings hang on his ears, and his hair is withered yellow. This appearance,
I am afraid that you don't need to wear makeup when you go to a horror movie scene. Seeing Zhang Tuohai's car parked on the side of the road, the woman turned her head and glanced, and raised a middle finger. Then, the car rushed past and disappeared at the corner of the street. Zhang Tuohai was too lazy to be angry with such a person. As long as they don't delay his search for the treasure chest, they can do whatever they like. However, the premises do not fall into his hands. With a cold snort, Zhang Tuohai continued to drive towards the factory where the treasure chest was hidden along the direction indicated on the map. After turning 2 corners, Zhang Tuohai finally found the corresponding factory. The red brick walls, the big black iron gates, are as dilapidated as other factories. No one would have guessed that there was an orange treasure chest hidden inside. It's so hidden, who would find it if there was no map? Zhang Tuohai secretly complained, then came to the gate of the factory and pushed it hard. The door of the factory was just ajar, and as soon as Zhang Tuohai exerted force, the door was pushed open. However, because the years are so long, the door shaft is almost rusted to death, and there is a harsh friction sound. Crunch! Zhang Tuohai endured the noise and reluctantly opened the door halfway and drove the car in. The second factory. Zhang Tuohai checked the map and drove his car to the door of the second factory. The door of the factory is a large wooden sliding door, which has long been rotten and tattered. Half of it fell to the ground, and the other half hangs crookedly on the door shaft, and it seems that it can fall off at any time. Zhang Tuohai drove the car directly in. There are rows of production lines in the factory building, and there are many kinds of machinery. However, it has been rusted for a long time, and Zhang Tuohai can't see what kind of machinery these are. Where is the treasure chest? Zhang Tuohai got out of the car and looked around. Okay? Suddenly, he saw a bright light at the top of a large machine. He looked up and saw an orange material box, which was placed right above the machine. The machine is not high, about 2 meters, and there is a ladder next to it for easy maintenance. Zhang Tuohai easily climbed to the top of the machine. Looking at the orange box, Zhang Tuohai rubbed his hands excitedly. The purple box gave him a drawing for making an electric fan. I don't know what the orange box can open. Just as he was about to open the box, the prompt system suddenly popped up a warning. Be careful, hold the handrail firmly, you are about to hit. Crash? What impact? Zhang Tuohai squatted down suspiciously, grabbing the edge of the machine. Before he could see what was going on, there was a loud bang. A red used car smashed through the back door of the factory building and rushed in. The car accidentally hit the machine that Zhang Tuohai was standing on. There was a muffled sound, the engine of this car was dented, the hood flew up, and it was obviously impossible to drive. Zhang Tuohai glanced at the car and felt a little familiar. He looked up and down a few times, and slapped his thigh sharply. Isn't this the second-hand car that nearly hit him earlier? However, I remember that there seemed to be 2 white cars chasing it behind it. Now that it has appeared here, then, thinking of this, Zhang Tuohai felt a little bad. Boom, boom. 2 loud bangs came from the back door one after another. The original dilapidated gate was completely smashed, and 2 white used cars crashed in and stopped in front of Zhang Tuohai. 4 people jumped out of 2 white used cars. The 4 people got out of the car and almost startled Zhang Tuohai. If it wasn't for the day, he would have thought it was a goblin. These 4 people were all dressed in family burials, with steel pipes and baseball bats in their hands, making Zhang Tuohai think that he was back in the era of literary and artistic revival. What age is this, and there are still people doing this? Zhang Tuohai couldn't help scratching his head. At this moment, a young man with dyed hair like Qingqing Grassland looked up and saw Zhang Tuohai standing at the top of the machine. Immediately, he rolled his eyes. What are you looking at? I haven't seen it before, hurry up, or you will be chopped up together. Qingqing Grassland said, shaking the machete in his hand demonstratively. Zhang Tuohai has no interest in this kind of person. As long as you don't mess with him, it doesn't matter. Zhang Tuohai immediately picked up the orange material box and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, a woman with smoky makeup who had been standing beside the Qingqing Grassland suddenly spoke up. Brother, look, the material box, why is the color so strange? It's actually orange. Fuck, it's really orange, maybe it's the best. A white-haired man next to him excused, his eyes full of excitement. Oh, I didn't expect that I was lucky enough to see a top-quality box. Qingqing Grassland was also excited. Stop for me, and leave me the material box in your hand. Oh? Are you sure you want to take this? Zhang Tuohai threw the material box in his hand, his face cold. What's the matter? You're still not convinced, you're not convinced.
Qingqing Grassland felt that her dignity was being challenged, and immediately took off the leather jacket full of thumbtacks, revealing her thin body, shaking to take a machete.
Are you dissatisfied? Come on, I'll let you do it first. If I ask you not to leave the box today, my surname will be yours.
Qingqing Grassland swayed the machete, his face full of suffocation. Seeing the appearance of Qingqing Grassland, Zhang Tuohai smiled. He stuck out Remington from under the hem of his coat. I allow you to reorganize the language.
Qingqing Grassland was stunned when she saw the gun in Zhang Tuohai's hand, and then suddenly burst into laughter. Grass, I'm dying of laughter. There are still people frightening me with a fake gun. If you have the ability to shoot, if I'm afraid, I am your son. Boom. Gunshots sounded. The three attendants beside Qingqing Grassland fell to the ground.
Their bodies were all beaten into sieves by number 12 projectiles, and the gurgling blood stained their clothes red. Looking at the several servants who fell to the ground, Qingqing Grassland was stunned for 3 seconds, her legs softened, and she knelt down.
Dad!
Seeing this scene, Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but secretly twitch the corner of his mouth.
Grass, it's crooked. He originally wanted to give Qingqing Grassland a shot.
As a result, the recoil was not controlled well when the shot was fired, and the 3 followers were killed, but Qingqing Grassland was uninjured. However, this is not a big problem, at least the purpose of deterrence has been achieved. I ask you to answer, remember, you only have one chance. If I'm not satisfied, you know the result.
Zhang Tuohai said coldly. I understand, just ask, I will definitely know everything and say everything. Qingqing Grassland responded again and again. Why are you chasing him?
Zhang Tuohai pointed to the red used car that hit the machine. He stole a purple airdrop box, and we asked him to hand it over, but he refused, so we chased it all the way.
Qingqing Prairie said. Just a purple airdrop box? You keep chasing like this? Is it worth it?
Zhang Tuohai was a little surprised.
Why isn't it worth it? Qingqing Grassland was a little dissatisfied. That's a purple airdrop box. We usually open a white material box.
I've only seen the blue one twice, and I finally saw the purple one once, but I didn't try my best.
Take it back?
Hearing Qingqing Prairie's defense, Zhang Tuohai nodded. It seemed that he was indeed a bit arbitrary. He has a system by his side, usually opens a lot of boxes, and participates in every challenge of the brave. There are many blue boxes in materials, so one may not be too fancy for a box. However, for most ordinary people, the challenge of the brave can be said to be a near-death situation, and they will die if they are not careful. During the day, they may only be able to find the supply box for a part of the morning. During the day, the material boxes are mostly white. This has led to a very shortage of materials in their hands. No wonder, seeing a purple material box makes everyone jealous. Besides this, you have also snatched a few people. Zhang Tuohai glanced at the baseball bat thrown aside by Qingqing Grassland, and found dried blood on it. No, this is definitely the first one, we have never robbed anyone else. Qingqing Grassland stretched out his hand to express his blueness. However, as soon as he reached out, 7 or 8 purses fell from his body in an instant. Zhang Tuohai _green Grassland. Zhang Tuohai picked up one of the wallets and opened it to look at it. It contained a woman's ID card and a photo of the square. It looked innocent and cute, and was completely different from the members of the funeral family in front of him.
Zhang Tuohai, what did I just say? Listen to my sophistry. Qingqing Grassland tried to save her. Let's talk to the god of death with rhetoric.
Zhang Tuohai pulled the trigger.
Boom!
Qingqing Grassland's body fell to the ground. Since Qingqing Grassland chose to deceive, it also means that he has no value.
At least, Zhang Tuohai would never believe any information he gave.
After confirming the deaths of several, Zhang Tuohai came to the red used car that hit the machine to check the situation inside. The owner of the car has not been seen since the incident and has no idea what the situation was. Zhang Tuohai came to the side door of the red used car and looked over, and found that the owner of the car was a young man in his 20s, who was lying on the steering wheel at this time. The windshield was completely shattered, a sharp glass shard pierced his chest, gurgling blood stained his chest. Seeing this kind of injury, Zhang Tuohai felt a chill in his heart. He knew that this person was hopeless.
Any last words? Or I can let you go without pain.
Zhang Tuohai said to the young man. Please, help me, give this to my sister. The young man said intermittently, and a strand of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He held an oak box in his hand and handed it to Zhang Tuohai.
Why don't you hand it over yourself? I remember people on the regional channel can hand over items to each other.
Zhang Tuohai found the box and was a little curious.
We are not on a channel my sister is called. Zhao Wan. Wan, please. After the young man said this, his head tilted and he died of despair. Zhang Tuahai looked at the oak box in his hand. It was the size of a palm. There was no pattern on it. There was a small bronze hook at the opening and closing. It was mottled and seemed to have some thoughts. Zhang Tuahai had a thought of opening it and taking a look. However, this thought turned over and over again in his heart, and was suppressed by Zhang Tuahai. He reached out and closed the young man's eyes. Although I don't know your name, I will try my best to deliver it. If you don't see it, don't blame me. By the way, the supplies in your car shouldn't be used anymore, so just treat it as a reward. Zhang Tuahai opened the co-pilot and took out the purple supplies box. Check what's in both boxes. Zhang Tuahai said to the prompt system. The orange material box contains reinforced solar charging panels, 4 units of high-grade glass, 4 units of high-grade plastic, 4 units of high-grade metal ingots, and 1 unit of high-grade electronic components. The purple material box contains a box of milk, a tomahawk steak, and a KFC family bucket. Zhang Tuahai was a little regretful that he didn't get the air conditioner he wanted, but it was all useful things, so it wasn't a loss. Open the material box, and the contents inside burst out. Enhanced solar charging panel, which absorbs sunlight efficiently and provides power support for the vehicle system. Every hour is exposed to sunlight, the power generation is 50 kW, and the power can be stored for 24 hours. Making materials, 4 units of high-grade glass, 4 units of high-grade plastic, 4 units of high-grade metal ingots, and 1 unit of high-grade electronic components. It's so strong. Zhang Tuahai looked at this solar panel and felt that it was a little strong. This power generation caught up with a small diesel generator. Also, it can store power. This is a bit stronger. However, this production material is a bit familiar. Zhang Tuahai took another look at the materials that burst out of the orange supply box. The two are generally indistinguishable. Could it be that all the orange material boxes are ready for the materials for making drawings? Zhang Tuahai could not verify whether the orange material box really had all the items for making the blueprints. However, he still has a map anyway, and he will know when he finds the remaining orange treasure chests. Zhang Tuahai hurriedly made the enhanced solar charging panel first. After the solar charging panel is made, it is like a piece of black glass and is buckled on the roof of the car. The charging pad is small and looks like a sunroof on the roof. It's okay, it's not conspicuous. Zhang Tuahai glanced at it and felt very satisfied. After the production, Zhang Tuahai began to search for the remaining cars. From these cars, Zhang Tuahai only found 2 packets of bread slices, 4 bottles of water, and 600 units of gasoline. Another pack of Snickers was found from the young man. Sure enough, I'm very poor, no wonder I'm crazy when I see the purple material box. Zhang Tuahai glanced at the materials scavenged from the crowd's car inside. In line with the principle of not wasting, Zhang Tuahai also pulled out the cores of the 2 white cars. The 2 used cars instantly turned into a pile of scrap metal. When Zhang Tuahai was about to extract the core of the young man's car, he suddenly stopped. He looked at the young man's body, took out 100 units of gasoline from the trunk and poured it on the car. Then, he took out a windproof lighter, lit the fire, and threw it in. There's only so much I can do. Zhang Tuahai took a deep look at the second-hand car on fire, drove his own car, and turned to leave the abandoned factory. Coming out of the abandoned factory, Zhang Tuahai found that the billowing black cloud had rushed over the cliff outside the city and began to advance in the direction of the ruins of the city. System, what is the moving speed of the poison circle? Can you judge where the final circle is? Judging from the current movement speed and direction of the poison circle, the factory area will be swallowed up in 15 minutes, and the final circle is initially determined to be in the mining area. Mining area? Zhang Tuahai took out the blueprint and immediately searched it. The mining area is roughly in the northeast of the map, while the factory area is in the southwest of the map, which is basically a diagonal corner. If he wanted to go to the mining area, he would have to go through almost the entire city. I'm not very lucky, but I just can get all the orange treasure chests in my pocket. Zhang Tuahai sketched on the map and drew a brief route map. In order of distance, he is now going to the residential area to find the second orange treasure chest. Zhang Tuahai drove his car towards the residential area. Unlike the uniformity of the factory area, the residential area is different. There are 2-story single-family villas, 4-story townhouses, and various privately built iron houses. From these remnants of buildings, we can see the living conditions of the former residents here. Different from the desolation of the factory area, in the residential area, Zhang Tuahai can see a car passing by from time to time. These cars were either speeding by or parked on the side of the road, and the owners rushed into the villas and rummaged through them. When these people saw Zhang Tuahai passing by, they couldn't help showing nervous expressions, staring at Zhang Tuahai, for fear that he would come and grab something from them. Seeing the actions of these people, Zhang Tuahai couldn't help shaking his head. This city has been abandoned for many years. After such a long time, even if there is something left in the villa, it may not be used now. Even if they turned out the can, Zhang Tuahai would not dare to eat it. Who knows how long it will expire? Zhang Tuahai now only dares to believe what is in the material box. Ignoring these people, Zhang Tuahai quickly drove towards the buried place of the orange treasure chest. Seeing Zhang Tuahai leave, these people breathed a sigh of relief and returned to the villa to continue rummaging. Zhang Tuahai drove 5 or 6 blocks until he reached the edge of the villa area and the apartment area before he found a 4-story townhouse. The whole apartment is built with red bricks, and the paint on the outside has peeled off, revealing the wall tiles inside. The glass in the apartment was also shattered, and shards large and small were scattered on the road. This dilapidated apartment is not popular, and everyone prefers to go to the villa next to it to find supplies. When Zhang Tuahai parked the car at the entrance of the apartment, a young man and woman walked out of the villa not far away. The two walked out of the villa happily holding a stack of plates and water glasses. After the two saw Zhang Tuahai, they immediately showed nervous expressions, and hid the stack of plates and water cups behind them, as if they were afraid that Zhang Tuahai would grab it. Seeing the nervousness of the two, Zhang Tuahai couldn't help sneering. He shook his head, pushed the door and entered the townhouse. "Husband, why did he go to the apartment? Why don't we go and have a look? Maybe there is something good." When the woman saw Zhang Tuahai enter the apartment, she was obviously moved. "Why are you going there? I've seen it from outside. It's tattered, it's obviously a place where ordinary people live, and there must be nothing good." The man looked disdainful. However, his car is very good, and he is still wearing a coat and helmet. He has so many good things, and he must have a good eye. Otherwise, let's go to the apartment to see it together, in case there is any gain. The woman hesitated. "Let me tell you, he must have been lucky to get a good car. Those things are probably brought in from the outside. I haven't heard of anyone who can make helmets. Come on." "Well, I saw that there is a villa over there that hasn't been searched yet. Let's go and look for it. If we find something good, maybe we can get oil residue to eat tonight." The man dragged the woman into the villa across the street. Zhang Tuahai walked into the apartment and found that there was a corridor after walking in, with rows of doors on both sides of the corridor. Due to the lack of light, the corridor was a little dark. Zhang Tuahai turned on the bright flashlight. "System, which floor is the orange material box?" The map only marked which building the material box was in, but there was no clear location marked. "Go forward 10 meters, open the door of the storage room on the left, there is a handle on the floor of the room, there is the stairs leading to the basement, and the orange material box is on the tool rack in the basement." Hearing the description of the system, Zhang Tuahai's expression was unusually wonderful. If it weren't for the specific location given by the system, even if Zhang Tuahai got the map, it would not be easy to find the orange material box. "It's too secretive, isn't it?" After greeting the female relatives of the personnel hiding supplies in his heart, Zhang Tuahai opened the door of the storage room. As soon as the door was opened, a smell of dust came from the surface. Zhang Tuahai dispersed the smoke and followed the prompt system to find the inconspicuous sliding door leading to the basement. Opening the sliding door, a pitch-black hole appeared in front of Zhang Tuahai. A cold air came up from the ground, causing Zhang Tuahai, who was wearing a coat, to shudder. "Where is it? Why is it so cold?" Looking at the dark and eerie basement, Zhang Tuahai couldn't help frowning. "You know, the room temperature outside is about 30 degrees now. If it wasn't for the shotgun on him, he even planned to go out to search for items wearing only a stab-proof suit. However, this basement was pitch dark and cold, and the cold air that came out made him and his coat feel shivering all over his body, which obviously did not conform to common sense. Even in this basement, there is no sunlight all year round. There must be something wrong. System, is there any danger below? There is a huge mutant desert spider in the basement. Mutant desert spider, an alienated creature caused by some kind of radiation, with a huge body, sharp arthropods, and toxins in its mouthparts, which can spit spider silk and like to liquefy its prey into liquid protein. Fear of bright light and fire. Comprehensive judgment, the risk is weak. Is that so? Zhang Tuahai breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the explanation from the prompt system. Since the prompt system determines that the risk level is low, there should be no problem. Zhang Tuahai sorted out the things on his body, took out a strong light flashlight and a shotgun, learned the tactical moves in the movie, and carefully entered the basement. Crunch, crunch. The old stairs made an overwhelmed creaking sound at Zhang Tuahai's feet. Zhang Tuahai carefully illuminated every inch of the ground in front of him with a strong flashlight, for fear that a huge spider would appear out of nowhere. When Zhang Tuahai turned the corner, he suddenly found that the front was open. In front of him, a huge stone room appeared. The stone room is about 3 meters high, at least 200 or 300 square meters. The stone room is filled with rows of wooden racks, each of which is filled with various bottles. Each bottle contains an insect. There are locusts, nematodes, scorpions, ants, and of course, various spiders. Black, red, white, colored, all kinds of stone chambers are filled. Looking at the bottles, Zhang Tuahai felt a little uncomfortable all over his body, and it seemed that his breathing was a little difficult. Suddenly, he heard a giggling sound coming from the corner of the stone room. Zhang Tuahai quickly turned the flashlight over. He was stunned to find that at a distance of less than 5 meters from him, a huge spider 2 meters tall was staring at him. This spider has black and red stripes all over its body. It is 2 meters tall. Its forelimbs are shining like steel. Its mouth parts are the size of a wash basin. Its 8 fist-sized compound eyes stare at him. Fuck! Zhang Tuahai almost sat on the ground without being frightened. Although he had already prepared in his heart, he really did not expect that the hugeness of the system prompt was so big. Are you afraid of spiders that are 2 meters tall? 8 eyes staring straight at you, are you afraid? The most frightening thing is that behind this thing is a pile of shriveled white cocoon-like things. Don't ask, it must be the prey that was caught before. Hiss! The mutant desert spider opened its mouthpiece and let out a strange cry, then stabbed towards Zhang Tuahai with its 2 front limbs held high. The speed of this mutant desert spider was extremely fast. Zhang Tuahai didn't react, and his sharp forelimbs stabbed Zhang Tuahai on the body. Zhang Tuahai was knocked out by the giant force, and he fell down on the stairs with a burst of pain in his chest. Zhang Tuahai quickly lowered his head to check the wound on his body. He glanced down and breathed a sigh of relief. The stab-proof suit wasn't torn, and there was no blood oozing out, probably bruises at most, nothing serious. Seeing that his injuries were not serious, Zhang Tuahai breathed a sigh of relief, and quickly set up his shotgun, ready to fight back. At this time, he noticed something strange. That one, the mutant desert spider didn't take the opportunity to rush up, but kept backing away. It was the desert spider's situation that made Zhang Tuahai a little unclear. Zhang Tuahai observed it, and then discovered the reason for the abnormality. It turned out that when he fell just now, the strong light flashlight in his hand happened to shine on the eyes of the mutant desert spider. The mutant desert spider was obviously very afraid of this kind of strong light, and kept backing away timidly, trying to avoid the strong light flashlight. It turns out that being afraid of strong light means this. Having found the weakness of the mutant desert spider, Zhang Tuahai was determined. He used a strong flashlight to force the mutant desert spider to the corner, then set up the shotgun and kept pulling the trigger. Bang bang bang! A shot of number 12 shot hit the body of the mutant desert spider. Although the mutant desert spider looks terrible, its body is still a mortal body, and it does not deviate from the category of ordinary creatures. Those number 12 projectiles can easily be shot into the body of the mutant desert spider, and the opponent will be beaten back. It turned out to be a good one. Zhang Tuahai was so settled in his heart that he began to pull the trigger one after another, firing all 7 bullets in the magazine. At this time, the mutant desert spider has become like a sieve, with blood holes all over its body, and it looks like it is crumbling. Seeing this, Zhang Tuahai quickly reloaded 7 number 12 shotguns, preparing to kill the mutant desert spider completely. Just when Zhang Tuahai was about to move, the prompt system suddenly sounded. If you don't want to face a group of mutant desert spiders that are more agile, don't kill it. What's the meaning? Zhang Tuahai frowned. When the desert mutant spider is dying, it will lay eggs to give birth to offspring, and even accelerate the hatching of larvae in the body. If you kill it at this time, it will speed up the hatching of the larvae in its body. At that time, you will face more than 20 more agile mutant desert spiders. 20? Hearing this number, Zhang Tuahai almost bit his tongue off. A mutant desert spider is already difficult to deal with. If there are 20 of them at one time, he has to hang here. Then what to do? Is there any way to get the orange supply box buried here? If possible, Zhang Tuahai doesn't want to give up the orange material box here. Use a strong flashlight to restrict its movement, turn to the back of the third row of cabinets, the orange material box is there, take the material box and escape here. Learn! Zhang Tuahai took a deep breath and irradiated the light beam of the strong flashlight on the eyes of the mutant desert spider. Hiss! The mutant desert spider screamed and stepped aside, hiding in the corner, constantly avoiding the beam of light. Seeing this, Zhang Tuahai cautiously came to the back of the third row of cabinets. He looked down, and sure enough, there was an orange material box placed on the bottom of the cabinet. If he didn't come over, it would not be easy to find. Really insidious. Zhang Tuahai cursed secretly. If it wasn't for his reminder system, I'm afraid he would have almost died here. Zhang Tuahai took a sip, picked up the material box, and retreated to the exit of the basement step by step. Zhang Tuahai stepped out of the cold basement step by step. When he saw the sun again, he felt for the first time that the hot sun was so beautiful. System, is there any way to completely kill this guy? Zhang Tuahai was extremely disgusted with this mutant desert spider. You can fill the basement with gasoline and burn it to death. The system provides a solution. Forget it. Zhang Tuahai decisively rejected the proposal. Although he hated the mutant desert spider very much, it still made Zhang Tuahai feel a little distressed to burn it to death. That is a basement of more than 200 square meters. How much will it take to fill it with gasoline? It's a bit of a loss to burn a spider to death by wasting so much precious gasoline. However, just leaving like this is a bit out of Zhang Tuahai's style. Zhang Tuahai found the toolbox in the apartment and sealed the door leading to the basement with wooden boards and nails. At the same time, all kinds of bulky furniture were piled up in the utility room, which completely blocked the utility room. If you can't burn to death, you will starve to death. I'll see how you come out. After the utility room was completely sealed, Zhang Tuahai was satisfied with his masterpiece, and then left the townhouse with an orange material box. Zhang Tuahai had just walked out of the townhouse when he happened to meet the young men and women who had been looted from the villa opposite. The young man was holding an axe to show off to his girlfriend. Well, listen to me right, is there something good in the villa? Look at these silver wine glasses, look at this axe, both it can be used as a tool as well as a weapon. It's more cost effective. This axe alone is worth the fare. I bet that as long as I hang this axe on the trading platform, I can definitely exchange it for 2 pieces of braised pork. You thought you were going to search the townhouse just now? It turns out that my decision was the right one. The young man said excitedly. Husband, the young woman stabbed the young man with her finger and pointed at Zhang Tuahai. Look, he is holding an orange material box. Young man? Orange? The young man's eyes almost popped out. He has been searching for several days, and his luck is not very good. He has only seen one blue material box. Now someone actually got the orange material box. How many good things must be in it? And, in the townhouse he least likes. The man felt a burning sensation on his face when he thought of what he said just now. At this moment, Zhang Tuahai turned his head and glanced at them. Seeing that it was the 2 young people he had met before, Zhang Tuahai nodded habitually, and then walked towards his car. However, this action turned into contempt and humiliation in the eyes of the more emotional young people. Maid, isn't it just an orange material box? What's so amazing? I can't find it, can't I grab it? Tuahai walked over. What are you doing? Seeing the young man approaching, Zhang Tuahai showed his Remington M870. I'm just asking if you want an axe. I think you're out alone and don't have a self-defense weapon. If you need it, I can sell it to you for a cheaper price. But it seems that you already have a better one, then don't bother and leave. After the young man finished speaking, he turned his head and left, not giving Zhang Tuahai a chance to answer. Looking at the young man's back, Zhang Tuahai grinned. He was sure that the aggressive look of the young man just now was definitely not about selling him an axe. However, for a person who is not a threat, he is not too lazy to kill. Forget it, for the sake of leaks, I won't do it. Zhang Tuahai whistled and drove his car away. Why did you go just now? The young woman asked curiously, poking at the young man. It's nothing. The young man irritably shook off the young woman's hand, his eyes fixed on the townhouse that Zhang Tuahai had searched. You said, will there be any important good things left there? No. The young woman glanced at the townhouse and said hesitantly, he just came out of it, how could there be any valuables left? No, there must be. The young man's eyes were a little red. In an apartment, there must be more than a few things of value. In addition to the orange material box, there must be other things. The young man walked quickly into the townhouse as if possessed. And the young woman thought about it and felt that searching again was just a waste of time, and it didn't seem to be a big deal. So he sighed and followed. Ha, I just said that there are things here. Look, there are so many things stacked in this utility room, there must be valuable things in it, hurry up and help me move out. A young man came from the room excitedly sound. Zhang Tuohai drove for 2 blocks and stopped the car on the side of the road after confirming that no one was following. He took out the orange supply box. System, what's in the material box? The material box contains the manufacturing drawings of high-grade car air conditioners, 3 units of high-grade metal ingots, 10 units of high-grade plastics, 10 units of high-grade metal parts, 10 units of high-grade rubber, and 1 unit of high-grade electronic components. Great! Zhang Tuohai waved his fist excitedly. He finally got his car air conditioner, and it was a premium version. In addition, the materials in the material box also proved his guess about the orange material box. The orange material box comes with a set of manufacturing materials. Although I don't know if this set of materials is the exclusive benefit of the orange material box, or it is a convenient door open for them because they don't have access to advanced materials now. These Zhang Tuohai didn't care, he only knew that he needed an air conditioner. Zhang Tuohai opened the orange material box. Manufacturing drawings and various materials spewed out. Manufacturing drawing of advanced car air conditioner. The temperature is controlled by power consumption. The temperature can work normally from 50 degrees to 50 degrees. If it exceeds the working range, the effect will be reduced by 30% when it exceeds 10 degrees. If it exceeds 40 degrees, it will not work. Making materials, 3 units of high-grade metal ingots, 10 units of high-grade plastics, 10 units of high-grade metal parts, 10 units of high-grade rubber, and 1 unit of high-grade electronic components. Looking at the air conditioner manufacturing drawings, Zhang Tuohai could not wait to look up to the sky and laugh 3 times. He finally has a plan to fight against the double-day volley of natural disasters. The highest temperature on Earth is only about 57 degrees. What is the maximum temperature of the double-day volley? 60 degrees, 70 degrees, or 80 degrees? As long as the temperature doesn't exceed 90 degrees, his premium car air conditioner will always work. Moreover, Zhang Tuohai believes that the temperature of this disaster will never be too high, at least not more than 70 degrees. Otherwise, except for him, the remaining players can lie down and wait to die. You must know that the hottest time of Asen's side is about 40 degrees every year, and some people die from the heat, let alone 50 or 60 degrees. Zhang Tuohai had every reason to believe that even if disasters had to test them, it wouldn't be too difficult the first time. At least this time, he can survive this disaster in peace. Install. Zhang Tuohai made a high-end car air conditioner with great arrogance. An electronic LCD screen appeared on the console of the car. Real-time temperature, 37.5 degrees. Adjustable temperature, -40 degrees to -40 degrees. Do you use the smart mode to keep the temperature inside the car constant at the most comfortable temperature range? Notice. Using this mode will increase the power consumption by 10%, the normal power consumption of this unit is 1 kilowatts per hour use. Zhang Tuohai chose the smart mode without hesitation. Now, he has an advanced solar charging panel in his hand, so much electricity is a waste if it is not used. The advanced car air conditioner started to work, and gusts of cold air blew in from the air conditioner port, causing the temperature in the car to drop at a speed visible to the naked eye. Comfortable. Zhang Tuohai stretched his waist comfortably. In this apocalypse, he has not experienced such a comfortable temperature for a long time. He felt as if he was back in the familiar air-conditioned room. It would be even better if there was another glass of happy water with ice. Zhang Tuohai thought in dissatisfaction. By the way, I have happy water too. Zhang Tuohai remembered that he had obtained a family bucket in the factory. There are exactly 3 cups of happy water in it. Zhang Tuohai immediately took a cup and took a sip. The bubbles formed by the carbon dioxide instantly filled the mouth. Cool. Zhang Tuohai lay on the seat and reminisced about the aftertaste, feeling that his heart was full of happiness. What used to be at your fingertips, only when you lose it will you know how precious it is. Zhang Tuohai drank most of the Coke in the glass in one breath, feeling full of strength all over his body. Go, I must get all the remaining orange material boxes. Zhang Tuohai opened the map. According to the route drawn before, his next target is the center of the city, the business district. Zhang Tuohai was sure that this was definitely the place where most players concentrated. Moreover, the materials here are also the most, and the conflicts between players will definitely increase exponentially. The business district is sure to be in peril. However, he doesn't care.
All beings are equal under the spray, and whoever dares to stand in his way, he will pull out the other party's leek roots. Zhang Tuahai drove his car and galloped towards the downtown business district. The business district in the city center is full of buildings with 4 or 5 stories. These buildings are obviously much prettier than the buildings in the factory and residential areas. There are various reliefs on the walls and decorative pillars at the door, which look elegant and grand. There are also a lot of colored glass scattered on the street. Depending on the size, it should be the original windows of these buildings. It can be seen how luxurious it was back then.
There's a lot of fun here.
Zhang Tuahai saw a lot of cars parked on both sides of the street. Many people entered and exited from buildings, more or less holding some loot in their hands. This scene made Zhang Tuahai feel as if he had returned to the peaceful era and was looking for a parking space. Seeing this, Zhang Tuahai reduced his speed and began to look at what everyone was holding.
See if there is anything worth looting in the business district.
After looking around carefully, Zhang Tuahai was a little disappointed. He found that what these people held most were all kinds of porcelain and metal utensils. Then there are some clothes that are not easily damaged. A few lucky people have some tools like axes, hammers in their hands.
More people got some wood. Zhang Tuahai did not see any food.
I don't know if it was hidden by these people, or if there is really no food left in the city. These things are not worth Zhang Tuahai's waste of time. Zhang Tuahai walked around and found that there was really nothing of value, so he drove directly to the building marked on the map with the orange treasure chest.
This is a 3-story building with a black stone outer wall and a red roof. There are 16 beautiful columns in front of the door.
There are even 2 4-meter-high guard statues at the main entrance, which looks very of style. Zhang Tuahai glanced at the building and felt that the building must be very famous at that time. Among the buildings he saw in the city, this building was enough to rank in the top 3. Such a magnificent building has naturally been watched. When Zhang Tuahai arrived, 2 cars had already parked at the door. Seeing someone coming, Zhang Tuahai was a little anxious, and he hurriedly asked the system.
System, has the orange material box here been taken?
Still in place. Zhang Tuahai breathed a sigh of relief.
Where is that material box hidden? In the box in the attic on the 3rd floor.
Zhang Tuahai, he felt that this map was purely playing people, and it was so secretly hidden that it would take a lot of effort to find it. He fully believed that the person who placed these supply boxes in the first place did not want the map carrier to find all 5 boxes. However, the other party did a lot of calculations, and he didn't expect that a group of rookies was mixed in with a hooker. Actually, don't play cards according to the routine.
Zhang Tuahai, still wearing a helmet and a coat, walked into the building. The 1st floor of this building is like a lobby.
Zhang Tuahai also saw a bar similar to the front desk.
Behind the bar is a huge painting made of stained glass. However, part of it had fallen off, and Zhang Tuahai couldn't see what was inside.
The bar is flanked by marble staircases with tattered carpet. There were several clear footprints on the carpet, and it seemed that someone had gone upstairs. Zhang Tuahai became cautious, grabbed the Remington in his hand, and walked cautiously towards the 2nd floor. As soon as Zhang Tuahai arrived on the 1.5 floors, he saw 3 people facing each other at the entrance of the stairs on the 2nd floor. A middle-aged man in a hood confronted 2 young men in jeans. The hooded man had a dagger in his hand, Denim 1 had a large pipe wrench, and Denim 2 had a wooden baseball bat full of nails.
Although in terms of weapons, hooded men are dominant.
But the large pipe wrench is not easy to mess with, and it will definitely open the scoop if it hits the head. That baseball bat full of nails was even more ruthless. It was directly hooked on the tetanus debuff, and it was a chronic death. The 3 of them stood still in a stalemate. In fact, if they find a place where no one else is, the old Zhang Tuahai doesn't care. But the problem is, they blocked the stairs upstairs so hard. This sucks.
Zhang Tuahai looked up at a few people and sucked Hanako. Several, it's getting late. If you want to fight, you should fight quickly. If you don't fight, you should dodge away quickly, and don't block the road, okay?
Zhang Tuahai looked at his watch and said impatiently.
8, Baga, go away.
No, don't disturb our duel, said the hooded man stuttering.
Hearing what the hooded man said, Zhang Tuahai couldn't help but raise his eyebrows.
He is not a radical person, on the contrary, he has a lot of respect for Lee himself. Such as Mr. Hatano, Mr. Momoya, Mr. Kato, and so on. He was all respectful. However, he did not know the hooded man in front of him.
Since you are not a familiar teacher, why are you polite? Zhang Tuahai raised his head and held up Remington, who was hidden in his coat. I didn't hear it clearly just now, you say it again. I'm sorry, Your Excellency. The hooded man saw Remington, but he didn't bother to confront the denim jacket *2. He held a knife in one hand and bowed to Zhang Tuahai with a standard 90-degree bow. Well, it looks like an old lady, and bowing is so standard. Zhang Tuahai clicked his tongue. In the past, I only read it on the news, but this time I saw it in real life, so I have to take a good look at it. Denim number 1 and denim number 2 looked at each other, not knowing whether to take advantage of this time to go up for a sneak attack, or to salute Zhang Tuahai with the man in the hood, and froze in place for a while. None of the three said a word, and the field suddenly fell silent. After 5 minutes, Zhang Tuahai was fine, the jeans were fine, and the hooded man who kept bowing couldn't take it anymore. Your Excellency, may I ask? The hooded man straightened his waist and wanted to ask Zhang Tuahai the reason. Did you stand up? Zhang Tuahai said coldly. Your Excellency, what do you mean? Tuxiazuo. Zhang Tuahai said, I heard that the most sincere way of apologizing for you is the tuxiazeo. Why didn't you use it just now? Are you looking down on me? Your Excellency, I didn't mean it. Immediately, I have to see. Otherwise, you will look down on me. Zhang Tuahai said and aimed his gun at the hooded man. Put. The hooded man immediately knelt on the ground with his hands on the ground, his body curled up, probably in this posture or two it's almost there. Zhang Tuahai nodded with satisfaction. Now tell me, why are you fighting here? Your Excellency, The hooded man was interrupted by Zhang Tuahai as soon as he opened his mouth. Shut up. Zhang Tuahai pointed to number 1 jeans, you say it. Brother, we confronted each other for one thing. Denim 1 said. For what? Zhang Tuahai was curious. It's the knife in his hand, denim number 1 said. Originally, it was the box we found first. When we opened the box, the knife slipped out accidentally and was picked up by him. We asked him to return it to us, but he refused, so we confronted each other. Is that the case? Zhang Tuahai asked back. This thing has no owner in the first place. I found it, of course it's mine, the hooded man argued loudly. That means, what he said is true. Zhang Tuahai asked with a smile. Your Excellency, the hooded man looked up and tried to argue. Boom! He was answered by Remington's gunshots. The number 12 projectile swiped across his scalp, and a smear of blood ran down his head. You are right. The hooded man knelt down again. Sure enough, the only language you can understand is the sound of gunfire. Zhang Tuahai looked cold and came to the hooded man. Have you eaten braised pork these days? I ate a piece. The hooded man didn't understand why Zhang Tuahai asked this question, but he still answered cautiously, in awe of Remington's power. No, I think you ate 2 pieces of braised pork, but only gave 1 piece of money. Zhang Tuahai said. No, I obviously only ate it. I ate a piece. Then prove it to me. How to prove, bang. Zhang Tuahai kicked the samurai sword to the feet of the hooded man. Don't you have a traditional culture called abdominal cutting? You will know if you cut it and count it. 8, Baga, you are humiliating me. The hooded man raised his head sharply. He understood, Zhang Tuahai didn't want him to live. He suddenly picked up the knife on the ground and held it up high. Before his knife could fall, the thunderous sound of gunfire rang out again. The hooded man felt like he was flying, and he flew 5 or 6 meters before hitting the wall and sliding down slowly. There was a bright red on the wall behind. Why did Zhang Tuahai insist on killing each other? Because he is from Jinling. Glancing at the hooded man's body, Zhang Tuahai walked straight to the 3rd floor, without even looking at the samurai sword on the ground. His attitude confused the denim duo. Brother, the knife, you haven't got the knife yet. The denim duo greeted from behind. A handful of junk, if you want it, just keep it for yourself. Zhang Tuahai walked upstairs without turning his head. The reason why he did this was to let the 2 of them leave. Although, he is not afraid of the 2 making trouble, but it is better to save some trouble. Sure enough, the denim duo looked at each other, quickly picked up the knife, and ran downstairs. For them, a knife is also a good harvest. Zhang Tuahai went straight to the 3rd floor. There were corridors on both sides. Zhang Tuahai simply turned around and found that it seemed to be an office-like existence. There were desks and chairs in each room, as well as file cabinets. But it's all empty. System, where are the stairs to the attic? Go to the 2nd room, in the corner you can see a pull rope, which is the switch to open the stairs. It's hidden enough. Zhang Tuahai nodded, followed the system's prompt, came to the room, and pulled the rope hard. Bang! A telescopic wooden staircase fell from the ceiling. Dust splashed. How many years has nobody come here? Zhang Tuahai frowned and walked towards the top of the stairs step by step. On the stairs is the attic. The attic is full of dust. It looks like no one has stepped on it for many years. The windows are also covered with dust, blocking the sun. In the very center of the attic, an orange material box was placed there, shining brightly. Seeing this, Zhang Tuahai was overjoyed, and was about to go forward to collect the material box. The system prompt sounded suddenly. There is a trap ahead, if you go straight, you will be injured. Is there a trap? Zhang Tuahai took a step back abruptly. Where is the trap and how should it be avoided? Zhang Tuahai asked in a deep voice. The third, fourth, and seventh floors in front are pressure floors, and landmines will inevitably be triggered after stepping on them. The sixth and 12th floors in the front are flipped floors. After stepping on them, they will trigger the trap and be shot by crossbow arrows. The 9th, 11th, and 14th floors in front are hollow floors, and they will fall downstairs after stepping on them. Listening to the densely packed traps, Zhang Tuahai cursed inwardly, is this a vault? What is it that has so many traps installed to protect it? Although there are many traps in the attic, let alone only one person, even if a small team comes, it is possible to fall into the sand here. However, these traps are all useless in front of the prompt system. According to the markings of the prompt system, Zhang Tuahai carefully stepped over the floors with hidden traps. Fortunately, the designers of the traps have a bit of conscience, leaving enough distance between the traps for normal people to cross. Otherwise, Zhang Tuahai is likely to be dragged into the egg because his steps are too large. That really hurts. Zhang Tuahai dodged left and right, and finally passed through the layers of traps and came to the material box. What the hell is in here? If it's garbage, I'll put this crowbar in his chrysanthemum when I see the plan. Zhang Tuahai was ready to open the box with a crowbar. There is a trigger trap under the box. If you open or pick it up, it will trigger anti-infantry mines after 5 seconds, and 700 steel balls will spread in a 60-degree wide-angle fan-shaped area. The killing height is 2.4 meters. The kill limit distance is 200 meters. System, you said this is a broadsword anti-infantry mine? It must be? Zhang Tuahai didn't know what to say anymore. He felt that the person who put in this orange material box must be a poor person with a one-page household registration book, otherwise he would never have designed such an idea that would lead to the next generation of missing key excretory organs. This is just like the bamboo shoots opening the door for the bamboo shoots. The bamboo shoots are home. Who would have thought that there would be an anti-infantry mine under the supply box? This thing, not to mention the mere stab-proof clothing, even if you put on the Kyraf body armor, you will be seriously injured if you get close to it. Sweet pear stuffed. Zhang Tuahai looked at the area of the attic. The length was only 200 meters, and the width was about 20 meters. That is to say, this room must be within the killing range of landmines. The only way is to get the box and use the most get out of this room quickly. System, if I take this box, rush directly to the window next to it, break the glass, and then jump out, will I be able to escape and ascend to heaven? Zhang Tuahai estimated the distance between himself and the window, about 7 or 8 meters. 5 seconds was enough for him to break through the glass and jump out. If you estimate the angle well, you can jump to the balcony on the second floor. The glass of the folding fan window next to you is made of bulletproof glass, and your head is not as strong as it is. If you jump out of the window and leave, it is recommended to choose the one at 2 o'clock. In order to make more profits, the decoration company replaced the glass of this window with ordinary glass. Zhang Tuahai gestured with his middle finger at the bulletproof glass. An attic window was actually fitted with bulletproof glass? You are going crazy. With this money, is it not good to install a few air conditioners for the employees' offices below? He can also take it apart and sell it to others. It's really a dog. System, are you sure that window can be knocked open? Is there a balcony below? I don't think the balcony extends that far. Zhang Tuahai was a little worried. Although there is no balcony under that window, you will pass a car in a minute and you will fall directly on top of the car, which is enough to reduce all cushioning, and it is estimated that at most, it will cause soft tissue contusion and will not affect normal movement. It's still within the acceptable range. Zhang Tuahai waited and accepted the prompt system's escape plan. Zhang Tuahai moved his body on the spot, took 2 deep breaths, and then violently pulled up the orange material box on the ground, and then rushed towards the window at 2 o'clock without looking back. The reminder system also began to count down to help. 5. Zhang Tuahai took 2 steps. 4. Zhang Tuahai jumped up. 3. Zhang Tuahai smashed the glass, and a black 7-seater commercial vehicle came slowly. 2. Zhang Tuahai flew out of the window, and the commercial car slowly stopped downstairs. 1. Zhang Tuahai fell on the roof of the commercial vehicle, and his 2 feet left 2 large dents on the roof. The 2 people in the car looked at the roof curiously. 0. Anti-infantry mines exploded. 700 steel balls swept across the entire attic, turning everything that remained in the attic into a sieve, and even the bulletproof glass was full of cracks. Some broken pieces of furniture were scattered from the windows that Zhang Tuahai smashed, and they fell all over the street. Many people were attracted by the sound of the explosion, and looked curiously at the attic with black smoke billowing, not knowing what happened. The initiator, Zhang Tuahai, quickly jumped out of the car, patted the window frame, and said to the frightened female driver in the cab, "Thank you, I'm sorry about the roof, I have the opportunity to compensate you again, and then just a piece of news, don't go to the attic of this building unless you want to endure another explosion of this magnitude." After Zhang Tuahai finished speaking, he patted the other party on the shoulder, and ran back to his car in the eyes of the other party, started a fire, refueled, and walked away. "Sister, what should I do with this roof?" Suchi looked at the 2 big footprints on top of her head, a little confused. It probably won't leak, right? Sumu touched the footprints, the edges were relatively smooth, there were no right-angle creases, and there was probably no problem if they were not repaired. If I have to talk about the shortcomings, probably, it will store water when it rains? When the sisters Sumu and Suchi were discussing whether the roof needed repairs, Zhang Tuahai had already fled 3 blocks away. However, Zhang Tuahai didn't stop there. On the contrary, he started to circle around the business district. No way, who made the movement he just made was too big. Several people decided that he got something good, and they chased after him, trying to get a piece of the pie. In order to avoid the tracking of these people, Zhang Tuahai began to circle in circles in the business district. After a while, he found that this method seemed to be somewhat unworkable. Not only did the number of cars following him not decrease, but instead increased. Moreover, due to Zhang Tuahai's dodging, these people became more and more fearless, and they no longer followed cautiously, and even began to accelerate their approach. How on earth did these damn flies find out about me? Zhang Tuahai frowned. Although he is not afraid of these people, his 2 fists are hard to beat with 4 hands. If these people take advantage of the chaos to break the solar charging panel or the light-emitting glass, he will lose a lot. Even if they kill all these people, it will not make up for it. Own loss. Therefore, Zhang Tuahai was determined to get rid of these flies first, and then slowly clean up them when he found an opportunity. After going around in the downtown area for a few times, Zhang Tuahai finally discovered the reason why these people always find themselves. Without him, his car is too new. Most of the people here are still driving the second-hand family car that the system first gave. Only he has been upgraded to a second-class car and turned into a new commercial car. Usually when it's just me, I can't see the difference, but here, it's like a firefly in the dark night, it's hard not to be noticed. Since you can't get rid of you in circles, just get rid of you and see if you can catch up. Zhang Tuahai stepped on the accelerator and then started the supercharged engine. In an instant, the speed of the car was mentioned 150 miles, and the speed was still soaring rapidly. The sudden acceleration caught the flies that followed by surprise. When they reacted and started to accelerate, Zhang Tuahai's exhaust gas was almost invisible. This is not the most desperate. Zhang Tuahai's top speed can reach 200 miles, while the limit speed of their used cars can only reach 100 miles. They chased for a while and found that instead of getting closer, the distance between them was getting farther and farther, and finally they couldn't even see the exhaust. Everyone was still a little reluctant and continued to chase for a while. After it was finally determined that Zhang Tuahai could not be found, he scattered and went to look for buildings that had not been rummaged, and went in to pick up garbage. Zhang Tuahai didn't know that the followers behind him had dispersed. He was still accelerating all the way out of the downtown business district, all the way to the north of the city. Zhang Tuahai slowly stopped the car after he could no longer see a car around. Parking the car on the side of the road gave Zhang Tuahai a chance to open the orange material box to see what he had harvested. Get the manufacturing drawings of the Advanced Vehicle Automatic Control System. Get 2 units of high-grade metal ingots, 10 units of high-grade metal parts, 20 units of high-grade electronic components, 10 units of high-grade rubber, 2 units of high-grade glass, and 2 units of high-grade plastic. Automatic Vehicle Control System? What is this? Can it drive itself, park itself? Zhang Tuahai checked the specific data of the manufacturing drawing.
Advanced Vehicle Automatic Control System, special vehicle accessories, with advanced artificial intelligence, can help control all the equipment in the car, including but not limited to automatic driving, automatic parking, monitoring security, anti-lock and anti-theft, deployment of energy supply, etc. Making materials: 2 units of high-grade metal ingots, 10 units of high-grade metal parts, 20 units of high-grade electronic components, 10 units of high-grade rubber, 2 units of high-grade glass, and 2 units of high-grade plastic. Not bad. Zhang Tuahai was very excited when he looked at the drawings. This vehicle's automatic control system is really awesome, and it's worth his effort to get it back. Not to mention other functions, just this monitoring security, anti-lock and anti-theft is enough to worth the fare. What he was most worried about before was the problem of the car being stolen after he left the car. The car thief we met this morning is an example. No matter how much he collects various materials, if he is stolen once, he will make a wedding dress for others. Now, with this automatic control system, he doesn't have to worry about the car being stolen. Moreover, the automatic driving system can also save him a lot of energy. Anyone who drives a lot knows that driving for a long time can lead to mental exhaustion, and if the time is too long, it will lead to unresponsiveness, which will eventually lead to a car accident. Now, with the autopilot system, all he needs to do is give a command, and the autopilot system will help him take care of everything. He can even watch the scenery while drinking coffee, while cooking a dish. This life is simply beautiful. The only thing to watch out for is finding the crates on the way. That auxiliary control car and equipment together, the deployment of energy supply is even more powerful. Although Zhang Tuahai now has relatively few equipment in his car, only fans, car air conditioners, solar charging panels, and lights, Zhang Tuahai believes that there will be more and more things in the future, when it is of maximum value. Zhang Tuahai even fantasized about transforming this car into a super RV in the future, with a weapon station and automatic turret on it. Any enemy automatic control system that controls the weapon station by itself will destroy all the enemies that will commit future crimes. And he himself can sit in the car, drink red wine, eat steak, and watch his thighs. Isn't life beautiful? Just thinking about the situation at that time, Zhang Tuahai could not close his mouth with joy. Manufacture. With a wave of Zhang Tuahai's hand, he created an advanced vehicle automatic control system. In the blink of an eye, there is another display screen in the control area of the car. An emoji smile appeared on the display. Good noon, Commander. The advanced vehicle automatic control system is reporting to you. For convenience, you can give me a new name. What is my new name? Oh, greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Well, this question stumped Zhang Tuahai. He's a bad name. His own cats, dogs and pigs were named by him as Dahe, Huang and Sanhua. It is better to expect a sow to climb a tree than to expect him to have a good name. This? Zhang Tuahai rubbed his hands on his legs for a long time before asking tentatively, classmate Xiao AI? Xiao AI will report to you. Greater than over equal to less than over equal to, that, forget it, it's fine if you like it. Zhang Tuahai thought about it and gave up the idea of correcting the other party. Let's call Xiao AI classmate Xiao AI, just remember the previous mobile phone life. At this time, a tray popped up below the display screen, and a smart bracelet was installed in it. Commander, at this time, the remote-controlled smart bracelet has a wireless light dual charging mode and a communication range of 30 kilometers. Using it, you can keep in touch with me remotely and get the real-time status of the vehicle. Asterisk, then if someone else gets the bracelet, will they steal the control of the vehicle? Zhang Tuahai asked worriedly. Commander can rest assured, Xiao AI is a high-level artificial intelligence system, and it will make a triple judgment of face, pupil, voice, and the stealing of control will not happen. That's good. Zhang Tuahai breathed a sigh of relief, as long as it wouldn't be stolen. He put the bracelet on his hand and looked at the panel. In addition to the condition of the vehicle, there are actually some of his physical conditions. His state at this time is slightly dehydrated and sub-healthy. Some of the body's indicators are lower than normal health. It seems that my body has deteriorated recently. Zhang Tuahai scratched his head. He looked at the time. It was noon now. Since his health has deteriorated, he should have a good meal to make up for it. Zhang Tuahai came to the back seat of the car, turned on the stove and started cooking. Do something? Zhang Tuahai glanced at the pile of ingredients. Forget it, at noon, let's just take a bite: scrambled eggs with chives, a piece of braised pork, a stir-fried kidney flour, and a fat sausage. Zhang Tuahai took out a few perishable ingredients and started cooking. Zhang Tuahai's cooking skills are not bad, and the 4 dishes are ready in no time. As for the staple food, without rice, I can only make a bowl of hand-rolled noodles. The soup of the fat intestines is mixed into the hand-rolled noodles, and the taste is absolutely amazing. Zhang Tuai snorted and ate 2 bowls of noodles, and ate most of the 4 dishes, before rubbing his bulging stomach and lying comfortably on the chair. It was the most comforting meal he had eaten since he came into this world. It's cool that he doesn't even have time to watch regional channels. After I was full and idle, Zhang Tuai opened the regional channel to see if there was anything to collect. As soon as he opened the regional channel, several private messages popped up. Zhang Tuai saw that they were both sisters Su Mu and Su Qi. Su Qi has more, and there are 6 letters. Let me tell you something, we have collected a lot of tableware today, and many of them are silverware. The carvings must be used by nobles. Do you want it? For the sake of acquaintances, I will give you a discount. Today was really unfortunate. I parked on the side of the road, but a person jumped off and stepped on the roof of our car with 2 footprints, but I was so angry that I asked him to compensate. He said that next time, you will definitely. After talking about so many people, where can I go to find him? I'll go after him, but this man ran so fast that he disappeared in a blink of an eye. I wish him no instant noodles in the future. The potato chips are all pieces, and the melon seeds are all hollow. Eat an apple and see half a worm. Zhang Tuahai wiped the sweat from his forehead and continued to look down. Big guy, where's our lunch? Food, hungry. Where's my mother's meal? I'm going to starve to death. If I starve to death and become a ghost, I'll find you too. The above are all letters from Su Qi. Sumu only had 1 letter, which was to ask Zhang Tuahai if there was a way to repair the dent on the car, and at the same time listed a list of supplies that could be sold. It includes some clothes, china, silver utensils, and so on. The prices are also relatively cheap, and they can be purchased for a few grade 1 materials. A little guilty, Zhang Tuahai quickly cooked 2 bowls of noodles, and divided the remaining 4 dishes into plates and mailed them to the 2 of them. Why are you so rich today? Are you rich? Su Qi asked curiously. Well, get something good and celebrate. By the way, this is for you. It can repair all the damage to the car. As for whether to use it or not, you decide for yourself. Zhang Tuahai made a car repair kit and mailed it to the 2. Wow, car repair kit? I remember that this thing needs a lot of resources to make, right? How can you be so generous, and actually come up with this? How much does it cost? Or, I will supply you with the materials you need to make this thing? Su Qi said. This thing was sold to him by Su Mu, and the hand crossbow was exchanged from him. Su Qi naturally knew exactly what materials were needed. Forget it, you guys are not rich, so it's just an experiment. It would be better if you could help me bring in a few clients. Zhang Tuahai said with a little guilty conscience. Originally, he stepped on someone else's car first, and this repair kit should be compensated. Okay, I'll ask you on the channel. If someone's car breaks down, I'll introduce them to you. You don't have to worry about me. They're not my friends anyway. Su Qi patted the tarmac and responded. After dealing with the Su family sisters, Zhang Tuahai began to browse the regional channels. He found that the death rate today is also not low. At least 20 died because of staying in the poison circle for too long. However, most of them died at the hands of our own people. More than 200 people were killed and many more were injured. At this time, people looking for medicines can be seen everywhere in the regional channel. Zhang Tuahai had already anticipated this situation. In the last days when rules and constraints are lost, the negative desires in people's hearts will be gradually released. Hunger and supply spark this release. These players usually do not meet face to face as nothing. Now, throw them into the ruins of a city, facing all kinds of materials, what will happen to them can be imagined. Just from the people who chased him. Robbery and killing are probably only the most basic. Women and handsome men are met by them, and I am afraid they will suffer more unimaginable pain. For these people, Zhang Tuahai couldn't do much. All he could do was hang up all the weapons he had gotten in the morning. At the same time, he also started the service of anti-inflammatory drug OEM again. Zhang Tuahai didn't know how many people these things could help. At least he had a clear conscience. Zhang Tuahai listed these things on the trading platform, which immediately caused an uproar. Damn it, the big guy is the big guy. It's really awesome. He actually hung so many weapons on the platform all at once. Boss, do you still have the axe? I just took a step slow and was robbed. I'll hang up a few more. Have you noticed? The weapons that the boss hangs up are only a few of each, and only hunting spears are sent in batches.
What does this mean?
It means that only hunting spears can be mass-produced by the boss, and the rest are obtained by the boss from others.
Who would sell their weapons at this moment? Wait, could it be that they were all killed by the boss?
The big guy is so awesome, he can actually kill so many people.
Big brother, have a discussion, don't kill me, okay? I will definitely walk around which area you will be in this afternoon. To actually kill so many people is simply too cruel. Shouldn't we players unite and deal with the natural disaster together?
I propose that everyone join forces to bring this murderous madman to justice, and return everyone a peaceful space. You don't need to read this sentence to know that it was sent by Fan Mingkuan.
Few people responded to Fan Mingkuan's silly remarks.
The weapons that Zhang Tuahai put out are enough to illustrate the situation. Zhang Tuahai killed so many people in one morning. It is obvious that ordinary people are not opponents at all. It is too late for normal people to hide, and only fools will find it unhappy.
Fan Mingkuan's mentally retarded remarks were quickly drowned out. Big brother, do you have anything to eat? I've been looking for it all morning. There are a lot of junk, but I haven't found anything to eat. Hey, I found a material box and got a pack of instant noodles. Boss, can you get some hot water?
I'll replace it with double the cold water.
Boss, is there anything with oil and water? The bread is not very hungry at all.
The bread in the morning will be digested long ago.
Get some oily water, even if the oil residue is fine.
Looking at the information on the regional channel, Zhang Tuahai thought about it and hung up 100 units of oil residue. The reason why they hang so much is mainly because they are afraid that these people will die too quickly. If they were all dead, who would be a leak to help him collect things?
When you see leaks, you can't just lay down the sickle and apply some fertilizer when appropriate.
Zhang Tuahai hung up so much food, which immediately made everyone happy.
Everyone cheered Zhang Tuahai's move.
The oil residue, which is usually not very optimistic, suddenly became a hot commodity, and it was robbed in less than 10 seconds. No way, only enough oil and salt can replenish energy, so that people will not be exhausted by high-intensity labor.
If we usually sit in the car, everyone can eat some bread.
Today, most people have to go into the house to scavenge, and they don't have enough strength to see good things and can't move them. When I saw the enemy, I didn't even have the strength to go all out. Therefore, many people have invested the capital and bought the oil residue. This transaction at noon allowed Zhang Tuahai to harvest a large amount of level 1 materials again, making a lot of money. It can be said that Zhang Tuahai earned most of the profits from their morning's work.
This is the advantage of poor technology.
As long as Zhang Tuahai occupies the top of the industry chain, these players will always be his Leakland, working for him invisibly, and thank him.
The world is so magical.
After acquiring another wave of supplies, Zhang Tuahai took out the city map and looked at it. At this time, he had already obtained 3 of the 5 orange material boxes. There are 2 remaining, one is located in the park area in the northern part of the city, and the last one is in the mining area on the outskirts of the northern city. The shrinking direction of the poison circle is from south to north, prompting the system to judge that the final circle is likely to be in the mining area. Zhang Tuahai decided to follow the system's judgment and go to the park area first. After making a plan, Zhang Tuahai started a fire and was ready to set off.
Commander, don't you trust classmate Xiuai? T to the power of T. Would you like to give classmate Xiuai a chance to show her driving skills and help you drive?
Got it. Zhang Tuahai slapped his thigh and got used to driving.
He was really not used to life with an automatic control system.
Xiaoai, go to the park area.
Zhang Tuahai issued an order.
Okay, Commander. ***, please sit firmly, the destination in front, the park area, the driving distance is 20 kilometers, the driving speed is 40 miles, the estimated time is 30 minutes, and the departure is now. The car set off steadily. Zhang Tuahai had just started to experience autonomous driving, and Zhang Tuahai was still not used to it. He held the payoff reel with both hands, and his foot fell on the brake, for fear that the car would accidentally hit the wall. However, after driving for a while, Zhang Tuahai found that Xiao AI's stance skills are still good. If it is 40 miles, it is definitely 40 miles, and it is not bad at all.
It doesn't slow down even when turning. It's really convenient, and it really saves effort in the future.
After driving 10 kilometers, Zhang Tuahai has gradually adapted. Now, he can put one hand on the steering wheel and blow the air conditioner with one hand on his chin.
It's so cool to have air conditioning in the summer. When will there be a refrigerator?
Zhang Tuahai shook the glass of Coke and found that the ice cubes in it had been melted.
Coke without ice has no soul. Zhang Tuahai took a sip with regret. Just when Zhang Tuahai sighed, suddenly, from an alley on the left, a purple used car rushed out, and it was about to hit Zhang Tuahai's car. Zhang Tuahai turned pale when he saw this. It's too late to hit the brakes at this distance. And looking at this speed and angle, if there is a collision, the most serious damage must be the driver's seat. Are you going to get hit like this? Can an alloy frame survive this level of impact? Will I get hurt if I can't stand the impact? Just as thoughts flashed through Zhang Tuahai's mind, his commercial vehicle flicked its tail at a beautiful 180-degree angle, avoiding the impact at the limit. Not even the paint is scratched. Commander, wasn't this drifting tail beautiful just now? Xiao AI's skills are not bad, right? Greater than over equal to less than over equal to, Zhang Tuahai, who was still in shock, wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. Only then did he know that Xiao AI used his superb driving skills to avoid the collision. This made Zhang Tuahai heave a sigh of relief and completely believed in Xiao AI's driving skills. At least, with his current driving level, he can't do the technical action just now. Still, he was angry. System, why didn't you report the danger just now? Zhang Tuahai asked. After calculation, the car just now was not enough to cause damage to the host. It can be completely solved at the level of Xiao AI, and it is judged to be harmless, so no notification is made. It turns out that this is the case. Only those who can cause harm will be notified. Otherwise, even if there is a nuclear bomb next to me, as long as it doesn't explode, I won't report it, right? Zhang Tuahai asked. Although not exactly, it can be understood in this way. Then there's no problem. Zhang Tuahai is fine, but there is something wrong with the car that just rushed out. Failing to dodge, the purple used car hit a green tree on the sidewalk. Although the tree has been dead for many years, it still stands here. The impact just now shattered the headlights of the purple used car. My headlights! The driver was a bald man, and when he saw his headlights were smashed, he was immediately angry. He was hot-tempered, and immediately took out a hatchet from the cab, and threw it onto Zhang Tuahai's hood. With a muffled sound, the hood was smashed into a big hole. If the car body was not reinforced with alloys, it would be enough to smash through the hood and destroy the equipment inside. This angered Zhang Tuahai. Just now, the other party was speeding and almost hit him. The account has not yet been calculated, and now he smashed his car again. This is a life and death vengeance. Everyone knows that a car is a second life in this world. Without a car, it is impossible to move an inch. This bald head is obviously going to kill him. What do you mean? Zhang Tuahai asked coldly. What are you looking at? The account just now hasn't been settled with you. Get out of here, or I'll kill you. The bald-headed man didn't expect Zhang Tuahai's car to be so strong, and he didn't break the hood with all his strength. Moreover, Zhang Tuahai's car is obviously much better than his car. Greed rose in his heart and wanted to take Zhang Tuahai's car as his own. As for what to do with Zhang Tuahai, it was completely out of his consideration. Anyway, it is the end of the world now, and there are no rules to restrict it. It is not a matter of life or death, or it is not a matter of his own thoughts. He has been particularly generous without an axe to kill him. Seeing Zhang Tuahai's handsome face, some other thoughts rose in his heart. Women are tired of playing, and haven't tasted what a man is like, otherwise today, for a while, the bald-headed strong man looked at Zhang Tuahai with a strange look. Seeing the bald-headed strong man's gaze, Zhang Tuahai couldn't hold back his anger any longer. He jerked up the Remington M870 from the passenger seat. What did you mean just now? The bald-headed man felt numb when he saw the dark muzzle. Although he is good at playing with axe and has a lot of strength, facing a gun is no different from fish on a chopping board. He has been on the extreme road, and he has seen many big men with life in their hands. Zhang Tuahai's aura, he has only seen on those big guys. He knew that once this kind of momentum appeared, it was almost going to kill someone. Zhang Tuahai didn't know it himself, but in the midst of the constant killing, he slowly accumulated a trace of murderous aura. Ordinary people may not be able to see it, but the bold and strong men who have been on the road can see it clearly. He knew that if he didn't leave, he would never be able to leave. The bald-headed strong man gave a strange cry, hurriedly got back into the car, stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and ran quickly into the distance. Seeing the bald strong man flee, Zhang Tuahai put frost on his face. Can a cooked duck still make you fly? Classmate Xiao Ai, catch up with him. Xiao AI understands. The commercial car chased after the bald and strong purple used car like an offline arrow. Zhang Tuahai's car was twice as fast as the bald man's speed limit, and, driven by Xiao AI, he didn't have to worry about overturning the car at all, so Zhang Tuahai quickly caught up with the bald man. Drive steadily, I'm going to aim. Zhang Tuahai ordered, and then set up Remington and aimed at the purple car ahead. The strong bald man also noticed Zhang Tuahai's movements from the rearview mirror, and hurriedly drove the car to the left and right, trying to interfere with Zhang Tuahai. Stupid. Zhang Tuahai smiled when he saw the bald man's movements. If there were other guns, the movements of the bald man might still be useful. However, Zhang Tuahai was holding a shotgun. Number 12 shotgun is also known for its face-to-face kills. Just want to avoid the shotgun's coverage shooting with unprofessional snake-like maneuvering? Joke. Zhang Tuahai didn't aim either, pulling the trigger one after another at the bald man's buttocks. Bang bang bang. The projectiles rained down on the bald man's car. Whoops, the rear window was broken. The cover of the trunk of the car was pierced. Bang, the tire was blown, the trunk of the car hit the ground, sparks and lightning all the way. The car also started to drift laterally involuntarily. Upon seeing this, Xiao Ai immediately slowed down to avoid a collision. Zhang Tuai saw the car coming sideways, and quickly fired 2 shots at the side glass. Whoa, whoa. Zhang Tuai smashed the window glass, and the door was also smashed into a sieve. The bald-headed strong man lay on the steering wheel and didn't know if he was alive or dead. Zhang Tuahai refilled Remington with bullets, and just got out of the car to check the state of the bald man. The electronic synthesis of the reminder system sounded. Chiyu is not dead, there is an axe hidden under his leg, as long as you are within 5 meters, you will be attacked by him. There is a 33% chance of being injured, a 35% chance of immediate death, and a 32% chance of being unscathed. Hearing the system prompt, Zhang Tuahai sucked in a mouthful of liangpi. This bald and strong man hides really well, he has fallen into this field, and he still has the means to fight back. However, since it has been seen through, Zhang Tuahai will naturally not step in again. However, this strong man is actually called Chiyu? It's actually the same sound as Mr. Saitama, and he still has the same hairstyle, but unfortunately his strength is a little bit worse. Zhang Tuahai stopped 10 meters away from the car. At this time, the strong man in the car was so anxious that he desperately wanted Zhang Tuahai to come over, so that he could fight back. His body was already injured and blood was flowing. He estimated that he would suffer shock or even die due to excessive blood loss if he couldn't hold on for a while. There was not much time left for him. However, Zhang Tuahai didn't seem to be in a hurry, and approached him so slowly, making him extremely anxious. What the hell is going on? How come it's so slow? The bald-headed strong man who couldn't wait quietly opened his eyes and glanced in the direction of Zhang Tuahai. When he opened his eyes, he was surprised to find that Zhang Tuahai was standing 10 meters away, looking at him with a smile. Don't pretend? Showdown? Want to show your identity? Zhang Tuahai asked with a smile. Broken. The bald-headed strong man suddenly thumped in his heart. Although I don't know how Zhang Tuahai found out that he was pretending to be in a coma, but now there is no other way. Only fight hard. The two are now 10 meters away, and with his accurate head, he is only 30-40% sure. He originally wanted to wait for Zhang Tuahai to get closer, but it was impossible. The bald man gritted his teeth, raised the hatchet in his hand, and was about to throw it at Zhang Tuahai. Boom! Zhang Tuahai pulled the trigger first. The bald-headed strong man was instantly smashed into a sieve by the number 12 shot, and the body fell on the window frame with a thud. The danger is lifted. There is no abnormality around. After being confirmed by the system, Zhang Tuahai stepped up and began to search for the spoils. It costs a car repair kit to repair a car, but don't let me lose money. Zhang Tuahai began to search. The items in the car were very messy. Zhang Tuahai sorted it out and found that most of them were grade 1 materials, with 30 or 40 copies. There are 6 throwing hatchets, 3 bags of bread, 1 mention of mineral water, 10 ham sausages, 2 marinated eggs. What satisfies Zhang Tuahai the most is that this guy actually has 2 seafood hotpots. I will eat this improved meal tonight. Zhang Tuahai put it away with satisfaction. At the end, Zhang Tuahai actually found several sets of women's clothes, all of which seemed to be worn, with some stains and bloodstains on them. This kind of clothes will not be opened in the material box, and the bald man is obviously not a big woman in women's clothing, so you can imagine who the owner of these clothes is. Their fate is also obvious. Seeing these clothes, Zhang Tuahai felt that the bald-headed strong man was a little sloppy, and it was a little too easy for him to die. The loot was moved back to the car, and the core of the car was taken away, leaving only a scrapped car parked on the road. Zhang Tuahai returned to the car with the spoils, and after thinking about it, he felt that this wave was barely worthy.
Before leaving again, Zhang Tuahai made a car repair kit. The auto repair kit is a 1-foot square black leather bag with a green button that says repair.
How does this thing work? Press the button?
Zhang Tuahai pressed the button. The car repair kit turned into liquid in the blink of an eye and melted into the car. The scars on the car disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only the place that was smashed by the strong bald man just now, but also the paint that had been scratched by the thief, the dust on the car body, and the stones mixed in the tires, all of which were cleaned up. The whole car looks like it just came off the production line.
Hey, does a car repair kit have such an effect? Zhang Tuahai circled the car in amazement.
The glass of the car was polished brightly, and even the exhaust pipe was clean, not to mention oil stains, and there was no dust at all.
This function is good.
When the supplies are rich in the future, I will use the car repair kit to wash the car. Zhang Tuahai made a decision. If Sister Sumu and Su Chi heard this, she would cry to death. A repair kit was killed by their precious and resolutely refused to use it. They had to wait for the car to be irreversibly damaged before taking it out.
As for the 2 footprints left by Zhang Tuahai,
just leave it there, except that it doesn't look good, it doesn't seem to affect anything. After verifying the powerful effect of the auto repair kit, Zhang Tuahai has already estimated the price for it in his heart. Double the manufacturing resources is just the basics, 5 times is a bit of insight, ordinary drawings can only be regarded as ahead, and only 2-level auto parts can be talked about.
What do you think is expensive? What world is this?
The post-apocalyptic world of road survival.
A car is a second life.
This kind of existence is comparable to the car resurrection currency, and it is more expensive if it is not sold.
Can it reflect its value?
Zhang Tuahai decided that this thing would be auctioned.
After that, there is an auction every night. The higher bidder gets it.
Moreover, only one is sold per day, so as to maximize the profit. However, this is an evening show, and now, he needs to hurry up and go to the park area to get the orange material box buried there. Zhang Tuahai returned to the car and leaned on the back of the chair. Xiao Ai, go to the park area, let's get the orange material box.
Zhang Tuahai said.
Understood. Omega, the car started and drove towards the location of the orange material box according to the route on the map. The park area is very large, and I don't know why the people here want to build such a city in the desert and build such a large green park.
How much water is wasted?
Zhang Tuahai looked at the trees on both sides of the road. Although most of them have withered to death, the branches are still standing, and it looks like a dry hand reaching out to the sky. There are not many people in the park area, and most of them just stay on the periphery, cutting down some trees for firewood. After all, it's quite cold at night, and not everyone can buy a blanket, and burning a fire for warmth has become their only choice. That's why, on the trading channel, ordinary wood is more than twice as expensive as other level 1 materials at the same level. As for the others, most of them are concentrated in the business district for the last 0 yuan purchase. According to the notification system, the poison circle has completely covered the factory area and the residential area, and it is moving towards the commercial area. If you don't hurry, you won't have a chance next time. Under the guidance of the map, Zhang Tuahai quickly came to an open space. It used to be a meadow, but now it's empty, and only the hard-packed land remains.
Zhang Tuahai looked at the map. Xiao Ai, are you sure you are here?
Yes, after many comparisons, I have confirmed that the map guide is here, and the reference objects along the way are exactly the same.
You can't go wrong. Then why is this place so empty, not even a shadow of a material box? Then we don't know. Whispering. Zhang Tuahai turned around and asked about the prompt system. Prompt system, do you know where it is?
Underground, 1 meter deep from the ground.
Is it physical work this time?
Zhang Tuahai looked at the ground, and there were grass roots and gravel underneath.
This is not the same as the desert.
In the desert, he could dig by hand, but not here.
Had to grind the hand off. Looks like I'll have to get a shovel. Do you have a shovel?
Borrow it for use.
Zhang Tuahai sent Suchi a message.
I don't have a shovel, but there is a blueprint for an engineer shovel.
Do you want it? Suchi replied. Alright, what price? Everyone is an acquaintance, so don't ask for more.
You can make an engineer shovel later, and just give us 2.
Suchi said. It's no problem, but why didn't you learn how to make it yourself?
Zhang Tuahai was a little curious. It stands to reason that there should be no shortage of basic materials for the 2 sisters, so why not make them yourself? I don't usually have the opportunity to use it, so I just threw it away for the time being.
If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten that I still have this drawing. After Su Chi finished speaking, she sent the drawing over. Sapper shovel, a versatile tool, a good helper for outdoor survival. You can use it to chop people, fell trees, cook vegetables, and even dig soil. Materials: metal ingots, 2 units, metal parts, 2 units, plastic, 1 unit. The required materials are not scarce, and there is nothing to say. Zhang Tuahai made 3 directly. 2 of them were mailed to the Su sisters, while Zhang Tuahai took the remaining 1 and started digging. It has to be said that digging soil is a very tiring job. Especially on the ground with grass roots. Zhang Tuahai dug for a long time before digging half a meter. Just as Zhang Tuahai was about to sit on the ground to take a rest, he suddenly heard the sound of the warning system. Be careful, there is a giant eagle hovering in the sky, ready to attack you. Hearing this, Zhang Tuahai turned his head and saw that a giant eagle with a wingspan of 2 meters swooped towards him. Another one. Zhang Tuahai raised his brows. Before, when he was in the desert, he met a giant eagle. At the time, the only weapon he could use was a hand crossbow, and he could only dodge in the face of this level of predators. Of course, if it weren't for the giant eagle, he wouldn't be able to find the laboratory, and he wouldn't be able to get the shotgun blueprints so smoothly. However, it is different now. Zhang Tuahai directly aimed the Remington in his hand at the giant eagle, and at the same time turned on the strong light flashlight, aiming at the giant eagle's eyes. The sudden burst of strong light made the giant eagle feel that it was pitch black, and the originally stable trajectory became messy in an instant. Zhang Tuahai seized the opportunity and pulled the trigger again and again. Bang bang bang. A series of gunshots sounded, and the giant eagle's body fell to the ground. This is for express delivery? Looking at the corpse of the giant eagle that fell less than 2 meters in front of him, Zhang Tuahai couldn't help scratching his head. Since it's delivered to your door, you're welcome. As soon as the skinning knife was inserted, the huge corpse was divided. Get 500 grams of eagle meat *100, get eagle wing *2, get eagle claw *2, get eagle neck *1, get 10 units of feathers, obtain common soul *1 another eagle neck? Zhang Tuahai's eyes lit up. He didn't eat the neck of the giant eagle last time. The main reason was that the eagle wings were too big, and he didn't eat them all. He was afraid that the rest would be spoiled, and he made them into sausages. Well now, I got another giant eagle, this time I have to have a good taste. Carrying all the materials decomposed by the giant eagle back into the car, Zhang Tuahai continued to dig holes. With the incentive of dinner, Zhang Tuahai worked much more energetically, and he dug up the orange material box in a short time. Zhang Tuahai didn't bother to get the material box out, so he opened it directly in the pit. Get 5 units of fast-growing mushroom culture bacteria. Advanced planting pot blueprint *1, high fertility soil *5 units. Clay *5 units, fast-growing mushroom cultivation manual *1. Fast-growing mushrooms? Zhang Tuahai moved in his heart, and his heart jumped up. He quickly picked up the quick-growing mushroom cultivation manual and looked at it. The manual is not much, just a few pages. The content inside is also very simple, that is, a method of cultivating fast-growing mushrooms. According to the description in the manual, as long as the cultured bacteria are buried in the soil and watered with an appropriate amount of water every day, young plants can grow in 1 day and edible in 2 days. Doesn't require much management. Moreover, this fast-growing mushroom is rich in a variety of vitamins, trace elements, and amino acids, and long-term consumption can strengthen the body. Good stuff. Zhang Tuahai's eyes flashed. He has plenty of food, most of which is meat, but vegetables have always been a big problem. If you don't eat vegetables for a long time, it will induce various diseases. Sepsis and night blindness are 2 very representative diseases. Zhang Tuahai has been relying on that leek and a bag of dehydrated vegetables to save his life recently. Now that package of dehydrated vegetables is almost used up. Zhang Tuahai was worried that there was no new source of vegetables, so fast-growing mushrooms came to his door. This is simply drowsiness, and someone gave a pillow. Zhang Tuahai figured it out. If he planted all these fast-growing mushrooms, he would be able to eat them every 2 days, and he could even save a little to sell them. Hey, from now on, we can be regarded as people who live the freedom of mushrooms. When they are mature, we have to bake 2 skewers to celebrate. Zhang Tuahai quickly moved these back to the car, and then directly made 5 advanced planting pots. He used to have planting pots, and now he still grows the leeks he dug up. However, the planting pot was a tin box, and it looked miserable. Advanced planting pots are completely made of clay, and the air permeability and water permeability are much stronger than iron sheets. There is even a relief on it, which looks very atmospheric. Zhang Tuahai poured the high-fertility soil into the planting pot according to the instructions in the cultivation manual, then dug a hole in the middle, poured some mushroom cultures, compacted the soil, watered it, and kept alive. The biggest difficulty in growing fast-growing mushrooms is that they require a lot of water every day. For others, this could be a big problem. They have problems collecting enough water for their own daily drinking, let alone watering fast-growing mushrooms. This thing, even if it is given to those players, they can't afford it. However, Zhang Tuahai would not have this general problem. The secondary water collector guarantees 10 liters of water per day, which is enough. After planting the fast-growing mushrooms, Zhang Tuahai put them together with the leek planting pots for unified management. After doing all this, Zhang Tuahai lay on the seat ready to rest, and took a look at what the players were doing in the regional channel. As soon as he opened the regional channel, he was stunned by the death message that kept swiping on the screen. At this time, the death information is constantly being refreshed in the regional channel, and the number of survivors in the channel is also dropping rapidly. Zhang Tuahai remembered that when watching the channel this morning, the number of survivors was 2,325. Now, only 2,017 remain. Moreover, the number of people is still decreasing. What happened? Why did more than 300 people die all of a sudden? Zhang Tuahai looked gloomy and immediately flipped through the death information. After watching for a while, Zhang Tuahai frowned. He found that almost all death information has a characteristic, that is, almost 90% of the dead are caused by mutant desert spiders. Variant desert spider? Zhang Tuahai chewed on the name. He was all too familiar with the name. In the morning, he also injured one. If it weren't for the scruples that after killing the opponent, more little spiders would burst out, and he might have killed the opponent. However, the spider has been sealed in the basement by him, and it can't get out of it anyway. Where did these mutant desert spiders come from? Looking at the rising death toll, Zhang Tuahai fell into contemplation. Soon, someone started messaging on the regional channel. Let's leave the business area, there are a lot of big spiders from the south, these spiders are bigger than the table, and this thing actually eats people, everyone hurry up and stay away, the farther the better. Really or not, a spider the size of a table? How could a spider grow so big? It's unscientific. I'm going to the business district to try my luck. Don't scare me. Is it any good for me to lie to you? My friend was eaten by that kind of big spider. If I hadn't run fast, I'd be eaten now. What was said upstairs is true, I testified. I formed a team with a few people, went to a shopping mall to search for things, and came across a big spider. At that time, all 5 of us had spears. The forelimbs were all cut off. Our captain was wearing a plate armor, and he was stabbed all at once. I advise everyone not to fight recklessly when they see a spider. It is the best policy to turn around and run. Where the hell did these spiders come from? I drove one and jumped right into my car and stabbed a hole in the roof of my car. If I hadn't made a sharp turn and threw it out, I'd be right now. I can't talk anymore. By the way, who of you has the tools to repair the roof? I feel like the spiders are coming from the residential area. I took a look at the heights and the number of spiders is highest in that direction. As the number of people on the regional channel continues to increase, various information gradually converges. Zhang Tuahai spliced the information together and found that these spiders were almost identical to the mutant desert spider he met in the morning. Could it be that spider gave birth to the little spider? No, when I left, I had completely blocked the passage, and the utility room was also full of furniture. I would rush out for no reason. Zhang Tuahai pondered for a long time but did not figure out why. Since I can't figure it out, I simply don't think about it. It's better to think about how to avoid these things. System, where to go to avoid these ghosts. It is recommended to go all the way north, through the park area, to the mining area, which is the center of the poison circle, and the north is also the area with the fewest mutant desert spiders. There is also in the north? Zhang Tuahai was shocked when he heard this. He originally thought that there were only spiders in the south, but he didn't expect these things to spread so fast and have spread to the north. He had to rush out when they were few in number, otherwise, when the number of those things increased, even he might be trapped here. After making up his mind, Zhang Tuahai immediately packed up and prepared to go north. Shall I go to the northern mining area? Zhang Tuahai issued an order to the car control system. He has no interest in other areas, and the only thing that worries him is the orange material box buried in the northern mining area. Moreover, the final shrinking point of the poison circle is also there, so just go directly and wait for the shrinking circle.
As for those scattered materials, there are naturally greedy players to help him collect them. He only needs to pay a little food to exchange for their hard work for a day. Why should he work hard? Sure enough, it is most comfortable to lie down and use scissors to make money. Under the command of Zhang Tuahai, the car moved towards the northern mining area. The further north the car went, the more desolate the surrounding scenery became. Buildings are getting lower and lower, and road conditions are getting worse. Even beasts can be seen lurking on the side of the road from time to time, waiting for their prey. Lions, leopards, wild boars, tigers. Zhang Tuahai even saw a crocodile. God knows how there are crocodiles in the desert. You are about to meet mutant desert spiders ahead, please be careful. The sound of the prompt system rang. There's a spider ahead? Can you go around it? If possible, Zhang Tuahai really didn't want to conflict with the mutant desert spider. There is no benefit in wasting bullets. The road in front of you is the road with the fewest mutant desert spiders, and there will be more mutant desert spiders in other directions. Okay, then go and meet it. Seeing what the prompt system said, Zhang Tuahai had no choice but to load his gun and prepare to fight the mutant desert spider. There is a mutant desert spider hidden behind the wooden door of the red roofed house 50 meters ahead, please face it carefully. Zhang Tuahai followed the prompts of the system and found that there was indeed a red roofed log cabin about 50 meters in front of the left. The door hangs from the doorframe, and broken glass is scattered all over the floor. It looks like it is no different from the broken houses next to it. However, a slanted sunlight exposed the hidden hunters in the house. Under the sunlight, a black shadow stretched out, and it looked like a huge spider. Good guy. Has this spider learned to sneak attack? Zhang Tuahai sighed at the spider's intelligence. If he was caught off guard, he might have been attacked by this spider. Want to sneak attack? Okay, let's see who attacked first. Zhang Tuahai got out of the shotgun, aimed at the door of the cabin, and pulled the trigger. Boom! A shot rang out, and the wooden door of the cabin was smashed into a sieve. A touch of red seeped from the other side of the wooden door. Hiss hiss accompanied by bursts of hissing noises, a huge spider smashed through the wooden door, got out of the log cabin, and charged straight towards Zhang Tuahai. This spider was about as tall as a person, and it had black and red stripes on its body. It was no different from the mutant desert spider Zhang Tuahai had seen in the basement in the morning. If I had to say something different, this mutant desert spider had a human face. How did it become like this? Zhang Tuahai froze when he saw that face, and he felt something was wrong. He found that things did not seem so simple. It's not just the proliferation of mutant desert spiders. At this time, the mutant desert spider had already rushed to less than 5 meters away from Zhang Tuahai, and the huge forelimbs had been erected, and it was about to stab in front of Zhang Tuahai. Zhang Tuahai quickly pulled the trigger, and Remington roared in his hand. Bang bang bang. The number 12 shot hit the mutant desert spider like a raindrop. The mutant desert spider that was hit by the huge impact force retreated step by step. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Tuahai emptied a clip. When the gun chamber made a rattling sound, Zhang Tuahai didn't dare to neglect. He quickly refilled the bullet and continued to shoot. Fortunately, after the mutant desert spider was shot 7 or 8 rounds at close range by the shotgun, it no longer had the strength to move, which gave Zhang Tuahai time to refill the bullets. Bang bang bang. Zhang Tuahai blasted 7 or 8 shots at the mutant desert spider again, prompting the sound of the system to come over. The mutant desert spider has died. Zhang Tuahai breathed a sigh of relief, reloaded the bullet, and got out of the car to check the body of the mutant desert spider. At this time, the body of this mutant desert spider had been completely smashed into pieces by Zhang Tuahai's shotgun, the kind that couldn't be put together. However, the face was miraculously preserved. Zhang Tuahai looked at this face seriously. He always felt that this face was familiar, as if he had seen it recently. He studied it carefully for a long time, and finally patted his thigh. Isn't this the man and the young couple he met in the residential area in the morning? When he was in and out of the townhouse, he had seen the couple twice, and there were some minor conflicts between the two sides, so he still had some impressions of the two. It's just, how come this man has become a mutant desert spider after not seeing him for a long time? What about his girlfriend? Zhang Tuahai suddenly remembered that after he left the townhouse, he seemed to have seen it in the rearview mirror. The young couple seemed to be walking towards the townhouse. Could it be that they opened the basement to death? The more Zhang Tuahai thought about it, the more he felt that this possibility was not small. The couple saw that he got the orange supply box from the townhouse and wanted to enter the townhouse and search again. By chance, I saw a utility room full of sundries.
Out of curiosity, he opened the door to the basement. One can imagine what would happen to the two unprepared young people facing the mutant desert spider. As for why the young man's face appeared on the mutant desert spider, Zhang Tuahai had two guesses. First, mutant desert spiders have the habit of hunting other people's faces, and like to peel off the faces of their prey and hang them on themselves. The other is that mutant desert spiders have a certain ability to turn prey into mutant desert spiders. If it is the former, it can only be said that the mutant desert spider is somewhat ferocious, and the problem is still within the controllable range. If it's the latter, that's bad. You must know that there are more than 2,000 people who entered this area with Zhang Tuahai. If these people were turned into the same kind by mutant desert spiders, then Zhang Takuhai would be in trouble. It was so hard for him to deal with a mutant desert spider. If 10 or 8 were to besiege him, it would be absolutely cool. No, I have to remind these idiots that it doesn't matter if they die, don't implicate me. Zhang Tuahai quickly entered the regional channel to write a message. Beware of mutant desert spiders. This thing's body is extremely hard, and ordinary cold weapons can't penetrate the forelimbs. Don't try to hunt mutant desert spiders, it's a death sentence. Also, this thing can turn the dead into the same kind, and their numbers will increase. If you come more and more, don't give people's heads. The 6 gods on the opposite side are dressed up, and no one can run away when you see them. Zhang Tuahai posted this message on the regional channel 3 times in a row. A photo of the shredded mutated desert spider's remains was also posted on the back. Especially the face of the young man, Zhang Tuahai gave 3 close-ups in a row. The originally quiet regional channel instantly became lively. Damn it! It can turn the dead into the same kind? What is this? An alien version of Resident Evil? Ah! I don't want to become such a terrible thing after death. Who can protect me? I'd like to be with him. I'm under the tallest building in the business district. The big guy is so awesome that he can even kill mutant desert spiders. Can you share how you did it? Kneeling for the method +1. Boss, do you have any weapons? Boss, do you have auto repair tools? My car door was torn in half by a spider. Now I don't have a car door. I'm so nervous. Seeing more and more information, Zhang Tuahai frowned, and then said, now try to run as far north as possible. Spiders come from the south, and the defense line in the north is the weakest. If you have the opportunity to rush out, if you leave late, you will not be able to rush out. How do you know that there are few spiders in the north? Maybe you want everyone to be your cannon fodder and help you find your way. A yin and yang word appeared. Zhang Tuahai looked at the speaker's name, and it turned out to be Fan Mingkuan. This kid has been holding grudges ever since Zhang Tuahai lost his face, and he was disgusting Zhang Tuahai by throwing trash talk every once in a while. Don't let me meet you, otherwise, you will have good fruits to eat. Zhang Tuahai enlarged the picture of the other party's head and took the other party's appearance in his heart. There are weapons, but the mutant desert spiders that can't be dealt with. If you have to ask for comfort, I will hang up for a while. You can buy them yourself. There are also auto repair tools, but the production consumes more resources. You have a plan in your heart. Anyway, I gave you the way to live. How to choose is up to you. Whether the person who sells you resources every day is credible or the person who only speaks rude words is credible, you know best in your own heart. After typing this sentence, Zhang Tuahai closed the regional channel. Then hang 50 hunting spears and 5 car repair kits in the regional trading channel. The hunting spear is still at the old price, and the car repair kit is sold with 3 times the resources. Of course, the blueprint can be negotiated. He believes that people who can live to the present can probably tell whose words are credible. If you still can't tell the difference, it's okay to die. If you are fooled by others, you will cause trouble for yourself. After processing the transaction information, Zhang Tuahai ordered Xiao AI to continue heading north to the mining area. Those hunting spears were snapped up as soon as they were hung. Although, Zhang Tuahai has already said that ordinary cold weapons do not work on mutant desert spiders. However, when people are on the brink of desperation, they always have a glimmer of fantasy. What if? If you happen to kill the spider, won't you make money? Moreover, after a morning of hoarding, everyone has a lot of resources in their hands, and a single hunting spear can still be bought. As for those 5 auto repair kits, they were also sold out. After a few days of exploration, everyone's car will be damaged more or less, and the car repair kit is definitely a first-class sought-after item. Even if there is no damage for the time being, I am willing to buy one in case of emergency. Therefore, these 5 car repair kits were robbed within half a minute. If Zhang Tuahai stared at the trading interface, he would definitely sigh. These people are still quite rich. they have accumulated so many level 1 resources in one morning, and then they will increase the price a little bit. But at this time, Zhang Tuahai had more important things to do. Zhang Tuahai stared straight ahead. In front of him is a huge railway bridge. The railway bridge is 700 or 800 meters long, and below it is a valley more than 50 meters high, which separates the mine on the opposite side from the land here. The entire railway bridge is made of steel. Because it has not been maintained for too long, all the steel plates on the bridge deck have rotted and broken, and only 2 steel rails are still connected to the bridge. Moreover, due to the long years, the bridge piers have also appeared to a certain degree of inclination. Therefore, the rails connecting the bridge piers are inevitably inclined, and some are even twisted into a twist. System, are you sure this bridge can withstand my car? Zhang Tuahai looked at the bridge in front of him and wiped the sweat from his forehead involuntarily. Please rest assured, after calculation, it is absolutely safe to pass the bridge without any problems. Okay. After receiving confirmation from the prompt system, Zhang Tuahai turned his head to look at classmate Xiao Ai. Student Xiao Ai, can you drive your car to cross this bridge safely? I think the rails are a bit off and inclined, which makes it difficult. It's a bit big. Please rest assured, Commander, Xiao Ai will definitely be able to drive across the bridge safely. That's alright, your life is in the hands of the two of you. Zhang Tuahai sighed and issued the order to leave. No way, the orange material box is right across the bridge, but I can't get it there. The car slowly drove up the rails. The track width of this railway is exactly the same as the width of Zhang Tuahai's car wheels. I don't know if it is a coincidence or a deliberate design. When the car is running on the rails, it is necessary to ensure that there is no deviation in the slightest, otherwise, the wheels may slip and sink, and the car will be completely hung on the railway bridge. Then, he would be finished. Moreover, if it were a straight road, Zhang Tuahai would not be so nervous. The key problem was that some of the rails were twisted due to the inclination of the bridge piers. Even if Xiao Ai was an artificial intelligence, Zhang Tuahai couldn't help but sweat it. When passing a twisted railroad track, the car made a slight thud. Zhang Tuahai's heart accelerated for a while, and he once thought he was going to be finished. Fortunately, everything was safe and sound. During this distance of 700 or 800 meters, Xiao Ai had to drive for 20 minutes before successfully driving the car to the other side. After the car completely passed the railway bridge, Zhang Tuahai rested on the seat for a long time before calming down. He looked back at the long railway bridge, which was his barrier to avoid mutant desert spiders and other players. He didn't believe that anyone other than him could pass through here. When his mood calmed down, Zhang Tuahai took out the map and began to compare the location of the orange material box. He compared it for a long time, and then almost yelled. It turned out that the orange material box was actually placed in a mine. This is a mine. And it is a mine that has been abandoned for an unknown number of years. God knows if there will be any danger of landslides there. Moreover, in many disaster films, mines are the lair of monsters. If he broke into the monster's lair all of a sudden, it would be a self-inflicted trap. The most terrible thing is that outside the mine, Zhang Tuahai found a few strands of spider silk in the corner. This is a barren mine, and the spider silk that can be left here will be left within a few days at the latest, otherwise it will be decomposed long ago. Moreover, these strands of spider silk are obviously thicker and more resilient than ordinary spider silk. It is about to catch up with the thickness of the thin cotton thread. If there are no monsters in this mine, I will write the name upside down. Zhang Tuahai looked at the dark and deep mine and vowed. Now, however, there was an embarrassing problem before him. The steep railway bridge he did not intend to walk again. However, if he stayed here, he might have to face an unknown number of spiders. There is something more important. That is, if he didn't get the orange material box, wouldn't his previous sins be in vain? System, is there any danger of collapse in this mine? In addition, how many monsters are there, and is there a safe way to get the orange material box? There are several nodes in the mine that are loose, and if it is damaged, it can cause local collapse. Zhang Tuahai sank in his heart. Deep in the mine is the lair of desert mutant spiders. Zhang Tuahai felt a little pain in his liver, and it seemed that leaving was a better choice. Zhang Tuahai felt that this mine seemed to be able to break through. It would be nice to have a safe way to get to the orange crate. Then go, classmate Xiao Ai, be optimistic about the car, someone who dares to steal a car will kill him. Zhang Tuahai said. Understood, Commander. Zhang Tuahai got out of the car with a strong flashlight in Remington and walked into the mine. It was dark and deep in the mine, and the people who were blowing with cold air had goosebumps. However, Zhang Tuohai's black coat finally had a role to play. Zhang Tuohai walked carefully step by step. There are some dark cinders scattered everywhere in the mine. Obviously, this place used to be a coal mine. Every 5 or 6 meters, there are pillars that can be seen to prevent collapse. However, because of the age, these columns have been decayed and it seems that there is a possibility of collapse at any time. Walking in such a place, Zhang Tuohai didn't even dare to breathe, for fear that a sneeze would break the column and cause a collapse. That's a lot of fun. Zhang Tuohai walked carefully in the mine, even the sound of breathing could be suppressed. The entire mine was silent, as quiet as a tomb. After walking for about 15 minutes, a fork appeared in front of me. Moreover, not 2 but a full 8. The 8 forked intersections are pitch dark, extending into the invisible distance, and I don't know what is lurking in the boundless darkness. My dear, there are 8 forks in the road. This is because I am afraid that others will choose the right one. Even if you roll the dice, there are 2 sides. While muttering, Zhang Tuohai checked in front of several holes. Sure enough, as he expected, nothing was checked. The only gain is that he found spider silk near the entrance of the 8 mines, which proves that spiders have been active in these 8 mines. Grass, there is no hint at all. Is this a stroke of luck? Zhang Tuohai hates itchy teeth. Africans like him who eat insurance all the year round hate fighting for luck the most. If you want to communicate intimately with the Spider Queen, please choose the first item from the left. If you want to use it as food for young spiders, you can choose the second item from the left. The third item from the left can enter a dead end, and the fourth item from the left it has the taste of treasure inside. Sure enough, the reminder system is still considerate. Just as Zhang Tuohai was about to enter the fourth channel on the left, the voice prompting the system continued to broadcast. However, behind the treasure are 20 burrowing spiders waiting for the rabbit. Zhang Tuohai staggered, and immediately retracted the leg he stepped out. The fifth item from the left is doomed to fail. To get the orange material box, you need to step into the 6th passage from the left. Next time, it's alright to just say that you enter the 3rd line from the right. I almost fed the spider. Zhang Tuohai crept into the 6th passage from the left. This passage is almost no different from the passage outside. It is still a deep and dark mine, and the ground is covered with broken cinders. Walking in it makes people feel extremely depressing, as if there is something hidden in the surrounding shadows. Jump out and kill him. Zhang Tuohai clenched the Remington in his hand and the flashlight, and continued to walk towards the depths of the mine. After walking for another 15 minutes, Zhang Tuohai encountered a fork again. This time it was Shirqiao. According to the system prompt, Zhang Tuohai entered the first fork on the right. After walking for 15 minutes again, Zhang Tuohai encountered a fork for the 3rd time, this time choosing one of the 2. With the help of the system, Zhang Tuohai entered the passage on the left. How deep is this mine? It must be the end, right? Zhang Tuohai whispered. He felt the colder the further he went, as if there was an ice cellar in front of him. Suddenly, Zhang Tuohai felt that his eyes were suddenly enlightened. Suddenly, a huge underground cave appeared in front of him. The underground cave is about the size of a football field and about 10 meters high. The top of the cave is full of stalactites extending to the ground. It looks like a pillar. In the center of the cave, an orange supply box is placed there. The last orange supply box. Seeing the material box, Zhang Tuohai's eyes lit up. All the suffering he had suffered before was for this orange material box. Now that the material box was in front of him, he was overjoyed. Zhang Tuohai strode towards the material box. However, just as he walked quickly to the material box, the sound of the prompt system rang. Be careful of the attack of the cave ape behind you. Behind? Zhang Tuohai knew it was not good when he heard the words, and quickly turned around and put the gun in front of him. Just as he was shaking the strong light flashlight in his hand and looking for the enemy, a dark shadow suddenly rushed in front of him. The shadow's speed was extremely fast, and it suddenly knocked off the strong light flashlight in his hand. The power of the shadow was very strong, and he threw Zhang Tuohai to the ground. With the corner of the flashlight, Zhang Tuohai finally saw clearly the appearance of the creature that attacked him. It was an ape covered in black hair, with a black face and a long mouth. It looked similar to a chimpanzee. Its forelimbs were strong, and it was very good at climbing at first glance. At this moment, in the hands of the ape, holding a sharp stone knife, it stabbed towards Zhang Tuohai's head fiercely. Boom! A muffled sound rang. The stone knife in the caveman's hand stabbed Zhang Tuohai's motorcycle helmet. Zhang Tuohai's motorcycle helmet is produced by the system, and the quality is very good. The caveman gave a full blow, but it didn't pierce the helmet, but the stone knife collapsed. The cave ape was stunned when he saw this situation, surprised that Zhang Tuohai's head was so hard that he could even resist a stone knife. However, the cave-dwelling ape's thinking is relatively straight. Since it can't be opened at one time, it will be opened a few more times, and there will always be a time to break it open. The cave ape waved the stone knife in his hand and smashed it towards Zhang Tuohai's helmet with all his might. Not to be outdone, Zhang Tuohai struggled to pull out Remington, wanting to give the cave ape a shot. Under Remington, all beings are equal. However, just as he was about to shoot, the sound of the prompting system rang. Shooting here will alert the burrowing spiders in the cave next door, and a large number of burrowing spiders will come to check it out. This is self-defeating. Grass. Zhang Tuohai cursed in a low voice, threw away Remington in his hand, and pulled out a dagger from his leggings. This is what he got from a player, and it feels good, so he took it with him. Didn't expect to use it now. Otherwise, even if he killed the burrowing ape, he would be piled to death by the swarming burrowing spiders. The cave ape was smashing Zhang Tuohai's helmet attentively, completely ignoring Zhang Tuohai's small movements. He was too young to know that two legs were so insidious and would carry so many weapons. The cave-dwelling ape paid the price for his underestimated foe. Zhang Tuohai took advantage of the caveman's inattentiveness, and stabbed the dagger in his hand into the caveman's kidney. The cave-dwelling ape, who was still agile just now, froze as if he had been casted on a body-fixing spell. Zhang Tuohai used this opportunity to stab the cave ape 7 or 8 times in succession. The cave-dwelling ape suddenly bleeds like a stream, and its body twitches and falls to the ground. Zhang Tuohai quickly turned over and pressed on the cave ape, and stabbed the cave ape in the heart with a knife. The cave ape is dead and there is no danger around. Call. Zhang Tuohai, who was confirmed by the system, let out a long breath and sat on the ground with his heart pounding. Although he has been in this world for several days, whether it is a large carnivore or a human being, he has killed some. However, it was the first time that such a close-quarters fight was made. The soaring adrenaline made him tremble, and he couldn't even hold the gun. Zhang Tuohai took out a Snickers bar from his arms, tore open the package tremblingly, and took a bite. A large amount of caffeine and sugar allowed Zhang Tuohai to regain energy in his body, and Zhang Tuohai regained control over his body. Zhang Tuohai stood up and picked up the gun and the flashlight. He picked up the orange material box and staggered towards the way he came. With the experience of coming, it is obviously much faster to go back. It only took Zhang Tuohai 20 minutes to reach the 8 forks. Just as he was about to rush out, suddenly there was a rustling sound from the side road. Because your movements were a little violent, the abnormal sound aroused the alertness of the cave spiders in the cave next door, and they sent guards to check the situation. Dry. Zhang Tuohai scolded angrily. Is there any way to stop it? You can try to kill it with a gun, but the sound of gunfire will attract more burrowing spiders. Is there a way to do it once and for all? Zhang Tuohai really didn't want to fight a war of attrition with these cave-dwelling spiders. His bullets also need to be made of materials and cannot be wasted in such a place. Walk forward 10 meters, kick at the support column on the right, then immediately turn around and run. This is the end? Zhang Tuohai was at a loss when he heard the words without beginning or end. However, out of trust in the system, Zhang Tuohai took 10 steps forward. In front of him, 2 supporting columns appeared. The 2 pillars are all made of wood, and the outside is covered with black soot, and it is not clear what state they are in. At this time, the rustling in the mine was getting louder and louder. Zhang Tuohai quickly shone a strong flashlight into the depths of the mine. At this time, Zhang Tuohai saw a huge spider as tall as a person appeared in the light. This spider is gray-black and has a small body, but its 8 limbs are more slender and sharp, and it looks more ferocious than the mutant desert spider. When the cave spider saw Zhang Tuohai, it hissed twice, and then accelerated towards Zhang Tuohai. Seeing this, Zhang Tuohai subconsciously shot back. Bang bang bang. Several projectiles from the number 12 shot hit the body of the burrowing spider in an instant. But the cave spider just paused slightly and continued to charge towards Zhang Tuohai. The ability to fight is so strong? Zhang Tuohai was shocked. It was the first time he had seen a creature that could withstand a wave of a shotgun. Although I was sure that I could knock down or even kill the opponent, I had no idea how many bullets it would take. And Zhang Tuohai's gunshot sounded like a drop of water had dropped into a frying pan. In an instant, there were bursts of giggling sounds from the depths of the mine, followed by chaotic footsteps. It's broken, I've stabbed a hornet's nest. Zhang Tuohai also knew that he had done something wrong. He hurriedly kicked the support column on the right. The support column fell to the ground. Clap la la, a large piece of gravel fell from the top, and then, large and small stones began to fall. At the same time, a deep crack began to extend from Zhang Tuohai's head to the surroundings. Seeing this scene, Zhang Tuohai immediately turned around and ran. Even with his barren geology, he knew that something big was going to happen here. Seeing the falling stones, the burrowing spider behind was obviously anxious. The cave spider chirped a few times, and then charged towards Zhang Tuohai at an accelerated rate. While running, Zhang Tuohai shot back aimlessly. The purpose was to delay the opponent. The cave-dwelling spider didn't care and charged towards Zhang Tuohai all the way. "System, is there any way to kill it?" Zhang Tuohai asked while running. "Just keep running." What? At this time, the cave spider was less than 5 meters away from Zhang Tuohai. The cave spider suddenly jumped forward, and its two front limbs stretched out and stabbed towards Zhang Tuohai. At this moment, a large rock fell from the top of the mine and hit the cave spider's body. Puff! The burrowing spider was smashed into a puddle of bolognese. The two protruding limbs were still twitching from time to time. Zhang Tuohai glanced back, and compared the tragic appearance of the cave spider with his middle finger. "Let you chase Lao Tzu, this is the end." Before Zhang Tuohai was complacent for 2 seconds, 2 rubble fell on Zhang Tuohai's head, and the smashed helmet rattled. Only then did Zhang Tuohai remember that he was still in the mine, and hurriedly ran out of the mine. It took another 5 minutes for Zhang Tuohai to run out of the mine. Zhang Tuohai just ran out of the mine when he heard a rumbling sound behind him. He looked back and saw that the originally intact mine had completely collapsed, but he didn't know how far the collapse would extend. Depending on the situation, at least the burrowing spiders won't get out until he leaves. Zhang Tuohai let out a sigh of relief and walked towards his car with the orange material box in his arms. When Xiao Ai saw Zhang Tuohai come out, she quickly and thoughtfully parked the car in front of Zhang Tuohai and opened the door. "Welcome back, Commander. It's been a long journey." "Oh, oh comfortable." Zhang Tuohai sat on the seat, feeling as if his body was hollowed out. At this time, he felt that sitting in the car seemed to be a very happy thing. "Report, Commander, while you were leaving, a person climbed over the rails, tried to steal the vehicle, and was killed by me," Xiao Ai reported. "I'm hiding here, but someone can find it?" Zhang Tuohai was startled. He turned his head to look over, and found a corpse lying on the ground not far away. Zhang Tuohai looked up and looked across the railway bridge, and found that a lot of cars were parked across the railway bridge, and a few people even climbed on the rails and were crawling towards this area. Are these people crazy? Why are they crawling this way? Zhang Tuohai was very curious why these people didn't hide in the car and climb the dangerous railway bridge. However, Zhang Tuohai soon understood why they did this. Not far away, the black cloud wall has already pressed down with overwhelming momentum. In front of the cloud wall are hundreds of vehicles and desert mutant spiders. At this point, they couldn't care less about fighting, and they were all struggling to run forward. From time to time, slow cars and spiders are overtaken by the cloud wall and devoured. Their fate is self-evident. The constant deaths made those people even more anxious, and the speed was raised again and again, and they rushed towards the mine. Some of the more exciting spiders saw the speed of the car so fast, ran a few steps, jumped on the roof, grabbed the roof tightly with 8 claws, and caught a ride. Seeing the appearance of these people, Zhang Tuohai praised his foresight. "Fortunately, I acted early and took the opportunity to cross the railway bridge, so I can stay here. Otherwise, like those people, he would run away in embarrassment." Zhang Tuohai looked at his watch. There was still 1 minute before the end time of the dungeon, and he didn't know how they should go back. Whether to teleport them away directly, or open up a way for them to leave. If it is the latter, I am afraid it will lead to chaos. At least, those mutant desert spiders won't let them leave so easily. At this time, those vehicles had reached the edge of the cliff, and some of the vehicles had already driven to the side of the railway bridge. When these people saw the 2 bare railroad tracks, they couldn't help but gasped. When they saw Zhang Tuohai's car across the bridge, these people were even more shocked. "There are only 2 rails on this bridge, how did you get there? Did it fly over? I don't believe it anymore. If he passes, I won't be able to. I've been a 10-year-old driver. This kind of double-sided bridge is trivial." A middle-aged uncle in a vest did not believe in evil and tried to drive the car onto the rails. As a result, the front wheel slipped off as soon as it got on the bridge, and the car was half stuck on the bridge, unable to move. When those people in the back saw this situation, they all put out their minds to go to the bridge. "If we don't get on the bridge, the poison circle will soon shrink. What should we do? Stay here and wait to die?"
Someone looked at the black cloud that was getting closer and closer, and said in horror.
No, there will definitely not be a mortal mission.
The poison circle forced us here, indicating that there must be a chance to live here.
Let's look for it.
Take your time and look for it, I have crossed the bridge.
A man said and climbed up the bridge. You're crazy.
Another person grabbed him.
This game is called survival on the road.
You left the car.
What if you don't have a car in the future?
I don't care so much, let's live before our eyes. The man struggled to climb up the bridge. At this moment, the black cloud slowly stopped, just 1 meter away from the crowd. Looking at the dark cloud so close at hand, many people let out a sigh of relief. This damn poisonous circle finally stopped. For a time, the survivors in the field cheered up, glad they survived again. However, before they could be happy, a hissing sound shattered their illusions. The mutant desert spiders who were hiding here with them began to agitate and stared at them. Several mutant desert spiders hiding on the roof even started banging on the windows, and some even inserted their legs into the roof to try to open the tin cans in their eyes.
What?
A burst of screams came from these cars, and the people around came to their senses. Some started the car and ran around in the narrow place. Some drove into the spiders, and some drew their weapons from the car. Get ready to fight these spiders to the death. Those mutant desert spiders also rushed towards the people closest to them.
Seeing a tragic bloody battle is about to start.
Suddenly, streaks of white light shone down from the sky, and a voice sounded. The rally is over, and all vehicles will be sent back to the starting point, in transit. Cars disappeared in the white light, and those mutant desert spiders were left in place. Zhang Tuahai was also enveloped by a white light. Zhang Tuahai only felt a flash of white light in front of him, and he reappeared on the road. It is still the familiar two-way 4-row road, and the road is still the familiar desert landscape. Zhang Tuahai actually felt that the scene in front of him gave him an inexplicable sense of intimacy. There must be something wrong with Lao Tzu's brain, so he has an intimacy with this kind of ghost place. Zhang Tuahai cursed in a low voice, opened the last orange material box, and wanted to see what was inside.
Get the bulletproof glass manufacturing diagram. Get high-grade glass * 12 units. Obtain the production drawing of the bulletproof body. Get high-grade metal ingots * 40 units. Get a copy of Dompa pork. Get a box, 6 bottles, of water of life, 96 degrees vodka. Seeing the pile of things, Zhang Tuahai was very satisfied. With so many things, it's not worth the risk of his life, it's totally worth the money. Looking at these things, Zhang Tuahai was very happy. These things, for him, are simply too useful. Not to mention bulletproof glass and bulletproof body. This thing is simply an important accessory to save lives. Before, when he didn't participate in the rally, Zhang Tuahai didn't pay much attention to the defense of the car. After this rally, especially seeing those terrifying mutant desert spiders opening the roof of the car like opening a can, Zhang Tuahai knew that the defense of the car had also become the top priority. For a big guy like a mutant desert spider, he might have a hard time getting out. The appearance of bulletproof glass and bulletproof car body helped him solve a lot of problems. At least, he also has a certain ability to resist when he encounters this kind of monster again. Not to mention Dompa pork, a famous dish in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, fragrant but not greasy, crisp but not broken, thin skin and tender meat, rich in flavor and juicy, it is a must-see for meat lovers. Zhang Tuahai had heard the name of Dompa pork for a long time, but unfortunately, due to work problems, he never had the opportunity to eat authentic Dompa pork locally. He never thought that this dream would come true in this world. It can only be said that fate is amazing.
As for the box of 96-degree vodka, Zhang Tuahai directly classified it as disinfectant alcohol. Even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't believe that someone could really drink this thing. After sorting out the materials, Zhang Tuahai began to manufacture bulletproof glass and bulletproof car bodies. With 2 white lights, the manufacturing material disappears. It is detected that the original car has been installed with a steel body frame and a light-dropping glass, which can be replaced or merged.
Replacement or fusion? Can you be specific? Zhang Tuahai asked.
Replacement is to replace the old accessories with new accessories, and fusion is the fusion of new accessories with old accessories. After fusion, it has the characteristics of both new and old accessories.
Please choose according to your own needs. After hearing the system's explanation, Zhang Tuahai pondered.
The characteristics of the steel body frame are sturdy, and the characteristics of the bulletproof body are also sturdy.
The strengthening direction of the two is the same and must be integrated. As for the strengthening direction of bulletproof glass and light reduction glass, the direction of strengthening is not consistent.
Needless to say, bulletproof glass is naturally strong, while light reduction glass reduces the amount of light entering and the temperature inside the car. It stands to reason that he now has an air conditioner, and it seems that he does not need the light-dropping glass. However, when Zhang Tuohai thought that the disaster 2 days later was the double-day volley, his heart felt a little empty. If the double sun is volleying, the sunlight must be very dazzling, right? Zhang Tuohai thought, let's integrate it first, and it is always good to add a little more defense. Choose fusion. 2 white lights flashed, and the new accessories merged with the old ones. The glass doesn't seem to have changed much, it seems to be a little thicker than before. The door was obviously thicker. Zhang Tuohai pushed and pulled it and found that it was thicker than before. It seemed that the whole body was made of high-strength materials. Zhang Tuohai tried to shoot twice towards the car door. The number 12 shot didn't even leave a trace on the door. Not bad, not bad. Zhang Tuohai patted the door happily, so that he wouldn't be afraid if others had guns. After making the bulletproof body, Zhang Tuohai took stock of his gains today. In today's rally, he got a total of 5 orange supply boxes, 1 purple supply box, and sold hundreds of weapons. I got a car air conditioner, 6 pots of fast-growing mushrooms, a solar charging board, a bulletproof car body, a classmate Xiao AI, and various grade 1 and 2 materials. It can be said to be a great harvest. Today's harvest is good, let's eat something good. Zhang Tuohai cooked a pot of noodles, and he used dongpa pork, braised pork and dehydrated vegetables as toppings. Sumo and Su cheese share was also topped with brine chunks of meat. While eating dongpa pork, Zhang Tuohai opened the regional channel to watch the people above chatting. This is already his repertoire. Zhang Tuohai glanced at the number of people in the regional channel, and now there are only 1532 people left. He remembered that there were still 2,325 people when he just started this morning, which means that nearly 800 people died in this game today. Seeing the number of survivors, Zhang Tuohai sighed, not knowing how many of the remaining people would survive the disaster day 2 days later. There are fewer leaks again. Zhang Tuohai sighed and flipped through the chat records. Although many people died in today's game, most of those who survived gained a lot. At this time, everyone is showing their gains. Haha, I got a lot of silver tableware. Whoever wants it will exchange resources for it, starting with 10 resources. Trash, only silver cutlery is used for shit. Do you have food? My mother got a ham today. Friendly reminder, it's the kind of ham made from a whole pig's hind leg, not a ham. Picture. Che, what's the use of ham alone? Can you eat it? Do you have a knife? Do you have a pot? I got a box of canned beef, and you can eat it when you open it. Well, I'm merciful and merciful, take 2 cans of beef. How about a can for your ham? Roll rough. Selling a deboning knife, private chat if interested. I got some fabrics, who collects the fabrics for some food? Get out of the way, I have a lot of fabric here, who wants to buy a lot, I can offer a discount. I have a lot of wood here. Which boss is willing to collect wood, I can sell it cheaply. 500 milliliters of water is exchanged for 20 units, and there are many discounts. The boss bought mine, and I only need 300 milliliters of wood to exchange for 20 units. Zhang Tuohai looked through it from beginning to end and found that some people did get good things in the event, but only a few people. Most people get the common first-grade materials such as wood and cloth. Moreover, because too many people got this material, there were not enough bosses to buy it, so that the prices of these 2 materials shrunk significantly. Many players turned in strongly and lowered their prices on their own, just to sell the materials in their hands first. Go and get the food and water you need. While eating dongpa pork, Zhang Tuohai watched the information on the regional channel, thinking that this might be a good opportunity to stock up on materials. Anyway, he was not short of food. Even if these materials are not used now, what if they are needed in large quantities in the future? Moreover, Zhang Tuohai really thinks that these 2 materials are very useful. Fabric is the basic material for sunscreen clothing and stab-resistant clothing. If you gather up, you can sell sunscreen clothing in 2 days. Wood can be used as fuel. Recently, I always cook with a fire, and I have done 2 barbecues. The consumption of wood is not small. Thinking of this, Zhang Tuohai posted the transaction information on the transaction channel. For humanitarian reasons, buy cloth and wood, 200 milliliters of water or 20 units of oil residue, and the time limit is 30 minutes. Zhang Tuohai said hello on the regional channel and disappeared. The reason why he added a time limit is to create a sense of urgency for everyone, a feeling of loss if you miss it.
In fact, he did this entirely in the spirit of hitting 3 poles with no dates, and he didn't think about how much he would gain. However, he completely underestimated the enthusiasm of these players. These players have been crying poor on the regional channel for a long time, and no one has ever been in trouble. No amount of cloth or wood will give them the food and water they need. They were all going crazy. Now I finally saw Zhang Tuihaikan take over, and immediately happily exchanged the wood and fabric in his hands. In just a few minutes, Zhang Tuihai's trunk was filled with various fabrics and wood. Zhang Tuihai was shocked. Did these collect so many materials? Zhang Tuihai quickly made a part of the fabric into sunscreen clothing to reduce the floor space. However, soon, it was filled with newly received materials. Helpless, Zhang Tuihai had to make some sunscreen clothes again. After repeating this 3 times, the supplies finally stopped increasing. At this time, the car was full of piles again, and even Zhang Tuihai had a pile of newly made sunscreen clothes on his head. I've done it, the space in this car is too small, so it's only loaded with so many things, how come it's full again? Even Xiao Ai protested, there are too many, and the fortress can't be taken down. Is there any drawings to increase the storage space in the car? I have received a few. There are too many materials to fit. Zhang Tuihai sent a private message to the Su sisters helplessly. Are you talking about human words? Su Qi sent a series of question marks. I also bought a few. Do you think that the drawings of auto parts are Chinese cabbage? Just a few, as many as you want? Just one, add 10 cubic meters, do you want it? If you want it, 10 cubic meters is okay, let's make use of it, at least there is a place to sleep tonight. Zhang Tuihai said. Su Qi felt that Zhang Tuihai showed her face. Is this human? Co-authoring does not expand the space, and there is no place to sleep tonight? How much supplies do you have? Didn't you just expand the space by 10 cubic meters 2 days ago? Why is it not enough? For the sake of dinner today, it's cheaper for you, a crossbow, 50 crossbow arrows, and meat for 3 meals tomorrow. Su Qi said and sent the expansion space drawings. Renovation drawings of compartments, level 1 auto parts. After use, expand the compartment space by 10 cubic meters. Requirements, 20 units of metal ingots, 40 units of metal parts, and 20 units of low-grade rubber. Nothing else to say, make. In an instant, the interior space of the car increased by 10 cubic meters. The space has become less crowded. Xiao Ai also let out a sigh of relief. Epsilon equals sad face, was almost burst just now. Zhang Tuihai cleaned up the supplies around him, made a crossbow and sent it to Su Qi. It's okay to have meat for 3 meals, but why do you think you need an extra crossbow? Besides, didn't you have 10 crossbow arrows for you? Don't mention it, I met a few thugs, and I feel that a hand crossbow is not enough deterrent. If I want to add some more, I wasted a lot of time when the crossbow arrows deal with those big spiders. By the way, do you have a pistol? If so, give it to I'll get one. The power of the hand crossbow is still a little small, and it is not as reliable as a pistol. Su Qi sent another private message. I'm still looking for that thing, and I'll let you know when I have the drawings. Zhang Tuihai looked at the shotgun beside him. He had no idea of spreading firearms yet. Selling the crossbow to their sisters was the limit. Moreover, he really wanted to get a pistol to play with recently, so what he said just now wasn't a lie, he just concealed a little fact. Is that so? Then wait for your good news. Su Qi sighed. By the way, do you want an electric fan or not? You can have 2 in one car. Now, you will get a thermometer when you place an order. The requirements are not high. Just exchange the drawings I am interested in. Zhang Tuihai was caught off guard and was about to cut some leaks. In Zhang Tuihai's eyes, the sisters of the Su family were making printing presses. After experiencing such a big event today, I would not believe it if I don't have good drawings and papers in my hands. Electric fan? Are you telling the truth? Did you really get an electric fan? Give me Kong Kong. Su Qi's eyes straightened. Every day she sits in a stuffy car and it's going crazy. How can she suffer such a crime when she blows the air conditioner every day? Now when I hear that there is an electric fan that can blow, my eyes are wide and I can't wait to grab the fan now. That's not right, I'm putting it on here for you to see. Zhang Tuihai took 2 pictures of the electric fan and sent it over. Of course, Zhang Tuihai didn't let things like air conditioners appear in the camera. It's not that he is selfish, his drawings are high-end air conditioners, the materials are too precious, and he doesn't have any extras. He can't make them even if they show them to the Su family sisters. Wait, I'll discuss it with my sister now. Suchi replied with a private message and went to discuss it with Sumu. Zhang Tuahai was not in a hurry and waited slowly with a glass of water. Anyway, the Su sisters will definitely need electric fans. No one can endure this sultry weather for too long. Sure enough, as Zhang Tuahai expected, after a while, Suchi sent the photos of the drawings, not one but three. Manufacturing drawing of car lights, manufacturing drawing of solid bumper, double-purpose engine manufacturing drawing. Just pick one of these three manufacturing drawings. Zhang Tuahai already had the first two manufacturing drawings, so he directly filtered them out, and he directly set his eyes on the third manufacturing drawing. Double-purpose engine manufacturing drawing, level 2 auto parts, can use both gasoline and electric power, and the limit speed is 200 miles. Material, metal ingot, 10 units, metal parts, 40 units, intermediate electronic components, 1 unit. The material is similar to the supercharged engine, the only difference is that the core electronic components have become mid-level. As soon as Zhang Tuahai saw this drawing, he couldn't move his eyes away. This drawing may be worthless to others, but to Zhang Tuahai it is worth $1,000. Now that he has a solar charging panel, he is worried that there is nowhere to use the excess power. With a dual-purpose engine, he can save a lot of gasoline and can run on pure electricity at ordinary times. This completely saves gas for use elsewhere. When others have to carefully calculate the amount of fuel, Zhang Tuahai can completely ignore the consumption and let Xiao AI keep driving. Anyway, the solar power is very sufficient, enough for him to splurge. Just the engine drawing. These are 2 fans. Let's exchange them. When there was no electric fan, Suchi thought it was bearable. But when she found a way to get an electric fan, Suchi suddenly felt the air was unbearably hot. It seemed that if she didn't install an electric fan, she would faint from the heat in the next second. Therefore, after Zhang Tuahai agreed to exchange, Suchi immediately traded the drawings. Zhang Tuahai also traded the electric fan as promised. How to install this thing? Suchi looked at the 2 electric fans curiously. Found a car fan, is it installed? The system that comes with the game pops up a prompt. Install. Suchi shouted impatiently. A white light flashed, and 2 electric fans were installed on the roof. It's really comfortable. The electric fan finally blows. If it's a little later, I'm afraid I'll be overheated to death. Suchi put her face against the protective net of the fan with a contented expression. Seeing her sister's appearance, Sumu couldn't help shaking her head. In fact, it was already evening, and the temperature dropped quickly. In another hour or two, I'm afraid I would need a blanket to maintain my body temperature. Suchi is purely psychological. However, seeing Suchi so happy, Sumu was not too good to say anything. After all, in this apocalyptic world where people face the pressure of survival all the time, people will go crazy if they don't find something to be happy about. Suchi was happily blowing an electric fan, while Zhang Tuahai was making a dual-purpose engine. All kinds of materials are ready-made, and Zhang Tuahai made them directly. Subsequently, the gasoline-electric dual-purpose engine was integrated with the supercharged engine. The difference from before is that the gasoline-electric dual-purpose engine is a level 2 accessory, and the top speed is increased from 100 miles per hour to 200 miles per hour, while the supercharged engine is a level 1 accessory. However, the system still retains the special effect of the instantaneous speed increase of 100 miles, that is to say, now, the limit speed of Zhang Tuahai car is 300 miles, which is 30% faster than other second-class cars. In the extreme speed, far ahead. Zhang Tuahai has already completed half of the task of installing 2 level 2 auto parts required to upgrade a level 2 car to a level 3 car. Now, Zhang Tuahai can upgrade his vehicle to a tier 3 car as long as he gets a tier 2 auto accessory and a car upgrade map. I really want to know what a class 3 car looks like. Zhang Tuahai rubbed his hands excitedly. Of course, he was just thinking about this dream, and now he doesn't even have a clue of getting the second level auto parts. After finishing the engine, Zhang Tuahai lay leisurely on the seat, watching the regional channel with the air conditioner on. At this time, half an hour had passed, and Zhang Tuahai saw that there seemed to be not many people continuing to exchange materials, so he took the acquisition information off the shelf. Having collected all these common materials, Zhang Tuahai was not satisfied. He knew that these people must have more precious items in their hands, but they were just reluctant to sell them. And now, he needs to come up with something good. What to choose? Zhang Tuahai rummaged through his supplies and began to take stock. Long-range weapons such as hand crossbows are definitely not good. Although he doesn't care, the sisters Sumu and Suchi are not good enough. The safety of the drawing supplier still has to be taken into consideration. Food and other things are alright, but there is still a little stock of the oil residue in his hand. If the appetite of these people is nourished, the oil residue will not be able to sell for the price. For water, the price has stabilized, and people who have good things may not be short of water in their hands, which is not good. After thinking about it, Zhang Tuohai's eyes suddenly fell on the car repair kit. After a rally just now, everyone's cars must have been damaged more or less. At this time, a car repair kit that can repair the car with one click can definitely sell for a lot of money. As for sunscreen clothes, sunscreen nets, electric fans, etc., Zhang Tuohai plans to sell them on the last day. These things, the further back they are, the more valuable they are. After choosing the items, Zhang Tuohai put up a car repair kit on the trading channel, marked it with a sky-high price of 99,999 liters of water, and then shouted in the group, selling car repair kits can repair all car damage with one click. Private chat, only limited drawings. Note, only limited drawings. After Zhang Tuohai posted the effect description map of the auto repair kit, the atmosphere in the regional channel instantly became frenzied. After a day of rallying, especially the last Mutant Desert Spider Battle Royale, everyone's cars were more or less damaged. Some doors were smashed, and some glass was smashed. Even some unlucky ones, the entire roof of the car was dropped by the Mutant Desert Spider. This sucks. Without a roof, the sun will be directly exposed to the sun during the day, and the cold wind will blow at night. Who suffers from this? So when they see a tool that can fix a car, these people go crazy. The big guy is awesome, you can even get this, do you still need a younger brother? I can call 666. Boss, can it be cheaper? I didn't get the blueprint. I'll take a box of instant noodles and replace it with you. Boss, I only got a drawing for making a baseball bat. Can I change it? Boss, look at me, I got a simulation doll, guaranteed to be exactly the same as the real one, with blonde hair and double ponytails, both up and down, 9.9% new. Boss, can you lend me a car repair kit to use first, and I will return it to you when I get the manufacturing drawing tomorrow? Looking at the information scrolling on the regional channel, Zhang Tuohai couldn't help shaking his head. The harvest of these people is really rich, and they even have imitation dolls. But what's the use of him wanting this thing? Heavy and immobile, a batch of garbage. Directly filtering out this information, Zhang Tuohai began to read private messages. Compared with the spam on the public screen, the quality of private messages is much better. Similar to Zhang Tuohai's judgment, there are indeed many people who have obtained the drawings. Although all they took out were first-class manufacturing drawings, there were indeed some valuable things in them. For example, one person took out a drawing for making a high-level skinning knife, which can reduce the consumption of meat and increase the integrity of the fur. Another person took out a special team combat uniform, with a tactical insert, which can resist pistol attacks in key parts. What moved Zhang Tuohai the most was that someone actually took out a drawing of the statue. Guardian of the Goddess of War, statues, secondary auto parts, equipped to reduce the probability of beasts attacking to a certain extent. Materials, intermediate wood 2 units, common soul 1, placement requirements, level 2 vehicles. This is the second statue made by Zhang Tuohai. The first one is the Lucky Mermaid statue. To be honest, his own demand for this thing is not too strong. Now the beast attack is not very scary to him, and he even vaguely expects more beasts to come. Because, that means snacks. However, he doesn't need it, doesn't mean others don't need it. Not all players have Zhang Tuohai's equipment. Beasts are still a huge danger to them. This statue was very important to them. Zhang Tuohai felt that it seemed that he could make a fortune by getting this thing. In addition to the statue that surprised Zhang Tuohai, the other party's message also made Zhang Tuohai very interesting. Zhang, I know you are a very rich person, can you get me some wine? Don't fool me with those beers that are like white water, not even red wine. I want spirits. Whiskey, rum, white wine, shochu will do, preferably vodka, and I will give you a satisfactory reward. Zhang Tuohai opened the other party's photo and glanced at it. It's actually a Harry. Well, that makes more sense. Zhang Tuohai looked back and glanced at the box of water of life next to him. These things were considered to be marketable. Zhang Tuohai took a bottle out of the box, took a photo and sent it. You should know this thing? Water of life, 96-degree vodka, come up with your offer. Zhang Tuohai said with a smile. He believed that Mr. Vladimir, who looked very much like Su Suezone, could not resist this temptation. Sure enough, Vladimir replied immediately. Oh, my dear Davari, I knew you must have a way. You must sell him to me, without him I will die. Across the screen, Zhang Tuahai could feel the urgency of the other party. Then, your offer. Zhang Tuahai said with a smile. Wait, I will give you a satisfactory answer. Don't sell it to others. Vladimir went rummaging for something. Zhang Tuahai was not in a hurry, he did the other two businesses first, and exchanged the advanced skinning knife and special combat uniform into his hands. The resources required for these two items are not many, they are just ordinary metal ingots and fabrics, and Zhang Tuahai made them directly. Advanced skinning knives are more delicate and sharper than ordinary skinning knives. There are complex patterns on the handle, which looks more like a work of art. The special combat uniform is the same as the special combat boots. It is all black. There is a vest outside, which can mount some weapons and equipment and insert bulletproof inserts. Important parts such as the chest and abdomen can resist some ordinary pistols at close range. The stab suit is more than one level higher. If you get another special combat helmet, it will work. Zhang Tuahai looked at the motorcycle helmet in his hand inside. After a while, Vladimir's reply came. 300 kilograms of bear meat, a heart, and 2 bear paws for the head. I heard that you like this the most. Is this price okay? You actually killed a bear? You have a gun? Zhang Tuahai asked in surprise. Do you still use a gun to shoot this thing? Vladimir looked disdainful. I drank too much that day, and this thing knocked on my car window. I got out of the car and beat me up. Who would have thought? This thing is so unbearable, it was beaten to death. I ate part of it, and the rest is here. Is this enough for a bottle of water of life? Zhang Tuahai? Zhang Tuahai wiped off his sweat quietly, and at the same time made up his mind not to provoke Vladimir, who didn't wake up. This guy's fighting power is too fierce, killing a black bear with his bare hands, who can stand this? As expected of a fighting nation, cleaning up the Siberian hamster is like playing. After sorting out his mood, Zhang Tuahai began to settle accounts. 300 kilograms of bear meat, a heart, and 2 bear paws for a bottle of wine is a very suitable business. All these bear meats are made into sausages that are enough for him to eat for at least 3 months. Even if they are exchanged for resources, they can get a lot of money. They only exchanged a bottle of vodka, and they also gave him an extra heart and 2 bear paws. Sure enough, the big brother, doing things is kind. Zhang Tuahai accepted the deal happily, and exchanged a car repair kit and a bottle of water of life for the goddess of war's guardian manufacturing map, 300 pounds of bear meat, and a bear heart and bear paws. The bear meat was still fresh, and according to Zhang Tuahai's visual estimation, it should have been killed just this morning. Nothing else to say, Zhang Tuahai made it directly into sausages. The bear heart cuts everything, and stir-fry is the best. As for the bear's paw, Zhang Tuahai couldn't do it, so he had to put it aside for the time being. If you don't get it right in a few days, make it into sausages. After getting these things done, Zhang Tuahai thought about it and sent a message to Su Mu, and sent the drawing of the guardian of the goddess of war. Want this? No, Zhang Tuahai always likes to find these two sisters. In fact, in this channel, those who can drive a Class 2 car, except Zhang Tuahai, may belong to these two sisters. Their force value is not enough to absolutely crush the beast, they have the strongest demand for this picture, and they can sell it at a high price. Moreover, when talking about this kind of business, it is still more reliable for elder sister Su Mu. Su Mu's work is indeed much more stable than Su Chi's. After a while, Su Mu sent a picture of a drawing. Ice maker, an electrical appliance that uses purified water to make ice cubes and smoothies. Materials, metal ingots, 1 unit, metal parts, 10 units, glass, 5 units, electronic components 1 unit. Don't try to bargain, you know the value of this thing, it will be a double-day volley in a few days, you can make a lot of money with this. Su Mu attached a message to the back of the picture. Sure enough, the elder sister is not as cute as the younger sister, too shrewd. Zhang Tuahai couldn't help scratching his head, but this thing needs to consume water. Your guardianship of the goddess of war doesn't prevent 100% beasts from attacking, it just reduces the chance. Su Mu retorted. Since the prospects are so good, why don't you sell it yourself? Zhang Tuahai was a little curious. I've already made one, and it's redundant. Rich woman, rice, hungry. Only stir G, and at most add a dual-purpose oven for rinsing and baking. We will share the ice cube business equally, and we will set the price privately. Whoever receives the business will be the one. Make a deal. Zhang Tuahai successfully obtained an ice maker and a dual-purpose oven. What surprised Zhang Tuahai was that this dual-purpose oven was actually powered by electricity. Another saving of wood. Zhang Tuahai took a look at this dual-purpose oven and felt that it must be very beautiful to use this thing to roast meat and cook mutton at the same time. Zhang Tuahai originally wanted to go online and ask for enough mutton slices now. After serious thinking, Zhang Tuahai gave up the idea. Everyone's life is hard enough, and if you show it online now, you will probably be beaten to death. For the sake of future business, Zhang Tuahai reluctantly gave up the idea of supper. After completing the transaction, Zhang Tuahai looked at the regional channel and found that there was no useful information on it, so he lay down. Xiao AI, turn off the lights and sleep. Good night, Commander. The light on the screen dimmed. I don't know if it was because of the serious loss of the rally during the day, but there was no beast attack that night. Zhang Tuahai was awakened by the shaking of the car. Xiao AI, are you driving? Zhang Tuahai asked, rubbing his eyes. Good morning, Commander. I found a hare on the road, and I thought the Commander would definitely want to enjoy a rabbit breakfast and crushed the rabbit to death. Zhang Tuahai, Tutu is so cute, you are so beautiful. Zhang Tuahai got out of the car and found a rabbit fell under the wheel. Is this a door-to-door benefit? Zhang Tuahai took out an advanced skinning knife and stabbed it into the rabbit's body. Get 500 g of rabbit meat *4, get rabbit head *1, get the completed rabbit skin *1, obtain common spirit *1 4 caddies of meat? It's quite fat. Yes, enough to eat for a day, and a rabbit head? You can make spicy rabbit head, just have hot pot ingredients, you can try it, complete rabbit skin, this thing can do it well? Zhang Tuahai muttered and sorted the things into categories and put them away. He made a small stew pot, got some cooking wine to marinate the rabbit head to remove the fishy smell, fry it in hot water, then widen the oil and fry the hot pot base. Many materials such as onion, ginger, garlic, sugar, etc. are not available. Zhang Tuahai had to use this earth method to make. Fortunately, the taste is not bad. At least the spicy taste is enough. The main dish is a pot of hand-rolled noodles as usual, some dehydrated vegetables, an egg, and a little rabbit meat as a topping. Rabbit meat and vegetables were sent to the two sisters. Zhang Tuahai's own bowl is a high-end version with eggs and meat. Coupled with the spicy rabbit head, the mouth is full of oil. After breakfast, Zhang Tuahai wiped his mouth, thinking that he was a little tired of eating noodles for the past 2 days. It would be great if he had rice, and he could make some rice to change the taste. If Zhang Tuahai's idea was known to other players, he would probably be beaten to death. Although Zhang Tuahai sold some oil residues every day, after these days of accumulation, those players also accumulated some food. However, for the vast majority of players, it is only to ensure that they have something to eat. It's all about luck if you want to be full. If you eat well, don't even think about it. What you can eat depends entirely on what you can find today. For them, let alone eating meat, if they can eat 3 bowls of instant noodles every day, they will wake up laughing in their dreams. Want a change of taste? Dream. After breakfast, Zhang Tuahai looked at the time. It was past 7 in the morning, and it was time to continue searching for the supplies box. Classmate Xiao Ai, let's go. Zhang Tuahai issued an order. As ordered, Commander. Xiao Ai started the car and drove forward. Driving on the road again, Zhang Tuahai felt completely different. Before, he had to scan the roadside while driving, looking for a supply box, and had to endure the dazzling sunlight and scorching heat. It's different now. He has classmate Xiao AI to help him drive, he also has a car air conditioner, and even an ice maker. By the way, the ice maker. Zhang Tuahai found the remaining happy water he drank before. All these happy waters used up the carbon dioxide. Zhang Tuahai felt that it was not interesting, so he kept throwing it there. Now it can be recycled. Pour these happy waters into the ice machine to make a smoothie. I took a sip with a spoon, and a cold feeling penetrated my heart and lungs from my mouth. The feeling is one word, cool. That's called life. Holding the smoothie, Zhang Tuahai looked at the receding desert outside the window, feeling as if he was traveling by car on the Gobi Desert in the west. Commander, I found a material box in front of me, are you close? Happy face, huh? Zhang Tuahai looked into the distance, and sure enough, 300 meters away, there was a material box placed on the road. Because of the heat wave, the scenery in the distance was blurred, but Xiao AI could find it in time. It seems that you don't have to worry about missing the material box on the road in the future. Zhang Tuahai thought to himself. Let's go over and see what it is, I hope to make a good start today. Zhang Tuahai rubbed his hands, eager to try. Found a blue material box in front, a hen and a bag of rice, 20 kilograms, in the box. The hen is very active, please prepare to capture the props and the cage for feeding. Hen and rice? Can you make braised chicken and rice? This was Zhang Tuohai's first thought. However, he soon suppressed the idea. If it's a rooster, it's done, and the hen should be kept for a while, and the source of eggs will be there in the future. Isn't a fried egg every day delicious? However, the capture tool is the problem. Zhang Tuohai only had a shotgun in his hand. It was no problem to hunt animals, but not to catch them. What can be replaced? Zhang Tuohai rummaged through his supplies to see if there was anything that could be used as a capture tool. Turning over, Zhang Tuohai's eyes lit up. He turned out a large black net. This thing is a sunscreen net, which is specially used to reduce the light and reduce the heat inside the car. This thing looks like a net. Zhang Tuohai tore it apart. The toughness is not bad, it can barely be used to make a cameo to catch the net. This thing is pretty good. Zhang Tuohai opened the sunscreen, covered the entire supply box, checked it, and after confirming that there were no dead ends, he carefully opened the supply box. Boom! The material box disappeared, and a fat hen jumped out of the box and fluttered its wings to the distance. Although this hen can't fly, its speed is not slow at all. In the blink of an eye, it has sped out 6 or 7 meters, and it is about to slip away. I've been preparing for so long, yet you can still run away? Zhang Tuohai sneered and stepped on the sunscreen. The hen that just flew out was instantly pulled back by the sunscreen. Hen? Before it could react, Zhang Tuohai grabbed it back with a sunscreen net, and then threw it directly into the car. As for the bag of rice, Zhang Tuohai also threw it into the car. Zhang Tuohai looked at the beautiful white rice in his hand. After eating pasta for so many days, I can finally change the taste. Put 2 bowls of rice out, add water. Zhang Tuohai put it on the pot and cook it slowly over low heat. The heat of cooking rice in an iron pot should not be too fast, otherwise it will easily burn the bottom of the pot. The amount of water should also be appropriate. If there is less food, it will become porridge. Zhang Tuohai took out a few pieces of braised pork from the supplies, and put a few pieces of dehydrated vegetables in it. When the rice is cooked, the juice of the braised pork will seep into the rice, and that kind of rice is the best. Putting the iron pot on the stove to cook slowly, Zhang Tuohai set his sights on the hen. The hen also looked at him, with straight eyes, a look of dissatisfaction. Where is this thing locked? Zhang Tuohai looked at the carriage, and there was no suitable place to lock the chicken. It's definitely not possible to let it out. Let's not talk about the issue of whether to lose it or not. Just defecation everywhere was enough to give Zhang Tuohai a headache. He raised hens to eat eggs, not to find work for himself. Zhang Tuohai's eyes fell on the ceramic barbecue. This thing is completely closed, and the height is enough. It is not a big problem to close a hen. Moreover, this thing was used once when roasting eagle wings, and now it has been thrown in the corner to eat ashes. Used to close hens to waste. Hen, cuckoo? It instinctively felt that Zhang Tuohai's eyes seemed malicious. The hen instinctively felt something was wrong, took 2 steps back, and turned around as if running. However, the space inside the car is so large, and it still has a sunscreen on it. How can it escape? Before it could turn around, Zhang Tuohai grabbed it. After picking off the sunscreen on the hen, Zhang Tuohai threw it into the ceramic oven, and then closed the lid. This way we won't run around. Zhang Tuohai clapped his hands with satisfaction. As for how the hen scolded the street in the ceramic oven, it was none of his business. Zhang Tuohai returned to his seat leisurely and continued to eat smoothies while watching the scenery. Xiao Ai started the car and continued to drive towards the distance. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Zhang Tuohai obviously felt that the number of material boxes had decreased. The car drove for 2 hours in a row, and he didn't see a single supply box. Fortunately, he has now switched to a gasoline-electric dual-purpose engine and a solar charging panel, which can be considered as driving without consumption. Otherwise, the wasted fuel alone would make him cry to death. Rao is like this, and he didn't gain anything for 2 consecutive hours, which made him a little unable to sit still. System, why did I drive for 2 hours and I didn't have a single material box? Did another player drive in front of me and take the material box in advance? After testing, no player was found ahead. There is no player, so what's going on? Zhang Tuohai frowned. He lowered his head and entered the regional channel, wanting to see how everyone was doing. After entering the regional channel, a lot of information poured out. What's the matter? I've been driving for 2 hours and found a bottle of mineral water. Is this reasonable? You're not bad. At least you have gained something. I haven't found anything since morning, and I wasted gasoline. I'm really pissed. I was even worse.
It was too cold yesterday, so I burned some gasoline to keep warm, but today I ran out of gasoline, so I was waiting to replenish some today, but I didn't find anything. Who can lend me some gasoline, and if I find it today, I will pay it back to him. Cowhide, he still burns gasoline, how can there be such a fool now? I'm all covered with a blanket and survived. Looking at everyone's words, Zhang Tuai frowned. He felt something was wrong. If he was the only one who couldn't find the supplies, it might be bad luck. If most people can't find the supplies, according to his experience in the past few days, 80% of them are the behind-the-scenes planners of the road survival game. As expected, Zhang Tuai did not expect a system announcement at 8:55 in game time. The limited-time road racing event is officially launched. Participants, all players event time, 9:18:00 Rule 1, all players will be guided to a special racing track to compete. Rule 2, the ranking is determined according to the order in which the players reach the finish line. Rule 3, rewards are distributed according to player rankings. The top 3 players will receive the mystery optional prize. Please work hard to get the top 3, these prizes can help you survive the Double-Day Volley Disaster Day. Rule 4, players who fail to reach the finish within the specified time will be stranded on the racing track forever. Rule 5, in the racing track, a small amount of material boxes will be randomly airdropped. Players are requested to work hard to collect them. Maybe these crates can help you win the race. Rule 6, in the racing track, any behavior of the player is considered reasonable and will not be subject to any interference. Countdown to the start of the game, 4 minutes and 59 seconds. Seeing this announcement, Zhang Tuai frowned. There was a regional rally just yesterday, and they didn't expect to have another sprint today, and they couldn't stop. Zhang Tuai reckons that there are not many days when he collects supplies as quietly as before. What worries him most is the rules of the race. On the one hand, the sprint race sets a high reward at the end to lure players into the first place. On the other hand, it does not limit the behavior between players. That is to say, players can even kill each other. Some players even choose to kill all the players they encounter in order to ensure that they can win the game. Isn't this just a way to let players kill each other? Zhang Tuai is sure that after today, the number of players in the regional channel will be greatly reduced. Moreover, after today's fight, there will definitely be a rift between players, and it is very difficult to maintain the surface peace. However, although he understood the intention of these rules, he was powerless. There is no way. The day after tomorrow's Double-Day Volley disaster is like a sword hanging over the player's head, forcing everyone to make a choice. Those people didn't want to be like him, and they were ready to survive this disaster. For many of them, even getting enough food is a problem. The prizes that can spend the Double-Day Volley are too attractive for them. Sure enough, as Zhang Tuai expected, after the announcement of the event, the originally lively regional channel quieted down, and no one spoke anymore. Seeing this situation, Zhang Tuai sighed. He thought for a while, and shouted on the regional channel, "I put some auto repair kits and weapons on the trading channel, and buy them myself if you need them. Beware of others." Zhang Tuai said, hanging 20 hunting spears and 50 car repair kits on the regional channel. These auto repair kits are priced at double the build material. These things were just hung up, and in less than 1 minute, they were all robbed. Seeing the buying speed of these people, Zhang Tuai couldn't help but be a little stunned. It seems that these people still have some stock. Double the car repair kit, buy it. Boss, do you still have a car repair kit? I was a little slow just now. Can you sell me one? Boss, is there any smaller weapon? The spear is too big, I can't use it. Boss, do you have gasoline? I'm out of gasoline, can you sell me some so I can exchange it for food? Soon, Zhang Tuai's private message was 99+. For these people, Zhang Tuai is open to all who come. Trade as soon as the price is right. Zhang Tuai knew that there were some people here, if he didn't take the time to cut a knife, he would not be able to cut it in the future. Piece by piece, Zhang Tuai sold more than 70 auto repair kits, more than 30 weapons, and 300 units of gasoline. The basic materials in Zhang Tuai's hands have been greatly enriched, and the space just vacated seems to be a little tighter. It seems that the room for improvement is on the agenda again. Zhang Tuai looked helpless at the numerous supplies in the car. At 9 o'clock, the car race officially begins. With the sound of the game system, Zhang Tuai felt that the scene in front of him changed for a while, and he appeared on a brand new road with hundreds of cars parked beside him. What's the matter? Why so many cars? Seeing the car around him, Zhang Tuai suddenly felt something was wrong. Could it be that these cars will set off together? Doesn't it mean that this is the Quality Plaza, and there will soon be a fight? The sprint race has officially started. there is only one rule: reach the finish line alive. Just after the sound of the game system fell, two big men got out of the car behind Zhang Tuahai. The two big men were shirtless, with a steel hatchet in their hands. When they got out of the car, they tapped the car on the side of the car with the hatchet. Grass. Open the door and get out of the car, hand over the supplies in the car, or I will kill you. The owner of the car next to him seemed to be frightened and didn't dare to make a sound with the window closed. Lord Gu, do you think you can hide without making a sound? The big man cursed, and the steel hatchet in his hand slammed into the car window. Whoa! The car glass was smashed to pieces. The big man opened the car door from the inside along the hole in the window, and then pulled out a long-haired woman from inside. Grandma, let you open the door and pretend you don't listen, right? Hurry up and hand over your things, otherwise, I will stew you and eat meat too. While speaking, the big man put the steel hatchet in his hand in front of the woman's neck. Another big man said quickly, Brother, not to mention this woman is quite watery, brother has not eaten meat for several days, can you have a good time before eating? As the big man spoke, he unbuttoned his trouser belt, as if he was impatient. Hearing the conversation between the two big men, the long-haired woman burst into tears. Please, don't kill me, I'll give you everything in the car, forgive me. Why are you crying? The big man with the steel hatchet frowned, and slapped the long-haired woman with a slap in the face. Shut up, I will kill you now if you cry again. Seeing this scene, Zhang Tuahai's face sank. He opened the car door and raised the Remington in his hand. Let that woman go. In the face of no danger, Zhang Tuahai is still willing to stop this kind of thing. What's more, now, helping this woman is equivalent to helping himself. If there is no one to stop the violence of these two big men, then more and more people will follow them, rob and even kill the players around them. Then, it's over. Although Zhang Tuahai can use a gun to keep himself from being hurt, other players can't. They don't have enough weapons to protect themselves. In that case, too many players will be killed and injured, which will be very disadvantageous to Zhang Tuahai. For these leaks, Zhang Tuahai will still protect them to thrive. At least not until he moves the sickle. Seeing Zhang Tuahai stand up, the brawny man with the steel hatchet thought he was a nosy young man. He just wanted to scold him, but when he saw Remington in Zhang Tuahai's hands, he became more imposing. Immediately slumped. The strong man quickly raised his hands and said with a smile on his face, This hero, we have eyes but don't know Mount Tai. I bumped into you just now, and you can't see the villain. Master, let us go. On the road. We understand the rules of the company. After grabbing things later, you will naturally have a filial piety. Otherwise, I still have half a box of mineral water, so I will apologize to you first. I will talk about the rest later. The strong man holding a steel hatchet said. However, the younger brother beside him was a little unconvinced. Brother, don't be so afraid. If he has a model, let's not be fooled by him. Boom. Before the younger brother could finish his words, Zhang Tuahai pulled the trigger at him. The gun was pointed at the head. At close range, the younger brother's head was like a watermelon, shattered by the number 12 shot. The headless corpse swayed twice and fell to the ground. What did you just say? Zhang Tuahai took out his ears and aimed his gun at the strong man holding the steel hatchet again. I was farting just now, what do you say, big brother? The strong man threw the steel hatchet in his hand and raised his hands directly. The woman had also slumped to the ground before. How many people have you killed before? Zhang Tuahai asked coldly. Only 3, not 1, we are law-abiding people, how can we kill people? Misunderstandings are all misunderstandings. The strong man said with a smile. Really? Zhang Tuahai walked to the strong man's car, glanced inside, and found that there were some supplies piled up inside. A ball of clothes was stuffed under the seat, and a red high-heeled shoe was exposed under the clothes. Boom! Zhang Tuahai pulled the trigger. The strong man's head was smashed to pieces. Bright red blood was sprayed everywhere. The long-haired woman next to her couldn't help screaming. What? Shut up! Zhang Tuahai aimed the gun at the woman, and the woman immediately covered her mouth with her hand and looked at Zhang Tuahai with frightened eyes. Zhang Tuahai fired 2 shots into the sky, then glanced coldly at the surrounding vehicles. The entire space instantly quieted down, and the needle drop could be heard. I will say one thing here today, that is, no random robbery is allowed. If I see it, just one word, kill. Bang bang bang. After Zhang Tuahai finished speaking, he fired 3 more shots at the sky. Okay, it's getting late, let's go to the road early, remember not to rob, otherwise, even if it reaches the end, I will kill you, don't believe it and see. Bang bang bang.
After speaking, Zhang Tuai got into the car directly. Xiao AI, let's go. The car drove forward, and the vehicles in front of him avoided one after another, as if sending the god of plague to send him away, but no one dared to speak. Zhang Tuai looked back at the team that was standing still, and sighed. He didn't know how much deterrent he had just said, but he had already done everything he could. As for the self-control of these leaks, only God knew. In order to keep as many leaks as possible, he has done his best, and the rest can only be left to God's will. Zhang Tuahai drove his car towards the distance. Leaks are something, you can save them by the way. The first thing to do now is to win the championship and get the super prize. This is the most important. After Zhang Tuahai left, the long-haired woman sitting on the ground was the first to react. She rolled and climbed back into her car, stepped on the accelerator, and chased after Zhang Tuahai. She knew that Zhang Tuahai's words shocked these people for a while, but once she was singled out, someone would definitely take the risk. Perhaps only by following behind Zhang Tuahai can we spend this game safely? Seeing the long-haired woman leave, several people with the same thoughts also sped away. The rest of the people saw this and drove away one after another. Only a few people with other minds stayed. After seeing that most of the people had left, a small man slipped out of the car quietly, looked left and right, and found that no one thought of him, so he quietly ran towards the strong man's car and started to turn it over. Materials left by the strong man. Seeing that everything was fine, the others also got out of the car and walked towards the car. Soon, 7 or 8 people were surrounded by water. Some people grabbed basic materials, some people grabbed food, some people grabbed water, and some people even started to try to dismantle the car with a pipe wrench. The bald man left behind not many supplies, otherwise, he would not have started blatantly looting in the Quality Plaza. Soon, the supplies were divided up by several people. The poor materials that were already few were divided by a few people, and many people felt that the harvest was too little, so they set their sights on the materials in the hands of their companions. Give me the water. A fat man snatched a bottle of mineral water from a small man's hand. Why? This is what I found first, and give it back to me. The little man was not convinced and wanted to grab it back. However, he was not Fatty's opponent at all, and he was pushed to the ground by Fatty after 3 or 2 blows. Grabbing the water into his hands, the fat man waved his fist threateningly. Boy, stay away from the wise, otherwise, I will kill you. After threatening, the fat man turned around and prepared to go back to his car. Seeing the fat man's back, the little man's face turned red. On the one hand, a bottle of water that he finally found was snatched away, and on the other hand, the playful eyes of the people around him made him feel that his self-esteem was insulted. The little man felt a little pain in his palm. He looked down and saw that his palm was cut by a piece of broken glass. At the same time, he saw the dagger pinned to his waist. The little man's eyes became fierce, mad. In the past, you all bullied me and looked down on me. At that time, it was a society ruled by law, and I couldn't get you. Now it's the end of the world, everyone is in charge, what should I be afraid of? If you dare to touch me, I will kill you. As soon as the little man gritted his teeth, he suddenly pulled out the dagger from his waist and plunged it into the fat man's back. Fatty didn't expect the little man to fight back at all, and he was stabbed with a dagger by surprise. You actually dare? Fatty pointed at the little man with trembling fingers, his eyes full of disbelief. He couldn't believe that a little man dared to resist, and even dared to kill him. Why are you all forcing me so, bullying me? I'm going to kill you. The little man's eyes were red, like crazy, and he kept stabbing the fat man's body with the dagger in his hand. When the people around him saw this, they were all frightened by the little man's appearance, and took a step back involuntarily. Some people saw the situation was not good, and immediately returned to their car and ran. The rest of the people saw this and ran away with their belongings. Only the little man was left, continuing to stab at Fatty's corpse. After an unknown amount of time, the little man finally regained his senses. He looked at his blood-stained hands, and at Fatty's unbelievable corpse, and suddenly burst out laughing. After I see it, who of you will dare to bully me? The little man stood up staggeringly, and patted a hand on the fat man's car next to him. If an ownerless vehicle is found, do you want to extract the core of the car? Car core? What is this? The little man tried to extract it, and after some tossing, he finally figured out the core usage of the car, and at the same time, he also upgraded his car to level 2. Looking at the maximum speed limit of 200 miles per hour, the little man's mind became active. He remembered that the car had a top speed limit of 100 miles per hour. In other words, you can chase them at twice the speed of those people. Doesn't that mean that he can easily win the race championship? And many more. There is only one gift package for the race, who knows what will come out? How can those players on the road be rich? Moreover, there is a player in the channel who sells a lot of food and fresh water every day. If he robs him, wouldn't he be able to get rich directly? Thinking of this, the little man felt like a fire in his heart, unable to control himself. Humph, you wait for me, I'm going to catch you one by one and drain every material from you. The little man gritted his teeth, stepped on the accelerator, and chased forward. Zhang Tuahai, who had no idea that he had become a prey in the eyes of others, sneezed involuntarily. Ah! Zhang Tuahai wiped his nose. Xiao Ai, is the air conditioner turned down too low? Reporting to the commander, the temperature of the air conditioner is now 24 degrees, which is theoretically the best temperature for human beings. Raise it twice. Zhang Tuahai rubbed his nose. As ordered. By the way, what's the speed of the car now? Zhang Tuahai asked. Report to the commander, and drive at the normal cruising speed of 40 miles. Xiao Ai replied. There are no material boxes on this road, but there are occasional airdrops. The speed should not be so slow. Let's mention 80 miles first, and keep some distance from the people behind. Even if there are problems on the road, there is still time to turn around. Zhang Tuahai was worried about what would happen on the road, so Xiao Ai speeded up. He didn't pay much attention to the airdrops that might appear on the road. He doesn't think there will be anything too valuable from the airdrop, just food, water, gasoline and the like. He has no shortage of these things. All he needs to focus on is the reward for the top 3. However, the system said that the reward can increase them to survive the catastrophe of the double-day volley. Needless to say, the value must be very high. Even if he doesn't need it in the end, he can sell it at a very high price. No loss anyway. Okay, Commander. Xiao Ai increased the speed, and the car slowly increased to 80 miles. I have to say that Xiao Ai drives really steadily, from 40 miles per hour to 80 miles per hour, it is still a steady batch. Even the ice cubes of Coke in Zhang Tuahai's glass did not shake obviously. Is there a music player? Here's a song for the occasion. Zhang Tuahai watched the scenery outside the car window for a while, feeling a little tired. Sorry Commander, there is no music playback module installed yet. Xiao Ai looked apologetic. Forget it. Zhang Tuahai shook his head and turned on the regional channel, ready to see what information there was. As soon as the regional channel was opened, a lot of information popped up. Help, can anyone help me? Someone is chasing me. Who is chasing you, is it a beast? No, it's a player who just killed my friend in front of me and is now driving after me. Is there anyone here to help me? Accelerate, increase the speed to 100 miles per hour so he can't catch you. I'm up to 100 miles, but the guy is going a lot faster than me, he's getting closer. He's going to catch up to me soon. Sure enough, some people still couldn't control themselves and started to hunt down the same kind. Zhang Tuahai sighed. He suspected from the beginning that someone would lose control of himself and start hunting his own kind. However, he had expected this to happen after noon. I just didn't expect it to happen so quickly. From the very beginning, some people began to hunt the same kind. Moreover, the other party also seems to have upgraded the vehicle, otherwise, it is impossible to catch up with other players. Although we can understand why the hunter can catch up with the player, most players do not understand what is going on. The speed of the car exceeds 100 miles per hour? How is this possible? Isn't the maximum speed of the car presented by the system equal to 100 miles per hour? How can it be exceeded? Are you making up stories to deceive us? I didn't lie to you, he really caught up. Is anyone here to help me? Where are you, how can we help you? Someone was curious. But there was no echo. A minute later, a red system message popped up. Player Zhang Lin died, the cause of death was knife killing. The area channel was quiet. It's fake, this Zhang Lin is the one who asked for help just now? Come and tell me this is not true. A player asked in disbelief. However, there was still a dead silence on the regional channel. After a while, a man named Lu Hai posted a picture of a corpse covered in blood. Looking at the scene in the photo, it is in the novice car presented by the system. Below the photo was a sentence, wash your neck and wait, you're all going to die. Grass, it's really a middle school. Zhang Tuahai felt that the murderer was obviously not too old, otherwise he would not be able to express such shameful words. However, let him go back to kill that person, he can't do it. With so many people behind him, he couldn't tell who was the murderer. In case, because of looking for the murderer, he did not reach the finish line and was trapped in the racing track forever, that would be a big loss. However, letting go of the other party like this does not seem to be Zhang Tuahai's style. Is there any way to trick the other side? Zhang Tuahai pondered. At this moment, Xiao Ai said, Commander, there are many fork roads ahead, which road should I look for? Zhang Tuahai looked up, and sure enough, there was a bifurcation not far away, a road divided into 4 roads, extending into the distance. Zhang Tuahai looked at it, but didn't see any difference between the 4 roads. Just as he was about to point to one, the sound of the prompting system rang. The first road from the left, you can reach the endpoint, but there will be more detours, the fuel consumption will be greatly increased, and there will be no supplies on the road. The second road from the left, you can reach the end, but there will be some beasts on the road. If you are not strong, you will be attacked by beasts. If you are strong, those beasts will be your supplies. The first road from the right, you can reach the endpoint, but there will be a lot of beasts on the road, and the road conditions are poor, you need off-road tires to pass without obstacles, you may encounter some small natural disasters, no supply. The second road from the right can reach the endpoint. The shortest one of the 4 roads has a supply station. Occasionally, transport planes fly by, and there is a probability of finding an airdrop. Looking at the road conditions of these 4 roads, Zhang Tuahai tapped his fingers on the steering wheel and pondered. These 4 paths are obviously made by the game makers to test the character of the players. However, Zhang Tuahai felt that he could take advantage of it. Zhang Tuahai thought for a while, took a photo of his mountain of supplies, and then posted it on the regional channel. The guy named Lu Hai just now, didn't you want to kill people? Don't you want supplies? There's a fork in the road ahead, I'll wait for you on the first road from the right, if you beat me, these are all yours, do you dare? Challenge? As soon as this provocative message was sent out, the originally quiet regional channel suddenly exploded. The big guy is really awesome. There are so many materials. According to my visual estimation, the sausage alone is worth several hundred kilograms. Is this really something that people can collect? Fuck, what did I see? Instant noodles, small hot pot, canned food, dehydrated vegetables, and a whole family bucket? Where did the boss get so many supplies? It's not just these fast food, haven't you seen it? The boss actually planted leeks in mushrooms. The boss is a boss, and he can actually eat fresh vegetables. Mushrooms are fungi, correct me. Have you only noticed the food? Didn't you notice the fan hanging on the roof of the car? Can you help me make a fan? I'm dying of heat, any amount of money will do. The shooting angle of this photo was deliberately chosen by Zhang Tuahai, and he deliberately took some eye-catching things. As for sausage-making machines, ice machines, air conditioners and other strategic materials, he didn't take them out. The reason for filming these is firstly to attract the attention of the guy named Lu Hai, and also to warm up by advertising. By this evening, Zhang Tuahai is going to sell a wave of electric fans and cut a wave of leaks. In fact, he was planning to do it again tomorrow night. However, seeing that the difficulty of this game is increasing day by day, and the number of deaths is rising day by day, Zhang Tuahai is afraid that those leaks will not survive tomorrow, so he decides to harvest a wave in advance. Sure enough, as soon as this photo was taken, Lu Hai's eyes were immediately attracted. Lu Hai was the little guy who killed Fatty in the Quality Plaza before. At this time, he was squatting on the regional channel and peeping at the screen. Originally, he wanted to see how terrified everyone looked. But unexpectedly, Zhang Tuahai took everyone's attention away with a photo. This made Lu Hai angry. I tried so hard to kill a person and uploaded a photo, but you took the headline with a food promotion photo. Can you bear it? However, when Lu Hai took a closer look at the contents of the photo, his eyes could not be pulled out. Tiger whip, pig kidney, leek, there is such a big kidney, bigger than a pig kidney, what animal is this? Could it be from a bear? These should all be mine. Lu Hai's mouth was almost drooling. What if you don't go? Lu Hai finally retained a trace of reason. I'm also a celebrity, so I'll lie to you? Well, whoever doesn't go and who's a puppy will do it. Anyway, I'll take the first road from the right. If you're a man, just follow, and if you help him, it's fine. Well, anyway, Lao Tzu has been driving towards the finish line, it is your problem if you can't catch up. Zhang Tuahai replied lazily. Grass, isn't it the first road from the right? You wait for Lao Tzu, and Lao Tzu will go and kill you. Lu Hai stepped on the accelerator angrily. After seeing Lu Hai's news, Zhang Tuahai couldn't help but smile. Xiao Ai, take the second road from the right. Commander, you just said, Wang. Zhang Tuahai called out, is there any problem? Zhang Tuahai is swollen, what else can Xiao Ai say? Drive. The car turned into the second road from the right. After the other players saw the conversation between Zhang Tuohai and Lu Hai, no matter what they thought, they would not choose the first path from the right. Only fools will join in to watch the fun. Of course, some people who have ghosts, expect to fish in troubled waters, and try to be a Oriole might sneak in. For these people, Zhang Tuohai has no sympathy in his heart, he can only say that he deserves it. The fork that Zhang Tuohai chose to drive up at the beginning seemed to be no different from the previous road. The same asphalt, the same desert landscape, and the same hot air. However, after turning a few turns, there was a rumbling sound in the sky. Zhang Tuohai looked up and saw that it was a large transport plane flying high in the sky. The plane circled in the air a few times, opened the hatch, and a box was pushed down. In mid-air, the box opened its parachute on its own, it is like a dandelion, fluttering towards the distance. Airdrop. After entering the racetrack, this was the first time Zhang Tuohai saw the material box, or the material box that was airdropped. With so few material boxes, the value of the contents should be higher. According to the habits of the game, when the material box is smaller, the value of the contents inside is usually a little higher. Zhang Tuohai looked at the direction the box was falling, which should be right in front of the road. Go over and have a look. Zhang Tuohai ordered to classmate Xiao Ai. Received, Commander. The car accelerated towards the direction where the material box landed. The car drove for another 10 minutes before finally finding the landing site of the parachute. Zhang Tuohai had a toothache looking at the landing point of the parachute. Because, this material box just happened to fall on a mound. That mound is not an ordinary mound, but a mountain of ants. On top of the mound, there are countless small ant holes, and ants the size of a little finger are constantly coming in and out. The people watching are about to suffer from intensive phobia. What kind of ant is this? Why is it so big? Zhang Tuohai glanced at the dense ants, and instinctively felt a little nervous. If it's a lion or a tiger, he can solve it with Remington. How do you get so many ants? It looks rough, there are tens of thousands of them. Even if he made all the materials into bullets, he might not be able to solve these ants. He wanted to ask what was in the box. If it was ordinary food and drink supplies, then he would not provoke these ants. Desert army ants, carnivorous insects, can kill animals much larger than them. If you don't want to turn into a skeleton, don't provoke them easily. The prompt system gives a prompt. Crass, it's actually this thing. Zhang Tuohai likes to read some popular science and knows some rumors about army ants. It is said that this thing is very scary. Even if a cow is placed here, it will be eaten by the army ants in an instant. Clean. For these evil stars, Zhang Tuohai did not want to provoke them. By the way, what's in the material box? Out of curiosity, Zhang Tuohai asked again. There is a car refrigerator in the material box. Commander, do you want to leave here? Xiao Ai asked. Of course not. Hearing the words car refrigerator, Zhang Tuohai couldn't sit still. This thing is a refrigerator. If you have this thing, the fresh meat can be preserved. He also doesn't have to make sausages to keep the fresh meat from going bad. With a refrigerator, he can even make some simple popsicles, ice cream or something. If this thing is made, maybe it will be able to cut a wave of leaks. For this thing, it seems worth taking a little risk. Zhang Tuohai looked at the material box, thinking about how to get this thing. The material box fell on the top of the ant hill. The height of this ant hill is about 3 meters. If he wants to climb over to get the material box, he must alert those marching ants. Zhang Tuohai is not sure to escape under the siege of so many marching ants. If the car was surrounded by army ants, he would have nowhere to cry. How on earth are you supposed to delay these things? Zhang Tuohai looked at Ant Mountain and thought hard for a long time, and suddenly had a good idea. He found an engineer's shovel from the car and started digging a trench at a distance of 1 meter from the ant hill. Those army ants who went back and forth, at most only glanced at them, then detoured away. It seems that these army ants are neutral units and will not face their counterattack as long as they do not actively attack them. Zhang Tuohai, who was faintly aware of the law, started to do things faster. Soon, a half-foot deep and 1-foot wide trench around Ant Mountain was excavated. After digging the trench, Zhang Tuohai got some sugar from the seasoning he had accumulated. This is what he exchanged for someone else with a piece of braised pork. It was originally intended to be used for braised pork, but unfortunately, it is now used here. Still, it's worth it in exchange for a refrigerator. Zhang Tuohai dissolved the sugar with some water, and then carefully sprinkled it into the trench. Some people say that the history of mankind is the history of chasing sweetness. In fact, this sentence is also applicable to the animal kingdom.
Sweetness is irresistible to most animals. After smelling the sweetness, a large number of army ants gathered in the trench. The sweet water began to seep into the ground, and the army ants dug down desperately just to get the sweetness. In addition, a large number of messengers were dispatched, and all the worker ants scattered around looking for food were called back to dig together. Soon, the army ants scattered around were all gathered. Seeing the army ants gathered, Zhang Tuohai was convinced that his plan was half successful. He tried to approach the ant hill, but as soon as he moved towards the ant hill, some army ants immediately surrounded him. Seeing this, Zhang Tuohai quickly took 2 steps back, and the ants withdrew again. Zhang Tuohai changed direction and tried twice, but the results were the same as before. As long as he tries to get close to the ant hill, army ants will stop him.
Okay, after eating my food, you still refuse to let the road? If that's the case, don't blame me for being rude.
Zhang Tuohai angrily found 2 barrels of gasoline from the car, unscrewed the lid, gasoline was poured into the trench. The gurgling gasoline soon filled the trench. Seeing the rushing gasoline, the army ants instinctively felt that something was wrong and became restless. Since you are unwilling to resolve it peacefully, don't blame me for being ruthless. Zhang Tuohai said, lit a windproof lighter and ignited the gasoline.
Call. Gasoline in the trench was ignited. The burning gasoline was like a fire dragon, instantly surrounding the ant mountain.
Those army ants also discovered the mutation, and they became anxious and scurried around, trying to find a passage to the outside world. However, Zhang Tuohai's trench was dug around the ant hill just to cut off the chance of the army ants fleeing, so how could they leave an escape route? Although the army ants remembered to scramble, they were unable to break out of the flame encirclement. Seeing that the army ants were besieged, Zhang Tuohai quickly found the tool he had made earlier, an extended net. Zhang Tuohai tied 2 hunting spears together to make a long pole, and then tied a sunscreen net at the end of the long pole as a net pocket. Zhang Tuohai came to the vicinity of ant hill with a long pole, and with a flick of the pole, he put the material box upright. Afterwards, with a sharp back, the material box rolled down from the ant hill and fell to the side of the trench. The surrounding army ants saw the falling material box, and they rushed towards the material box frantically as if they had received an order. If it wasn't for the hands and feet of those people, I would have eaten the material box. Seeing the movements of the marching ants, Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but pouted. Thankfully he was prepared. Zhang Tuohai used a long pole to slowly grab the material box, allowing the material box to pass through the burning trench little by little. After some purification by the flame, the army ants attached to the material box will be burned to ashes. Zhang Tuohai brought the material box to his feet, and left if he wanted to pick it up. However, as soon as his hand touched the material box, he quickly shrank back. The material box was scalding hot, like a kettle. However, it was difficult for Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai took out the crowbar from his waist, and with force, he directly pried open the material box. A parchment-making diagram rolled out from inside. That's it. Zhang Tuohai grabbed the manufacturing drawing excitedly, turned around and ran away, not even needing the long pole. At this point, the flames were about to go out, and the army ants started to move again. Zhang Tuohai ran back to the car in 3 steps and 2 steps. Xiao AI, drive quickly and get rid of those ants. At this time, the army ants became more and more furious, and they began to hit the flames, trying to put out the flames with their own bodies and make way for the companions behind.
Received. Commander, please rest assured and promise to get rid of these ants.
The car accelerated to 160 miles per hour in an instant and rushed into the distance. In the blink of an eye, the army ants disappeared without a trace. Seeing the ant mountain disappearing from sight, Zhang Tuohai let out a sigh of relief. He leaned back in his chair and opened the fabrication drawing. Manufacturing drawing of car refrigerator, Class 2 auto parts, which can be refrigerated, and the temperature can be adjusted from 0 degrees Celsius to minus 20 degrees Celsius. Manufacturing materials, plastic, 10 units, metal ingots, 2 units, metal parts, 10 units, intermediate electronic components 1 unit. Sure enough, it's a car refrigerator manufacturing drawing, or a level 2 auto part.
It's not worth my hard work.
Zhang Tuohai hugged the manufacturing map and kissed him happily. In addition to the joy of getting the refrigerator manufacturing map, what excites Zhang Tuohai the most is that this is actually a Class 2 auto part. To upgrade his car to level 3, he needs to install 2 level 2 auto parts, plus a car upgrade map. He already has a level 2 auto accessory, the solar charging panel, onboard control system, etc. obtained from the rally or special accessories, which are not included in the statistical scope, and then installs the onboard refrigerator, and half of the conditions for the upgrade are fulfilled. Now, he just needs to find the car upgrade map to upgrade the car to level 3. What does a class 3 car look like? Off-road vehicle, or RV? I'm really looking forward to it. Zhang Tuahai thought happily. Making car refrigerators. Zhang Tuahai was talking. There was little movement on the manufacturing drawings. What's going on? Is there something wrong? Zhang Tuahai chose manufacturing again. Lack of mid-level electronic components to manufacture. The sound of the game system broke Zhang Tuahai's beautiful yearning. I still lack basic parts? Zhang Tuahai couldn't help scratching his head when he saw the system prompt. He didn't seem to be bothered by the lack of basic parts, except when he first opened up the wasteland. Wait, it's actually an intermediate electronic component, no wonder. Zhang Tuahai carefully read the required manufacturing materials again, and then suddenly realized. He did receive a lot of electronic components, but most of them were low-level electronic components, and high-end goods such as mid-level electronic components were not something that players who couldn't even handle basic food could encounter. Even if they meet, I am afraid they will hide it like a treasure, and they will never take it out for trading unless it is absolutely necessary. It seems that we have to find people who are rich in materials to trade. Zhang Tuahai aimed at Su Qi. Zhang Tuahai opened the regional channel, and before he switched to the private message interface, he saw Lu Hai swearing on the regional channel. Zhang Tuahai, you bastard, didn't you say that you are on the first road to turn right? I've been driving for an hour, why haven't I found you yet? Where are you bastard hiding? Dare you come out and talk to me? Duel? I've said it, I won't stop and wait for you. My time is precious, how can I waste it with you? Continue to work hard and chase after me. I'll let you hee. Zhang Tuahai casually won back. Wait for me, I must catch up with you. Lu Hai stepped on the accelerator under his feet angrily, increasing his speed to the limit. However, he is only a novice driver, and the speed of 200 miles per hour is still too high end for him, and he cannot control it at all. One accidental turn and the car rolled over. Lu Hai's car rolled off the road with sparks and lightning, and stuck vertically into a deep ditch beside the road. Cough cough cough. Lu Hai pushed open the car door and climbed out of the car with difficulty. The tumbling just now made him dizzy, and his brain was buzzing. Not to mention standing up, it took his whole life to climb out. Looking at the smoking car, Lu Hai slammed the ground hard. Zhang Tuahai, it's all your harm to me, don't let me meet you, otherwise, I'll have to cut your meat piece by piece to cook the hot pot. Lu Hai thought bitterly. At this moment, he seemed to hear the sound of gasping. He looked up and saw a hyena walking in circles not far away, staring at him maliciously. Don't come here, I have a knife. Lu Hai pulled out the dagger from his waist and kept waving it to strengthen himself. The hyena glanced at him, turned and left. Seeing that the hyena was frightened away by him, Lu Hai breathed a sigh of relief, and is now temporarily safe. However, when he looked up again, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. The hyena that was scared away just now is back. And it wasn't just himself that came back, there were 7 or 8 hyenas behind him. There are big ones, there are small ones, there are males, there are females, it seems that they are a big family. From the eyes of those hyenas, Lu Hai could only see 3 words, dinner is over. Lu Hai has died, the cause of death, the hyena. A death message appeared on the regional channel. Different from the previous silence, Lu Hai's death made everyone cheer. Ha! This murderer is finally dead, this is called evil retribution. In order to avoid him, I wasted nearly 100 units of gasoline, and I also missed an empty investment source box, and I lost a lot. Hey, he was lucky. He didn't meet me. If he had met me earlier, I would have acted for heaven. Regarding Lu Hai's death, Zhang Tuahai just glanced at it and stopped paying attention. Being called a dangerous road by the prompt system, it would be a rare thing for Lu Hai to break through. It was only reasonable to die on the way, and it was not worth paying attention to. After all, Lu Hai still died of inflation. If he hunted quietly, if he wasn't so public, he wouldn't have died so quickly. For Zhang Tuahai, Lu Hai's death was just a small episode. His main purpose now is to get intermediate electronic components and get out the car refrigerator. So, who on this channel is most likely to have mid-level electronics? Zhang Tuahai thought about it for a long time, and finally turned his attention to Su Xinqi. No way, the sheep is so easy to cut, it seems that there is something missing if you don't cut it a day.
Are there any intermediate electronic components? Yes, what do you want this thing for? It's nothing, build a refrigerator to play with. Do you have the refrigerator drawings? Suchi became restless. She and her sister hang lucky mermaid statues and get several drawings every day, but so far, they haven't even got a refrigerator blueprint. Unexpectedly, Zhang Tuahai was the first to get the refrigerator. Are you angry or not? Is there ice cream? Come and try a box. I'll exchange the drawings for you. Suchi couldn't stop drooling when she thought of ice cream. In the summer before, she could eat at least one box of ice cream every day. When she came to this world, she hadn't eaten for 5 days, which made her feel itchy, and she always felt that something was missing. I got a refrigerator, not an ice cream maker, but if you're willing to provide the raw materials, I can make a few home ice creams for you. Zhang Tuahai replied. The home version is also fine. What materials do you need? Suchi couldn't sit still. Lemons, bananas, or other fruits, sugar, boiled water and cream. If you don't like citric acid, you can leave out the lemons, but I personally recommend adding them. In addition, if you have milk powder or coffee powder, if so, I can also make some milk-flavored ice cubes, which are all good cold drinks. Okay, wait a minute, I'll look for it, it seems there are. Zhang Tuahai? To be less. After a while, a lot of things were presented by Suchi. A whole bag of white sugar, a whole box of coffee powder, a whole bag of cream, a bag of milk powder, 6 lemons, and a whole hanging banana, slightly dark, but the inside has not changed color. There is also a set of measuring cups and a whisk. And, of course, the all-important mid-level electronics. Looking at this pile of things, Zhang Tuahai was lying in his heart. What kind of statue did these two hang, and how did they get so many miscellaneous things? Why did I get only meat? Zhang Tuahai scratched his head suspiciously. I'll have a chance to inquire about it in the future. Zhang Tuahai pressed his heart and started making refrigerators. A streamer flashed, and a small car refrigerator appeared in the rear of the compartment. After the refrigerator was ready, Zhang Tuahai began to make a home version of ice cream. In fact, this thing is not difficult to do. Prepare 1,500 grams of water to boil, add 500 grams of white sugar, boil, filter, mash 800 grams of bananas, mix with sugar water, and then add lemon juice. If you like other flavors you can add other juices or fruit pieces, add cream after cooling, and finally put it into a container and put it in the refrigerator to cool. Note, the specific amount of sugar needs to be adjusted according to your own taste. Here is just the author's taste. As for the ice cubes, it is even easier. Make the milk powder and coffee powder, cool it, pour it into the ice cube mold that comes with the refrigerator, and freeze it. When you drink juice, add a few pieces for a unique flavor. Of course, the coolest way to eat is to eat directly, the coolest way to relieve the heat. Zhang Tuahai made 4 kilograms of ice cream, and Zhang Tuahai was going to return 2 kilograms of it to Suchi. As for the remaining 2 kilograms of ice cream and the remaining large amount of materials, it was regarded as the OEM fee. As for the ice cubes, it's the same ratio. What? You say Zhang Tuahai has a black heart? In fact, let alone this is the end of the world, even in the past life, it is already considered the conscience of the industry. You know, now only Zhang Tuahai has a refrigerator. In other words, Zhang Tuahai monopolized the source of the entire industry. How to price depends entirely on his mood. It is Zhang Tuahai's greatest kindness if he doesn't decide 19 points. Besides, ice cream and ice cubes are luxury goods here, shouldn't you pay more tax? Putting the mold in the refrigerator, Zhang Tuahai took a photo for Suchi. It's almost done, wait a few hours, I'll let you know when it's ready to eat. Then you must hurry, I can't wait. Suchi held back her saliva and said. Seeing Suchi's appearance, Sumu couldn't help but help her forehead. This little sister of hers is fine with everything, but her IQ plummeted when she saw the food. After paying so many things, I only exchanged 2 kilograms of ice cream, which is obviously a big loss. It also includes an apparently very scarce mid-level electronic component. If this business is done by her, the electronic components will be regarded as OEM fees, and the ice cream will be able to get more back. However, seeing her sister's appearance, Suemo shook her head, sighed, and swallowed her words. Consider it an investment. Who made them still have many places to rely on Zhang Tuahai? Zhang Tuahai didn't know the inner activities of the Su sisters, he was busy cooking lunch at this time. Vladimir sent him the recipe for making bear paws. My dear Davari, I finally remembered that my father once made a bear paw. He did it by roasting it first, removing the hair, slitting the paw, and stuffing the seasoning in it, and then hang it in the hanging furnace to smoke it. It tastes great, and it is 100 times more tender than fish. Vladimir said with dancing. What about the skin of the bear's paw? Zhang Tuahai wondered. Who eats that thing? It's too hard, and the meat inside is delicious. Especially the fat part, it's very fragrant, even more delicious than the most fragrant foie gras. Vladimir said. Zhang Tuahai understood. Vladimir's method directly skipped the most difficult bear's paw skin, and directly attacked the meat inside. It's not entirely wrong either. Although, according to the domestic practice, it is possible to make the bear's skin soft, tender and glutinous, but it is too wasteful. In this harsh environment, it is more practical to eat the rough bear. It is difficult to distinguish the advantages and disadvantages of the two. We can only say that each has its own strengths. After disposing of the bear's paw according to the method provided by Vladimir, Zhang Tuahai put the bear's paw into the oven to prepare for barbecue. When he turned on the oven, he found that there was actually a hen he had almost forgotten in it. At this time, the hen had already laid 2 eggs, and was looking at her eagerly. Yo, not bad, I know that I have laid eggs, and I did a good job. This is a reward for you. Zhang Tuahai sprinkled a handful of rice and gave it to the hen. Hey, I'm going to requisition the oven now, please move a house. Zhang Tuahai grabbed the hen out. Where is it? Zhang Tuahai looked around in the car and thought that the big iron pot was not bad. Zhang Tuahai flipped the iron pot over and put the hen in the pot. Hen? Stay honest, and let you come back when the house is warmed up. Zhang Tuahai tapped the bottom of the pot and started stuffing wood into the oven. The hen shivered and dared not utter a sound. Does the master think I'm useless and want to bake me? Do you want me to lay a few more eggs? Maybe I can please the master and leave a chicken life? The hen was trembling and cranky, while Zhang Tuahai disposed of the bear's paw and hung it in the oven to slowly smoke it. According to the method given by Vladimir, this bear paw has to be smoked for 4 hours, and it can be done by about dinner time. Dreams of eating bear paw risotto for lunch have come to nothing. In desperation, Zhang Tuahai had no choice but to go back to his old business. He added the last bit of braised pork to the last dehydrated vegetables, picked some freshly grown fast-growing mushrooms, made a pot of braised pork rice, and ate it with tears in his eyes. 3 bowls. Now, Zhang Tuahai has run out of fresh meat and dehydrated vegetables, and the only food left is sausage, rice, white noodles and some canned food such as canned food. Hungry is not hungry, but the problem is that the food is not balanced. You can't go on like this. It's easy to get angry if you just eat meat. You have to find a chance to get more fresh vegetables. Although there are already leeks and mushrooms, it's still too monotonous to have only these 2. It's okay for an emergency, eat it every day. The nutrition would be unbalanced. Also, fruit is also on the agenda. I haven't eaten fruit for almost a week, and my nails are dull. It is best to get a long-term and stable acquisition channel, and the leftovers can be sold as luxury goods for some money, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Zhang Tuahai thought while eating bananas. In this way, it seems that I haven't even met the standard of eating well. There is still a lot of work to be done. Zhang Tuahai was thinking about his future plans. The road of the race is endless, and the scenery outside the car window is monotonous and outrageous. The road is always lined with rolling sand dunes that stretch to the sky. Looking at the unchanging scenery outside the window, Zhang Tuahai felt a little sleepy. You may not feel anything when you drive all the time. When Xiao Ai did the driving, Zhang Tuahai felt that this kind of life was actually quite boring. Opened the regional channel and looked at it. Everyone was concentrating on driving, no one was blowing water, and no one could even chat. Just when Zhang Tuahai was bored and was about to carve mahjong and play by himself, 2 roads suddenly appeared in front of him. Unlike the previous fork roads, there are road signs on this fork road. The sign on the left reads, "This road goes straight to the end, but there are no supplies on the way." The road sign on the right reads, "There are some valuable materials on this road. If you want to get them, you must pass the test." The system is actually humanized, and it actually gives you choices. Zhang Tuahai looked at the 2 street signs on the left and right, and pointed to the right. "Xiao Ai, go this way." For Zhang Tuahai, reaching the finish line first is not a problem. After all, his limit speed is 3 times faster than other competitors, and he doesn't need to worry about the consumption of gasoline. He can just run as fast as he can. However, only so much gain is unacceptable to him. The rich harvest in the rally has not only greatly improved Zhang Tuahai's living conditions, but also nourished his appetite. If it is placed on the first or second day, Zhang Tuahai may be very satisfied to get a refrigerator. But, right now, Zhang Tuahai still doesn't think it's enough. At least fill up the fridge. As for the test, Zhang Tuohai didn't take it to heart yet. With the reminder system, even if he fails the test, he can at least get out of it. Taking a step back, if even he can't pass the test, then no one in this area can pass the test. Xiao Ai followed Zhang Tuohai's instructions and drove towards the road on the right. After driving 10 kilometers, the originally wide 4-row road suddenly broke in half, leaving only the double-row road. The missing part of the road was covered in muddy dirt. There is also a street sign on the dirt pile: if you advance from the road, you will gain nothing. In the depths of the swamp, there are several purple material boxes. Friendly reminder: the further you advance into the swamp, the more difficulties you will encounter. There will be more. Zhang Tuohai followed the arrow on the road sign and found that there were indeed several purple material boxes deep in the swamp. These material boxes extend from near to far, all the way to the depths of the swamp. The nearest distance is about 20 meters from Zhang Tuohai, and the farthest is at least 800 meters. There are purple material boxes? Good luck! Seeing the shiny purple material boxes, Zhang Tuohai came to his senses. He jumped out of the car, put on his special combat boots and special combat uniform, and brought the motorcycle helmet, carrying the shotgun, came to the side of the swamp. Go straight for 10 steps, and you will encounter a puddle hidden under the grass. There is a group of leeches in the puddle. If you don't want to get parasites, avoid the puddle. 1 meter away, there is a quagmire. If you are not 5 meters tall, it is recommended to avoid it from the 10 o'clock direction. Don't go any further, there is an ancient mine buried in the swamp ahead. Although it has been rusted out of character, I can guarantee that as long as you step on it, it will definitely blow you to the sky. Zhang Tuohai couldn't help breaking out a cold sweat when he heard the sound of the prompt system. The designer of this level is too immoral, just the swamp is difficult enough, and there are still landmines hidden. Is this what people do? If an ordinary player arrives here, in all likelihood, his life will be lost. However, with the prompt system, Zhang Tuohai safely passed the distance of 20 meters and came to the first purple material box. Zhang Tuohai used a crowbar to directly open the material box. A ray of light flashed, and a beautiful card fell out. What's this? Zhang Tuohai picked up the card curiously. Supply card, you can use it to buy corresponding materials at the supply station. The face value of this card is 20 coupons. Supply card? Supply station? 20-point coupon? Could it be that there are still shops on this road? Zhang Tuohai was shocked. If there is a store, it means that you can choose to buy products. In the past, he would take whatever was in the material box. What you get is entirely up to luck. It is very likely that after a hard day, the things in the material box are not needed by him. Now with the supply station, the problem is much simpler: he can buy items on demand. If I can, I really want to buy out the supply station. Zhang Tuohai's eyes lit up. However, to realize this plan, a lot of points are needed. It seems that these material boxes have to be obtained. Zhang Tuohai put the card in his arms and continued to move towards the depths of the swamp. As Zhang Tuohai continued to go deeper, there were more and more dangers in the swamp, ranging from natural mud pits to various poisons. Zhang Tuohai even saw an alligator. God knows what alligators that live in lakes do in the swamp. However, these dangers have become decorations under the prompting of the prompt system. No matter how secret they hide, there is nowhere to hide in front of the prompt system. Zhang Tuohai safely entered the depths of the swamp. The material boxes were also opened one by one. Zhang Tuohai discovered a rule, that is, the closer to the center of the swamp, the greater the face value of the coupons in the material box. In the penultimate material box, he actually issued a coupon with a face value of 500, which was equivalent to the sum of the coupons in all the previous material boxes. Good guy, how much is the coupon in the last supply box? 1,000 or 2,000? Zhang Tuohai was caught off guard and walked towards the last supply box excitedly. When he just arrived in front of the last material box and was about to open it, the voice prompting the system suddenly rang again. Warning, there is a pressure-sensitive mine buried under this material box. If you open the material box, the mine will explode with an explosion range of 10 meters. Hearing the warning from the prompt system, the smile on Zhang Tuohai's face froze. Can't you have fun? Pressure-sensitive mines? Explode when you open the material box? Too much. In that system, what is the denomination of the coupons in the last material box? If it is relatively small, I will not want it. 5,000 points, 50 genes of dehydrated vegetables, 20 genes of rice, 20 genes of white noodles, 10 genes of apples, plus a portion of boiled fish. Actually, I think it's interesting to have a little challenge. The amount of things in this purple material box seems a bit too much. So much so that Zhang Tuahai felt that it seemed reasonable to bury a landmine underneath. What a shit. If there is no prompt system, he will be recruited, okay? These things are the cheese on the mousetrap, and looking beautiful is actually a deadly poison. Grass, I don't believe in evil. Today, I have secured the purple material box. Zhang Tuahai couldn't believe it. He had a reminder system and couldn't take this material box away. Zhang Tuahai looked at the purple material box, and then slowly retreated along the same path. After returning to the car, Zhang Tuahai made 6 hunting spears. The spears were tied together with rope. Each hunting spear is 3 meters, and the 6 are 18 meters in total, which is a full 8 meters beyond the explosion distance. Zhang Tuahai does not believe that the mine can still hurt himself at such a long distance. Zhang Tuahai wanted to go back along the original road, but just halfway there, the prompt system suddenly spoke again. Stop moving forward, move forward 5 meters in the direction of 11 o'clock, and then move forward 2 meters in the direction of 9 o'clock to return to the original road. It wasn't like this just now, why did you change direction? Zhang Tuahai was a little puzzled. The poison dart frog has changed places, so the route has to be revised. What am I? Zhang Tuahai didn't know what to say anymore. It can only be said that the layout of these plans must be very thin. He came to a distance of 18 meters from the material box without any risk. Zhang Tuahai bundled the hunting spear and put a net bag on the front to cover the material box. Afterwards, Zhang Tuahai slowly fell to the ground and yanked the long pole violently. The material box was dragged away from its place. Boom! The mine buried under the supply box exploded. An orange fire soared into the sky. Shattered shrapnel shot out in all directions. A large pit with a diameter of 1 meter appeared on the spot, slowly emitting blue smoke. This power, can't you bear it even wearing a Kairaf body armor? Zhang Tuahai couldn't help sighing when he looked at the huge crater. He raised the long pole and looked at it. Fortunately, the long pole was not damaged by the explosion. Otherwise, he has to go back the same way and make a new set. Using a long pole to wrap the material box back, Zhang Tuahai happily carried the material box back to the car. After entering the car, Zhang Tuahai opened the supply box. A lot of stuff poured out. Rice, white noodles, apples, dehydrated vegetables, and coupons all poured out. Of course, there is also the boiled fish that Zhang Tuahai was thinking about. This time, there was nothing wrong with the game planning, and the pot of boiled fish was properly placed on the ground. Covered with a layer of insulation film. It's still like a person. Zhang Tuahai sorted out the supplies with satisfaction, and finally put the boiled fish in the safest place. Student Xiaowai, move on and drive safely. Don't worry, Commander. Leave it to me. The car drove forward quickly. The car continued to drive forward for 20 kilometers, and encountered a road that intersected. It seemed that he had returned to the road leading to the end. Continuing to drive forward for 10 kilometers, Xiao AI issued a warning. Commander, I found 2 cars parked on the side of the road ahead. Are you close? Have a car? Zhang Tuahai heard the words and hurriedly looked up into the distance. He found that not far ahead, 2 second-hand cars were parked on the side of the road, and 2 people, a man and a woman, were standing beside a building on the roadside. And above that building hangs a huge sign with 3 big characters, Supply Station. This is the supply station? Zhang Tuahai became excited. Why did he work so hard to get so many coupons? Isn't it just to go to the supply station to consume? Moreover, I don't know how many supply stations there are on the way. If I miss it, and there will be no supply stations behind, won't he lose his life? This supply station, he must go to see it no matter what. Xiao AI, be vigilant. If you see something wrong, hit them. Zhang Tuahai urged. Don't worry, Commander, leave your safety to me. Sai, Sai put the fork down. Don't mess with emoji. Zhang Tuahai rubbed his forehead, put on a motorcycle helmet, and got out of the car with a shotgun. The arrival of Zhang Tuahai naturally attracted the attention of the two. Zhang Tuahai's car is a second-class car, and it has become a brand new commercial car in appearance. Coupled with Zhang Tuahai's one-piece combat uniform, the shotgun bullet belt hanging on his body, the reflective motorcycle helmet, and the shotgun in his hand, it looks not much different from the Terminator. The two looked at themselves again, half-sleeved t-shirt and jeans. The only thing that could be called a weapon was the kitchen knife in their hands. In contrast, the two feel that they are similar to beggars. For a time, the two of them couldn't help but feel a little humble. Seeing Zhang Tuohai walking towards them, the man couldn't help holding a kitchen knife and blocked in front of the woman. Seeing the man's movements, Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but nodded slightly. To be able to make such an action at this time, it can be seen that this man is very affectionate. If you were an ordinary person, it would be an act of benevolence and righteousness not to push women out as shields. Zhang Tuohai came to the two with a shotgun. The man held the knife and looked at Zhang Tuohai in horror. Who are you and what are you doing? This is the supply station. I want to buy something. If you don't buy it, please get out of the way. Zhang Tuohai said leisurely. Oh, then please do. The man couldn't help but relax a little when he heard that Zhang Tuohai was not interested in them. He took a half step back and gave up his position. Get out of the way. When I do things, I don't like people watching. Zhang Tuohai pointed at the two with a gun. Although these two people didn't seem to be threatening, Zhang Tuohai still didn't want them to be too close to him. There are no laws in this world, and God knows what these two can do. Oh, then let's go. The man also saw Zhang Tuohai's concerns, and immediately took a few steps back and walked towards the direction of his car. By the way, I want to ask you something. Zhang Tuohai suddenly remembered something and stopped the two of them. What are you doing? The man looked nervous again, blocking the woman behind him. Zhang Tuohai glanced at the woman behind him. She belonged to Xiaojiobiyu. Although it was not very stunning at first glance, she was very attractive and could be regarded as a bit beautiful. No wonder the man was so nervous. If Zhang Tuohai has any unscrupulous attempts, the other party really can't stop it. Don't be nervous, I just want to ask you, you are the first to arrive here, is there anyone else in front of you? Why are you asking this? The man was a little strange. You just need to answer. Zhang Tuohai pulled the bolt of the shotgun. The crisp sound of the gun bolt made the man understand the position of the two sides and said immediately. I don't know if it was the first one. At least when I came, there was no one here. What speed did you drive here? Zhang Tuohai continued to ask. About 90,100 miles, we were afraid of not running to the end, so we increased the speed, even if we didn't rest at noon, the man said. Hearing the man's words, Zhang Tuohai breathed a sigh of relief. He was a little scared when he saw the two appear at the supply station. Fear of wasting too much time in the swamp, causing too many people to overtake him and stealing the top 3 prizes. Hearing that the two were catching up at the highest speed, Zhang Tuohai felt relieved. He believes that there will not be so many people who will use the highest speed all the time, even if their fuel can support it, their body will not allow it. However, he was still worried and continued to ask another question. So, is there anyone who is faster than you and overtakes you halfway? Yes, the man said decisively, we were driving on the side of the road, and a black commercial vehicle similar to yours passed by us. At that time, its speed was definitely over 100 miles. Black commercial car? Zhang Tuohai chewed on the word. Black commercial car is a Class 2 vehicle, and it is rare to drive a Class 2 car in the regional channel. Zhang Tuohai estimates that the most likely is the Su family sisters. Because there are 2 of them, they can take turns to rest, and they don't have to stop to cook, so they are the most likely. I see, you can leave now. Zhang Tuohai waved his hand when he got the news he wanted. Zhang Tuohai looked up and found that the two were still standing there, and couldn't help but be stunned. Why are you still staying there? Well, I want to know, how did you get the commercial car? The man rubbed his hands and said, the first time I saw that commercial car, I thought someone might have been lucky, but I found that you also drove the same commercial vehicle. I think you must have some method. Can you tell me? Hearing the man's words, Zhang Tuohai couldn't help laughing. There is indeed a way, but what do you exchange for it? Seeing the man's thoughtful appearance, Zhang Tuohai continued, my method can allow you to save some precious materials, you can think about the specific price yourself, and also, I will only give you one chance to bid, if the price does not satisfy me, just leave by yourself. Zhang Tuohai said to the man. The man's face showed a struggle. Husband, the woman who had been hiding behind the man pulled the man's corner and took out a parchment-made drawing, give this to him. No, you almost lost your life to get it, you can't just do it like this, the man is in a hurry. Now living is the most important thing. As long as we can be together in peace, it is better than anything else. The woman said, stuffing the sheepskin blueprint into the man's hands. Okay. The man took the blueprint and threw it to Zhang Tuohai. Is this blueprint enough? Zhang Tuohai opened the drawing. Manufacturing drawing of automatic bread machine. After adding flour and water, it will automatically make toast bread. Making materials, plastic, 5 units, metal parts, 4 units, electronic components, 1 unit. Seeing this blueprint, Zhang Tuohai understood why the two did not make the blueprint into a city machine. Nowadays, there are so many people that it is difficult to guarantee even the basic 3 meals a day. How can there be extra water to make bread? Even if they do OEM, no one will believe it. What if they took water and noodles and ran away? They are not like Zhang Tuohai, who have the credit accumulated by monopoly technology and long-term cooperation. So, this thing is tasteless to them. However, for Zhang Tuohai, this can be used as an investment. Hang a signboard for OEM bread on the trade channel. I believe that many players have obtained flour, but cannot make edible things. Zhang Tuohai can fully use this demand to make a difference in price. Moreover, relying on the reputation he has accumulated these days, I believe that someone will be willing. And what you have to pay is only the knowledge that everyone will master slowly by exploring, and it is not a loss. After weighing it in his heart, Zhang Tuohai put away the drawings. Okay, I agree to this deal. In fact, vehicles have grades. My car is a grade 2 car. The most outstanding performance is that the maximum speed is increased from 100 miles per hour to 200 miles per hour, and the vehicle space will also increase. The specific data you can feel it for yourself when the time comes. Then how to upgrade the car's level? The man was a little moved. It's very simple. With the car core, you enter the car with the car core, choose to upgrade, and you can naturally upgrade the car level. How to get the core of the car? The man asked. It's very easy to find an ownerless car. Put your hand on the roof, you will get the information to extract the core of the car, and then follow the prompts. Zhang Tuohai said. Then what did you mean by reducing consumption? The man seemed to have thought of something. Don't you think that 2 people driving 2 cars will waste double the gasoline? In this world, gasoline is a very precious resource. Well, I've told you all I can say, the deal is over, you can leave, I'm done. Zhang Tuohai made a pleased gesture. The man and woman walked backwards, as if to discuss whose car core to extract. Zhang Tuohai didn't intend to take care of the 2 of them. He entered the supply station and wanted to see what was there. Inside the supply station is a large vending machine. A bag of toast only costs 5 points, a 500 milliliters bottle of mineral water costs 3 points, and a barrel of gasoline costs 100 points. Zhang Tuohai even saw the imitation doll, and actually asked for 500 coupons. Several black lines appeared on Zhang Tuohai's head. Who would buy this thing? Is your head funny? Zhang Tuohai continued to look through the rows of items. He could get a full 6,000 coupons. He must get some good things to go back. There is actually 20 gin of flour, only 50 points, you can buy some. There is actually a set of canned fruits, a box of 6 cans is only 40 points, this is not worth it. A box of dehydrated vegetables is only 60 points for 10 pounds, don't buy it, not human. Zhang Tuohai saw a lot of good things along the way, many of which are materials that most people lack at this stage. From basic food to advanced dishes, everything is available. Zhang Tuohai even saw a steaming pot of Buddha jumping over the wall, and he actually asked for 1888 coupons. It seems that I am still a poor man. Looking at the 6,000 points in his hand, Zhang Tuohai thought he was very rich, but now it seems that the pattern is still broken. Or honestly look for something of higher value. Zhang Tuohai turned all the way up, and he really found a few suitable things. Special combat helmet, defense against small caliber pistols at close range. Equipped with combat headphones, it can reduce the sound of gunfire and improve the sound of footsteps. Equipped with infrared night vision device. Price, 2,000 points. Number of containers, 1. Zhang Tuohai's battle uniform is just short of this one, so naturally, he will not miss it and buy it directly. Fast-growing seasoning seeds, contains onion, ginger, and garlic. A harvest cycle every 2 days. Price, 800 points. Remaining quantity of container, 3. If you buy this basic seasoning, it is enough, and it can be harvested repeatedly, so you must get it. Fast-growing tomato seeds, a harvest cycle of 3 days, 7 tomatoes can be harvested every 3 days. Price, 800 points. The remaining quantity of the container is 3, it can be used as both a fruit and a vegetable. At the end of the list, Zhang Tuohai actually saw a collector's edition of the Golden Desert Eagle pistol. Collector's edition Golden Desert Eagle, pistol, shotgun, 7 rounds of ammunition, 50 meters range, can kill large wild animals. Comes with a special bullet manufacturing blueprint, price, 2,000 points. Remaining quantity of container 1, seeing this gun, Zhang Tuohai felt very toothache. This is a very classic shotgun, used against large beasts, bears, lions, tigers, elephants, etc. can be used. However, in the face of human-to-human combat,
the 7-round ammunition capacity and strong recoil are all critics. Even a Glock is stronger than it. However, Zhang Tuahai had to buy it at this time. This thing will allow him to have certain countermeasures when facing large wild animals. In addition, Zhang Tuahai has a little selfishness, that is, he does not want others to have the means to threaten him. Even though guns will gradually become popular among players as time goes by, Zhang Tuahai wants this day to come later. After gritting my teeth, I bought these things. Zhang Tuahai only had 400 coupons left. I don't know if there are any supply stations in the back, so Zhang Tuahai simply spent all the coupons. Looking at the items in the vending machine, Zhang Tuahai directly bought 8 bags of 20-pound flour. This flour can be made into bread, a new food that can be sold to players. After spending all the coupons, a lot of things appeared in front of Zhang Tuahai. Looking at the car more than 10 meters away from him, Zhang Tuahai waved directly. Xiao Ai drove the car over. Zhang Tuahai threw the things into the car and was about to leave when he suddenly moved in his heart, picked up the crowbar and knocked on the vending machine cover to see if he could pry the vending machine open. Of materials. Just when Zhang Tuahai's crowbar landed on the vending machine, suddenly, a gap opened in the wall next to the vending machine, and a Gatling gun protruded from it. Driven by the motor, the 6-gun barrels were already fast turned up. An electrosynth sounded, "Go away, despicable thief. I'm not malicious, it's all a misunderstanding." Zhang Tuahai raised his hand quickly and returned to the car. "Xiao Ai, hurry up." "Yes, Commander." Xiao Ai accelerated the car to 130 miles per hour and left the supply station in a hurry. Zhang Tuahai breathed a sigh of relief until he could no longer see the shadow of the supply station. He just wanted to do an experiment just now, but he didn't expect the reaction to be so intense. It seems that it is better not to think about this kind of vending machine in the future. Otherwise, the consequences may be unpredictable. If he hadn't spent 6,000 points before, maybe the Gatling would have shot directly. But think about it too, such a big vending machine is placed there, and the coupons are so difficult to obtain. If people can easily smash it open and take things away, then balance? After leaving the supply station, Zhang Tuahai ordered Xiao Ai to accelerate at a speed of 260 miles per hour to catch up with the second-class car in front. He must win the first place in the competition. After Zhang Tuahai's order was issued, the speed of the commercial vehicle instantly increased. The scenery on both sides quickly retreated backwards. Normally, an ordinary commercial vehicle would never be able to increase to this speed. However, Zhang Tuahai's commercial car was under no pressure, and steadily increased the speed. There was no shaking or abnormal noise in the car, and it seemed that there was still some spare power left. Zhang Tuahai can only blame it on the magic of the game system, which made the commercial car run out of the speed of the racing car. Moreover, Zhang Tuahai believes that this speed will soon be able to catch up with the second-class car in front. If it's not a matter of life, who would raise the speed of a commercial vehicle to more than 150? Who can hold a normal person? If it weren't for Zhang Tuahai's classmate Xiao Ai to help drive, he wouldn't dare to increase the speed so high. Zhang Tuahai speculated that after the opponent accelerated and got rid of the large army, it was the limit that he could maintain the speed at around 120. Now that the game is still a little longer before the end, he can definitely catch up. After dealing with this matter, Zhang Tuahai began to organize the supplies. The onions, ginger, garlic and persimmons obtained must be planted. After making several advanced planting pots, Zhang Tuahai buried the seeds, and a bracket for climbing the seedlings was inserted next to the persimmon seedlings. Flour is piled on the side. With the special combat helmet, Thomas's motorcycle helmet can also be retired, and he can consider resale at a high price later. How can this thing be considered a level 1 head? It can effectively prevent sap. It is not expensive to sell a box of instant noodles, right? Finally, Zhang Tuahai took out the collector's edition of the Golden Desert Eagle that he had received at a high price. I have to say that the workmanship of this gun is really beautiful and its power is enough, no wonder it is bought by many enthusiasts for collection. According to the matching drawings, 14 rounds of bullets were made, filled the magazine, and Zhang Tuahai inserted the Desert Eagle into the holster around his waist. Now, he desperately wants to meet a lion or brown bear to test the power of the Desert Eagle to see if it really kills a bear with one shot as advertised. Sometimes, the more you want, the less you get. When Zhang Tuahai didn't want to meet the beasts, those beasts chased and sent them every day, and they couldn't chase them away. Now I want to try the gun, but the beasts have disappeared, not even a rabbit can be found. Let Zhang Tuahai disciple call Naya. The extremely bored Zhang Tuahai could only continue his previous career, carving mahjong.
Zhang Tuohai felt that if he continued like this, if he didn't die in the end, he might have an extra skill to make a living. When Zhang Tuohai finished engraving a set of 9 pieces, Xiao Ai made a sound. Spotted a car ahead, moving at a speed of 115 miles per hour, are you approaching? Ha! Zhang Tuohai immediately dropped the mahjong in his hand and climbed back to the driver's seat. Sure enough, there was a commercial vehicle not far ahead. The commercial car also seemed to have spotted Zhang Tuohai and was accelerating. Zhang Tuohai put on a special combat helmet. Accelerate forward and catch up with the car. Accelerate and pass from the left side. When the cars are parallel, keep a constant speed. I will see who the holy person is in the car, and it actually passed in front of me. Understood, Commander. D == satface asterisk, B. The commercial vehicle instantly increased its speed to 280 miles. Zhang Tuohai's car quickly caught up with the other party's car. However, the other party's car glass was reflective, and it was impossible to see what was inside at all. Although it was not clear who was inside, Zhang Tuohai recognized his own light-emitting glass. At this stage, those who own a Class 2 car and have glazing glass are likely to be the Su sisters to a large extent. Zhang Tuohai smiled and let Xiao Ai pass quickly. The commercial vehicle soared to 300 miles in an instant, and the commercial vehicle was thrown behind. After speeding through, Zhang Tuohai also asked Xiao Ai to put a line of emoji on the monitor at the rear, #_Sai hit me. Su Mu and Su Chi in the cab behind? Sister, speed up, catch up with the guy in front, it's too mad to be so provocative in front of me, I want to give him a good look. Su Chi took out the crossbow in one hand and the anti-wolf spray in the other, and said aggressively. Hearing this, Su Mu couldn't help but smile bitterly. I can't catch up, the opponent's speed is definitely over 200, and our maximum speed is only 200, so we can't catch up at all. Besides, at this stage, there may be only that person who can catch up with us, and he has a gun in his hand, have you forgotten? Oh, that's fine, I'm just talking casually. Su Chi put away her crossbow and anti-wolf spray. She has a hole in her head to use these things against a gun. The second is the second, at least you can get a mysterious prize. The two continued to move forward rapidly at the original speed. Zhang Tuohai just rushed over for a while, when the two sisters of the Su family found that there were actually 2 more commercial vehicles chasing them from behind. The speed of the 2 commercial vehicles was not slow, and they bit the back of their cars tightly, as if they were about to catch up. Now the Su sisters are not calm. If these 2 cars are allowed to catch up, the 2 of them will definitely lose the top 3 thrones. You know, only the top 3 can get the mysterious prize, and they won't let it go. Su Mu gritted his teeth, stepped on the accelerator, and the speed of the car soared to 180 miles in an instant. The distance widened in an instant. Seeing this, the 2 cars also increased their speed. Seeing this, Su Mu directly increased the speed to the full value. The car rode on top of the dust and roared forward. When the 2 cars behind saw this, they rushed forward not to be outdone, and no one was willing to fall behind. The 3 cars were biting each other tightly, and no one was willing to relax first. In this way, the 3 cars drove at full speed for more than half an hour. Just when Su Mu was about to lose it, Su Chi suddenly lit up and pointed to the front and shouted loudly, Sister, look, the front is the finish line. Su Mu looked into the distance, and sure enough, there was a huge archway in front of it, with the words "end" written on it. There are also long speed bumps behind the finish line. It's the last moment. Su Mu stepped on the accelerator to the bottom and rushed towards the finish line. The 2 commercial vehicles at the back also found the end point and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. However, the previous gap has been left, and it is impossible to shorten it now. The 3 cars crossed the finish line one after the other. Entering the speed bump, several cars have reduced their speed. Soon, several people came to a wide parking plaza. At this time, there was already a car parked here, it was Zhang Tuohai. After the 3 cars drove into the parking lot one after another, the sound of the game system rang. The top 3 have been decided, namely Zhang Tuohai, Su Mu, and Fan Mingquan. Please select the rewards for the above players in order. With the sound synthesized by the game system, a huge long table slowly rose from the ground, and 3 orange material boxes were placed on the long table. Orange crate. Except for Zhang Tuohai, the rest of the people exclaimed. Except for Zhang Tuohai's good luck, he got a treasure map in the rally and got 5 orange material boxes. The highest level boxes that the rest of the people saw were just purple. There are even some unlucky ones who have only seen white and blue boxes, not even purple ones. Now, suddenly there are 3 orange boxes placed in front of everyone, making their breathing quicken.
At this moment, a commercial vehicle suddenly accelerated and rushed towards the long table. The commercial vehicle rushed to the long table, a person got down from it, and suddenly took the 3 orange material boxes in his arms. He laughed loudly, "Ah, why can each person only choose one, these are all lousies." Zhang Tuohai glanced at the man and found that this kid was actually Fan Mingquan. Because the other party demolished his channel several times in the regional channel, and encouraged other players to boycott him, Zhang Tuohai deliberately remembered his appearance. I originally wanted to find a chance to find him to settle accounts, but now it seems that there is no need. Zhang Tuohai knows the anti-theft methods of the game system, but the Su sisters don't. Seeing that Fan Mingquan was holding the 3 orange material boxes in his arms, Su Qi couldn't help feeling anxious. You know, it can contain key items related to whether they can survive the catastrophe of the day after tomorrow. What would they do if they were all taken away by Fan Mingquan? Sister, what should I do? Catch up. We must get back what belongs to us. Su Qi said. It is good. Sumu nodded, and was about to step on the accelerator when he suddenly saw an electric Gatling gun sticking out from under the long table. The icy electronic synthesis sound also sounded, player Fan Mingquan, breaking the rules, forcibly robbing prizes and depriving players of qualifications. Hum with a piercing humming reputation, the 6 AEG barrels revved up. No! Fan Mingquan only had time to let out a scream before the Gatling gun opened fire. Day. Gatling's muzzle burst out with blue fire, and at first glance it was a +13 enhanced version. Fan Mingquan's body was shattered on the spot. All kinds of stumps and broken arms were scattered all over the place. And the 3 orange material boxes returned to the long table. Players, please select the material boxes in order. Zhang Tuohai looked at the silence of the other 2 cars, and then he got out of the car and came to the long table. The material box on the left contains ordinary air conditioners and materials needed for manufacturing. Effect: the temperature is controlled by power consumption. The temperature can work normally from 30 degrees to 30 degrees. For every 10 degrees increase, the effect is reduced by 30%, and the consumption is increased by 30%. The intermediate material box contains 3 bottles of powerful vitamins. Effect: maintains the body at its peak for 4 hours, with an 8-hour period of weakness after use. There is a powerful cooling suit in the material box on the right. Effect: after wearing it, the body temperature can be reduced by 20-30 degrees. Zhang Tuohai took a look and saw that the 3 items are indeed cooling things, which can greatly improve the survival rate on a disaster day. However, he already has a high-end car air conditioner, and ordinary air conditioners are not used. That powerful cooling suit doesn't seem to be used much, and he doesn't need it if he has an air conditioner in the car. Outside the car, you must wear special combat uniforms, and powerful cooling clothes cannot be worn. This thing is a piece of shit for him. After choosing, it seems that only the potent vitamin potion is still somewhat useful. Keeping the body in peak condition for 4 hours should be a boosted stimulant. It can be used to save lives in some emergency situations. Zhang Tuohai put it away. After putting away the orange material box, Zhang Tuohai did not go back to the car directly, but walked directly to Fan Mingquan's car. At this time, according to the rules of the game system, Fan Mingquan had already died, so his car and the materials in the car belonged to no owner, and anyone could take it away. Zhang Tuohai opened the car door, took a bottle of mineral water in his hand, and found that there was no movement in the game system. Zhang Tuohai immediately felt relieved. He got into the car and searched for it, and found that Fan Mingquan had a bad personality. He was lucky. He had collected a lot of materials. There were 2 boxes of instant noodles, and there was actually a box of milk, 5 or 6 knives of various kinds, as well as a pair of bows and arrows. Naturally, all these things were cheaper for Zhang Tuohai. Because there were too many supplies, Zhang Tuohai was too lazy to move them all the time, so he drove Fan Mingquan's car beside his car and threw all the supplies into his car. In the end, Zhang Tuohai put his hand directly on the roof of the car. Charged the car core. 2 shiny car cores appeared in Zhang Tuohai's hands. The harvest is okay. Zhang Tuohai returned to the car with ease. Zhang Tuohai's actions made the rest of the people present dumbfounded. Sister, is this okay? Su Qi asked in disbelief. The game system doesn't object, it should be possible, right? Sumu said uncertainly. It's a mistake, I wish I had gone earlier, then everything in the car would be mine. Su Qi looked regretful. However, it was useless for her to regret it. Zhang Tuohai took everything away. Let her grab something from Zhang Tuohai's hand, she doesn't have the courage, so she can only be sullen silently. After Zhang Tuahai returned to the car, it was Sumu's turn to choose items. Sumu cautiously stepped out of the car, holding a bottle of anti-wolf spray in her hand, looking cautious. From time to time, he stared at Zhang Tuahai in another unknown car, his eyes full of caution. Sumu came to the long table, directly picked up the air-conditioned material box closest to her, and then quickly ran back to the car. Luck is pretty good. Zhang Tuahai sighed upon seeing this. After Sumu returned to the car, the voice synthesized by the game system sounded again. The awards are over, other people's rewards will be automatically issued after passing the finish line. Players who fail to pass the finish line before 1800 hours in the evening will be kept forever. Inside the racing map. Players who pass the finish line will be teleported back to the outer space at 1800 hours. After that, the scene was completely quiet. Zhang Tuahai glanced at his watch, and there were still 3 hours before the end of the race. He was in a situation where he had nothing to do for a while. Yes, let's carve mahjong. Zhang Tuahai continued to carve mahjong with a knife. After that, some cars arrived at the key point one after another. Among them are some tier 2 vehicles. If you look roughly, there are as many as 7 or 8 cars. It seems that there are a lot of smart people, and I have to speed up. Seeing so many second-class cars, Zhang Tuahai also felt nervous. He is now only one upgrade drawing away from upgrading to a tier 3 car. You must find a way to get the upgrade blueprint. Dear readers, the Dragon Boat Festival is healthy, remember to eat zongzi and tea eggs. At M time just passed by. During this period of time, there was no such thing as the morning. It's not that the players have become high quality after a day of baptism. Mainly, driving non-stop all day, exhausting the vast majority of players. Even if 2 people take turns taking turns, the physical exertion is also a lot, and they are all taking time to rest. A person like Zhang Tuahai who is so bored and spends his time carving mahjong is definitely an outlier among outliers. After searching the entire parking lot, Zhang Tuahai was the only one. Before I knew it, it was 1800 hours in the afternoon. The time is up, the race is over, all players who have not reached the finish line will stay on the race map forever. Transmission starts. The sound of the game system fell, white lights lit up, and the players on the parking lot entered the teleportation sequence. Before being teleported away, Zhang Tuahai saw a car that was long overdue and rushed towards the finish line frantically. However, between him and the finish line, there seemed to be an invisible wall of air. No matter how much he accelerated the car, he couldn't pass through the wall of air. It's really unlucky. It's such a short time. Seeing the player who was only a few minutes away, Zhang Tuahai had deep sympathy for him. The penalty for being late stays on the racing track forever. Although this punishment will not be immediate death, it is more terrifying than immediate death. The racing track is different from the ordinary track. There are no material boxes on the road, but there are occasional airdrops. Moreover, those airdrops will be put into very dangerous places. It is more than 10 times more difficult to survive here than outside. And, there is no end to it. Sooner or later you will be trapped here. Just thinking about it makes me very sad. The white light flashed, and Zhang Tuahai found that he had been teleported back to where he started during the day. At this time, it was already night, and it was time for dinner. Zhang Tuahai opened the pot and took a look. The rice that had been stuffy before was already cooked. He opened the tin foil, and the boiled fish was still steaming hot. The fish was covered with a layer of red and bright peppers. Just looking at it made people feel appetite, and the saliva couldn't stop flowing. Zhang Tuahai used chopsticks to poke the peppers away, took a mouthful of fish and put it in his mouth. The umami of the fish and the burning sensation of the peppers stimulated Zhang Tuahai's mouth. Zhang Tuahai picked up the happy water with ice cubes from the house next to him, and got bored. One big mouthful, the bubbles and burning sensations intertwined in the mouth, this feeling is one word: cool. Zhang Tuahai felt that he had not eaten so much for a long time. A mouthful of fish, a mouthful of happy water, very happy to eat. By the way, there is a bear paw in the oven, I almost forgot. Zhang Tuahai patted his head and took out the baked bear paw from the oven. The outer skin of the bear's paw is still tough, but the meat and fat inside have reached the best quality. Zhang Tuahai cut a small piece with a knife, dipped it in a little salt and put it in his mouth. The meat is moderately soft and hard, the thick fat penetrates into the meat, and the aroma produced by the melting of the fat makes Zhang Tuahai feel intoxicated. Take a light bite, and the aroma of fat will diffuse into the mouth, full of satisfaction. Isn't this too cool? Zhang Tuahai felt that he was nostalgic for the life here.
Grass, what's wrong with me? Just a bear's paw has been corroded. Zhang Tuahai rubbed his face to wake himself up. There is nothing to be missed here at all, just not having a network is enough. When it comes to the internet, Zhang Tuahai turned on the regional channel and started peeking at the screen, which has become a must-have program for him to eat. Looking at those players chatting in the regional channel, Zhang Tuahai felt that he could eat 3 more bowls. At this time, people in the regional channel are discussing today's harvest. Ha, I got an airdrop box today and opened a box of biscuits. There will be no shortage of food in the next few days. What are biscuits? Lao Tzu won the 101st place in the competition today, and won 3 buckets of instant noodles. Whoever of you has hot water, I can share the soup with him. I'm dying of laughter. I can't even boil hot water now. I think you probably won't survive the disaster day after tomorrow. Why don't you give me instant noodles, and it will increase my chances of survival? I'll give it to the dog, and I won't give it to you. The previous man replied furiously. I'm so envious that you can eat instant noodles. I won the 10th place. There is only 1 bucket meal for the whole family. Now I can only have a mouthful of happy water and a hamburger. I really missed the life of eating instant noodles before. Happywaterphoto.jpg, hamburgerphoto.jpg, friesphoto.jpg, familybucketphoto.jpg, a set of ordinary family buckets. Lang is issued a set of jagong. The people below are all sour. Fuck, it's actually happy water. I haven't had it for a long time. Can the boss share a cup with me? I'll exchange mineral water with you. Big brother, the chicken nuggets in the family's bucket are fried food, which is unhealthy to eat. Why don't I let me help you share it? Big brother, I have a set of Cthulhu's books here, in a curious style, can I change a french fries? This is the toughest time I've rushed. Upstairs, you can rush here. The style of painting is so curious. I retreated when I saw the fight against spiders. There's something wrong upstairs. You can't get in upstairs. The parking in front, you pressed my face. Good people have a safe life, ask for a seed. It seems that you are still not hungry, and you are still thinking about doing pornography at this time. Zhang Tuahai looked around and felt that these people's spirits were too optimistic, and it was his responsibility and obligation to wake them up. Zhang Tuahai decided to double the originally expected price of the item. Only let them know the sinister world, they will take it seriously. Selling electric fans, the price is as follows. Selling sunscreen nets, the price is as follows. Zhang Tuahai directly increased the required construction materials by 4 times the original price. In fact, he originally wanted to be a conscientious businessman, even if he sold it at double the price. However, these people are really jumping too much. If you don't hit hard, these people can float directly into the sky. As soon as Zhang Tuahai said his words, the regional channel exploded. Electricity, electric fan? The big guy has entered the age of electricity? Boss, do you still have a pendant on your lap? I can cook and ask for support. Boss, I'm light and soft, I can take pictures, I can give instructions, can I change an electric fan? Boss, is there an air conditioner? It's almost like an electric fan. Boss, can you be cheaper? I don't have enough supplies. Can I collect the supplies tomorrow and return them to you? Boss, can you just rent it instead of buying it? Seeing the words of those players in the regional channel, Zhang Tuahai felt that these players were indeed floating. Actually started to pick and choose. I still think that someone wants an empty glove white wolf. Is he just like a gullible Kaisi? You should post the photo first. Where is the trust between people and people? Zhang Tuahai felt that if he didn't give them lessons and let them recognize the cruelty of this world, they would lose the respect they deserved for him sooner or later. Small business, no credit, and a limited number of 50 sets, while stocks last. Friendly reminder, 2 electric fans can be loaded in a car. For these players, Zhang Tuahai once again offered a limited banner. Although this trick is old-fashioned, it works exceptionally well. Although the players dislike this one and that one, as long as Zhang Tuahai has a limited amount, he will immediately queue up to buy it, for fear that he will not be able to buy it. Many smart players directly privately message Zhang Tuahai to request a deal, and even take the initiative to raise the price, hoping that Zhang Tuahai will leave them an electric fan. After all, this thing is about whether they can survive the disaster the day after tomorrow. Whenever you have some material reserves in hand, you will try to buy an electric fan. And those who are a little poorer are okay, the sunscreen is waiting for them. No matter how poor you are, you can only buy sunscreen clothes, and the rest depends on your physical fitness. Zhang Tuahai has truly outflanked the entire class of customers for these players. Whether poor or rich, there is always one for you. This hot scene lasted for 20 minutes, and Zhang Tuahai was able to complete all the orders. Taking advantage of his short free time, Zhang Tuahai counted, and he sold more than 200 electric fans alone. The sunscreen network has sold more than 800 pieces, and almost everyone has one piece of sunscreen clothing. What, you said that Zhang Tuahai had a limited amount just now? If anyone believes this, whoever believes it will be broken. In the eyes of capital, there is no concept of limit at all. As long as you give enough money, there is no limit to what you want. You can sell anything you want. There are only a few electric fans in the district, so what if you sell more? Zhang Tuahai just needs to say, I solved it in order to save more lives. Even, you can brush a wave of goodwill. After Zhang Tuahai's operation, he earned a lot of basic materials, which greatly enriched Zhang Tuahai's material reserves. Seeing that Zhang Tuahai made a lot of money, Suchi couldn't help but get a little jealous. Sister, can we also learn to make a move and sell a few car air conditioners? It's not realistic. Sumu thought about it and shook his head decisively. Why? Suchi was a little puzzled. Don't they all sell things? There must be a big market for car air conditioners, and they can definitely make a lot of money. No, we are different from Zhang Tuahai. Sumu shook his head and said. Seeing that Suchi was puzzled, Sumu began to explain. First, the materials required for car air conditioners are relatively high-end. They don't have orange resource packs. If they can gather the manufacturing resources of electric fans, they may be able to find them. However, there are probably not many players who can make car air conditioners at this stage. Second, we didn't have the character foundation of the players before, and people would not easily believe us. We traded with them privately, and they would even think we were lying to them. Finally, and what worries me the most, is that if we do this, it will damage the friendship between us and Zhang Tuahai. How could this happen? Suchi was still a little dissatisfied. Could it be that we are subject to him and can't sell anything? That's not necessarily the case. As long as we get some items that don't conflict with Zhang Tuahai to sell, that's fine. Sumu waved his hand and said. Then what do we sell? Suchi was a little curious. Of course it's this. Sumu took out a bag of 7-dimensional space. This? Suchi's face turned a little red. Can this thing work? Of course, this is just what you need. You can't do it without this? Sumu threw the thing in his hand. Originally, I was worried that the price was too low and the gains outweighed the losses. Now, it's better to raise the price directly according to Zhang Tuahai's standards. As long as we negotiate unified rules, the market will be controlled by us, and the price of the items will also be controlled by us. To formulate. Sumu's eyes lit up. I always thought that Zhang Tuahai was just a lucky guy. I didn't expect him to think so far, and he planned to control the market early. I am not as sharp as him in terms of market sensitivity. It's too exaggerated. Is he really that powerful? Suchi was a little surprised. It was the first time she heard Sumu boasting like this. You know, Sumyuk has always been a person who refuses to admit defeat, and she has never seen anyone praise her in her life. Now, Sumu admires Zhang Tuahai so well, making Suchi a little unbelievable. It's true. When you talk to him in the future, you must be careful and don't make mistakes. Sumu urged. Yeah. Suchi nodded vigorously. If Zhang Tuahai could hear the conversation between the two sisters, he would have to shout at Sumu to make up for it. In fact, he really didn't think so much. He originally wanted to sell something for supplies. It was a complete misunderstanding to get to this point. At this time, Zhang Tuahai was sorting out his harvest. In addition to the players who normally buy basic materials, there are also some players who will lack some materials. They usually use some special items to negotiate with Zhang Tuahai. And now, Zhang Tuahai has obtained a special trade-in. A blue supply box. Zhang Tuahai had seen all kinds of transactions, but it was the first time he had used the material box to pay for the price. After some understanding, Zhang Tuahai understood what happened. The player who made the shot is an old African chief. He has also opened dozens of material boxes in the past few days. I don't know if he brought the chief's physique into this world. In these material boxes, all the low-level items he opened were. In addition to basic materials, basic food such as bread and water. For so many days, he has not even eaten a decent meal. The most tragic thing is that not long ago, he drove a gorilla and was almost beaten by the gorilla. If it was like this, he didn't dare to open the box by himself, so he sold the material box as a debt repayment item. There is a level 2 statue blueprint in the material box. With the affirmation of the prompt system, Zhang Tuahai happily opened the material box. A sheepskin blueprint appeared in front of Zhang Tuahai. Attractive tree stump, level 2 statue drawing, with an unusual attraction that will attract nearby rabbits to crash into the car. Limited to 1 per day. Manufacturing materials, intermediate wood, 2 units, common sole, 1 unit. Zhang Tuahai looked at the drawing and smashed his mouth a few times. Is this the otherworld version of waiting for a rabbit? Zhang Tuahai felt that the statue was very interesting and the effect was very practical, so he decided to try it out. Intermediate wood and ordinary souls may be very valuable information for ordinary players. In particular, ordinary souls, if they hadn't personally hunted down large and medium-sized beasts, they wouldn't have a chance to get them. However, for Zhang Tuahai, these materials were nothing but a drop in the bucket. He already had 7 or 8 ordinary soul essences in his hands, and he could only eat ashes in a pile. Make attractive tree stumps. A white light flashed, and a small stump appeared in Zhang Tuahai's hand. The stump was about the size of a palm and had a somewhat cartoonish feel. A green branch jutted out from the side, with 2 leaves on it, similar to the Brazilian lucky tree he had raised before. Does this thing really work? Zhang Tuahai installed the tree stump next to the lucky mermaid statue with suspicion. Zhang Tuahai has just installed the attractive tree stump. Suddenly, out of nowhere came a fat big rabbit. The rabbit slammed into Zhang Tuahai's car door. There was a muffled sound. The rabbit fell to the ground, his head tilted, and he died. Zhang Tuahai. Sigma, although he had already installed the lucky mermaid statue, but the mermaid statue only increased the probability. It was a metaphysical problem, and he did not have deep experience. But this attractive stump is different. The effect of this thing is immediate. As soon as it was installed, a rabbit came to the door. Not to mention the delivery to the door, but also no to knock on the door. It's too professional, isn't it? Tears moved. Zhang Tuahai picked up the fat rabbit, which weighed more than 10 kilograms. Tears flowed out of the corners of his mouth unsatisfactorily. Braised or braised? This is a question worth thinking about. After struggling for a long time in his heart, Zhang Tuahai still decided to hang the stove directly. Anyway, the temperature of the furnace is not bad, and it can't be wasted. Stab the advanced skinning knife into the rabbit. Get rabbit meat 500 G*10, get exquisite rabbit skin *1, get rabbit head *1, obtain common spirit *1. It was the first time I saw Zhang Tuahai, the statue that returned to the original on the first day. The huge rewards made Zhang Tuahai want to stuff his car with attractive tree stumps. Unfortunately, according to the system regulations, the same statue can only be installed at most 1 per vehicle. This made Zhang Tuahai put out his dream of making a fortune selling rabbits. Put the rabbit meat in the sauce and put it in the oven. Throw the rabbit meat into the pot and place the spicy hot pot base to make a simple version of the spicy rabbit head. The rabbit skins are collected, and when we gather more, maybe we can make a rabbit skin coat. Ordinary spirits are thrown in the corner to eat ashes as usual. After all this was done, Zhang Tuahai felt that today's leaks were almost done. It's not that he has nothing left, but it will cause some trouble if he takes out too many things at one time. As a result, it will make people feel that these things are worthless and can be obtained casually. Second, it will cause some people to covet. Although Lu Hai is dead, who can guarantee that there will be a second Lu Hai and a third Lu Hai? Greed can always blind people. Although, Zhang Tuahai has a gun in his hand and is not afraid of them. But it's better to have less trouble if you can. What a pity that a good leak was killed. After taking care of everything, Zhang Tuahai put down the chair and covered it with a blanket. Little love classmate. Commander, I am here. Is there any crosstalk? Let's put it on for a while. Sorry Commander, there is no such information in the database. Okay, one more goal, a chance to see if there's something to enrich the database. Zhang Tuahai slept soundly that night. Most players are just fine. There are just a few funny ratios, because I just got the electric fan, I excitedly drove it all night, and then I got caught in the wind, and my mouth was crooked. Early in the morning, Zhang Tuahai saw several players crying about this on the regional channel. This made Zhang Tuahai feel a little helpless. However, there are a few idiots who want to blackmail Zhang Tuahai and demand compensation from Zhang Tuahai. Seeing these people's remarks, Zhang Tuahai almost didn't laugh out loud. Don't say that this is the end of the world. In peacetime, the seller's responsibility cannot be found in this matter. For these people, Zhang Tuahai was too lazy to return. Anyway, the next time you cut leeks, these people will be the first to buy them. The rabbit meat was ready after being stewed overnight. Zhang Tuohai took off a piece, tore it into strips, cooked a pot of hand-rolled noodles, mixed it with marinated gravy, and pinched a head of garlic in his hand, which was delicious. After the wind and clouds passed, Zhang Tuohai looked at his watch. It was past 6 o'clock, so he started the car and galloped forward. Tomorrow is disaster day, and today is the last chance to gather supplies. Although Zhang Tuohai basically has no problem in survival, but, as for supplies, the more the better. Moreover, according to normal logic, today's supplies should be the most abundant, and he has no reason to miss it. Other players have the same idea. Today is the last day. Whether you can survive the disaster day depends on the harvest today. Therefore, everyone has saved enough energy and is waiting for a good harvest today. There are many players who did not even eat, and embarked on the road to find supplies. Of course, it is also possible that there is no food at all. This is not a joke. Don't look at Zhang Tuohai's various foods, which are calculated in hundreds of kilograms. There is too much to eat, and he has even considered nutritional matching. But, that's just because he hung up. The initial advantage was established, and then the advantage was used to shear down, and the snowballing led to an increasing advantage, which eventually led to what it is today. In fact, barely surviving is the norm for most people. Being able to eat 3 full meals is a treat only for the top powerhouses. If Zhang Tuohai hadn't regularly sold some food and purchased basic materials, the number of people in the regional channel would have been smaller. Zhang Tuohai glanced at the regional channel while searching the roadside. At this time, there were 1,024 people left in the channel. Only these people are left in the regional channel of 5,000 people. I don't know how much will be left after tomorrow's disaster day. Zhang Tuohai sighed and turned his eyes away to the road in the distance. There also seems to be a little more supply boxes on the road today than before. Zhang Tuohai had just driven 10 kilometers when he saw an ordinary white material box. You know, according to past experience, it takes at least 20 kilometers to get the material box. This supply box contains 50 units of gasoline, and there is no danger. However, in the sand pile not far from the road, there was a 10-meter-long desert python. Is this a change of routine today? Reduced the difficulty of finding the material box and increased the difficulty of taking it away safely? Zhang Tuohai secretly guessed in his heart. Looking at the material box outside the window, Zhang Tuohai calculated in his heart. For him, who relies on electricity, the urgency of gasoline does not appear to be as strong. Also, it's only 50 units, which seems a little too little. For this reason, it is not wise to fight a 10-meter-long desert python. However, python meat and python skin are still very useful materials. And snake gall, which is even better. Even if there are parasites on the python meat, as long as it is simmered for a while, it will not be a big problem. Worst of all, he can also sell it to other players. The most important thing is that he got a new desert eagle in his hand. If he didn't find a target to test its power, his heart was always itchy. I'll take you for an experiment. Zhang Tuohai took out the collector's edition of the Golden Desert Eagle, lowered the window glass by 5 centimeters, and quietly stretched out the gun barrel, aiming at the sand dunes not far away. You will only hit the scales of the snake like this, and the damage is not great. If you want to hit the key point, you need to be 3 centimeters to the left, and the muzzle should be tilted down 15 degrees. Zhang Tuohai adjusted the muzzle direction according to the instructions of the prompt system. This time, the prompt system did not make any more sound. Well, almost. Zhang Tuohai stabilized his mind and pulled the trigger. Boom! A crisp gunshot resounded inside the car, and the violent recoil made Zhang Tuohai's arms go numb. Zhang Tuohai shook his hand. The recoil of the Desert Eagle is really not covered. Even though he was well prepared, he still suffered a little loss. Moreover, the sound is not small. If he hadn't been wearing a noise-canceling special combat helmet, his ears would have been buzzing with the sound of the gunshot. Cuckoo! The hen, who was impounded in the wok, was laying eggs. Startled by the sound of the gunshot, half of the eggs that came out shrank back. A smear of blood burst out from the sand dunes not far away, apparently hitting the target. Hiss! A huge boa constrictor emerged from the sand dune. This python is about the thickness of a bucket. It has yellow and black stripes all over its body. Its raised upper body is more than 3 meters tall. Its eyes are full of anger. Wound. A .50 AE bullet rubbed the snake's head and shot it, creating a deep ravine on the skull of the snake's head, almost completely piercing the skull. If it wasn't for Zhang Tuohai's arm being deflected by the shock, the .50 AE caliber bullet would have smashed his brain to pieces. Missed. Looking at the huge boa constrictor's raised body, Zhang Tuohai knew that there might be no way to deal with it today. The huge desert python opened its mouth and slammed towards Zhang Tuohai's car. The car dashed forward for a distance of 7 or 8 meters, making the desert python flutter in the air. "Commander, do you want to fight back?" Xiao Ai asked. "Can you beat it?" Zhang Tuohai asked. "No problem, the bulletproof body has spiked bumpers. There is no problem in dealing with this level of beasts. As long as you are careful not to be bitten by the tires, there is no problem." Xiao Ai replied confidently. "Then leave it to you. If you can't beat it, don't be brave, and put safety first," Zhang Tuohai urged. "Don't worry, Commander." Xiao Ai controlled the car and turned in a circle, towards the desert python. The headlights in front of the car kept flashing, as if provoking the desert python. But all drivers hate the high beam dog. Although the desert python is not a driver, he is even more angry at Xiao Ai's behavior of dazzling his eyes with the high beam. The pain of the wound made it lose its mind, and the desert python shows hard steel, which would strangle and eat the enemy in front of it. Hiss! The desert python rushed towards Zhang Tuohai's car again. However, the desert python found itself making a mistake. Before it, I always thought that Xiao Ai had turned on the high beams just now. In fact, it's just a normal headlight. Seeing the opportunity of the desert python, Xiao Ai turned on the real high beam. The desert python suddenly felt that he saw the sun. Especially two. The desert python closed his eyes. But there were still 2 huge red shadows in front of him. Then came the dark spots, and then fell into a brief pseudo-blindness. Boom! Seeing the opportunity, Xiao Ai suddenly increased the speed to the maximum and rammed the desert python's head. Boom! The desert python was caught off guard, its huge head was smashed by the spiked bumper, and its huge body was swept under the wheels. The car stopped more than 20 meters away. Zhang Tuohai looked back and found that the desert python's head had been smashed into pieces. "It's already dead." Seeing that the danger was lifted, Zhang Tuohai quickly got out of the car to check the condition of the car. It has to be said that after several rounds of transformation, the sturdiness of the car is much stronger than that of ordinary cars. If an ordinary car hits a desert python like this, let alone the bumper, the hood would have to fly. However, Zhang Tuohai's commercial vehicle was unscathed, except for some bloodstains on the spiked bumper. "Ha ha, if you dare to attack me, this is what will happen if you dare to attack me." Zhang Tuohai picked up the advanced skinning knife and walked towards the desert python. It has to pay for its actions, such as its own snake guts. Zhang Tuohai stabbed the advanced skinning knife into the desert python's body. Get 500 grams of snake meat *1000, get a more complete snakeskin *1, get snake gall *1, obtain 1 pair of snake bones, obtain common spirit *1. Remarks: all parasites in the desert python have been removed and can be eaten with confidence. Is the advanced skinning knife so powerful? It can also automatically remove parasites? Zhang Tuohai discovered this function for the first time. I feel that this feature is quite handy. There are many kinds of parasites in pythons, and some parasites can even survive in water temperature of 100 degrees for dozens of minutes. Therefore, if you want to eat snake meat, you need to stew it for a long time to ensure safety. However, in that case, the texture of the snake meat will be destroyed. Well now, with the advanced peeling knife to remove the parasites, Zhang Tuohai can eat snake meat without worrying about parasites. How to eat well? Steamed, braised, grilled, or stewed? Zhang Tuohai thought while carrying the snake meat into the car. The final answer is that only children can choose. Zhang Tuohai said that I want all of them. I threw a part of the snake meat into the braised meat pot, smeared it with sauce and hung it in the oven, put a part in the refrigerator, and finally, there was a part. After the snake meat was processed, Zhang Tuohai picked up the snake skin and looked at it carefully, thinking about what this thing could do. A line of prompts appeared before his eyes. Snake skin, special fabric, which can be used to make various fabric products. Can it be made into cloth products? Zhang Tuohai's eyes lit up when he was prompted, and he thought of an idea. Since snakeskin can be used as fabric to make clothes, can it be made into equipment similar to stab-proof clothing? Zhang Tuohai had already tested the hardness of the snakeskin, and he couldn't stop the gun at all. At least it couldn't stop the desert eagle in his hand. Moreover, the special combat uniform in his hand is not easy to use. That is to say, it can be sold at will. It can't be a threat to him anyway. Moreover, recently, players hurt each other from time to time. Yesterday, what happened to Lu Hai was still vivid in my mind. It's officially time for everyone to be in danger. As long as the snake scale armor is pushed out, it will definitely sell for a high price. Humans, the desire for weapons and armor is engraved in their DNA. Even if the world is doomsday tomorrow, there will always be people who want to buy a gun. Do it when you think of it. Zhang Tuahai immediately turned to the manufacturing page, found the blueprint for making the stab-proof suit, and put the snake skin on it. Sure enough, the manufacturing page responded. Discover the special cloth snakeskin, which can be used to make stab-resistant clothing. The stab-proof effect is increased by 30%, it can resist cutting with sharp tools, and a small amount can resist blunt impact. Is it manufactured? Sure enough. Manufacture. Zhang Tuahai was overjoyed and immediately clicked on manufacture. A stab-resistant suit was created. The stab-proof clothing made of snakeskin is similar to the ordinary stab-proof clothing. It is designed in separate parts, but the outside is densely covered with scales, which looks a bit like fish scale armor. It's a little heavy in the hand. Looking at the inside, it's tan leather, and it must be a little hot to wear. However, since it wasn't for him to wear it anyway, it's almost enough. After thinking about it, Zhang Tuahai made the remaining snakeskins into stab-proof clothing, and got 4 pieces in total, all of which were hung on the trading channel. I just got 4 pieces of snakeskin scale armor, which is much stronger than ordinary stab-proof clothing and can resist sharp weapon attacks. With this thing, you don't have to be afraid of being attacked. Even if you encounter a large beast, you can collapse it. A few teeth, don't miss it when you pass by, and only accept the exchange of rare materials. If you are interested, send a private message. Zhang Tuahai put the snakeskin scales up on the regional channel and became noisy again. Big brother, why did you hang up? I just opened the box and encountered a lynx attack. If I didn't see the opportunity, I would have almost died. Unfortunately, I was scratched on the leg, and it's still bleeding. If I hang up early, I won't have to be injured. By the way, does the boss have medicine? Give me some support. Be content upstairs, but I was caught by a lynx. A brother who was in the car with me was attacked by an alligator when I got out of the car to open the box, and his head was shattered on the spot if I hadn't run away. Come on, I'm afraid I'll be eaten too. You're not bad. You can still run away. I was attacked by a wild boar when I opened the box. Although I was not injured, the wild boar punctured my rear tire. Now I can't run if I want to. Upstairs, I remember that I could barely drive away with a flat tire. Both of them exploded. Now the wild boar is outside the archway. Is there anyone to save me? Fuck, what's going on today? How come we were attacked by wild beasts? Did it increase the difficulty again? It's very possible, I don't know if you found it or not. Everyone was attacked by beasts when they were opening the box. That is to say, it is very likely that there are beasts ambushing near the material box today. Damn it, wouldn't it mean death without a protective suit? Not necessarily, you can pray that the one attacking you is a harmless little puppy. After a reminder from a caring person, someone soon sent a private message to Zhang Tuahai. The first person to send it was Sumu. The content of the letter is also very simple. 1 blueprint, 2 pieces of snakeskin scale armor. Zhang Tuahai clicked on the photo of the drawing. Spike armor, level 1 auto parts, equipped with spikes on the exterior of the car to prevent beasts from attacking. Manufacturing materials, metal ingots, 20 units, metal parts, 80 units. Consumables are many, but also very useful. Although Zhang Tuahai's car is made of bulletproof material, it can't stand those restless animal experiments. No matter how strong the car body is, it can't stand their daily impact. With this spiked armor, at least those underpowered beasts can be deterred. Moreover, after installing the spiked armor, it can also increase the impact damage of the vehicle, which can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. It is also a good deal to exchange for 2 unused snakeskin scales. Yes, but why don't you use it yourself? This thing is quite practical for you, right? Zhang Tuahai was a little curious. It's redundant, we've installed it. Sumu sent a photo of the business car with spikes all over it, like a huge steel hedgehog. Sure enough, it's a big dog. Zhang Tuahai muttered and chose the transaction. The blueprint of the spiked armor is in hand. Zhang Tuahai chose to make. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Tuahai's car was covered with large and small thorns, and the originally soft-lined commercial car became like a ferocious steel beast. Now, if those ordinary beasts want to attack my car, you should take a good look at it. Zhang Tuahai thought happily. The 2 remaining snakeskin scales were also sold. Although he didn't get the blueprint, he also got some precious intermediate materials,
which made up for the gap of Zhang Tuohai's intermediate materials. After the 4 snakeskin scale armors were sold, many players who didn't get them were anxious.
Boss, sell some more, I haven't grabbed it yet. That's right, let's sell a little more.
If I don't have defensive clothes, I wouldn't dare to get out of the car to get supplies today. Boss, if you don't have snakeskin scales, it's almost acceptable.
By the way, can you sell more weapons?
My hunting spear was stuck on a wild boar just now and was taken away by the wild boar. Big brother, sell a car repair kit. The wild boar is about to break through my car door.
I am willing to give all my resources in exchange.
Following the man's words, a trading interface popped up in front of Zhang Tuohai with a bunch of things on it. 2 bags of bread, 4 bottles of mineral water, 100 units of gasoline, 3 cans of beer, a live carp, half a roll of toilet paper, a broken bowl, various grade 1 materials. There are so many, it seems that he has taken out all his belongings. Seeing these things, Zhang Tuohai sighed, made a car repair kit, and traded it.
When he got the car repair kit, the man was overjoyed. Thank you for your kindness.
I will repay the boss when I have a chance in the future.
Zhang Tuohai didn't pay much attention to the man's reply. Everyone is a fair deal, and there is no such thing as a kindness or a kindness.
That carp and 3 cans of beer were worth the price.
You can make a fish for lunch.
As for those other people, you can use ordinary stab-proof clothing to deal with them. Zhang Tuohai made another 100 ordinary stab-proof suits and 20 hunting spears and hung them on the trading platform.
The price of these things is much cheaper.
Unification is double the price difference of manufacturing materials, and the old man is innocent.
Because the price is so cheap, these items are sold out as soon as they are hung up.
There are still many people in the regional channel who hope that Zhang Tuohai will sell more. For this kind of request, Zhang Tuohai is naturally good at it. Using the materials just earned, I made a new batch of stab-proof suits and hunting spears and hung them up. Seeing that the piles of supplies were filling up again, Zhang Tuohai couldn't help feeling a little melancholy.
The 10 cubic meters of space just expanded 2 days ago. Why doesn't it seem like it's not enough? Looks like the car needs to be upgraded.
After Zhang Tuohai hung up the weapons and armor to be sold, he didn't care about it anymore, and let Xiao Ai continue on the road. And he himself began to deal with the big carp. Although this carp has many spines, it is still good to eat when it is stuffy. Descale and cut several deep slits in the fish. The 3 brothers of onion, ginger, and garlic that were planted have already matured, and some of them were picked as if they were marinated in their mouths. Heat oil in a pot, put the carp in, fry both sides slightly until browned, add hot water and simmer. In order to remove the fishy smell, Zhang Tuohai also added a can of beer and waited.
Just add some balsamic vinegar and you're done.
This carp is only the method of Zhang Tuohai's family. It is not as good as a restaurant, but it is simple and convenient. The car continued to drive forward. The distance traveled this time was a bit long, and it took a full hour to find the second material box. This material box turned out to be a blue material box. Inside the material box is a production drawing of Level 2 Accessories Miniature Poultry Ecological Park.
Behind the dunes by the road, there is a desert fox hiding. Desert foxes don't attack humans,
but they will steal the contents of the car when you get out of the car to open the supply box.
Zhang Tuohai? Is there such an operation?
He always thought that the beasts here would only fight and kill, but he didn't expect such an operation. What's more, you can even steal things.
It's really overwhelming. It doesn't hurt to steal just ordinary things.
But if you steal something more important, like car keys, you're done.
You want to steal something from me, you have to find a way to do it all at once. Zhang Tuohai tapped the steering wheel, pondering how to get the desert fox. First of all kinds of precious materials must be collected. If they are damaged by the fox, it will be a big loss.
Secondly, use a good thing to attract the fox. If it doesn't come, it will be a waste of time.
Lastly, make sure to catch the hapless thing.
After thinking about it for a long time, Zhang Tuohai took out 2 sunscreen nets, separated the rear seat from the front seat, leaving only a box of canned fish in the front seat, but it was actually full of metal ingots. Canned fish is considered a precious item. It should be able to deceive that guy, right? Zhang Tuohai checked again, and after confirming that there were no omissions, he got out of the car with a crowbar and walked towards the blue material box pretending to know nothing. After Zhang Tuohai stopped, a small head poked out from behind the sand dunes, quietly staring at Zhang Tuohai's every move. When it saw Zhang Tuohai come down, the little head showed an anthropomorphic smile. When he saw Zhang Tuohai lowered his head to open the material box, the desert fox swooped out from behind the dunes and rushed towards Zhang Tuohai's car.
The desert fox was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it rushed into the car. Normal people can only see its afterimage. However, when the desert fox got into Zhang Tuohai's car, it was dumbfounded. The whole car was completely blocked by the sunscreen. Only a box of canned fish was left in the co-pilot's seat. Desert fox? How could there be such a dog? Is this too careful? Block things so tightly, what am I stealing? However, a box of canned fish is not bad. It remembered that he had been fortunate enough to eat a can, and it tasted good. The desert fox grabbed the box of canned fish and was about to drag it away. It jerked backwards. No drag. Desert fox? Did you lose your strength after lingering with that female fox for too long yesterday? The desert fox did not believe in evil and added another strength. Go! The fish canning box remained untouched. Desert fox is confused. Does this female fox walk so deeply? You can't even move a box of cans? The desert fox added 2 more strengths, and the box of canned fish remained motionless. The desert fox was completely discouraged. It started to claws the fish canning crate. Since you can't take 1 box with you, you can always take 1 or 2 cans, right? It didn't believe it, it was so empty that it couldn't even take a can of food. Moreover, come here, if you don't bring anything back, you will be teased by those companions. Brush. The desert fox used his pointy fingernails to cut through the tape that sealed the box. Unable to wait to open the box, the desert fox looked inside and his nose was crooked. No wonder it didn't drag the box after a long time. I don't know who is so immoral, and actually filled it with metal ingots. This is so full of 50 or 60 pounds. Only ghosts can move. Sure enough, my mother was right. 2 legs are big liars, and there is no good thing. Desert fox felt that something was wrong, and immediately turned around to get off the car. But the door closed automatically. The desert fox was startled, and frantically pulled the handle outward, trying to open the door. However, the door was locked and could not be opened at all. Don't waste your time, the car has been taken over by me, you can't leave until the commander comes back. Xiao Ai said in a cold voice. Ow. Desert fox anxiously circled around, but there was nothing he could do. It banged on the window, trying to break it out, but the window was bulletproof and it couldn't open it at all. Just when it was burning with anxiety, the window suddenly began to fall. The desert fox was overjoyed when he saw this, and his paws were clawing at the car window, trying to escape through the crack of the window. But as soon as he stuck his head out, he saw a long, black, hard big pipe against its head. Thunder monkey, since you have already come, why do you have to leave in such a hurry? Zhang Tuohai held the shotgun and said with a smile. The desert fox immediately raised his paws like a deflated ball. His face was full of ingratiating expressions. Seeing the expression of the desert fox, Zhang Tuohai became interested. He asked tentatively, "Can you understand me?" Desert fox immediately shook his head. Zhang Tuohai? Do you think I'm a fool? Seeing the desert fox raising his paws like a scholar, Zhang Tuohai knew that this thing was definitely not simple. Since they have intelligence and can communicate, they cannot be easily killed. At least, he is still not short of those few kilograms of meat to eat. Moreover, I heard that fox meat is not very delicious. Zhang Tuohai pointed a gun at the desert fox's head with one hand, and reached in through the crack of the window with the other. Seeing this, the desert fox wanted to run subconsciously, but when he saw Zhang Tuohai put his finger on the trigger, he didn't dare to move. Zhang Tuohai took the opportunity to grab the back of the desert fox and took it out. Say, what the hell are you? Why did you hide behind the dunes and attack me? Zhang Tuohai asked. The desert fox just opened his big eyes and made a whining sound, without any intention of opening his mouth. If you don't say yes, then we will consume it slowly and see who has the patience. Zhang Tuohai couldn't spend so much time with desert fox on the road. He decided to take it in the car and leave it to play slowly on the road. Anyway, it's okay to be idle all the way, so it's time to relieve the boredom. However, the desert fox can't just throw it into the car, it will be troublesome if it destroys things. Zhang Tuohai found a sunscreen and wrapped the desert fox like a mummy, revealing only one head. Well, let's see how you run. Zhang Tuohai threw the desert fox into the car and said to classmate Xiao Ai, "You did a good job just now, drive." As ordered, Commander. The car continued to search for material boxes along the road. Zhang Tuohai did not care about the desert fox. This thing won't tell the truth now, it has to be dried first and then starved for a few days. Zhang Tuohai took out the manufacturing drawing and looked at it seriously. Manufacturing diagram of micro poultry ecological garden. Level 2 auto parts can create a small poultry ecological garden, allowing poultry to grow and reproduce happily and healthily. Poultry happiness increased by 30%, health value increased by 30%, egg production increased by 1, and meat production increased by 30%. Building materials, metal ingots, 5 units, metal parts, 40 units, glass, 20 units, plastic, 20 units, wood, 10 units, cloth, 5 units, dirt, 20 units, small water collector, 1, intermediate electronic components, 1, this thing is good? Looking at this thing, Zhang Tuahai rubbed his hands excitedly. If nothing else, just the egg production plus 1 can be worth the fare. Now the egg has no other source than the hen. With this thing, you can get 1 more egg every day, which is definitely a profit. Those ordinary materials don't need to be considered at all. Zhang Tuahai has a mountain of piles in his hands, and making a drawing can help consume a part of it. The more valuable ones here are the intermediate electronic components and the small water collector. He has drawings for making small water collectors, and he also has no shortage of materials. He can make several of them for fun, and also sell water. The intermediate electronic components have just been replaced with snakeskin scales, and there are no gaps for the time being. Of course, the most important thing is that Zhang Tuahai felt that putting the hen in a black pot every day would affect its mood and affect his own eggs. Making micro-poultry eco-parks. Zhang Tuahai put the drawings into the manufacturing area. A white light flashed, the supplies disappeared, and a glass container 2 meters long, 1 meter wide, and half a meter high appeared in Zhang Tuahai's eyes. The container is completely closed, a bit like a hamster cage, but the outside is glass, with metal strips reinforced at the edges of the 4 corners, and there are transoms. There are chicken coops, food troughs, water troughs, dirt floors, and weeds growing on them, which seem to be very suitable for hens to live in. Moreover, the space is not small enough for hens to live. This thing is not so much an ecological garden as it is an ecological breeding box, but it can meet the basic needs of a chicken. Zhang Tuahai lifted the black pot, grabbed the trembling hen from the inside, stuffed it into the breeding box, closed the lid, and hung the hook from the outside, so that everything was safe. After stuffing the hen, Zhang Tuahai accidentally discovered that there were still 2 eggs under the black pot, and couldn't help but feel happy. This hen is really powerful, and actually lays 2 more eggs in one day. She happily put it away and prepared to cut some leeks to make scrambled eggs tomorrow. The hen was terrified when she was caught from the black pot. Especially when it saw a desert fox next to it, it was even more frightened and flew away. It almost thought that it was not good for him to lay eggs. Zhang Tuahai wanted to feed it to the fox. It was not until Zhang Tuahai stuffed it into the breeding box that it slowly returned to calm. The hens wandered around in the breeding box for a few laps, gradually getting excited. Although the space here is a lot worse than in the wild, it is at least much stronger than that big black pot. There is food and water, as well as a wooden nest, no natural enemies, and you don't have to run around all day looking for insects to eat. Thinking that you only need to lay eggs every day, you can change to such a comfortable space, and the heart of the hen will bloom. It's just an ideal paradise. The hen gradually became excited. As soon as he was excited, he felt a heat flow in his stomach. Gollum! An egg was laid. Hey, the daily egg production plus 1 is really powerful. It's amazing that there is a reaction as soon as you put it in. Zhang Tuahai happily put away the eggs. Well, this egg can be eaten as a chicken cake, soup. However, if you want to make chicken cakes delicious, you need sesame oil. He only has meat. Have to see if anyone has sesame oil and get some back. After dealing with the problem of the hen, Zhang Tuahai picked up a banana and ate it. Looking at the scenery outside, he had some guesses. Today's exploration is probably that the longer the distance, the better the probability of the box. The main difficulty is not finding the box, but the beasts guarding the box. How to get the box without damage under the gaze of those beasts is the most critical. By the way, I have to remind those leaks that there may be thieves and beasts near the box, so beware of things being stolen. Zhang Tuahai immediately sat up and turned on the regional channel. This is not his virgin, but those people in the regional channel are his potential leaks. If their stuff is damaged, they may buy less of his stuff. This is unacceptable to him. However, when he entered the regional channel, he realized that he was still a step late. Whoa, I got off the car just now to pick up a material box. As a result, a desert fox rushed into my car and snatched the whole family barrel I just got. The whole family bucket, it's still hot, I didn't have time to eat a bite. It was all stolen by that grandson. It was all stolen. I didn't save a single bite. I'm going to kill it.
Although he didn't see the player's appearance, Zhang Tuahai could understand his grief and anger from the words. In this barren desert, he suffered for 5 or 6 days, eating chaff and eating vegetables, and his life was in danger.
I managed to get a whole family bucket, and it was stolen before I could taste it.
This player was already mentally strong without going crazy on the spot.
You can be content, I am even worse, the car keys have been removed, how will I live in the future? Brothers and sisters, can anyone take me with me if they pass by? I can give all the supplies in the car as a gift. You are so miserable. I was stolen 2 boxes of canned food. I thought it was a big loss. It seems that it is not bad?
What are you guys? It's just a thief. I'm now surrounded by a group of monkeys.
Can anyone help sell some weapons? It's better to kill these damn things. You're too stupid, aren't you? It's just a group of monkeys, can you turn the sky upside down? This thing can't drive a car at all, right? What if you let them attack?
Some players said with disdain. You are talking about lightness, I'm not afraid of them with bare hands, but who knows that these guys have a stone in their hands, and they don't know where they found them in the desert. They smashed my glass with stones, and the glass was smashed twice block. The man said through gritted teeth.
If you can't afford it, then run. You drive farther, can those monkeys still catch up? Someone came up with an idea. If I could run, I would have run away.
The player sighed, I don't know which monkey is so immoral and blocked my exhaust pipe with something. Now my car is lying on the ground, and I can't even walk.
Already.
Seeing what happened to this player, everyone could not help but sympathize. Hearing the player's complaints, Zhang Tuahai moved in his heart, and quickly sent a private chat. Hello, can I ask a question? You are the monkey group you met in the first few material boxes. What is the quality of the material boxes?
Fuck, it's actually a boss. Does the boss have something that can expel the monkey group? I'm going to be trapped to death by this group of monkeys.
The player couldn't help shouting when he saw the message from Zhang Tuahai.
Answer my question and I'll give you a stab-proof suit. It's an anti-monkey weapon, and it's certainly no problem.
Zhang Tuahai said. But, boss, it's not enough to have stab-proof suits. I have to find a way to disperse those monkeys.
Do I have any weapons? The man seemed a little dissatisfied and continued to beg.
Hearing this, Zhang Tuahai frowned.
If he just wanted to disperse the monkeys, a spear would be enough, even a stick.
However, the player seemed to want to use the news in his hand to make a fortune. Zhang Tuahai would not be used to such players.
This is easy to handle.
You can go to the trading channel to buy anti-wolf spray.
It's definitely easy to use against monkeys. However, this thing is very expensive.
You have to prepare the materials.
Zhang Tuahai said.
Seeing that Zhang Tuahai was very firm, the player knew that there was no more news from Zhang Tuahai, so he told Zhang Tuahai his news.
This is the 3rd box I have opened. The color of the material box is purple.
In fact, I saw the group of monkeys before I got off the car, but the purple material box was so tempting, I couldn't hold back, it became like this. The player said helplessly. The 3rd material box, what level are your first 2 material boxes, and what kind of trouble did you encounter?
Zhang Tuahai asked. My first crate was white and came across a lynx. Unscathed, speared away, and the second was a blue crate that had an electronic component stolen by a crow. Said the man. I see, go ahead.
After Zhang Tuahai finished speaking, he sent a private letter to Su Qi. Someone may want to buy anti-wolf spray in a while, and ask for a higher price, you're welcome.
Really or not? What's the right height to drive?
Su Qi immediately regained her spirits when she heard that there was a slap in the face. He has a purple material box in his hand, you can handle it yourself.
Zhang Tuahai said with a smile. Dare to take advantage of him?
Zhang Tuahai has a way to make up for it.
Thank you so much.
If you do, I'll invite you back to a lollipop.
Su Qi said happily. Zhang Tuahai? He didn't expect that he would be given a lollipop one day. Ha? Lollipop? Do you have a lollipop?
Zhang Tuahai straightened up.
Yes, I opened the box this morning and got a big can.
Su Qi sent Zhang Tuahai a photo of a whole can of lollipops. This kind of candy is a good thing to replenish physical strength.
It was eaten by Su Qi as a snack. Zhang Tuahai didn't know what to say. Probably only a big dog like the Su family sisters can do this.
After solving this matter, Zhang Tuahai thought seriously. He found that the encounter between himself and the player seemed to be similar, they were all white, and the blue material boxes met in turn.
Predatory beast attack and animal theft are the same. So, next, will I also encounter monkey attacks? However, even if you encounter a group of monkeys, you are not afraid. Zhang Tuohai loaded Remington with bullets, but he didn't believe that no matter how powerful these monkeys were, they could still fight guns. The anger that I received in Mount Amei at the beginning seems to be able to be reported back today. Xiao Ai drove forward all the way. After about 2 hours, when Zhang Tuohai was about to fall asleep, Xiao Ai suddenly made a sound. A purple material box was found ahead. Material box. Hearing these 3 words, Zhang Tuohai suddenly woke up. He quickly rubbed his sleepy eyes and looked forward. He found that there was a raised sand dune by the road, and at the top of the dune, there was a purple supply box. Near the material box, there was a group of monkeys squatting. These monkeys held large and small stones in their hands, and were staring at Zhang Tuohai's direction. Drink, I'm actually waiting here. Zhang Tuohai put on his special combat helmet and picked up a shotgun. Back then, when he was playing in Mount Amei, his backpack was snatched by those monkeys, and the backpack he just bought was torn down by those squatting monkeys. The key is that there is no place to claim. If it wasn't for the obstruction of the garden department, he would have let those monkeys know why the flowers were so red. For these bullying things, only the whip can make them honest. I can't find them anymore. Since you bumped into the muzzle of the gun yourself, you should pay some interest to your fellow clan. Zhang Tuohai aimed the shotgun at those guys and pulled the trigger. Bang bang bang. A series of fire lights flashed, and a piece of number 12 shot was spilled out, covering the surrounding of the purple material box. The monkeys closest to the material box were beaten into sieves on the spot. Squeak squeak. The monkeys around the purple supply box were beaten up. They have never seen such a player before, and they shoot directly at a disagreement. No, this is no longer a question of disagreement. He shot without saying a word. A player with a gun actually attacked their group of monkeys, which is not about martial arts. Done. The monkeys guarding the supply box were beaten to pieces, and the rest of the monkeys did not dare to surround the supply box. They hid behind the sand dunes, holding stones in their hands, waiting for Zhang Tuohai to come over and make a sneak attack. However, they don't know that the player in front of them not only has guns, but also hangs. Those monkeys are hiding behind the dunes to get revenge on you. As soon as the monkeys hid behind the dunes, the prompt system notified their whereabouts. My good fellow, the thief's heart is not dead. It seems that I have to give you a hard look. Zhang Tuohai took a shotgun and touched the back of the dune from the flank. That group of monkeys are lying on the back of the sand dunes, clutching stones and waiting to attack. Good guy, it's quite organized. Zhang Tuohai was even more angry when he saw this group of monkeys like this. He raised his shotgun and shot in the direction where the group of monkeys was densest. Bang bang bang. Another series of number 12 shotguns were fired. Suddenly, a large circle of monkeys were beaten into corpses. The morale of the remaining monkeys was directly destroyed, and immediately turned into birds and beasts, fleeing towards the surroundings. Several monkeys were very revengeful, and the direction they fled was exactly where Zhang Tuohai parked. Before they were about to escape, they took the opportunity to order something in Zhang Tuohai's car, or smashed Zhang Tuohai's car to relieve their hatred. But when they came to Zhang Tuohai's car, they were dumbfounded. Zhang Tuohai's car was like a steel hedgehog, with sharp spikes all over his body. Not to mention smashed, it was a problem to get close. Creak creak. Several monkeys scratched their ears and cheeks anxiously when they saw the commercial vehicle like an iron hedgehog. Suddenly, there was a monkey who was in a hurry and saw that there were no spikes on the window, so he threw the stone in his hand towards the window. It remembers that this thing seems to be quite fragile, and it will be a hole if you smash it. When the other monkeys saw this, they also threw the stones in their hands. Dong dong dong. To their surprise, the window was not easy to break at all, but rather strong. When a fist-sized stone hits it, it can only make a muffled sound, not to mention cracked, not even a scratch is left. The monkey did not believe in evil, so he picked up the stone from the ground and was about to smash it again. But when it looked up again, something frightened had happened. The car rushed towards it by itself. Squeak! The monkey screamed and tried to dodge. However, the car was so fast that it rushed in front of its eyes in the blink of an eye. Put! The monkey didn't even have a chance to be knocked out, and hung directly on the spikes. The other monkeys were frightened, dropped the stones in their hands, turned around and ran away. However, how fast Zhang Tuohai's car is? The top speed is 300 per hour, whereas the monkey can run past. In the blink of an eye, these monkeys were rolled under the wheels. When Zhang Tuohai came back with the purple material box, he had already been crushed to death. Good job. Zhang Tuahai patted the roof of the car to show his encouragement. Thank you, Commander, for your praise, this is what I should do. At Karatat, however, so many monkey corpses can't be wasted. Zhang Tuahai removed a monkey corpse from the spike, and stabbed it with a high-level skinning knife. Get monkey meat 500G*30, obtain common spirit *1 and then no more. There is no monkey brain and no monkey skin. Grass, I'm so poor, no wonder I came out to rob. Zhang Tuahai spit out when he saw that there was only such a thing broken down. However, no matter how small the mosquito's legs are, it is still meat. There are dozens of monkeys here, all of which have been decomposed, and it is also a lot of meat. Zhang Tuahai became a hard-working porter and moved the monkey corpses back to decompose them. He obtained a total of 1,000 caddies of meat, which was quite a fortune. Zhang Tuahai couldn't store so much meat, so he directly used the sausage machine to make sausages. Because the other party was a primate, Zhang Tuahai didn't like to eat it, so he decided to sell all this sausage to other players. Anyway, I still have hundreds of caddies of pork, tiger meat, and eagle meat sausages, so I don't worry about not eating them at all. Dozens of monkeys are not a small number. After the treatment is finished, it will be almost noon. Yes, let's eat first. At this time, the carp was almost cooked. Zhang Tuahai filled a bowl of rice, poured it with fish soup, and he was sweating. Looking at the delicious carp, the sturdy desert fox tied next to it was about to cry. From time to time he stretched out his long tongue and licked his lips. The saliva could hardly stop. However, Zhang Tuahai didn't even bother to look at it, so he threw it in the corner and ate the fish on his own. Not long after, a fish was eaten clean. Zhang Tuahai touched his bulging belly and found one thing. It seems that everyone else comes to this world to survive, only himself. The more he eats, the better he eats, the more he eats. He even felt that his appetite was much larger than before. The belly is also getting rounder, and the six-pack abs have a tendency to gather towards one. That can't be done. Zhang Tuahai scratched his head in distress. He decided to do something to change all this. So he turned over and put on a more comfortable position. After eating, salted fish is more comfortable. Zhang Tuahai took out the purple material box that was snatched from the monkey group from the side. Open it with a crowbar, and inside is a box of handmade pure dark chocolate and a manufacturing drawing. Zhang Tuahai broke off a small piece of pure dark chocolate and put it in his mouth, and instantly, a bitter taste unique to cocoa filled his mouth. It is not the bitterness of traditional Chinese medicine, nor the bitterness of bitter gourd, but a bitterness with aroma. Although it is also bitter, it is addictive. Zhang Tuahai only ate a thumb-sized piece, and he could clearly feel his heart beating rapidly, and his brain was also excited a lot. My dear, this thing is really pure, purer than espresso, right? Zhang Tuahai looked at the box of chocolates seriously. I feel that this thing can be used as a stimulant if it is purified a little bit. He is a caffeine-resistant person, and even drinking espresso doesn't have such a big reaction. Zhang Tuahai cherished it and put it in the refrigerator. This thing is used well, and it is also a precious strategic resource. That manufacturing drawing is more interesting. It is not auto parts, nor survival equipment, nor weapons and armor. It's a bit dirty to say the name. The thing that this drawing can make is called an electric shock collar. Electric shock collar, level 1 domestication equipment, which can help you tame wild animals and make them your assistants. Supporting equipment, electric shock collar, remote control. Material, metal ingot, 1 unit, metal parts, 3 units, rubber, 3 units, cloth, 5 units, plastic, 1 unit, electronic components, 2 units. The production materials are relatively complex, but the demand is not too large, and they are all basic materials. Zhang Tuahai made them directly. After finishing it, Zhang Tuahai took the electric shock collar and didn't know who to use it for. It stands to reason that this thing is worth the money when it is installed on the tiger and leopard. However, this thing turned into a sausage after encountering Zhang Tuahai. Is it for hens? Zhang Tuahai turned his attention to the hen. The hen, who was quietly pecking rice, instantly felt smart all over her body. She glanced around alertly, and always felt that something was going to harm her. It's already obedient enough, and it's superfluous to bring it. Zhang Tuahai glanced back and forth in the car. Finally, he set his eyes on the desert fox curled up in the corner. Isn't it uncooperative? Aren't you pretending to be stupid with me? I'll let you test the power of this thing today. Zhang Tuahai pulled the desert fox over. Seeing the collar in Zhang Tuahai's hands, the desert fox twisted frantically, trying to escape Zhang Tuahai's claws. However, the car is so big, and it is still tied up like a zongzi, where else can it hide? As soon as the mantis pupa was caught twice, Zhang Tuahai grabbed it back, and the electric shock collar snapped to his neck. How does this thing work? Zhang Tuahai looked at the remote control in his hand.
There are only 4 buttons on it: punishment, double, super double, and fun.
What makes people scratch their heads is that the last button is actually pink. Zhang Tuahai?
He felt that in addition to domesticating wild animals, this thing seemed to have some unknown function.
However, what kind of ghosts are people who are interested in animals? Maybe, if you hang on the trading channel, you might be able to sell it at a high price? Putting away the messy thoughts in his mind, Zhang Tuahai decided to try it first. Let's test the waters first. Zhang Tuahai pressed the punishment button.
Stab! A bright electric arc flashed, and the desert fox, which was lying on the ground, suddenly jumped up, and after a 720-degree Thomas turn in the air, it fell to the ground with a slap.
The original desert fox has bloated fur like a samoyed. It's interesting.
Zhang Tuahai touched his chin and felt that the electric shock collar was quite interesting. Just as he was about to try the effect of doubling the keys, the desert fox actually spoke.
Don't press, I surrender, can't I surrender? The desert fox was like a gossamer, as if his body had been hollowed out. It turns out he can speak. Zhang Tuahai nodded.
After nodding, Zhang Tuahai realized that he had accepted the fact that the desert fox could speak so calmly.
Not even a surprise.
Perhaps, subconsciously, I think this guy can talk?
It's interesting.
Zhang Tuahai became interested and pulled the desert fox in front of him.
Tell me what you know. If there is something to hide, I'll try doubling and super doubling. If the answer doesn't satisfy me, I'll play the penis until I die, you understand?
Zhang Tuahai said. He slapped his fingers, and then glanced at the lower body of the desert fox.
The desert fox shrank instinctively, and his legs tightened instantly.
Don't dare, boss, you can ask me casually, I definitely won't dare to hide a word.
Desert fox said. Then state your name first. Constantine. Desert fox said weakly. Zhang Tuahai? No, all of you foxes are so domineering? You actually have the name of a witcher? Zhang Tuahai was shocked. I took it myself. I stole things from other people's cars before. I heard other people chatting and heard this name. I felt very handsome, so I used it. Desert fox said. What was it called before? Zhang Tuahai was curious. Ow woo woo wow. Speak human words.
Zhang Tuahai frowned.
What I'm talking about is human words. Desert fox was very aggrieved. Believe it or not, I'll just super double it.
Zhang Tuahai moved his finger to the third button.
But, isn't that what you asked me? Desert fox was even more aggrieved. What am I asking? Ask my name. Then what's your name? Ow woo woo wow. You're still motivated, aren't you?
I don't believe that I can't cure you. Zhang Tuahai was about to press the button.
Boss, don't press it, what I said is true. Desert fox was about to cry. Zhang Tuahai looked at the desert fox and didn't feel like he was lying. Suddenly, he had an epiphany. You mean, your name is Oh Wow? It's Oh Wang.
The N sound is going to drop, and it's my second uncle who has a turning point in the N sound.
Desert fox said tearfully. What about the translation into Mandarin? This is the translation.
Forget it, it's too much trouble, you should still be called Wang Kai. Zhang Tuahai felt that the name of the desert fox was too troublesome, so he directly gave a super local name. This name is easy to pronounce, easy to remember, has a good meaning, and also has the sound of Wang in the original name. It can be said that it can kill 4 birds with 1 stone. Zhang Tuahai felt that he was a genius in the world of naming.
It always feels so dirty. Desert fox felt a little aggrieved. You can organize the language again.
Zhang Tuahai rubbed the remote control in his hand.
Actually, let's taste it carefully, I think this name is quite good. Desert fox looked at the remote control in Zhang Tuahai's hand and resolutely admitted it. Okay, Wang Kai, tell me how you thought of stealing my car. I don't remember your foxes having such a habit. Zhang Tuahai asked.
I don't know either, Wang Kai said with a flash of memory. I went out to catch gerbils a few days ago, and suddenly some strange knowledge came into my mind, including your language, and some common sense. There is a great Mywell told me to steal your things or punish us. I was afraid of punishment, so I agreed.
Wang Kai said. What about now, is that consciousness still in your mind? Zhang Tuahai asked.
No, you press that button, and that consciousness disappears.
Wang Kai said honestly. This is quite interesting.
Zhang Tuahai played with the remote control with a playful look.
If what Wang Kai said was true, then the knowledge in his mind must have been instilled by the planning of highway survival. As for that consciousness disappeared now, it must be the effect of domestication of the electric shock collar. If the desert fox has always had another consciousness in its mind, what kind of domestication is that? However, this extends to the question of what exactly are those people behind the scenes doing? This question, Desert Fox Wang Kai, is also not clear. According to its words, it is just a fox, and it is unable to think about such complex issues. Zhang Tuahai and Wang Kai stared at each other for a long time, but they didn't discuss why they came out, so they simply stopped discussing. Anyway, with Zhang Tuahai's current strength, even discussing the results is useless. What, can you flip the table? If the strength is not enough, just play according to the rules of others. When the strength is enough, the answer will always be revealed one day. Insufficient strength, even if you know it, it's just mediocre. Now, there is a very real problem placed in front of Zhang Tuahai, and that is how to deal with prosperity. Keep it as a pet, or throw it out and let it fend for itself. Zhang Tuahai thought about it and decided to let Wang Kai choose by himself. Would you rather stay as my pet, or go home? If you stay, you will have sausages for 3 meals a day. If you behave well, I will eat what you will eat. However, if you stay, you must obey all my orders, which may be fatal. If you leave, I'll let you out of the car now, but don't let me see you again, otherwise, bullets will greet you, you choose. Of course, I chose to follow you, the wise boss of Shinwu. Wang Kai rolled his eyes and said, following me may encounter some life-threatening things. Why, are you not afraid? Zhang Tuahai asked curiously. Hey, those of us who come out every day to find food, don't we risk our lives to hunt? How can we be comfortable with you if we are still hungry and full? 3 meals are scheduled, drought and floods are guaranteed. Wang Kai shook his head. Said the tail. You're quite realistic. Zhang Tuahai laughed. That's fine, you can follow me, but you have to remember that you can only move everything in the car when I allow you to move. No, when you're allowed to move. If you move, I'll turn you into a sausage. Also, go out when you pee, don't stay in the car. If you have something to do, don't let it go, or you'll be turned into a sausage. As for the treatment, you are currently in the internship period. You have 1 sausage, 500 grams, per meal, enough water, and a blanket for sleeping. If you think you can, just do it first. Thank you so much, boss, I'll be yours from now on, you can do whatever you want with me. Wang Kai's tail was shaking so much that he couldn't see clearly. If you didn't know it, I thought it was a big-eared dog. Okay, I don't have anything to do with you right now, kneel down. Zhang Tuahai waved his hand. Boss, can you please do something? Wang Kai said cautiously. What's the matter? Zhang Tuahai glanced. Then what, can you help me untie the net on my body? I'm almost strangled to death. Wang Kai said aggrieved. Zhang Tuahai patted his head, he was chatting just now, and he forgot to untie Wang Kai. 3 to 5 and 2 to untangle the sunscreen on Wang Kai's body. Wang Kai long stretched his muscles and bones, and then shook the white hair on his body. Boom! The long hair on Wang Kai's body is like static electricity, all of them are open, and from a distance, it looks like Satsuma. Boss, how did I become like this? Seeing the changes in his body, Wang Kai was about to cry. Why is my hair standing up? This is not in line with the aesthetics of my own ethnic group. What should I do if I see those female foxes in the future? I don't know. Maybe it's the effect of electric shock. Maybe it will go down in 2 days. By the way, you don't shed hair, right? Zhang Tuahai glanced at Wang Kai vigilantly. He didn't want fox fur floating around in the car. If that was the case, he would have to buy a scraper to shave the fox's fur. Boss, you are insulting me. Wang Kai stared at Zhang Tuahai angrily. What can I say, he is also a famous young man from a distance of 10 miles, a beautiful man among foxes. A female fox who wants to be with me can stand on the sand dunes. How could such a handsome fox lose her hair? That's fine, this is your lunch, go eat later. Zhang Tuahai took out 2 sausages made of monkey meat and threw them to Wang Kai. After thinking about it, he made 2 small steel basins, one for rice and one for water. Wang Kai took his belongings and found a corner to hide. After eating and drinking, Wang Kai shrunk into a ball, covered his head with his big fluffy tail, and began to sleep. This guy is so comfortable. For some reason, Zhang Tuahai started to envy this guy who eats, sleeps, and eats every day. After dealing with this, Zhang Tuahai decided to look at the regional channel to find out about everyone's situation. At this time, the regional channel was morning. It turned out that those players didn't have Zhang Tuohai's reminder system, and even if they learned something on the regional channel, they couldn't be fully prepared due to their strength. Some people are more fortunate and only lose some insignificant things, or only have their windows smashed. Overall, it's not a big problem. Some people are even worse. A man lost a manufacturing drawing of a level 2 auto part. One person lost a freshly baked seafood pizza. Another player lost a freshly made water collector. The worst player, in order to get a blue material box, the car key was stolen, so that now he can't open the car door, he can only watch the material in his car empty and cry. Some players have provoked some more powerful beasts, either bitten by the tires or damaged by the engine, trapped in place and unable to move. Seeing these players, Zhang Tuohai felt that he was quite lucky. He got the prompt system at the beginning, avoided danger, obtained supplies, and his life was getting better and better. For these miserable players, Zhang Tuohai can only hang up a few car repair kits, and then wish them good luck. There are too many people in difficulty, and he cannot help alone. Don't look at him now that he has nearly 1,000 caddies of sausages, but you must know that there are more than 1,000 people in this regional channel. The food that Zhang Tuohai has accumulated for so long is only enough for everyone to consume in one day. Zhang Tuohai himself is just a layman. He can't take care of that much. He can only help those who can be helped to a limited extent on the premise of not hurting himself. Just as Zhang Tuohai was browsing the regional channel, a message popped up in the game system. Players, you have successfully lived to the 6th day, and tomorrow is the first disaster day. In order for everyone to survive better, now, the reward level is specially opened, you can choose the materials you need, and then in the reward challenge in the level. The reward level implements a point system, and as many points as you get, you can exchange for the corresponding reward. I wish you all the best of luck. The message flashed 3 times, and in front of Zhang Tuohai, a whole row of doors of light appeared. A row of doors of light appeared in front of Zhang Tuohai, and above each door of light was a plaque indicating what kind of supplies could be obtained within the door of light. Level 1 Basic Materials, Level 2 Intermediate Materials, Level 3 Advanced Materials, Food, Weapons, Armor, Auto Parts Manufacturing Drawings, Statue Drawings. Each door of light exudes a dazzling light, attracting people to want to enter. According to Zhang Tuohai's style, he must choose drawings. Climbing the technology tree, the more blueprints there are, the higher the chance of his survival, and he can also use the scissors difference to earn the value of other players. The reason why Zhang Tuohai has developed so well is that in addition to plugins, climbing the technology tree is also an indispensable part. However, just as Zhang Tuohai was about to enter the door of light of the auto parts manufacturing drawings, his eyes fell on the last door of light. Predict the next world situation and get the same response materials. Zhang Tuohai's eyes widened. After they entered this world, except for 1 car per person, they only told the information about the future, and on the 7th day they would encounter the disaster of the double-day volley. He originally thought that he would stay in this world forever, and then experience the disaster every 7 days, and continue to survive like this. Now it seems that he thinks this survival game a bit simple. They will not only stay in this world full of deserts, but also go to other worlds. What was that new world like? Tropical rainforests, muddy swamps, mountain roads, radiant wastelands, or ice plateaus, everything is unknown. If you can obtain relevant information in advance, and then obtain the same relevant coping materials, you will undoubtedly lead other players by a large margin. Even, you can make some preparations in advance, hoard more supplies, and make a lot of money by using the information gap. Thinking of this, Zhang Tuohai's heart warmed up. Tomorrow's double-day volley, he is 90% sure that he will spend it safely. Zhang Tuohai believes that if he can't survive tomorrow's disaster with his current equipment level, then 99% of the people in the regional channel will die. Except for Emperor O, no one can survive. That definitely doesn't fit the purpose of the game. Zhang Tuohai decided to try it out to find out the information about the next world. If you win, you will earn a lot of money, and if you lose, there is room for maneuver. Prepared in his heart, Zhang Tuohai said to classmate Xiao AI. Xiao AI, enter the last door of light. I want to see the information of the next world in advance. As ordered, Commander. The car entered the last door of light. After entering the gate of light, what appeared in front of Zhang Tuohai was a long road full of ice and snow. The road is not wide, only 4 meters, only a one-way lane. What is even more frightening is that on both sides of the road are bottomless dark cliffs, and you can imagine what will happen if you fall. Welcome to the Bridge of Ice. This is the first obstacle you will face in the next world, the ice and snow road. The length of the Bridge of Ice is 100 kilometers. If you can pass it within 3 hours, you will get 60 points. If you pass it, you can get basic rewards. If you can pass 80 points in 2 hours, if you are excellent, you can get advanced rewards. If you can pass in 1 hour, you can get top rewards. If the bridge of ice cannot be passed on time, it will be regarded as a failure of the challenge, and one material will be deducted randomly. If the bridge of ice falls, the player will die. Please choose carefully. Countdown is 180 seconds. Looking at the long prompt message, Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but gasped. He did not expect that the challenge of knowing the information of the next world in advance would be so difficult. Before crossing, he was also an old driver, and he had been driving in the north for a few years. He can deeply know the horror of the ice and snow road. Ice and snow road driving and ordinary road driving are two completely different concepts. The roads covered with ice and snow are extremely slippery, and after ordinary cars drive up, because the grooves are very shallow, they are easily filled with ice and snow. At this time, when driving on the ice and snow road, the car will not grasp the ground firmly, and the driver will have a very floating feeling. At this time, you have to be very careful when you control the car, because it is possible that you just click the brake and the car will drift laterally. This is no joke, just look at the car accidents caused by snow and ice every year. A normal driver who can maintain a speed of 40 miles on this kind of road is an old driver who can give a thumbs up. On the bridge of ice, this kind of driver can only barely get a passing grade and get the basic reward. If you want to get excellent rewards, the bottom speed must not be lower than 50-60 miles per hour. This speed can only be regarded as normal cruising on ordinary roads, but it can be regarded as a deadly sprint on icy and snowy roads. As for the anger top reward, you need to maintain a speed of more than 100 miles. This NEMA is not attainable by human beings. But any normal person would not play this kind of speeding game on icy and snowy roads. This is killing with life. In particular, there are invisible abyss on both sides of the bridge of ice. If you accidentally slip under the bridge deck, it will be a game over. No matter how much material there is, it is useless. Seeing such a dangerous track, even Zhang Tuohai, the so-called Xiaoming mountain bike god, is a little empty. Xiao AI, can you do it? If you want to be more stable, it's okay to get an excellent award. If you really can't, you can also get a basic reward. Going a little bit is the right way. Anyway, we have already earned it when we come in. Zhang Takuya's voice also trembled a little. Please don't worry, Commander, Xiao AI will definitely get top prizes. Just a mouthful, as long as you are happy. Zhang Tuohai took a sip of water to suppress his shock, then leave the rest to you. If it doesn't work, slow down the speed. You can get rewards or not. Even deducting supplies is better than losing your life. In fact, after entering this gate of light, Zhang Tuohai has already obtained some information. If guessed correctly, the next world should be the world of ice and snow. Even if he waits here until the time ends, he can use this information to quietly collect wood, fabric, and other cold-proof supplies. After entering the ice and snow world, the prices of these things will inevitably rise. Then, he can take advantage of this. Chances are big. Still stuck here, just want to see how much more I can make. The countdown is over, and after 5 seconds, the timer officially starts. Players, please prepare. 5, 4, 3, looking at the decreasing numbers on the light screen, Zhang Tuohai's heart couldn't help but get nervous. 2, 1, 0 start. The commercial car made a thunderous roar, and the car rushed out like an arrow from the string. Ah! Seeing the car accelerate to the maximum in an instant, Rauscher Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but scream. The speed of 300 miles on the ice and snow road, this Nima is a person and can't be calm. This is no longer a matter of courting death, it is courting death. Wang Kai, who had been sleeping on his stomach in the corner, was also awakened by Zhang Tuohai's voice. Wang Kai rubbed his sleepy eyes and asked dazedly, "Boss, what's the matter, did you meet a tiger? Come and see for yourself." Zhang Tuohai is no longer in the mood to talk nonsense with Wang Kai. What the hell is going on? You're so surprised? What the hell? After Wang Kai saw the situation in front of him clearly, he jumped into Zhang Tuohai's arms in fright, and his two small front claws hugged Zhang Tuohai's neck and refused to let go. I saw that the commercial vehicle was running wildly on the road full of ice and snow at a high speed of 300 miles. Because the ice and snow on the road are not evenly distributed, this leads to the inconsistent smoothness of each part of the entire road surface, which also leads to the car drifting continuously at high speeds due to inconsistent speeds on the left and right sides. However, Xiao AI made the car back on the right track with precise fine-tuning again and again.
Although the car successfully returned to the right track every time, Zhang Tuohai was still in a cold sweat. The hen laying eggs in the chicken coop saw calm outside, let out a long sigh of relief, stabilized her mind, and prepared to lay the eggs. She was about to lay eggs just now, and the eggs were about to come out. She was scared back by Zhang Tuohai's scream. The hen glanced at Zhang Tuohai in dissatisfaction, ready to lay the egg. Soon to be born. Just as the hen was about to lay the egg in one go, a louder scream came suddenly. What? Ow woo wow. The hen shuddered, and the egg slammed back. The hen came out of the chicken coop angrily, knocking on the glass with her beak, reminding Zhang Tuohai and Wang Kai outside to be quiet. However, Zhang Tuohai and Wang Kai have no time to care about her protest now. Because, after they passed the 30 highways, the road conditions suddenly changed. The originally straight road instantly turned into 9 bends and 18 bends, one sharp turn followed by another, and even some roads were turned at a continuous 120-degree angle. F1 Formula races don't dare to make the track like this, but this bridge has been built like this. If it wasn't intentional, Zhang Tuohai wouldn't believe it if he was killed. Where can a bridge be built like this? He was the first to open the head of the drawing engineer. Without 20 years of cerebral thrombosis, I would never have imagined such a negative road condition. At the level of Zhang Tuohai, let alone passing at a high speed of 100 miles per hour, it would be a blessing to be able to drive past it safely. However, Xiao Ai still pulled the speed to the full value of 300 miles per hour, drift after drift. Every time Zhang Tuohai watched the car slip out of the bridge and fall into the endless abyss, Xiao Ai used his amazing skills to pull the car back to the road, and always kept the speed above 260 miles. Which had to be admired by Zhang Tuohai. Nima, when I have the opportunity to see the designer of this level in the future, I must let him eat his own leather shoes, and then let them spit out the leather shoes they ate. Zhang Tuohai cursed in secret. Zhang Tuohai and Wang Kai looked at the car that was constantly turning and drifting, and their bodies swayed left and right along with the car, shivering from time to time, and they were almost soaked with cold sweat. The hen watched for a while and found that Zhang Tuohai and Wang Kai were quiet, thinking that their protest had taken effect, nodded in satisfaction, and returned to the nest arrogantly to lay eggs. Come on, lay this egg, today is victory. The hen encouraged herself in her heart. The egg can already see the light outside, as long as you push harder, the egg will be born. Just when the hen sank into her dantian and was ready to exert force, the familiar scream came again. What? Ow woo wow. Egg was frightened back abruptly. It's not over, isn't it? The hen got angry. She walked out of the chicken coop angrily, pecking at the glass with her beak, reminding everyone outside to pay attention. However, Zhang Tuohai and Wang Kai had no time to pay attention to her. Zhang Tuohai thought that he had experienced so many winds and waves and had figured out the bottom line of the designer. Only now did he realize that he was still too young. The bottom line of this designer is simply unfathomable. Who would have thought that after rushing through 60 kilometers, the next bridge deck is actually inclined? On the ice and snow road, on the basis of 9 curves and 18 bends, an inclined bridge deck was actually constructed. Is this something people can do? Zhang Tuohai was sure that the designer who set up a checkpoint had only one page of the account book and had to cancel it. However, this designer can't design such a bad road. Hastily. It's going to die. Zhang Tuohai's teeth were shaking. Wang Kai even hugged Zhang Tuohai's neck tightly with both hands, his head was stuck on Zhang Tuohai's shoulder, his 2 big ears were drooping down, and he even covered his eyes, so he didn't dare to listen or look. Xiao Ai, however, still has the same speed, and still drifts through corners at high speed all the way. Zhang Tuohai had felt several times that a wheel had drifted off the bridge deck, and Xiao Ai abruptly pulled the car back from the edge of the falling bridge. When I see that slaughter, I must put the leather shoes into his ass and take them out of his mouth. Zhang Tuohai cursed in a low voice. The hen looked at the two of them and simply squatted there. She felt that if they didn't leave this road today, the two of them couldn't be quiet anymore, so let's wait here and lay eggs quietly after this road. The car galloped all the way, and under such road conditions, the speed once reached 300 miles per hour, which made Zhang Tuohai tremble with fear. Zhang Tuohai felt that after passing through such road conditions, he, who originally had acrophobia, would feel calm on any roller coaster in the future, and even wanted to laugh a little. That's it? Compared to speeding on the ice and snow road, it's a fart. Just when Zhang Tuohai thought he would cross the finish line under such road conditions, he realized that he was still too young. The last 10 kilometers of the road is actually broken, it is a special section, and each section has an uphill. This Nima is actually a continuous platform.
Zhang Tuahai is sure that even the bridge-building engineer who was rich in Hushan, here refers to the game of the same name, does not have such a cerebral palsy design. Xiao Ai's speed did not decrease, she directly rushed onto the ski jump ramp and rose into the sky. What? Ow woo wow. Gollum. The hen was frightened, and the ill-fated egg was born. Call. The commercial vehicle soared into the sky and leaped into the sky. After gliding in the air for 7 or 8 seconds, it slammed into the second section of the landslide. The commercial vehicle slid sideways and was almost thrown off the road. Ordinary old drivers may stop here, but Xiao Ai's speed continues to rush towards the second ramp. The car rose into the air again and flew towards the third section of the landslide. Zhang Tuahai closed his eyes resignedly. He felt that he could no longer look with his eyes open, otherwise he would have a heart attack. Commercial vehicles crossed landslides one by one, the speed not only did not decrease, but became faster and faster. Zhang Tuahai felt that his heart was beating non-stop. The prosperous wealth in his arms was trembling. Just as Zhang Tuahai closed his eyes and waited for the verdict of fate, suddenly, the roar of the engine accelerating disappeared, and the car stopped. What happened? Zhang Tuahai opened his eyes and saw that he had crossed the bridge deck and crossed the finish line. The 100-kilometer-long bridge of ice was already behind him. I passed it? Zhang Tuahai couldn't believe it. He actually passed through such a dangerous bridge. Zhang Tuahai was paralyzed in the driver's seat, his clothes were soaked through. Commander, isn't Xiao Ai amazing? Oh, *****, oh amazing, awesome, you are the best. Zhang Tuahai tapped the touchscreen with his thumb. Then, he grabbed Wang Kai in his arms and threw it aside. Coward, I knew screaming just now, how can I protect me when I encounter danger in the future? Didn't you do the same just now? Wang Kai muttered. Believe it or not, I will deduct your dinner. Zhang Tuahai patted the armrest. Oh wow! Wang Kai shouted loudly. Speak human words. Zhang Tuahai touched the remote control. I believe. Wang Kai immediately confessed. It's about the same. Zhang Tuahai stood up. He decided to eat something to calm himself down. Make up for the overly frightened mind. He swept around in the pile of supplies, and suddenly found that there was a fresh egg in the chicken coop. It's really good, why don't you just steam a chicken cake and eat it? Zhang Tuahai took out the eggs and beat them into the bowl. Why are these eggs 4 yellows? Zhang Tuahai looked at the eggs in the bowl at a loss. At this moment, the sound of the game system was long overdue. Congratulations to player Zhang Tuahai for successfully passing the Frost Ice Bridge. It took 23 minutes to perform perfectly, trigger the hidden reward, and issue a perfect reward, an orange material box. Another orange supply box. Zhang Tuahai was excited. Based on his experience, there was nothing bad in the orange material box. Even Xiao Ai opened it from the orange material box. Moreover, with the orange material box, at least the raw materials for making the item don't have to be worried, and the material box is all ready. Pretty. Zhang Tuahai excitedly opened the material box. Congratulations, you have obtained Level 1 Auto Parts, Anti-Skid Chain Manufacturing Drawings, Level 3 Auto Parts, Temperature Control Bathtub Manufacturing Drawings, Level 3 Car Upgrade Drawings, Smart Car Control System Database Song Section. Various manufacturing materials. Anti-skid chains, Class 1 auto parts, which can make the car run smoothly on ice and snow roads. Manufacturing materials, metal ingots, 4 units, metal parts, 4 units. Temperature-regulated bathtub, Level 3 auto parts, you can freely adjust the temperature within the range of 0-50 degrees Celsius and make it constant. Power supply. Making materials, metal ingot, 10 units, metal parts, 20 units, intermediate plastic, 20 units, intermediate rubber, 20 units, intermediate glass, 20 units, high-grade ceramics, 50 units. Level 3 car upgrade drawings, you can upgrade the car to Level 3. Intelligent Car Control System Database Song Part, database, you can load the music library for the car, so that you are no longer lonely when driving. Developed. Zhang Tuahai almost jumped up in excitement when he saw the long list of rewards. He obtained so many things at once, and it was worthwhile for him to be frightened just now. Needless to say, the anti-skid chain is something that is needed on ice and snow roads in winter. With this thing, the car does not have to worry about slipping on the ice. And, most importantly, this thing is only Level 1. In other words, this thing has universal applicability and can be sold on a large scale. If the next world is ice and snow roads, Zhang Tuahai can make a lot of money by relying on this. Zhang Tuahai estimated that this was a passing reward. Needless to say, the second thermostatic bathtub is purely enjoyable. Zhang Tuahai's favorite way to relax is to take a bath. When I'm at home, I soak it almost every day or two. It's a pity that in this world, drinking water is a problem, let alone taking a bath.
Now that Zhang Tuahai has an intermediate water collector, there is no shortage of water, and it seems that taking a bath can also be put on the agenda.
This should be an excellent reward of 80 points. Level 3 car upgrade blueprint. Not to mention, Zhang Tuahai has been stuck on this blueprint when he upgraded the level 3 car. Now that I have this drawing, I can finally get my wish. There is absolutely no problem with this blueprint as a top reward. As for the last song library, Zhang Tuahai felt that it should be a hidden reward to reward Xiao AI for the perfect passage. Zhang Tuahai sorted out the items. Zhang Tuahai quickly took out the upgrade blueprint of the third level car, system, vehicle upgrade. It is detected that the player Zhang Tuahai meets the conditions for upgrading the car, and is allowed to upgrade to a level 3 vehicle. The vehicle is being upgraded, a white light flashed, and Zhang Tuahai's black commercial vehicle was instantly upgraded to a red 6-wheel off-road vehicle. The surface of the off-road vehicle is full of various spikes, and it looks ferocious and domineering. The maximum speed of the car has also been increased by 100 miles per hour. Turned into 400 miles. Zhang Tuahai took a look, and it turned out that the boosting effect of the supercharged engine was still working. In this case, his car is naturally 100 miles faster than other cars of the same level. If other players of the same level do not have the corresponding speed-up tools, I am afraid that they can't keep up with Zhang Tuahai's speed. Only more advanced cars can compete with Zhang Tuahai in speed. As for the space in the car, it is much more spacious, and a large area is vacated, and more things can be placed. It is detected that player Zhang Tuahai has been upgraded to a level 3 car, and now the conditions for upgrading a level 4 car are issued: 4 pieces of level 3 auto parts, 4 car cores, and a level 4 car upgrade blueprint. Players are requested to work hard to collect the above items. Zhang Tuahai looked at the list of required materials and found that what he seemed to be satisfied with was only the core of the car. It seems that there is still a long way to go to upgrade. After carefully reading the materials required for the upgrade twice, Zhang Tuahai silently took it to heart and regarded it as the latest stage goal. After the vehicle is upgraded, it is the manufacture of skid chains. This thing is a slender iron chain, which is tied to the tires of the car according to a specific method, which increases the friction of the car and is very easy to use on ice. Of course, if you're dangling on the asphalt in a car with snow chains, you're just making yourself uncomfortable. The road administration department will have someone come to you for tea. Of course, in this world, there is naturally no trouble for the road administration department to find Zhang Tuahai. However, Zhang Tuahai still has to ask, otherwise, wearing anti-skid chains will greatly hinder the speed of the car. After getting to know the system, Zhang Tuahai knew it. Although the working principle of this anti-skid chain is similar to that of the original world, it has been upgraded to auto parts. One advantage is that it does not need to be disassembled and installed by yourself. When you encounter an ice surface, you only need to click the button and the installation can be completed in 1 second. When it is not needed, it can be disassembled in 1 second with just a click of a button. It's very convenient. Zhang Tuahai felt that the system was very considerate in this regard. Otherwise, let him wrap the anti-skid chains on his own, and he won't be able to figure it out if he's exhausted. What's more, the game system is a bit more kind. In the production materials, how many materials are required is marked, and there is no difference because of whether you are a tricycle or a 6-wheel off-road vehicle. Even if it is a 20-wheel trailer to install anti-skid chains, it is still the same price. Zhang Tuahai is equivalent to prostituting 2 anti-skid chains. I'm finally getting the benefit of the system? Zhang Tuahai was so happy, he felt that he could eat 2 more bowls for dinner. After making the anti-skid chain, Zhang Tuahai chose to put it away. This thing will be useful until the day after tomorrow. Next, Zhang Tuahai took out a thumb-sized chip. This thing is the legendary intelligent car control system database, the song part, referred to as the music library. How does this thing work? There is no socket. Zhang Tuahai gestured on the console for a long time with the chip, but could not find a suitable socket. Commander, put it here. Xiao AI popped out a slot tray. This tray has 12 grooves, all of the same size. Zhang Tuahai inserted the chip in his hand into the groove. Tray retracted. System update in progress, update completed. Commander, many new songs have been added, would you like to try one of the sound effects? Omega, then here's a song Love 105 Degrees of You, by the way, the Tanger version. Zhang Tuahai said. Xiao AI, super idol smile. None of your sweetness. August noon sun. None of you are dazzling.
Tanger's highly recognizable voice came from the player. It was originally a sweet little love song, and when Tanger sang it, it seemed to have a very magical feeling, that is, after listening to it once, people wanted to listen to it again.
It goes on and on and on and on, and it doesn't stop at all.
In this world, this song can still be heard, which made Zhang Tuahai feel an inexplicable feeling in his heart.
Zhang Tuahai decided to do something. So, he made a thermostatic bathtub.
The thermostatic bathtub is 2 meters long, 1 meter wide, and 60 centimeters deep. If it were the previous car, it would not fit. However, Zhang Tuahai has upgraded the car to a level 3, 6-wheel off-road vehicle, and the interior space has been repeatedly enlarged 3 times, so it is not a problem to install a bathtub.
Zhang Tuahai visually inspected the remaining space in the car.
At least, it would not be a problem to install a separate car toilet. In order to celebrate the information of the next world, Zhang Tuahai decided to consecrate the newly obtained bathtub. There was a water reservoir on the bathtub. Zhang Tuahai filled it up, and then found that there was a thermostat on it, which could be adjusted by himself, to 2 decimal places.
It's quite accurate.
Zhang Tuahai adjusted it to 42 degrees Celsius, which is his favorite bath temperature.
After 5 seconds, the red light turned green. So fast?
Zhang Tuahai turned on the faucet and tested the water temperature, and sure enough, it had reached 42 degrees Celsius. Zhang Tuahai was overjoyed, and immediately took off his clothes and got into the bathtub. Hi-hi-oh his hob when his body was completely immersed in the water, Zhang Tuahai felt as if he had been reborn. He has been in this world for 6 days. Although his life was more nourishing than most players, he was on the brink of danger every day, and he couldn't compare with the peaceful society before. What's more, the 7th day of catastrophe hangs overhead like a sword of Damocles. Let his nerves dare not relax for a moment. Work hard to prepare for disaster day. Now, he is finally ready for tomorrow's disaster day, and he has also obtained the intelligence of the next world. At least tomorrow, he doesn't need to worry anymore.
He could finally relax for a moment.
Soaked in the comfortable warm water, Zhang Tuahai relaxed his body, letting his body half suspend in the water, relaxing every inch of his body muscles and enjoying a rare time of relaxation. Xiao AI also switched Tanger's singing to the original landscape of hometown. Closing his eyes, Zhang Tuahai felt like he had returned to his original world. I don't know how long it took. The sound of the game system sounded in Zhang Tuahai's ears. The stay time is up, teleport back to the original space. Then a white light flashed. Zhang Tuahai opened his eyes and glanced out the window. At this time, the ice cave covered with ice and snow was no longer outside the window. He returned to the boundless desert road. Looking at the scene in front of him, Zhang Tuahai felt a little inexplicable. He knew that after tomorrow, he would leave here and enter a world full of ice and snow. Bah, I must have lost my mind, so I can't let go of this place. Zhang Tuahai patted his face to wake himself up. However, the thermal insulation effect of this temperature-regulated bathtub is really good. It has been 3 hours, and the temperature has not changed at all.
Zhang Tuahai looked at the temperature-controlled bathtub with a pity.
This bathtub can only adjust the water temperature between 0-50 degrees Celsius and cannot be boiled.
Otherwise, it would be nice to be an oversized kettle.
Looking at the water in the bathtub, Zhang Tuahai put his clothes into it in line with the principle of not wasting it.
I've been wearing this outfit for 6 days.
I don't know how many times it has been soaked in sweat, and it's all a bit sour. However, looking at the clothes soaked in the bathtub, Zhang Tuahai committed cancer.
These jobs at home are all washing machines. When did he wash his clothes? However, he doesn't have a washing machine now. What should he do?
Zhang Tuahai held his chin and thought about a solution. Suddenly, his eyes fell on Wang Kai, who was sleeping on his stomach in the corner. Wang Kai was sleeping in the corner when he suddenly felt the cold wind blowing all over his body, and an ominous premonition came to his mind. Wang Kai, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly stood up.
As soon as it opened its eyes, it saw Zhang Tuahai standing naked in front of it.
Seeing this, Wang Kai instinctively blocked his butt with his tail. I don't fencing.
Zhang Tuahai's face turned green. I don't have that hobby either. Go and wash my clothes for me.
Zhang Tuahai grabbed Wang Kai's neck and carried it to the bathtub. Looking at the bathtub full of water, Wang Kai instinctively resisted. You are exploiting labor, you are exploiting.
I will go to the Animal Protection Association to file a complaint against you. How dare you? A sausage for dinner. Make a deal. It turns out that as long as the rewards are in place, nothing is impossible. Even letting a desert fox do the laundry. Seeing the desert fox rubbing his clothes vigorously, Zhang Tuahai made a sunscreen suit and put it on. Although this thing is just a layer of gauze, it can't block anything, but there is no one else in the car, and Zhang Tuahai is too lazy to pay attention to that much. After dealing with this, Zhang Tuahai lay on the seat and watched the regional channel to see what good things everyone got. I got 2 1-kilogram brown breads, now I don't have to starve anymore, ha. Upstairs, you must have only completed the passing score, right? I also selected the food, got 80 points, and got 3 boxes of instant noodles. It's still in barrels, enough for 6 days. A group of rubbish upstairs is still thinking about what to eat. I choose gasoline. I can see through it. In this world, if there is gasoline, everything is there. I mixed 80 points and got 1,000 units of gasoline. The things you explore will definitely hang you. Hee, a bunch of idiots, I have a gun in my hand, you better pray that you don't run into me, otherwise, everything in your hands is mine. After this passage, there is a picture of a pistol attached. Zhang Tuai glanced at it, Beretta 92F, a well-established pistol, with average power, barely enough to deal with ordinary people without armor, but Zhang Tuai, who faced a full set of special combat uniforms, was not enough. 9mm bullets couldn't penetrate Zhang Tuahai's bulletproof board at all. In the channel, someone saw these arrogant words and stopped talking, for fear of being found by the other party. However, some people don't care. The world is so big, who knows when it will meet you. Yo, there's actually a pistol. I'm so scared. If you have the ability to hit me, hit me. If you have the book, you can find me first. That's right, isn't it just a pistol, who are you scaring? As if someone doesn't have a weapon in his hand, don't be afraid, this kid has scored 60 points, and what he got is a complete pistol, not a manufacturing drawing, and the bullets in his hand are just a magazine, once it's emptied, it's gone. Fuck, how did you know? Because, I also got 60 points. Pistol picture.jpg. The man showing off his pistol was exposed, and he felt a little suffocated, and said with a sneer, okay, you all look down on me, right? I'll leave tonight, I'll remember your names, be careful tonight, don't get caught. I'm Matt. After that person finished speaking, he immediately went offline. Fuck, this kid won't be serious, right? Someone was worried. Don't worry, this world is very big, how many people can he meet even if he sets out overnight? Even if you are really unlucky, if you meet him, won't you run away? He is an ordinary person without training, how many shots can you get? Someone said nonchalantly. Besides, the system has already said that driving at night is very dangerous. Maybe he will be killed by a passing beast before he meets anyone. Makes sense, makes sense. The crowd returned to a cheerful atmosphere. Zhang Tuahai looked around and found that most of the people chose food, water, and gasoline, which were obviously urgently needed. A small number of people chose weapons. However, it seems that the weapon level is more difficult. Those who choose this level are all about 60 points and get a Beretta with limited bullets. As for the choice of auto parts drawings, there is none. Zhang Tuahai guessed that someone might have chosen the drawings of auto parts, but he was unwilling to expose them. The same goes for firearms. Don't want to leak it, right? Then I'll blow you all out with something. Zhang Tuahai flipped through his pile of supplies to see what he could sell. No need to think about the sunscreen net. I basically bought everything I could buy yesterday, so there shouldn't be any profit. There should be some gaps in the electric fan. Maybe someone got something good today and can add an electric fan. Some car repair kits can also be sold, but some of them have been sold during the day, so there shouldn't be much demand at night. Looking around, Zhang Tuahai set his sights on the powerful life-saving potion. This is a life-saving medicine, and I believe that no one will be tempted. This kind of medicine can be maintained at its peak for 12 hours in one bottle, and it is useless for Zhang Tuahai to keep too much. Moreover, he has a prompt system, which is enough to ensure that he will not encounter any danger. Keeping one bottle for emergencies is enough. Zhang Tuahai believed that these 2 bottles of medicine should be able to catch some good things. After making up his mind, Zhang Tuahai hung 2 bottles of potent life-saving medicines, 5 car repair kits and 5 electric fans. And note that the potion only accepts the exchange of the manufacturing map, and those who are interested can chat privately. I have to say that Zhang Tuahai chose this timing very cleverly. Just now someone with a gun threatened to come to seek revenge in the middle of the night. Zhang Tuahai hung the potion on the platform.
This undoubtedly raised the price of the drug. Fans and auto repair kits can be traded for 3x the base item, and they can also be traded for other items, so they sell quickly. 2 of the electric fans were bought with basic materials 3 times the cost. The rest were replaced with 1,000 units of gasoline, 2 pounds of bread, 10 liters of water, and 2 stainless steel hatchets. 4 of the car repair kits were bought with triple the basic materials, and the rest were exchanged for a box of instant noodles. Overall, it's still profitable. As for the 2 bottles of potent life-saving potions, Zhang Tuohai carefully read the private message. After looking through these private messages, Zhang Tuohai discovered that there were still many people who chose the level of auto parts drawings, but these people were hiding deep, and there were no good things, so they would not be easily exposed. It's a pity that Zhang Tuohai either disliked the drawings of these people, or already had them. For example, Zhang Tuohai has seen the drawing of this reinforced bumper 7 or 8 times. Zhang Tuohai has seen bulletproof glass more than 10 times. It seems that the strength of these guys has gradually become stronger. Zhang Tuohai looked at the drawings while analyzing. Just when Zhang Tuohai thought he would gain nothing, suddenly, a blueprint came into his sight. Simple hot air blower, Class 1 auto parts, gasoline power, can provide heat for the car, keep the temperature inside the car up to 18 degrees Celsius, the working temperature range is 10 degrees Celsius, every 10 degrees Celsius lower than the normal working temperature, the effect is reduced by 20%, energy consumption increased by 20%. Making materials, low-grade plastic, 20 units, metal parts, 10 units, low-grade electronic components *1, Zhang Tuohai is familiar with this thing. In the north, some cars without air conditioning, such as electric tricycles and old-fashioned cargo trucks, use this to keep warm in winter. This thing is essentially a fuel tank with a small motor, and then a plastic tube is attached to the car to blow hot air into the car. Of course, this thing can only be used for cars with poor sealing. If the sealing is good, it will be hypoxia. Zhang Tuohai knew that the player on the other side probably thought that although the desert was colder at night, that was the case. He had to endure it with a blanket over it. There was no need to install this thing. However, this thing is a treasure to Zhang Tuohai. You know, the next world is already a world of ice and snow. What is the most important thing in the world of ice and snow? Of course, heating. Without heating facilities, let alone eating, you will freeze to death before you are hungry. Now that everyone is preparing equipment to resist the heat, everyone must have noticed this thing. After waiting for tomorrow, as soon as everyone enters the next world, this thing must be in short supply. Zhang Tuohai can also make a lot of money with this thing, which is nice. Zhang Tuohai immediately agreed to the deal. After completing a transaction, Zhang Tuohai was very excited and continued to scroll down the private messages. It's a pity that there is nothing very good in the private message below, which makes Zhang Tuohai a little melancholy. Just when Zhang Tuohai was considering whether to save it for the next exchange, Vladimir sent a message. "Oh, my dear Devaris, here I am again. I heard you have a bottle of life-saving medicine? You can keep people at their peak for 12 hours. Why, are you interested?" Zhang Tuohai asked. He has a good sense of this mousy, and he is a more realistic person. He also gave him 2 bear paws in the last transaction, and by the way, told himself how to deal with the bear paws in the mouse style. "I have a map of weapon manufacturing here, do you want it?" Vladimir didn't talk nonsense, and sent a map of weapon manufacturing directly. Production of Babosa submachine gun, the submachine gun with the largest output in World War II, 7.62 mm bullet, 71 drums, effective shooting distance of 200 meters. Remarks, Devaris, Ula. Manufacturing materials, metal ingots, 2 units, metal parts, 20 units, wood, 1 unit. 7.62 mm bullet manufacturing diagram, Babosha supporting bullet. Manufacturing materials, 2 units of metal parts. Seeing this weapon manufacturing drawing, Zhang Tuohai's eyes were straight. This thing is an artifact at medium and close range. What pistol, what shotgun, in front of Bobo Shah face is an ant. No matter how accurate your pistol is, it's only 50 meters away, and Bobo Shah can kill you at 200 meters. A shotgun has no more than 12 projectiles in one shot. But Babosa is a drum with 71 rounds. Even if you are wearing body armor, you can't stop the metal storm. Moreover, this thing also inherited the simple and rude style of the hairy bear weapon, and the leather is durable. The most important thing is that Zhang Tuohai is a former commander, Bobo-san chef. How can you refuse? However, a doubt flashed in Zhang Tuohai's mind. Why don't you keep such a good gun yourself? Zhang Tuohai was a little curious. This thing is not worthy of my identity, a real man should use this.
Vladimir sent another photo.
A shirtless burly bear holds a big black gun in his arms.
Grass, it's actually AKM.
Zhang Tuahai decided to stay away when he saw Vladimir's car in the future.
Okay, I want it. What do you want to exchange?
Zhang Tuahai decided to buy the Babosha manufacturing map.
Weapons, the more the better.
Of course, take a bottle of medicine. By the way, can you add something else, such as the water of life?
Vladimir said.
Zhang Tuahai, he felt that Vladimir was probably greedy for wine, and that he was just buying medicine by the way. However, the water of life is nothing but alcohol, and it is equivalent to alcohol here in Zhang Tuahai.
Others can't drink it if they buy it. It is a favor for Vladimir.
Zhang Tuahai readily agreed, and exchanged a bottle of water of life and a bottle of potent vitamin potion for Babosha's manufacturing map.
After the exchange, Zhang Tuahai couldn't wait to make Babosha.
Stamped parts gun god, walnut but, heavy, has an indescribable industrial beauty. Zhang Tuahai raised Babosha with both hands, his eyes were full of piety, and he said loudly, "Change for me."
Cemetery quiet. Nothing happened. Xiao AI.
Sigma, Wang Kai blinked his eyes, people can't, at least they shouldn't. Zhang Tuahai, Wang Kai blocked his eyes with his big tail, shrank to the corner, and said nothing.
Zhang Tuahai was a little disappointed. After all, the second dimension did not come into reality.
Bobo Shah did not turn into a cute girl with white silk blonde hair and braids. However, it is not bad to have a submachine gun, at least, pistols can be eliminated. After switching to two useful things, Zhang Tuahai was in a good mood, blowing warm air, eating bananas, and watching those people on the regional channel blowing.
Maybe tomorrow is the reason for the disaster day.
The people in the group are all active, and those who are confident that they can survive the disaster day are talking loudly, and those who feel hopeless are leaving a suicide note, hoping that if someone can return to the real world, they will send a message. Zhang Tuahai looked at it for a while and felt that it was boring, so he stepped up to make ice cubes for the refrigerator.
This thing will definitely have a good sale tomorrow. Good night, my leeks.
Zhang Tuoguan slept with the lights on.
At night, a car is galloping on the desert road.
Wang Meng angrily turned the lights to high beam, stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the car rammed all the way, scaring many beasts waiting to ambush to flee. He glanced at Beretta 92F in the co-pilot position, and his eyes were already blood red.
He is the one who was mocked by the group on the regional channel today.
Maid, a bunch of rubbish, aren't they just jealous that I have a gun? How dare you laugh at me? I have to find you one by one, put the guns in your mouths, and see if you can laugh.
Wang Meng drove the car and galloped quickly on the highway. In the middle of the night, I didn't even see anyone.
Seeing that it was past midnight and that the fuel tank had bottomed out due to long-term high-speed driving, Wang Meng's heart became more and more anxious.
Maid, where are these cowards hiding? Don't let me find them, otherwise, I will definitely put the muzzle in your chrysanthemum.
Wang Meng vowed fiercely. Just when he was anxious, suddenly, he saw a red six-wheel off-road vehicle parked not far ahead.
Maid, what kind of car is this? How did you get it out? Wang Meng was dumbfounded when he looked at the tall and mighty Luluan off-road vehicle.
The six-wheeled off-road vehicle was very tall, and the wheels alone were half his height. Moreover, the whole body was bright red, the bumper was thick, and the shell was covered with various spikes, which made it extremely sturdy. Wang Meng couldn't help drooling when he saw this tall off-road vehicle. He looked at the six-wheeled off-road vehicle, and then at his tattered second-hand car, and could not help but feel sour in his heart. His grandma, why do you drive such a good car? I can only drive a second-hand car, it must be through the back door.
This thing should be given to me.
Wang Meng tugged the door hard, but found that it couldn't be opened. Yo, the lock is quite strict. I broke the lock for you, let's see if you can close it. Wang Meng took out the Beretta 92F, aimed at the position of the door lock, and pulled the trigger.
Boom! Gunshots sounded.
Not only did the bullet not penetrate the car lock as Wang Meng expected, smashing the door lock. Instead, it was bounced back by the solid car door, and the bullet flew past Wang Meng's ear, almost knocking off half of Wang Meng's ear.
His grandma's, I don't believe I can't get you. Wang Meng took 2 steps back and pulled the trigger one after another towards the car door. Bang bang bang.
A series of flashes of light flashed, not to mention the door was punched through, not even a single dent. Damn it, this car door is really strong, and the rich really cherish their lives.
I don't believe your car window is so strong.
Wang Meng turned the gun, aimed at the car window, and pulled the trigger.
Bang bang bang. 5 or 6 bullets hit the window, slamming the window.
However, the window glass is the same as the door, not even a trace of damage can be seen.
This time, Wang Meng was dumbfounded.
The doors could not be opened, the windows could not be opened, the off-road vehicle was like an iron tortoise. Wang Meng was anxious, but there was nothing he could do.
After 3 laps, Wang Meng's expression became fierce.
He rushed back into the car and pulled out a crowbar. Ran towards the front hood.
He made a plan: since he can't open the car, let others not drive the car. He's going to destroy the engine.
However, before he could rush to the front of the hood, the window of the driver's seat suddenly came down.
Wang Meng was overjoyed when he saw it.
He rushed forward, ready to take the opportunity to open the door to grab the off-road vehicle. However, as soon as he took 2 steps, he stopped. A gun barrel sticks out of the car window. There is also a round drum behind the barrel.
Submachine gun. Barbossa had a high rate of departure in World War II movies.
Even if Wang Meng didn't know the name, he knew that this gun was very lethal. Big brother, you have something to say. Don't use the gun, everyone is human, we should unite and help each other, don't point the gun at your own people.
Wang Meng raised his hand subconsciously. My own person? Then you hit my car door with a pistol just now? Is there such a person?
Zhang Tuahai sneered. When Wang Meng first arrived, the prompt system reminded him. However, he was going to see what Wang Meng was going to do, so he kept silent in the car. It was not until Wang Meng took out the crowbar and was about to dismantle the engine that Zhang Tuahai came forward to stop it.
No way, it's so boring in the desert, I finally have some fun, how can I watch it for a while? Hearing Zhang Tuahai's questioning, a smirk appeared on Wang Meng's face.
Hey, big guy, didn't I get lard in my heart for a while? You should be more worried. Otherwise, I will go back to the car and get you something, which will be an apology, and I will make sure you are satisfied. Wang Meng said, and touched the back of his waist with his hand.
There is his Beretta 92F pinned there. However, it was Barbossa's gunshot that answered him. Da-day-day. A series of burst shots smashed Wang Meng's chest into a sieve. You still want to plot against me at this point?
Bah! Zhang Tuai got out of the car with a sneer and came to Wang Meng's body. Dead restless. Zhang Tuai felt that Wang Meng's acting skills were really bad. Even if he didn't need to prompt the system, he could see Wang Meng's measurement. It can only be said that the acting is too poor, sometimes it is really terrible. After searching Wang Meng's body, he found the Beretta 92F on his lower back. It is indeed an Italian brand, it sells well, and the data can only be said to be quite satisfactory.
Not as powerful as the Desert Eagle with the shotgun. It's not as good as a Glock for a self-defense pistol in terms of ammunition. It's not light either.
That is to say, it has done a good job in public relations, and it has been purchased in large quantities, so it has its current popularity. Zhang Tuahai played with it for a while, then put it away as his collection. He dragged Wang Meng's body to the side of the road and dropped the roadbed.
There will naturally be wolves, tigers and leopards to solve the problem of the corpses later.
Zhang Tuahai came to Wang Meng's car and searched. I have to say that Wang Meng is still worth a little. There are a lot of basic materials, including 5 or 6 pounds of bread, 2 mentions of mineral water, 2 small hot pots, half a box of instant noodles, 3 apples, and an electric fan in the car. Unexpectedly, it is still his own customer.
Isn't it bad to be a leak honestly? Do you have to die?
Zhang Tuahai sighed and moved the supplies back into his car. Because the electric fans, lights, and so on have been installed and cannot be disassembled, Zhang Tuahai can only give up regretfully. However, Zhang Tuahai took away the core of the car. Converted used cars become a pile of junk.
In the future, will my car become a pile of rubbish like this car and be thrown to the side of the road without anyone asking?
Looking at the scrapped used car, Zhang Tuahai felt a sadness in his heart.
No, I absolutely won't allow this to happen. Zhang Tuahai clenched his fists. I will definitely go out alive and go back to my own home. The car will also be taken away, even if it can only take away the chip of classmate Xiao AI. Also, after getting along for a while, Zhang Tuahai also developed a little emotion for Xiao AI. Begin to treat her not just as a tool, but as an emotional life. Perhaps, this is the emotion that every commander, admiral, captain, doctor, master and squad leader will have at the end. His grandma's, why is he still feeling sentimental? Zhang Tuahai pinched his thigh to calm down and returned to the driving position with the core of the car. Student Xiao AI, set off, leave here, and go to find a suitable campsite ahead. As ordered, Commander.
the six-wheeled off-road vehicle turned on its headlights and drove towards the dark night in the distance. Zhang Tuahai closed his eyes and thought about what preparations he needed to do, and where else he could cut the leaks again. After all, after tomorrow, many people may have an obituary. The last crop of leeks must be cut, otherwise, there will be no chance. The six-wheeled off-road vehicle drove all night without encountering any accidents. Perhaps those beasts also know how to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. After seeing the full of spikes on the car, they decided to take a detour. It wasn't until early in the morning that Zhang Tuahai opened his eyes. Stop the car and rest for a while. Understood. Xiao Ai slowly stopped the car. Zhang Tuahai jumped out of the car, stretched for a long time, and moved his astringent joints, ready to make breakfast. Zhang Tuahai did 2 sets of radio gymnastics and was about to go back when he heard footsteps in the distance. Zhang Tuahai turned his head to look, and was stunned to find that a rabbit was running over not far away. The rabbit seemed to have been running for a long time, panting heavily with its big mouth. Looking at the direction of escape, it happened to be here. Zhang Tuahai felt interesting, so he didn't get in the car and looked at the running rabbit with great interest. After a while, the rabbit ran to Zhang Tuahai's car. Boom! The rabbit slammed into Zhang Tuahai's wheel hub and died. Zhang Tuahai? Zhang Tuahai scratched his head and thought for a long time, and finally figured it out. This should be the role of the lucky tree stump. Refresh a rabbit every day and crash into the car. However, because he was driving all the time today, after the rabbit refreshed, he kept following without hitting it. After figuring out this joint, Zhang Tuahai was shocked. Are you so dedicated? Are you so dedicated to sending people's heads these days? Compared with the way a rabbit sends meat 1,000 miles away, sending people's heads with 6 shoes is simply not worth mentioning. Zhang Tuahai bowed 3 times to the rabbit and then picked it up. Brother Rabbit, don't worry, Mr. Zhang, will never disappoint your good intentions, and will definitely make you smell delicious. After speaking, Zhang Tuahai took out a high-grade skinning knife and inserted it into the rabbit's body. Get rabbit meat 500G*10, get rabbit head *1, get a beautiful rabbit skin *1, obtain ordinary spirit *1, throw the rabbit head into the stew pot, and marinate it with the rabbit head from yesterday. The rabbit skin and essence are thrown directly into the junk pile. As for the rabbit meat, Zhang Tuahai turned his head to look at Wang Kai, who was lying in the corner, sleeping. At this time, Wang Kai was sleeping peacefully, with a big tail covering his body, which was fluffy and looked like a hairball. Wang Kai, do you like raw meat or cooked meat? Cooked meat, cooked meat. When Wang Kai heard that there was meat to eat, he immediately jumped up and rushed to Zhang Tuahai in 2 steps. Wang Kai wagged his tail almost out of sight. With his tongue sticking out, Hachi Hachi gasped heavily. Boss, do you want to roast meat? I have heard my grandfather tell a story long ago. When adventurers wanted to capture pets, they would roast meat in the forest, and then the beasts in the forest would endure it. Unable to crave, I ran out, and followed those adventurers to the north and south for a bite of barbecue. Boss, are you going to use this routine too? Hurry up and let me see if the barbecue is as delicious as the story. Put more cumin in chili noodles. By the way, 2 more big kidneys. Wang Kai Barabara said. Big your head, be careful I make you a big waist. Zhang Tuahai patted Wang Kai's head. In the early morning, how could he have the heart to make barbecue? Zhang Tuahai cut a piece of meat into shredded pork, and fried it to prepare shredded pork noodles. The rest were all thrown into the sausage maker. Before starting the machine, Zhang Tuahai deliberately put cumin and chili noodles into the feeding port. The sausage maker started, and a series of plastic-sealed sausages fell out of the discharge port. Zhang Tuahai picked up a sausage and threw it to Wang Kai. Here, you want rabbit sausage with cumin and pepper flavor. Wang Kai? Then you ask me to eat raw or cooked? The result is this? This is it? Looking at your ignorant appearance, the sausages are also cooked, okay? All the canned food is cooked, sterilized by high temperature, and then plastic sealed aseptically packaged. Otherwise, why do you think it can be kept fresh for so long? Preservatives? Jokes, don't preservatives cost money? Do you know how much preservatives cost a ton? Zhang Tuahai patted Wang Kai's head. Be content, at least my sausage contains more than 90% meat, unlike some black-hearted merchants, which only contain 10% meat and tastes like flour. Zhang Tuahai was arguing with Wang Kai, and suddenly he felt that the sky was bright in the distance. Zhang Tuahai quickly looked towards the horizon. He was surprised to find that 2 suns rose from the east and the west at the same time. The dazzling sunlight made him unable to open his eyes. The temperature in the air rose rapidly.
Crazy era. Dehydration, take it off, get in the car. Zheng Tuai kicked Wang Kai into the car, then jumped into the car and slammed the door shut. Outside the car, the temperature rose rapidly. In the past, although the outdoor temperature was also high, the basic law was also applied when the temperature increased. Are gradually increased. However, today the temperature is extraordinarily strange, reaching 40 degrees Celsius in the blink of an eye, and the temperature is still rising rapidly. Commander, the temperature is rising, and the indoor temperature is also rising rapidly. Is a strong power system used to reduce the temperature to the level of human comfort? Xiao AI asked. Will the use of strong power have any effect on the car body? Zheng Tuahai asked. It will increase the power consumption. However, the sunlight is very abundant today, and the power replenishment speed is very fast, which can make up for the consumption. Xiao AI said immediately. Well, I understand, let's use strong power first, and let me know immediately if there is anything abnormal. Zhang Tuai thought about it and continued, by the way, remember to keep the power in the battery board as full as possible, we'll enter a new world tomorrow, storing as much energy as possible to avoid accidents. Xiao AI understands. Go to work. After the instructions, Zhang Tuahai returned to the chopping board and continued the shredded vegetables and pork noodles that he had not finished just now. The world is big, and the food is the biggest. For nutritional balance, Zhang Tuahai also laid an egg on purpose. Well, if you have meat and eggs, you are short of milk, and there is a trace of green smoke coming out of the Amazon rainforest. It's a sin. Zhang Tuahai ate the noodle bowl and ate it fragrantly. By the way, let's see if the sand sculpture netizens have any wonderful speeches. Zhang Tuahai opened the regional channel. Help, the temperature is too high, and the electric fans are blowing hot air. I'm about to die from the heat. Who of you has an air conditioner? I'll send out 2 boxes of instant noodles. You can be content, there is still an air conditioner, I only bought a sunscreen, and now it's getting hot. As for the big guy, let's sell some electric fans. Damn it, I just went out to find something, but I almost got burned, the ground was hot, some of the asphalt ground melted, and my slippers were all smeared off. Whoever of you has shoes, sell me a pair, size 42, thank you. Watching the talents chatting in the regional channel, Zhang Tuai also got a general idea of the situation outside. After yesterday's checkpoint, many people now have some supplies in their hands. However, many people feel that the temperature is high when it is high, and it is no big deal. They did not buy an electric fan, but only bought a sunscreen to deal with the problem. As a result, the temperature is rising rapidly, and many people can't stand it anymore. They began to ask Grandpa. Tell your grandma to buy an electric fan. This is good news. Zhang Tuahai was no longer reserved, and immediately made 50 electric fans and hung them on the trading platform. Because this is the last time to use an electric fan to cut leaks, Zhang Tuahai is not limited to the supporting manufacturing materials or drawings. Whether it's food or water, gasoline or various other things, Zhang Tuahai wants everything. Just go for it as soon as you feel the price is right. Let the people on the channel shout kindness. Of course, although only 50 units are listed on the trading platform, it is only an attractive hook. Putting it a little less gives people a sense of urgency. The actual sales volume of Zhang Tuahai is actually 400 units. Before and after, Zhang Tuahai has sold more than 600 electric fans, covering the existing 60% of the population. Zhang Tuahai guessed that the rest of the people either got similar cooling props by themselves, or they were really able to bear it, or they were really poor. Commander, the outdoor temperature has risen to 70 degrees Celsius and has lasted for 10 minutes. I guess this may be the highest temperature. Xiao AI reported. So tall? Although he knew from the mouths of those in the channel that the temperature outside was very high, Zhang Tuahai was still taken aback by this value. You must know that in the original world, the high temperature of the third brother in summer was only about 40 degrees Celsius, and it rarely went above 50 degrees Celsius, so many people would die from the heat every summer. Although those who died of heat were beggars with no cooling conditions, it was enough to see the terrible high temperature. Especially the dehydration and the loss of sugar and salt caused by high temperature are deadly. Although Zhang Tuahai was mercenary, he still wanted to make the leaks stronger if he could. Zhang Tuahai thought about it, and urgently put some ice cubes on the shelf. List 500 ice cubes, each with a unit of wood or fabric, and other basic resources that you don't have. After an hour, put sugar and salt ice cubes on the shelf, because sugar and salt are in short supply, and the price doubles. 500 copies per hour, limited quantities, first come, first served. An ice cube needs about 40 milliliters of water, plus a little electricity. In terms of water, Zhang Tuahai has a water collector, and the only cost is time. If there is electricity, there are solar charging panels, and there is a lot of sunlight outside. For Zhang Tuahai, the cost of this thing is almost zero, and it is a bloody profit for each basic material. Moreover, Zhang Tuahai is sure that the price of wood and fabric will inevitably increase significantly after entering the next world. Nothing else, wood can be used to heat the fire, and fabric can be used to make warm clothes. Both of these are required. In fact, if Zhang Tuahai was a little more cruel, he could have asked for 5 or 10 materials. But again, Zhang Tuahai wanted to make the leeks stronger, and the method of slicing the leeks was not advisable. If all the people in the local channel are dead, who will help him collect supplies? After Zhang Tuahai's news was sent out, the regional channel suddenly exploded. Fuck, is this the boss? Can you sell ice cubes? The boss is awesome, I finally saw ice cubes in this world, it's so cool, thank you boss for saving your life. Can you give me a little more? I just ate a piece, it doesn't quench my thirst. Come on, you can be content, this is something that saves your life, don't you really expect this thing to relieve the heat? Grass, everyone, leave some, I was robbed before I saw the shadow. Of course, in addition to the compliments on the regional channel, there are also a few jealous, who are yin and yang saying sour words on the side. Why is it him again, the system's own son? So many supplies? Could it be that the officials of the system are here to deceive the players for supplies? That is, why everyone is poor, and he can sell supplies, it feels like there must be a conspiracy, everyone be careful, don't let him deceive. Stop conspiracy theories upstairs, let me say something fair, I feel that everyone is a player who came here, and they should work together. Since this big guy can come up with so many materials, I mean the most it's good not to charge anymore, it's great to take it out and let everyone go through the disaster together, it's another world, everyone is a fellow countryman, don't be so selfish. That's right, isn't it good for everyone to get through the disaster together? Why don't you eat alone? Are you happy when everyone is dead? Let me tell you a few words. I've already bought so many things from you. Why should I rob them with these poor bastards? Shouldn't it be a privilege? Give me 10 ice cubes. Come on, what are you doing now? Do you want hunger marketing? Everyone listen to me. Don't buy his stuff. When he can't stand it anymore, the price will be reduced. It's time for us all. Seeing the bulls, ghosts, and snakes appearing on the channel, Zhang Tuahai almost didn't laugh out loud. He has been in the forum for many years, and he has never seen any battles. He guessed that these people couldn't stand it any longer, so they would take such a gesture. Conspiracy theorists, those who pretend to be red-faced to pull the sidelines, those who pull people's favor, those who rely on more supplies to charge the bosses, and those who pull ignorant netizens to agitate public opinion. To put it bluntly, it is actually a group of conspirators doing things. Although these remarks look stupid, many netizens still eat this set, and they become enthusiastic when they are agitated by others, and take the lead in rushing the remarks directly, but they don't know that those conspirators are crazy behind their backs. However, although these people couldn't hurt Zhang Tuahai, they couldn't let them go on like this. Otherwise, the regional channel has really formed a mainstream opinion to boycott him, and the idiots will use their lives to boycott his items, then it will be troublesome. Those idiots who lost their lives didn't care about his business and affected him to make money, which was unbearable. Just now, the yin and yang were weird, and they were blocked uniformly. It was forbidden to buy materials from me. If other people buy on behalf of others, it has been discovered that they are regarded as accomplices, and they will be blocked together. If anyone publishes similar remarks in the future, they will be dealt with in a unified manner. Zhang Tuahai's message was sent out, and he directly blocked all the yin and yang guys just now. Seeing Zhang Tuahai's words, everyone could not help but gasp. Unexpectedly, Zhang Tuahai handled it so decisively, and actually blocked all these people directly. You must know that today is a disaster day. There are 2 big suns outside and a high temperature of 70 degrees Celsius. If you can't buy ice cubes from Zhang Tuahai to cool down and add salt and sugar, you may die. Just when everyone thought it was over, Zhang Tuahai released another message. Bounty order, anyone who finds those players who have been blocked just now will be beaten severely and rewarded with 300 grams of ice cream. See blood, reward 500 grams of ice cream. Fractures, 500 grams of ice cream, a bowl of cold noodles. A photo is required as evidence. This reward from Zhang Tuahai immediately aroused the excitement of many players. You can get 300 grams of ice cream in one beat. More than half a kilo. How can a normal person eat more than half a caddy of ice cream? If you can't eat it, you can sell it.
In this hot weather, ice cream is definitely a scarce resource.
Can definitely sell for a big price.
For a time, everyone looked at those few people, not like they were looking at people, but the boy who sent money.
Good man. Giving up on himself and creating benefits for everyone is simply a good person.
Everyone's trousers are getting wet, and they can't wait to go to the door now, send a pennant, and thank them in person. There are real photos and names of everyone on the regional channel, which is impossible to hide.
Now, all that's left is location. Everyone sent cordial greetings in the channel, and then asked their location.
What's more, he quietly sent a private message. They're all holding you back, don't reveal your whereabouts, tell me quietly, where are you, and I'll protect you.
Ja Cun is a player. He used to be a great onmyoji and the king of keyboards.
He just got mad at Zhang Tuahai and thought it was nothing. We are all gamers and have no fixed place to live.
Can you still hit me along the network cable?
As a result, within a minute, it was blocked. Not to mention that he couldn't buy things, he was also listed on the wanted list. As long as he was beaten, he could eat more than half a caddy of ice cream.
More than half a caddy of ice cream. How much can this be exchanged for?
If it weren't for the fear of pain, he would have wanted to beat himself directly. Then, he saw cordial greetings all over the screen. If it wasn't for one person who couldn't scold him, he would have shouted angrily and then spat with everyone. Then, he saw the private letter. Nearly puffed his nose with smoke.
Are you here to protect me? I believe you a ghost.
I think you want to take the bounty all by yourself, right? Angrily, he deleted the private message, and Ja Cun was going to change his place. Always stop here, he doesn't feel very safe. However, when he was about to drive, he found that his good brother Jinjian, who had been sitting in the co-pilot, was looking at him maliciously.
You, what are you doing? Ja Cun's voice trembled. I can't stand the heat anymore. I'll borrow you some ice cream to eat.
Jinjian said and came over to arrest Ja Cun.
Jinjian, you're crazy, why do you believe his nonsense? Aren't we good brothers? Ja Cun pushed Jinjian away, trying to push him away. But I really can't stand the heat.
If I go on like this, I'll die.
Now only you can help me. Aren't we good brothers?
Come and help me, as long as you take a beating, you can change to ice cream.
Help me, I'll give you half.
Jinjian said while controlling Ja Cun. Jinjian, you bastard, I misread you, if you dare to touch my finger, I will kill you. Ja Cun is relatively thin and is not Jinjian's opponent at all, and he is quickly crushed by Jinjian under the body.
Ping pong pong. Jinjian's big fist rained down on Ja Cun's body.
Oh, it hurts to death.
Ja Cun wailed in pain.
After a while, Jinjian stopped when Ja Cun's head was swollen like a pig's head. It would have been over if I didn't do it this way, and it would have saved me a lot of effort. Jinjian was dressed in rough clothes, and the weather was so hot. When he was about to take a photo to receive the reward, Jinjian saw Ja Cun's malicious gaze. Jinjian's heart suddenly trembled.
He knew that Ja Cun had a very small mind, and he was stubborn.
Once, he had a disagreement with someone on the internet, and he fought with the other party for half a month.
Later, he couldn't fight it. Let the other person lose their job. If you beat him badly, will he take revenge on him?
Will you poison yourself while you are sleeping? For a time, Jinjian's heart became colder and colder, and his back was soaked with cold sweat. Suddenly, a thought rose from the bottom of his mind. Anyway, you've already offended, so why not be more thorough, just break your leg and get a little more bounty.
It's considered waste?
This thought came out in one lifetime, like a weed, and could no longer be suppressed. Jinjian was still a little hesitant in his heart. After all, he and Ja Cun have been together for many years, and they still have some feelings. However, when he saw Ja Cun's hideous face, his heart sank again. No, his mind is too small and his mind is too cruel.
When he finds an opportunity, he doesn't know how to deal with me.
He can't keep such a time bomb by his side. I have to strike first. Thinking of this, Jinjian made up his mind. He slammed the collar of Raja village, dragged Ja village out of the car like a chicken, and threw it in front of the car.
Jinjian, you're crazy, what are you doing?
Ja Cun said in horror when he saw Jinjian's actions, he couldn't help but frightened.
I'm sorry, I really can't stand the heat, so just feel wronged.
Jinjian returned to the car and started the car. Seeing that Jinjian was really moving, Ja Cun was really anxious, he struggled hard to get up. However, Jinjian's car has already started.
Boom! With a muffled sound, Ja Cun was knocked to the ground. Afterwards, Jinjian's car pressed over Ja Cun's lap.
With a click, there was a muffled sound,
and Jia Cun's leg showed a strange bend. Jia Cun screamed in pain. After Xinjian pressed over, he stopped the car, took a photo, and finally glanced at Jia Cun apologetically. Jia Cun, don't blame brother for being unjust, he has given too much, and I have to live. You can also help your brother, maybe some kind people will pass by later, they will save you, you should take care. After speaking, Xinjian stepped on the accelerator and walked away. Xinjian, you bastard, come back to me. Jia Cun struggled to get up and shouted anxiously. He knew that if he was beaten, he would suffer for a few days at most, and he would not die if his leg was crushed. However, being thrown out of the car by Xinjian would definitely be a lifeless death. Now is a disaster day, the high temperature of more than 70 degrees outside, the sunlight alone can kill him alive. Not to mention the beasts that might be lurking on the side of the road. Without a car, he couldn't even make it through today. Jia Cun shouted anxiously on the spot, but Xinjian had already left far away. After driving for more than 10 kilometers, Xinjian stopped the car. Looking back to see that no one was catching up, Xinjian let out a long breath, found Zhang Tuohai's private letter, and sent the photo to it. Does what you say count? I beat Jia Cun and broke both legs. Can you give me the bounty? Xinjian asked anxiously. Dear readers, if you like it, please click on the collection. Oh, *3, in addition, ask for a ticket, a monthly ticket, or a recommended ticket that does not require money. It is a waste to keep it anyway. Don't say it will be next time. Shit you. The big guys who have the book list also help to add a collection, thank you, and you will be more rewarded after it is on the shelves. 3. After seeing the photo, Zhang Tuohai was stunned. At that time, when he issued a wanted order, he just held the attitude of hitting one shot if there was no date. Unexpectedly, someone actually did it. Zhang Tuohai looked at the time. It was less than 15 minutes before the wanted order was issued. Is this a strife within the team? Regardless of Xinjian's identity, Zhang Tuohai's bounty will definitely be given. As long as the bounty is in place, even if Zhang Tuohai's prestige is firm, other players will be more active in finding those trolls. Those troll teammates will also be flustered. Even if they finally run away, it can shake their internal trust, so why not do it? Ice cream and cold noodles are ready-made. Zhang Tuohai made a lot of them in advance, and they are all ready to be sold today. After taking out the ice cream and cold noodles, Zhang Tuohai deliberately picked out the eggs and sent them to Xinjian. After sending it, Zhang Tuohai also deliberately took a screenshot, and then sent the picture to the regional channel together with the photo of Jia Cun being beaten. The first warrior has already won the bounty, and the others are cheering. As soon as the two photos were posted, the regional channel exploded again. Damn it, there really is ice cream, it's really cold noodles, this kid is really lucky, he caught a troll who slandered the boss so quickly, adore it, adore it. Then what, big guy, when will the second wave of ice cubes hit the shelves? I can't stand the heat anymore. What are you urging, don't you need time to freeze ice cubes? I'm doing it, I'm doing it. Referring to opening the refrigerator door, the dog's head saves his life. What about those trolls who slandered the boss just now? Please post a position, and I'll give you half of the ice cream when it's done. Shoo, this kind of thing has to be said secretly, maybe the boss is peeping at the screen. For these remarks, Zhang Tuohai just smiled. He didn't believe that these players would kindly give half of the ice cream to the victims after they got the ice cream. Xinjian is a living example. Under the apocalypse, who would truly believe in others? Who else will give up the benefits that they have obtained? Unless there is a greater benefit. Even if that person can really keep his promise and split half of the ice cream, there is already a rift between them. Difficult to go back to the past. A single ice cream will divide and disintegrate the enemy, and the price is worth it. Zhang Tuohai enjoys watching the play. Those sprayers were not calm. At the beginning, when Zhang Tuohai issued a reward order, they were not too worried. After all, the area is empty, and under normal circumstances, it is not so easy to meet people. However, the matter of Jatsuan made them uneasy. Who knows if the system will do something wrong and bring them all together? Especially those who have teammates, they look at the teammates around them vigilantly, and they are uncertain. The teammates of those trolls were also fluctuating in their hearts. Many of them came together because of their interests, and the difficult journey of survival made them only unite together, otherwise, I am afraid that even the incoming beasts would not be able to deal with them. However, Zhang Tuohai gave too much with this reward order. Give a pound of ice cream directly to a broken bone. A pound of ice cream may be a solution to cravings in normal times, and tolerance will pass. But only today is different. Today is a disaster day, and ice cream is a lifesaver. Even if you can't eat it yourself, you can sell it and buy the supplies you need to live through today. Thus, Jia Xiyuan and Jin Jian were born one after another. With Xin Jiansu in the front, the people in the back followed suit, breaking their legs and taking pictures. Zhang Tuahai handed out the bounty one by one. The most exaggerated thing is that Zhang Tuahai received a private message from a female player. What about death? Zhang Tuahai replied casually 3 times. The next second, a photo that could not pass the review was sent. Zhang Tuahai felt a little headache, and subconsciously touched his chest. For the first time, he knew that a hatchet could also stab people. You're very, very neat. Zhang Tuahai said dryly. Actually, I wanted to kill him before you offered the reward, but I never made up my mind. Thank you for helping me make a decision. Zhang Tuahai paid the triple bounty in the past. Afterwards, he clicked on the other party's avatar and looked at the other party's appearance. Well, pink hair, dyed, and squinting eyes. Sure enough, the big guy hit the hammer. Zhang Tuahai glanced at the other party's name, Li Feiyu. Grass, is this the reincarnation of Feiyu who murdered and set fire to Li Feiyu? Zhang Tuahai decided to stay away from each other in the future, otherwise, he might be decapitated by this girl's hatchet one day. After posting photos one by one, the people in the regional channel fell silent. A reward order, half an hour, makes all those cheap trolls punished. Moreover, everyone knows that being driven out of the car in this weather is basically a surefire way to die. At the same time, they were also terrified of Zhang Tuahai's financial resources. Half an hour later, a few caddies of ice cream and a few bowls of cold noodles were sent directly, and it seemed that there was still plenty of energy left. How much stock does he have? For a while, there was silence in the regional channel, and a few people who usually like to talk shit, also tightly covered their mouths. They all found a problem, and that was that their team didn't seem as reliable as it seemed. The warning before the game started is really true. Don't trust other players, they may be your allies, or they may take a fancy to your supplies. Teammates actually became a reminder. Many people have quietly made up their minds that after today, they must find an opportunity to fly out alone. Being with other people is so insecure. The regional channel was quiet, and Zhang Tuahai also felt nothing. He still makes ice cubes in exchange for wood and cloth at the established frequency. As for whether the few kilos of ice cream that were distributed would be sold, he didn't care at all. Even if all those ice creams are sold, 1 bite per person is not enough for all the people in the channel. Today's disaster day has a full 12 hours, and it can't impact the market at all. Moreover, if those people sell ice cream, they are actually advertising for him. Everyone knows that these ice creams flow from him. What if you want ice cream? Can only buy from him. As for whether there will be a price war? Laugh to death, Monopoly teaches life. Sure enough, an hour later, many players with some resources started sending private messages to Zhang Tuahai to buy ice cream. Zhang Tuahai didn't hide it, and directly offered the price, either intermediate or above materials, or manufacturing blueprints, or other valuable things. Anyway, what is valuable is what? If you don't want to buy it, just wait in line to grab ice cubes. Although Zhang Tuahai offered a very high price, those people pinched their noses to recognize it and took out the treasured materials one after another. No way, it's better if you don't know ice cream. But after tasting the ice cream, who wants to grab ice cubes? May not be able to grab it. After only 2 hours of work, Zhang Tuahai began to sigh. No way, there are too many things, and the space in the car seems to be insufficient. Zhang Tuahai was leisurely lying on the seat, selling ice cubes, collecting supplies, and taking a sip of smoothie from time to time, which felt so beautiful. Sometimes, he even thinks that this kind of life is very good, and he makes money while lying down. If only these days could go on like this. However, the game system doesn't seem to want him to be too laid back. A system announcement popped up. Warning, because the temperature is too high, part of the road surface of the road fails, and staying in one place for a long time will lead to landslides. Please leave the place as soon as possible for all players. Please leave the place as soon as possible. What? Zhang Tuahai stood up abruptly. Just as he was about to confirm the situation, Xiao AI issued a warning. Commander, there are cracks on the road below us, and it is sinking. Would you like to leave immediately? Zhang Tuahai looked down and saw that radioactive cracks appeared on the road near the car, and they continued to extend into the distance. Go immediately, get out of here, and find a safe place. Zhang Tuahai roared loudly. As ordered. The engine made a dull roar, the 6 wheels exerted force together, and the 6-wheeled off-road vehicle rushed out and left the original place. As soon as the car left, the place where he was before suddenly collapsed. A huge deep pit was formed. The pit is about 10 meters in diameter and 7 or 8 meters deep. If Zhang Tuahai had to let the car leave just now, he would fall down. The consequences could be disastrous. Zhang Tuahai really couldn't understand why such a big pit suddenly appeared on the ground, and it was still right below where he was staying. If there is no game system arrangement behind this, he wouldn't believe it if he was killed. And, it's not the scariest thing yet. To make matters worse, the road behind the car was like dominoes, constantly collapsing. The collapse speed doesn't seem to be slow, and it is about to catch up with him. Grass, what are you doing? You want to kill everyone? Play a desperate run under the big sun? Zhang Tuahai cursed in secret, while making Xiao Ai speed up. The speed of the car instantly increased to 100 miles per hour. In the blink of an eye, the collapsed road was thrown out of sight. Just as Zhang Tuahai breathed a sigh of relief, a deafening rumbling sound came up from behind. Zhang Tuahai looked back and saw that the speed of the road collapse had increased. The collapsed road actually caught up with him. Made, speed up, increased to 200 miles. Zhang Tuahai shouted to classmate Xiao Ai. As ordered, Commander. The engine roared, and the six-wheeled off-road vehicle increased its speed to 200 miles per hour. The collapsed road is gone again. Zhang Tuahai breathed a sigh of relief, but within 10 seconds, the collapsed road caught up again. Classmate Xiao Ai, wait. Zhang Tuahai just wanted to subconsciously let Xiao Ai speed up again, but when the words came to his mouth, he stopped. Commander, what are your orders? Xiao Ai asked. Keep maintaining this speed, neither fast nor slow, I want to confirm something. Zhang Tuahai stared at the road that kept collapsing behind him. He has a question, that is, his car is of high grade and has a supercharged engine, and the limit speed can reach 400 miles. But other players don't. Many players are still level 1 cars, and a dozen or so lucky players have level 2 cars. According to Zhang Tuahai's observation, the Class 3 car seems to be owned by only one person. So, Class 1 cars are the absolute mainstream. Even if a modified engine is installed, the limit speed is only 200 steps. The collapse speed of this road has definitely reached 200 miles, which means that it far exceeds the limit speed of mainstream players. If all roads collapsed at this rate, except for him and a few top players who had undergone several vehicle modifications, most players would die on the spot. However, this does not match the habit of gaming systems. According to Zhang Tuahai's observation, although the mortality rate of various tasks set by the game system is high, as long as you work hard and add a little luck, you can still survive. However, the task at hand is clearly beyond the ability of most players. Zhang Tuahai felt that something was wrong. He looked back at the collapsed highway and found that it had been following himself unhurriedly. Although the momentum is huge and looks extremely terrifying, it has always maintained the same speed as himself. Neither approached nor left behind. This is a little strange. Xiao Ai, raise your speed by 10 miles, and then maintain this speed. Zhang Tuahai said. Follow Commander. Xiao Ai raised the speed to 210 miles. Zhang Tuahai stared at the collapsed road behind him. He found that the collapsed road was dropped for a while, but soon caught up again. The speed is very short. If Zhang Tuahai had not been staring at it, he would have almost missed it. Xiao Ai reduced the speed back to 200 miles per hour. Zhang Tuahai continued to order. Boom! The collapsed road quickly caught up. Raised to 210 miles. Zhang Tuahai roared. The collapsed road and Zhang Tuahai's car distance maintained the current distance. Neither increase nor decrease. Upgrade to 220 miles. Zhang Tuahai said. The distance from the collapsed road has grown to the previous distance, but it cannot continue to grow. After some experiments, Zhang Tuahai figured out a rule: as long as the car can maintain a constant speed, then the distance between the car and the collapsed road is fixed. If you want to change speed, then the speed can only increase, not decrease. Otherwise, it will be swallowed by the collapsed road. However, who can keep the car at a constant speed? Except for Zhang Tuahai's classmate Xiao Ai, who can keep the car at a constant speed, most people keep the speed of the car in a relative range to dynamically balance. But here comes the problem. The road collapse just now is really scary. How many people have enough mentality to keep driving at a constant speed and leave room for acceleration? It must be the gas pedal. Then, it's broken. They were forced to a high position by the collapsed road and could not get down. You can only keep stepping on the accelerator to keep the car at the highest speed. Otherwise, it will be swallowed by the collapsed road. Even for those players who have modified their cars, the upper limit speed is relatively high.
However, unsustainable changes in speed can shorten the distance between the car and the collapsed road. In order to get rid of the collapsed road, they can only continue to accelerate, accelerate and accelerate. Then, it was also forced to a high position and could not come down. Worst of all, a Tier 2 or modified car has a speed limit of 200 miles per hour or more. But, the question is, normal people, who will drive the car to more than 200 miles? A family car can't reach that speed at all, right? If you don't drive this speed, you will panic, and panic will make mistakes. In this case, making a mistake equals a car accident equals death. At this time, the high speed became their reminder. They don't even have as much chance of surviving as players with a limit of 100 miles. Zhang Tuahai thought for a while, and immediately posted this guess on the regional channel. Although he knew that many players could not see the regional channel at this time, he had no other way. All I can say is to listen to destiny. If those players' lives are good enough, they can become leaks and be cut by him for a few more rounds. If your life is bad, there is nothing you can do. True or false? Have you verified it? Su Chi was the first to send a private message. This is the conclusion I have verified. However, believe it or not, I will not interfere. Whether you can survive or not depends on your own creation. Zhang Tuahai said. Su Chi lost her voice. After more than 10 minutes, Su Chi returned the message. What you said is right. My sister has verified it. Thank you for your reminder. Otherwise, I'm afraid we will be dragged to death by the collapsed road. Fortunately, the speed is only 160 miles per hour, and we can barely control it. Su Chi said gratefully. If you're polite, you don't need to say it. Thank you for a production drawing. Zhang Tuahai replied. Su Chi? What, is it worth a piece of manufacturing drawing for the lives of the two of you? Zhang Tuahai asked. 10 seconds later, a manufacturing drawing was sent. Then 2 words, straight man. Zhang Tuahai took the blueprint in his hand leisurely. Super fertilizer maker, make all kinds of household waste and manure into fertilizer. Decomposable items, including but not limited to dry waste, wet waste, non-recyclable waste, hazardous waste. Fertilizer effect, increase the growth rate of crops by 1 times. Manufacturing materials, intermediate plastic, 10 units, metal ingots, 10 units, metal parts, 20 units, intermediate glass, 10 units, intermediate rubber, 1 unit, intermediate electronic components, 1. The manufacturing price is really expensive, but the effect is really easy to use. With this thing, he can harvest tomatoes, mushrooms, leeks, etc. in pots every day. His standard of living will be greatly improved. Making, not making is not a farmer. Zhang Tuahai immediately made this super fertilizer maker. The super fertilizer maker looks like a large wooden box with a metal feed inlet, a viewing window next to it, and a drawer at the bottom with an indicator light. Wang Kai ran over, poking at the feed inlet and probing his brain, looking curious. Zhang Tuahai turned over the material pile, found a metal ingot from it and threw it in. Whoa! There was a thud inside the fertilizer maker. After a while, the light on the drawer lights up. Zhang Tuahai pulled out the drawer and found that there were some small black round particles inside. Super fertilizer, every 10 grams can accelerate the growth of a pot of crops for 1 day. Is that the thing? Kind of magical. Zhang Tuahai grabbed a handful and threw it into a planting pot of persimmon seedlings. In the blink of an eye, I saw a small green persimmon swell up like a balloon. In the blink of an eye, it became the size of a fist, and the color of the outer skin changed from blue to red, almost ripe. Zhang Tuahai picked the persimmon out of curiosity and took a bite. It is mainly sour, and it tastes similar to an underripe persimmon. This fertilizer is a bit powerful. I have to find a way to get more output. Zhang Tuahai touched his chin and looked at Wang Kai. What are you doing? Wang Kai instinctively felt that something bad might happen, and hurriedly took a few steps back. In the future, if you want to be convenient, just squat on the feeding port directly. Remember to keep it clean, and don't leave it everywhere. After the convenience is over, remember to wipe it with paper. By the way, all kinds of garbage will be thrown there in the future. Don't waste it here. Never. Wang Kai's head shook like a rattle. Why? Is it difficult? Zhang Tuahai was a little curious why Wang Kai refused. I'm afraid of falling in. Wang Kai said a little scared. The experiment just now left a considerable psychological shadow on it. The metal ingots have been crushed into fertilizer if it accidentally falls. See you directly in the pot. It will never accept this dangerous job. Snapped.
Zhang Tuohai slapped a sausage in front of it. What, are you going to deduct my lunch? Wan Kai looked at Zhang Tuohai with some trepidation. No, I mean, if you dare to refuse, you will appear at the lunch table, in the form of sausages. Zhang Tuohai said. I think I'm still competent for this job. Wang Kai shrank his neck, and he admitted that he was cowardly. Of course, this is not a question of cowardice. Work to make fertilizer, not work to become fertilizer, everyone knows how to choose. Throwing the fertilizer job to Wang Kai, Zhang Tuohai returned to the state of being a shopkeeper. The feeling of directing others to work is refreshing. The car went on like this for 2 hours, and the road behind suddenly stopped cracking. Then, a game system prompt appeared. The lunch break time is over. Welcome to the players who have successfully spent the morning. A new level will be launched in the afternoon. The specific rules will be announced on time at 1 p.m. Please be prepared and wish you a good afternoon. Good afternoon, your grandma is a claw. Zhang Tuohai almost scolded. Originally, on the disaster day, he thought that it would be over if he just endured the high temperature. Unexpectedly, the game system made such a moth again, the road collapsed and chased after him, almost scaring him to a heart attack. Moreover, looking at the meaning of the game system, it seems that some new work will be done in the afternoon. I don't know how many people will be killed. Zhang Tuohai looked at the regional channel, and there were still over 1,000 people this morning. Now, there are only 672 left, and more than 300 people died in one morning. I just don't know if there are too many people dying of heat or people being swallowed by the road. At this rate, today will pass, and there will be no one in this area. Zhang Tuohai felt a little uneasy. If everyone died, whose leeks would he cut? Brother, give me some strength, don't die. Zhang Tuohai bowed to the void, begging these leeks to live longer. Forget it, let's eat first, and run for your life in the afternoon. Zhang Tuohai got himself a bowl of cold noodles with ice balls and 2 eggs cut. Just after 2 bites, Vladimir sent a private message. Ah, my dear Devaris, thank you so much for today, if it weren't for you, I would have died today. Have you seen what I posted on the regional channel? Do you still have teammates? Zhang Tuohai was a little surprised. You posted something on the regional channel? I don't know. I've been driving and didn't pay attention. Vladimir replied. Then how did you survive the road collapse just now? Zhang Tuohai was curious. You said this, I saw the road collapsed, and I was afraid that I would die. Each of these wines was wasted, I drank all the water of life you gave me, and then I stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and that's it. Survived. 2 full hours, and to be honest, I wouldn't have survived without the water of life. So, I want to thank you, my dear Devaris. Zhang Tuohai? After reading Vladimir's private letter, Zhang Tuohai felt a little pain in his brain. As expected of a hairy bear, there is nothing that a bottle of vodka can't solve. If there is, then another bottle. Unexpectedly, this crisis actually made him go so recklessly, and it really is a fighting nation, but it is not ordinary. Congratulations then, what is your purpose this time? Well, is there still water of life? Vladimir said embarrassedly, rubbing his hands together. In the morning, I thought I was going to die, so I drank all the wine, but I didn't expect people to die, but the wine is gone. See if you can sell me some more. Zhang Tuohai, well, for a hairy bear, it is indeed a very scary thing that the wine is gone before people die. I still have 2 bottles here, but you know, I don't usually take credit. What would you like in exchange? Zhang Tuohai took out 2 bottles of vodka. Praise God, I knew I was right to find you. Do you think this will work? Vladimir took a picture of the production. Bulletproof tires, level 2 auto parts, enhanced tire defense performance, and can defend against bullets and other sharp objects. Manufacturing materials, intermediate rubber, 20 units, intermediate metal ingots, 4 units, intermediate metal parts, 16 units. Zhang Tuohai took a deep breath. His car body and glass are all bulletproof, and only the tires are still at ordinary level, which always makes him a little uneasy. Always worry that someone will attack your tires. Especially after upgrading to a 6-wheel off-road vehicle, the goal is so big that it always makes him feel a little uneasy. And this manufacturing drawing just completes the last shortcoming of his car's defense. 2 bottles of wine for bulletproof tires, still full value. Very good, but why don't you install it yourself? Zhang Tuohai was a little curious. However, such a good thing, why does Vladimir not use it himself? It's too expensive. Vladimir said helplessly, this damn thing actually requires 20 units of intermediate rubber. I haven't seen what intermediate rubber looks like until now. I don't know when I want to get it, it is more practical to change the wine. Well, it seems to be the same. Zhang Tuahai nodded. In terms of the strength of the vast majority of players now, intermediate materials are still scarce resources, and 2 or 3 can be obtained sporadically, but the quantities are too small to be made into things, and they are basically exchanged for food and water. When they got the blueprints, and because these materials were all exchanged for things, they couldn't make the blueprints they had, so they could only sell the blueprints in exchange for survival materials, and then they fell into a vicious circle. It's not impossible to hold back the drawings, as long as you have enough materials to survive. Otherwise, before the drawings are suffocated, they are likely to starve to death. Therefore, Zhang Tuahai made a water collector immediately and obtained the first pot of gold by selling water, which is quite lucky. Well then, I agree to the exchange. Zhang Tuahai exchanged 2 bottles of water of life for the manufacturing drawings of bulletproof tires. Vladimir couldn't get the material together, but he could. Vladimir only collects materials by himself, but Zhang Tuahai has thousands of players to help him collect materials. It can be said that most of the intermediate manufacturing materials in this area are concentrated in his hands. If Zhang Tuahai can't do it, almost no one can do it. Zizizi made bulletproof tires, which were superimposed and installed on the original tires. The performance of the car has been improved again. With a cold face that was a little hot, Zhang Tuahai opened the regional channel to see if there was any new news. At this time, most of the surviving players were yelling at the shamelessness of the game system. There was actually a road collapse event at the same speed as the players, and the speed could only be increased but not decreased, so they ran along the highest speed for more than 2 hours. The whole person is paralyzed. His hands were shaking and he couldn't hold the spoon. Seeing this, Zhang Tuahai thoughtfully sold bread that he could eat while holding it. He has scavenged too much for this kind of bread, and if he doesn't sell it, it will go bad. However, players themselves have bread, and may not buy it. Therefore, Zhang Tuahai had to resort to a shameless bundling strategy. Buy a loaf of bread, and get a license to buy ice cubes. You read that right, it's a qualification. If you want to buy ice cubes, you have to pay for it yourself. While scolding Zhang Tuahai, the profiteer, the players bought these breads and ate them in large gulps. If you don't eat it, you can't do it. The ghost knows what kind of moth the game system will come up with in the afternoon. If you don't have physical support, just wait to die. Moreover, ice cubes are also urgently needed by them. Zhang Tuahai harvested another wave of supplies. After eating the cold noodles, Zhang Tuahai lay down and rested for a while, and the time came to 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The game system made a new announcement. First of all, congratulations to the players who are still alive. Next, as long as you survive the next 5 hours, you can successfully advance and enter the next world. Next, let me introduce the rules of the game in the afternoon. The afternoon game is an obstacle course. The road that players need to face in the afternoon is no longer a flat road, but a road with poor road conditions, mud pits, beasts, landslides, cliffs. There are only things you can't think of, there are no roads that don't exist, as for what will happen depends on luck. In the obstacle course, there will be no supply materials, only one midway supply station. You can use the resources in your hand to exchange the resources you need at the supply station. For the exchange ratio, please refer to the exchange list of the supply station. In the obstacle course, you will encounter all kinds of difficulties, you can choose to brute force to pass, you can choose to take a detour, or you can even choose to lie flat on the spot. In the obstacle course, as long as you persist until 6 p.m. and you are still in a state of survival, it will be regarded as passing the competition and you can enter the next world. If you pass the track and reach the finish line, you can choose a special prize. Special prizes are only available to the top 3. All players who reach the finish line before 6 p.m. will receive a commemorative award. I wish all players can live. As soon as the new announcement was made, the regional channel started talking again. Holy shit, you can lie flat? Does that mean that after I enter the track, I can just stop on the spot and save some gas? You are such a clever little devil. I decided to find a supply station first and change things. I have some things in my car that I don't need and can't sell for the price, so I can just change something useful. If only I could change to an air conditioner or something. I really can't stand it without an air conditioner in this weather. Seeing the players' comments, Zhang Tuahai couldn't help shaking his head. Through these few days of observation, Zhang Tuahai already has some understanding of the character of the game system. It's definitely the kind of person who doesn't think it's too big to watch the fun. You must know that in the race a few days ago, the penalty for not arriving on time was permanently locked in the dungeon. Now, even the game system clearly states that players can lie flat on the spot, which means that the difficulty of this obstacle course is definitely extremely difficult. So high that the game system believes that the vast majority of players cannot complete it. This is a little scary. Zhang Tuahai rubbed his chin in thought. However, according to the habit of the game system, the higher the difficulty, the better the reward. Moreover, as long as you reach the end, there will be a commemorative award, which shows that this commemorative award is also extraordinary. It must be very important. Zhang Tuahai groped his chin. It seems that I really have to try this competition, at least to get a commemorative award. Zhang Tuahai made up his mind. Someone on the regional channel also analyzed this and felt that this game was unusual. You can say whatever you want. Anyway, I won't participate in this competition. I drove at the limit speed of 200 miles per hour for 2 hours in the morning. If I hadn't played a racing car, I would explain it here today. You can go by yourself. My hands are shaking now. However, if the reward is very important, there will be rewards for passing, so you have to try it? What if it passes? Take it down. From the beginning to the present, which game is easier to pass, and which one is not the death rate soaring? Since it is allowed to lie down this time, I will lie down. Anyway, I don't have much gas, just to save some resources. There's not much gasoline, so I'm going to go even more. There is a supply station on the way, so I can change more gasoline. Otherwise, who knows where the next place to get gasoline will be? It's easy to say, what if you don't pass and get stuck in the middle of the road? Wouldn't it be more embarrassing? If you want me to say, it's better to lie down. Don't forget, today is a disaster day, and the temperature outside is 70 degrees. It's hard enough to fight the high temperature, and you still participate in the obstacle course? How about making yourself guilty? There are two factions in the regional channel. One faction supports the competition, at least to have a look. Another faction supports lying flat. Neither of the two factions could convince the other, and they tore each other on the regional channel, allowing Zhang Tuahai to find a hint of the feeling of watching Tieba back then. Shaking his head, Zhang Tuahai withdrew from the regional channel. No matter what others decide, he must compete. Xiao AI, let's go. Follow Commander. The six-wheeled off-road vehicle drove forward 200 meters, and suddenly the road ahead was divided into 6, turning into 6 gates of light. All the doors of light are exactly the same, making it impossible to tell them apart. Sure enough, is it luck? Zhang Tuahai looked at Guangmin for a while speechless. The difficulty of the track increases from left to right. The left side is the easiest, and the right side is the hardest. The long-lost reminder system made a sound. Zhang Tuahai's eyes lit up. Xiao AI, go to the door of light on the far left. Clear. The six-wheeled off-road vehicle entered the light door on the far left. There is still a straight road behind the gate of light, and there are still 2 suns in the sky. If it wasn't for the fact that he passed the gate of light just now, Zhang Tuahai would even think he had hallucinations. Still on the original road. Could it be that the game system is wrong? Isn't it a good off-road race? Zhang Tuahai was a little unclear. Be careful, the road ahead has a huge safety hazard due to construction problems, and the vehicle will fall into a deep pit when driving over. Grass, stop. Crunch. The six-wheeled off-road vehicle came to a stop. Commander? Xiao AI didn't know why. Back 3 meters. Zhang Tuahai said. Xiao AI didn't understand why Zhang Tuahai did this, but it still faithfully executed Zhang Tuahai's orders. The six-wheeled off-road vehicle retreated 3 meters. Where the off-road vehicle originally stayed, there was a deep crack on the ground, spreading to the surroundings. The crack was a finger wide and bottomless. Moreover, it is seen that the walking direction of the crack is extending forward. If Zhang Tuahai didn't stop in time just now, he might have fallen into the pit. Zhang Tuahai was in a cold sweat. This was the easiest way, and he gave himself a disgust at the beginning, and he didn't know how difficult those difficult ones would be. The point is, I don't know how many such hidden pits there are in the back. Looking at the long road, Zhang Tuahai estimated that he followed the prompts of the prompt system. Although the safety was guaranteed, the time consumed was increasing in a straight line. There is a good chance that race time is over before the road is crossed. How can we go to the safest way without wasting time? Is there an optimal solution? Zhang Tuahai asked. Yes, get off the road, enter the desert, and drive along the edge of the road. You can avoid 90% of the danger. Zhang Tuahai, it turns out that 90% of the dangers are on the road? Only when you get off the road and drive in the desert can you avoid most of the dangers? Isn't this the equivalent of mandatory off-roading? Grass. Zhang Tuai covered his forehead. He understood why the system wanted to plug a straight road on the off-road track. This thing is used to deceive people. Xiao AI, get off the highway and drive along the edge of the highway. Zhang Tuai issued an order. Xiao AI understands. This is good for Xiao AI. No matter what strange orders Zhang Tuai issues, he will not question them, but will faithfully fulfill every order. Do what you do. For example, Xiao AI is driving along the road all the time, keeping a distance of 10 centimeters between the wheels and the roadbed, and there is no deviation at all. If it were a normal human being, I am afraid that the reason is still being explained. This is also one of the reasons why Zhang Tuai is reluctant to go too close to those players and only maintain a pure money relationship. The human heart is too complicated, and the machine is the most loyal. Zhang Tuai's car has just been upgraded to a 6-wheeled off-road vehicle. The wheels are 1 meter in diameter and the chassis is more than 70 centimeters above the ground. There is absolutely no problem walking in the desert. Not afraid of the tire sinking problem at all. The off-road vehicle whizzed past, and the sand and dust rolled along the way, making Zhang Tuai feel a real desert driving feeling. The desert is not smooth, and there are undulating sandbags everywhere, making Zhang Tuai sway from side to side all the way, and his dizziness makes Zhang Tuai think he is on a boat for a while. After driving like this for nearly an hour, when Zhang Tuai was about to vomit, Xiao AI suddenly stopped the car. Zhang Tuai looked up and was startled. It turned out that there was a huge rift in front of it. The width of the rift was dozens of meters. It was not deep to the ground, and there were no edges on both sides. It seemed to extend to the end of the sky. There is also a street sign ahead with a red arrow pointing to the right. Zhang Tuai looked to the right and found a tall mountain on the right. The mountain is steep, almost 90 degrees vertical. At the junction of mountains and deep valleys, there is a narrow dirt road. The width of the dirt road is only 4 meters, which is barely enough for Zhang Tuai's 6-wheel off-road vehicle. However, on the left side of this dirt road is a bottomless canyon, and on the right side is a high mountain standing thousands of feet. The most striking thing is that at the entrance of the dirt road, there is a small wooden house with 3 words written on it, Supply Station. Supply Station? This is the supply station on the track this time? Zhang Tuai's spirit was shocked, and the dizziness caused by the bumps was also much better. In the last race, Zhang Tuai gained a lot at the supply station and got a lot of benefits. This time, when I saw the supply station again, I couldn't help being overjoyed, and immediately drove the car over. Similar to the last supply station, it was a small wooden house with a huge vending machine. There was also no one to guard it, but Zhang Tuai didn't dare to use a crowbar this time to try if he could buy it for 0 yuan. Who knows if the Gatling that pops up this time will actually fire. There's a lot of stuff in the vending machine. The bottom is still the most basic living materials. Food, water, gasoline, various tier 1 materials. These things are cheap, and the points required are in the single digits. As for the second floor, a lot of heat stroke prevention and cooling equipment are added. For example, ice cubes, ice cream, ice water, waterbeds, fans, Zhang Tuai even saw an air conditioner. However, the points required for these things are a bit expensive. Ice cubes, ice cream, etc. are still cheap, 5 points for a thumb-sized ice cube, and 5 points for an ice cream. Air conditioners are ridiculously expensive, costing a full 500 points. The difference is more than 200 times. As for the top, there are some really good things, seeds of various crops, precious manufacturing drawings. Zhang Tuai looked at the seeds first. There are 4 in total. Carrots, peppers, coriander, cucumbers. Zhang Tuai scratched his head. These 4 kinds of seeds can't be said to be bad, but the problem is that they are all side dishes. Not a single one can make a main course. Putting these together, you can probably make a tiger dish. However, it's better to have a side dish than nothing. Coupled with the 3 brothers of onion, ginger, and garlic that he purchased last time, Zhang Tuai felt that he was about to gather the basic ingredients for cooking. These 4 seeds are not cheap either, each selling for 100 points. After all, they can be used for a long time, and it is understandable that they are expensive. After fixing these 4 seeds, Zhang Tuai flipped through the drawings again. Compared with seeds, drawings are much richer. From survival knives to Glocks, from leather to plate, from planters to bulletproof glass. There are a lot of them, but Zhang Tuai has most of them. Or, it looks powerful, but has nothing to do with it. Such as the following. Super Simulation Doll, Level 2 item, guaranteed to feel the same as a real person. Zhang Tuai, I know what you are saying is true or false.
These blueprints are indeed very practical for ordinary players, but for Zhang Tuahai, they seem to be a bit outdated.
However, after some careful searching, Zhang Tuahai finally found a very useful piece of equipment.
Intermediate Space Expansion Cabinet, Level 2 Auto Parts, expand the interior space of the car, and expand the space by 100 cubic meters. Crafting materials, intermediate metal ingots, 50 units, metal parts, 30 units, intermediate rubber, 10 units, intermediate wood, 5 units, intermediate plastic, 20 units.
Price, 500 points. For Zhang Tuahai, it is very practical. But it's also really expensive. After some selection, I found 5 items, a total of 900 points. Look at what can be exchanged for points.
Zhang Tuahai found the exchange list.
Level 1 Basic Material, 1 point per unit.
Trickster. Zhang Tuahai cursed in a low voice. It takes 5 points to exchange from the supply station, but only 1 point is needed for recycling, which is a full 4 times the difference, which is simply a profiteer. If he hadn't been able to beat it, Zhang Tuahai would have wanted to disassemble the vending machine and bought it for $0. If Zhang Tuahai exchanged those level 1 basic materials, he would need to take out 900 units.
Does Zhang Tuahai have these materials?
Have. However, this is what he smashed from those players little by little.
Is it easy for him to accumulate this little fortune? Just exchanging points like this, Zhang Tuahai was a little reluctant.
Moreover, this thing is hard currency, maybe it will be used one day, it is not a last resort. Zhang Tuahai does not want to exchange it for the time being.
Keep scrolling down the list.
All kinds of drawings are accepted, but the price is also pitifully low.
No water. Gasoline is available, but the price is only 1/3 of the selling price.
Zhang Tuahai scratched his head a little while looking at the long acquisition list.
Although there are many items on the acquisition list, very few can be sold. Either they lost too much, or they didn't buy at all.
This made Zhang Tuahai angry.
I found something good, but I didn't have anything to exchange for it.
After seeing the end of the list, Zhang Tuahai's eyes suddenly lit up, and he found that there was something to collect. Food. At the end of the list, it is clearly written, non-finished food, exchange price, 1 point per caddy, finished food, exchange price, 3 points per caddy. If Zhang Tuahai wants to exchange 900 points, he needs to take out 900 caddies of raw meat or 300 caddies of finished food. The game system didn't think that someone would take out hundreds of caddies of food to exchange for things, so it directly listed the food at the end. Moreover, this is the end of the world, food is the most precious thing after water and gasoline, and the system does not think that anyone will exchange food for supplies. However, they missed one person, Zhang Tuahai. Zhang Tuahai hunted a few days ago and got nearly 1,000 caddies of food, which he could eat for a year by himself. And, because of the lucky tree stump, a rabbit weighing several pounds is killed in his car every day. Zhang Tuahai is not short of meat at all. Moreover, Zhang Tuahai has a sausage-making machine, which can directly turn raw meat into finished food, sausage. Although 300 caddies of food is a lot, it is indeed something that Zhang Tuahai can't use at all now. In exchange for a steady stream of vegetables and a large storage space, Zhang Tuahai thought it was acceptable. As for selling food in the future, you can completely sell carrots or cucumbers. I believe those players will not be too picky. After making up his mind, Zhang Tuahai took out 300 caddies of sausages and exchanged them for points, and then exchanged the seeds and the intermediate space expansion cabinet.
Make intermediate space expansion cabinets. Zhang Tuahai issued an order.
The same intermediate materials disappeared. Zhang Tuahai felt a pain in his flesh when he saw it. These are all he finally cut from the hands of many players, and now, all of them are explained. However, the harvest is also worthwhile, and the space in the car body is instantly increased by 100 cubic meters. The space inside the car, which was originally crowded, was instantly reduced and became a lot bigger. Zhang Tuahai felt that the interior space of his off-road vehicle was larger than those of RVs. Speaking of RVs, Zhang Tuahai felt that sleeping on the seat all the time was a bit out of his identity. Should he get a bed?
Bah, what are you thinking?
Zhang Tuahai shook his head, feeling a little floating. The first world has not yet passed, and I actually started to think about the problem of the bed. Zhang Tuahai has made a few planting pots and planted the seeds that were exchanged.
Tidy up the things in the car. Zhang Tuahai looked at the mountain dirt road with a cliff on one side and a deep valley on the other.
In fact, when he came here, half of the basic goal has been completed. As long as he stops here and waits for the end of time, he will definitely be able to enter the second world. Moreover, with the wood and cloth he hoarded, he can even live in the second world very handsomely.
However, Zhang Tuahai is not satisfied with this. He wants to live forever, and see if he can see the end of the game if he keeps walking. What is the purpose of the game system to get these people? There were so many mysteries he wanted to know. And to explore all of this, you need enough strength. He needs to take every opportunity to get stronger. And this cross-country race is an opportunity. Not only does he have to pass the finish line, but he also has to be the first to pass the finish line as much as possible. Although the mountain road in front of him was dangerous, it didn't stop him from moving forward. Xiao Ai, enter the mountain road. Zhang Tuahai ordered. As ordered, Commander. Xiao Ai drove the car into the mountain road. Because the mountain road is very narrow, Xiao Ai drove very carefully, and the speed was controlled at about 20 miles. If you want to pass the mountain road without damage, please increase the speed to 40 miles. Suddenly, the prompt system popped up a prompt sound. 40 miles? Zhang Tuahai chewed on the word. Although, he didn't know why the prompt system would prompt this speed, but since he said it, there must be a reason. Xiao Ai, speed up to 40 miles. Understood. Xiao Ai did not ask the reason, and immediately increased the speed to 40 miles. The speed of 40 miles is not fast, and it is even considered slow in urban highways. But this is a mountain road full of potholes. Moreover, the road is getting narrower and narrower, gradually shortening from the initial 4 meters to 3 meters. For a certain distance, even Zhang Tuahai's left wheel could only generally press on the road, and the other half was completely suspended in mid-air. If the average driver may not continue to drive. Because, in this case, even if the soil on the mountain road is a little softer, or the direction is a little higher, it will cause the car to lose its balance, so that the whole car is stuck on the mountain road and cannot move. Even so, Xiao Ai did not slow down, and still maintained a speed of 40 miles. After 20 minutes of driving, the road ahead gradually became wider. Zhang Tuahai also breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, a loud rumbling sound came from behind. Zhang Tuahai looked back and was stunned to find that the mountain road behind him had collapsed. Countless rubble fell into the bottomless valley. Zhang Tuahai thought that the collapse of the road was going to happen again, and he was so frightened that he almost asked Xiao Ai to speed up and leave. However, after watching for a while, he realized that it was only the narrow mountain road that collapsed just now. If he had been moving at a speed of 20 miles before, it was very likely that he would fall into the valley along with the mountain road. Even the best result is to look at the collapsed mountain road and sigh, and completely lose the qualification to pass the finish line. Grass, this race is full of pits. If it wasn't for the reminder system, I would have been pitted again. Zhang Tuahai cursed in a low voice. The car kept moving forward, and the road ahead became wider and wider. The road is getting smoother and smoother, and there are already signs of a serious road. Suddenly, a big slope appeared in front, and under the slope, there was a long horizontal line in black and white. The finish line. Zhang Tuahai's eyes lit up. Zhang Tuahai took another look under the slope and found that there was also a winding road under the slope. The winding road was winding up, and a commercial vehicle was speeding along the winding road. There are players so fast? Zhang Tuahai was shocked when he saw this, and he quickly asked Xiao Ai to speed up. If you want to stop the other party, it is recommended to hit the poplar tree on the left. The prompt system has issued a prompt. Zhang Tuahai looked to the left, and sure enough, there was a Populus euphratica growing on the bare ground on the edge of the cliff on the left. The Populus euphratica is 30 centimeters thick, and most of its branches stretch beyond the cliff. Seeing the appearance of the poplar tree, Zhang Tuahai had a plan in mind. Xiao Ai, knock down the Populus euphratica, and then quickly retreat. Xiao Ai understands, hum. Xiao Ai instantly increased the speed to 100 miles per hour, and the six-wheeled off-road vehicle slammed into the Populus euphratica. With a muffled bang, the Populus euphratica broke apart and fell towards the cliff. Coincidentally, the poplar tree just hit the road. Blocked the road of the commercial vehicle. The commercial vehicle suddenly stopped. The two women got out of the car and looked around vigilantly with the weapons in their hands. Zhang Tuahai saw that the two women were actually Su Mu and Su Qi. It turned out to be the two of them. No wonder the speed is so fast. These two people should be the first to build a second-class car, and they have a lot of drawings in their hands. It is reasonable to be able to pass the cross-country race quickly. After all, they were the second in the last race. However, Zhang Tuahai didn't feel any guilt in his heart. The championship is his, and no one wants to take it away. Not even Su Qi and Su Mu. Glancing at the two people who were still looking around vigilantly, Zhang Tuahai drove his car towards the end of the mountain. When the car rushed across the black and white grid, Zhang Tuahai heard the sound of the game system. Congratulations to player Zhang Tuahai for being the first to pass the finish line, and a reward for a souvenir down coat. Champion rewards will be distributed after the competition ends. With a flash of white light, a black down coat appeared on Zhang Tuahai's co-pilot position, the length reaching to his knees, and it was very warm to the touch. The next world is the Ice and Snow World Stonehammer. Otherwise, the game system would not be able to hand out a down coat to every player who passed the finish line. After passing the finish line, Zhang Tuahai found that the two sisters Su Qi and Su Mu were still standing in front of the fallen tree trunk by the roadside. He turned the car around, went straight to the opposite side of the two sisters, and stopped the car. The two sisters became nervous when they saw a huge six-wheeled off-road vehicle parked there, and aimed their weapons at the off-road vehicle. "Don't worry, I'm not malicious." Zhang Tuahai lowered the window. Seeing that it was Zhang Tuahai, the two sisters breathed a sigh of relief. Since they were acquaintances, it would probably be easy to solve it. "What a coincidence, I met you here, what's the matter with you?" Sumu asked cautiously. "The end is the end, do you want to pass?" Zhang Tuahai pointed to the finish line not far away. "Of course, but the tree is too big, we can't open it, can you help us?" Su Qi asked. "Yes." Zhang Tuahai said with a smile, "As long as there are drawings, we can talk about it together." Zhang Tuahai said, making a gesture of counting money. "What does this mean?" Su Qi was stunned when she saw Zhang Tuahai's gesture. "Of course it's tolls. You guys can't pass, and I have the strength to help you. Isn't it reasonable to charge some tolls?" Zhang Tuahai said calmly. Su Qi, she wanted to say more, but Sumu interrupted her. "Okay, we accept it, but what level of blueprint do you want? If it's too high, we might as well just take a detour." Sumu suddenly said directly. "Don't worry, an ordinary forging blueprint will do. After all, we are also old friends, so there are still some discounts." Zhang Tuahai happily agreed. The road toll was just an idea he came up with on a whim. Even if he earned it, there was no loss if he couldn't. Moreover, if entanglement with Sumu for too long attracts other players, it will be difficult for them to unite. Therefore, it is still a quick decision, and it is true that the benefits are received. Since Sumu was willing to take a step back, that is the best. "Can you see this? If so, we'll trade." Sumu said, took out a blueprint and threw it to Zhang Tuahai. Manufacturing drawings of microwave ovens, level 1 auto parts, electric power, can be used to heat food, a good assistant for heating food on the road. Manufacturing materials, metal ingots, 3 units, metal parts, 6 units, rubber, 1 unit, plastic, 10 units, low-level electronic components *1. A mediocre drawing. For Zhang Tuahai, it belongs to the kind of thing that is useful if it is useful, and it is useless if it is useless. However, it was for nothing, so Zhang Tuahai accepted it happily. "Okay, wait a moment, I'll move the tree away." Zhang Tuahai took out a sunscreen net, twisted it into a rope, tied it to a big tree, and the six-wheel off-road vehicle started, hum. Zhang Tuahai directly pulled the tree away, revealing a road for vehicles to pass through. "Thank you." Seeing that the road was clear, Sumu nodded, got into the car, and drove past. After seeing the Su sisters leaving, Zhang Tuahai drove the big tree back again. "Su Qi? Sister, do you think he deliberately threw the tree here and took the opportunity to extort him?" Su Qi asked Sumu while poking. "So what?" "No, what can you do?" Sumu shook his head and asked. Su Qi thought for a while and found that she really had no way to deal with Zhang Tuahai. "But, are we just watching?" Su Qi hesitated. "Otherwise, what else can be done?" Sumu gave Su Qi a white look. There are no restrictions in this world, and he is already very restrained if he can only accept a drawing. If he indulges a little, he wants to take away more. Do you think you can resist? But, although Su Qi had already accepted Sumu's words, she still couldn't accept it in her heart. Seeing Su Qi's appearance, Sumu sighed. She felt that she had protected this sister a little too well. It's been a week since the end of the world, and she was still a little idealistic. It seemed that she had to find a chance to exercise. Zhang Tuahai didn't care at all what the Su sisters thought. Anyway, everyone is just a pure transactional relationship, and it is enough not to delay him earning W. He continued to happily stay where he was, waiting to fish. Sure enough, the business on this road was good. After about 15 minutes, another commercial vehicle drove over. However, this commercial car looks a bit miserable. The windshield is broken, the front bumper is completely gone, the front hood is full of dents, and there is a large rock on the roof. It looks like it can be scrapped. Factory. Stop to collect the toll. Zhang Tuahai lowered the window and said, I don't have anything, and I don't have any drawings. Let's see if I can do this. I owe it this time. I'll make it up next time? Yes, the voice is also soft, and people can't help but feel pity in their hearts. If it were others, they might have been deceived by her state. However, Zhang Tuahai could not be deceived. Zhang Tuahai recognized this woman at a glance. Isn't this the Li Feiyu who sent him a photo of her head just this morning? The appearance is weak, but a group of black hands actually cut off people's heads. I've been waiting here for a long time. You must give me something to gain. Moreover, the third place is still pending. If you hurry up, you can get a mysterious reward. Of course, you can also choose to take a detour and arrive at that time. It is not certain who will get the prize for the third place. Zhang Tuahai said. Li Feiyu looked at the finish line not far behind Zhang Tuahai, and sure enough, only one car stopped, and his heart moved. She originally just wanted to reach the finish line on time, but she didn't expect to be able to fight for the third place. After thinking about it, she took out two things from the car and threw them to Zhang Tuahai. This is the most valuable thing in my car, and I gave it to you, how about it? Zhang Tuahai caught the things and found that one was a bag of cocoa powder, weighing 10 pounds, and the other was a middle-grade metal ingot. These two things are hard to judge in terms of price. Cocoa powder can be used to heat cocoa and provide heat. The price is definitely not high now, but the next world is definitely a hot commodity. The intermediate metal ingots are intermediate materials, and they are also very valuable to Zhang Tuahai, who is in short supply of intermediate materials. However, what surprised Zhang Tuahai the most was that these two things together weighed almost 20 pounds, and he and Li Yufei were 7 or 8 meters away. Being able to throw these two things so far with one hand shows that the woman's arm strength is definitely not small. Moreover, it seemed that she still had some spare energy left. Looking at her arms again, it seems that they are not much thicker than an egg, and her figure is very thin. I really can't imagine how such a thin body can burst out with so much energy. Zhang Tuahai felt that if this woman continued to develop, she might not be able to stand out. If she is more ruthless, giving her a shot before she develops is the best choice. However, Zhang Tuahai is not such a murderer, and his greatest intention is to survive. Don't want to provoke each other too much. Yes. Zhang Tuahai put away the things. By the way, do you want a car repair kit? Repair all the damage with one click and sell it to you at a cheaper price. Zhang Tuahai took out the car repair kit. A pound of spicy duck necks. If possible, we will exchange. Li Yufei took out a bag of duck necks. Make a deal. Zhang Tuahai threw the repair kit and at the same time let the six-wheeled off-road vehicle pull the trees away. Thank you. Li Yufei drove past Zhang Tuahai. Zhang Tuahai pushed the tree back again.